Chapter 211. Potential B-Level, Level 12, Occupation Underground Alchemist, and the occupation level has reached the special level. This dazzling attribute immediately aroused Richard's interest. Someone is finally responsible for maintaining the alchemical artillery and producing shells. With strong expectations, continue to read on. Skills: Underground Alchemy, A-Level, familiar with the properties of various materials in the underground world, and can develop various alchemical items with magical powers. Advanced Ammunition Research, B-Level, when researching and improving alchemical bombs, the success rate is increased by 40%. The higher the level of alchemical bombs, the lower the success rate. Advanced Mechanics, B-Level, has a deep understanding of machinery. When optimizing mechanical puppets, the success rate is increased by 40%. The higher the level of mechanical puppets, the lower the success rate. Smart Brain, B-Level, has an extraordinary understanding of alchemy research, and improves learning efficiency by 40% when learning alchemical knowledge. Hero Talent. When you devote yourself to researching an alchemical item, your intelligence is increased by 30%. Racial Talent. When creating destructive alchemical items, the power is increased by 20%. Bond Apprentice. When the number of alchemist apprentices exceeds 10, the research success rate is increased by 10%, the manufacturing speed is increased by 10%, and the number of apprentices exceeds 20, the success rate is increased by 20%, and the manufacturing speed is increased by 20%. Introduction. An alchemist among the Grey Dwarves, he has excellent research ability. Not bad, very good. After reading it several times, Richard was in a good mood. It must be said that the alchemist, who was highly recommended by Cyril, the Lord of Bloodhoof City, was indeed extraordinary. His skills and attributes are perfect for alchemy. He looked down at Brown, whose head was still on the ground, and whose body was trembling. He spoke softly. "Get up." But the Grey Dwarf did not get up, but just raised his head slightly and looked at him, saying in a high voice, "No, great being, I like to kneel down and listen to your lecture." Richard's mouth twitched. This guy is also a top-notch. He suddenly thought of the desert goblins, who were also afraid of death. No, desert goblins are not so important, right? He looked at the human in front of him who could decide his life and death for a long time without speaking. Brown's heart sank. He glanced at the ceiling with his peripheral vision. The huge white bone dragon head was looking at him with its empty eye sockets. It seemed that the other party might eat him at any time. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. He doesn't want to die yet. He hasn't had time to use the alchemical materials he bought yesterday. The goods he sold last week are still waiting for him to collect money, and the night elves he bought a few days ago will arrive soon. And he can still live for hundreds of years. He can't die here. Great existence, I am willing to give you everything I have. I only ask you to forgive my mistakes. My humble life is not worth your action. Richard looked at the other party's dying expression, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know how the Grey Dwarves became the tyrants of the underground world. Are other races so useless? But in his heart, he had to admit that this kind of spineless character might allow them to survive better. His eyes condensed, and the pressure on his body surged again. Brown, do you choose death or surrender? As soon as the voice fell, the other party shouted loudly without saying anything. Submission. I choose to submit to you, great master. I will give everything I have to serve you. Richard looked at the other party so straightforward that he didn't know what to say for a while. Before he came, he had thought of various means to make the other party surrender. But now, there is no need to use it. This guy is more active than him. Very good, I like to talk to smart people, get up. He said, and gestured to the Grey Dwarves around. Are they your apprentices? Brown breathed a sigh of relief and finally dared to stand up. Hearing this, he immediately glared at the Grey Dwarves around him. Kneel down, damn bastard. Don't you still pledge allegiance to the Great Master? You lowly bastards, are you looking for death? The surrounding Grey Dwarves looked at the shameless Brown and cursed in their hearts. Bastard, is this the spirit of the Grey Dwarves that you boasted about never surrendering? We were also fooled by you. They were slandering in their hearts, but their faces were smiling more and more brilliantly. A large group of them knelt down. Master. When Richard saw this scene, for some reason, the sense of accomplishment brought by the victory in the war disappeared instantly. It seemed that there was nothing to be excited about defeating such a group of people. I was too lazy to talk nonsense. Brown, pack up all your wealth. My territory is on the surface, and you and your apprentices will live on the surface in the future. Surface? The fat on Brown's face twitched. The deformed arm that looked like a bean sprout waved, wanting to say something, but after looking up at the undead dragon, He was immediately suppressed by him. The answer is neat and tidy. Master, please give me 10 minutes. Go ahead, take all the valuables, and throw away the worthless ones. Yes. Richard waved his hand, and a lot of gravel poured out from above, and then a gravel staircase was built directly. Then he asked all the apprentices to go to the ground. Looking at the trembling captives in front of him, he seemed to think of something. Using the secret crystal to summon Gray and Xena, who were still hunting the escaped Grey Dwarves in the city. With this intercom-like treasure, communication is indeed much more convenient. Master. Lord Richard. After the two saluted, Richard gestured to Brown, who was sitting in the wheelchair again. The target has been found. Have you found anything? Xena looked at Brown with burning eyes. Although she wanted to ask about the blood transfusion to lift the seal, she still restrained her temper and spoke. Sir Richard, we killed the city lord among the fleeing Grey Dwarves. According to the Grey Dwarf captives, there are still many treasures hidden in the city lord's manor. Richard's eyes lit up. He was so anxious to find the main target that he almost forgot about this. Although this city is not big, it is a proper underground city. It is impossible that there are no good things. Winning the war naturally requires the treatment of the winner. Xena, you immediately take 2 teams of skeleton blood dragons to empty the resources in the city lord's manor for me. Gray, you take a team of skeleton blood dragons to search for treasures in the large manor in the city, especially the Grey Dwarf nobles, and don't let them go. He pointed to the Grey Dwarf apprentice next to him. You can choose a few of them to take you there. They know more about the treasures that Noble has accumulated than we do. Gather here in 1 hour. As you wish. The 2 heroes immediately split up. After hearing Richard's order, the Grey Dwarf apprentices felt their blood boiling and volunteered to follow the 2 heroes. Even if the treasures they got in the end had nothing to do with them, what did it matter? Just robbing other people's treasures was enough to make them excited. This Grey Dwarf city was in the next hour or so. Under the leadership of their own people, they encountered an unprecedented dark moment. Those damned undead dragons robbed all their wealth. What made the Grey Dwarves even more angry was that because of the existence of the inner ghost, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. In the end, looking at the treasure house that was cleaner than a mouse licked, they burst into tears. Damn the undead dragons. And those Grey Dwarves who betrayed them. Don't let them catch these bastards. When the army of the main city of the Grey Dwarves, the Furnace City, got the news and rushed over, there was only a ruined city with constant wailing in front of them. And the initiator of this disaster had long disappeared. But when the furious Grey Dwarf chief in the back knew that the attack on the city was a group of undead dragons burning with flames, and the leader was a human, the terrifying flaming sandstorm, and the domineering mechanical puppets instantly appeared in his mind. Immediately ordered the army that had just arrived to return to the Furnace City immediately. Those Grey Dwarf nobles, who had originally expected the army to help them avenge themselves, looked at the back of the army leaving, and suddenly felt that they had suffered 10,000 points of damage. The whole world seemed to have abandoned them. Richard didn't expect that he would scare the Grey Dwarf chief just by appearing, otherwise he would definitely stay for a while. But even so, he was extremely satisfied with the conquest of the underground city. The harvest far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 212. In the underground passage, Gunter, who was directing the cave dwellers to widen the cave, suddenly turned his head and looked at the cave entrance. The next moment, whoosh, a blood-red skeleton dragon flew into the cave. Each of these undead dragons was carrying a wooden box tied with chains. Judging from its weight, it seemed that there were many precious treasures hidden inside. The figure of the largest skeleton dragon, wearing a white robe with gold edges, was particularly conspicuous. Gunter saluted respectfully. Master. Richard turned his head and looked around. Seeing that there was no accident, he nodded slightly. Gunter, the construction of the base will be temporarily stopped. You immediately select 10 leaders from the cave dwellers, and let them manage 3 squadrons of cave dwellers respectively. At the same time, leave the blood-colored mummy to guard them. Gunter did not hesitate at all, and began to select suitable candidates. He originally wanted to build an underground base in the passage to strengthen his influence on the underground world. But after conquering the city of the Grey Dwarves, he found that his idea seemed a bit conservative. The strength of the Grey Dwarves was not as exaggerated as he thought. Or, the strength of the City of Dusk was stronger than he expected. Not to mention the killer weapon of the extraordinary hunter, a few A-level heroes, and the army of the City of Dusk were enough to conquer a city with a complete defense force. In this situation, it is unnecessary to build an underground base. The Grey Dwarves have already built a ready-made one for him, but he still doesn't live there. This is a bit tactless, and a shame for their hospitality. As for the safety issue, it is completely possible to build a war fortress on the surface in the later stage to cut off the connection between the surface and the underground, so that the underground world is completely in the hands of the City of Dusk. Soon, Gaunt selected 10 cave dwellers. Richard didn't say much nonsense. After the other party arranged everything, he asked all the troops to return to the team. Then he went directly to the depths of the passage. Brown, a special dungeon alchemist, sat on the back of a skeleton blood dragon with several Grey Dwarf apprentices. At this time, his mood was very complicated. He didn't expect that he would experience the feeling of being at home and being struck by disaster. He originally thought that being driven out of the Furnace City by the damn Grey Dwarf chief was bad enough. Now, he even lost his only residence and had to go to a surface territory where he didn't know what it was. He was quite devastated. But when he saw the heroic figure, he suddenly became depressed again. God of the Grey Dwarves. He still wanted to live a few more years. Several Grey Dwarf apprentices whispered in fear and curiosity at this time. Lord Brown, what is the surface like? Is it really like the legend says, with food and clean water everywhere? Will we be killed by that human lord? Lord Brown. Hearing a series of questions, Brown pretended to be disdainful of answering and ignored them. How could he know what the surface looks like? He has never been there. But according to legend, the surface is 10,000 times richer than the underground world. As he listened, he felt a little uneasy and expectant. I wonder if the human territory called Dusk City will be the same as the legend? God of the Grey Dwarves, I hope you can bless your humble believers this time. Otherwise, I will convert to the god of forging in the future, because most of them are ground troops. The army is moving very slowly. Seeing this, Richard asked Gunter and Gray to stay and lead the team. He took the skeleton blood dragon and carried the boxes of spoils from the Grey Dwarf City and returned to the City of Dusk first. After getting used to the extreme speed of flying, it was really a torture for him to travel slowly. The Lord is back. With a cry of surprise, the whole City of Dusk was boiling. Richard heard the cheers below, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. For so long, he had already regarded the City of Dusk as his home. Every time he came back from going out, he had a special feeling. This was the territory he built personally, and he felt particularly accomplished. The skeleton blood dragon slowly landed on the open space in front of the Lord's mansion amid the cheers of the residents below. Clang, one huge box after another made a crisp metal collision sound. Richard finally drove Alvis to land slowly. The huge body with a wingspan of more than 30 meters made everyone feel an unspeakable pressure. The dragon power he accidentally released made the residents feel as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on their chests. Even breathing became difficult. But even so, the residents still felt that this dragon was a supporting role. Their master, their lord, the shining brilliance could not be covered by anyone. The unique temperament of a superior made Richard like a star in the night, dazzling. It seemed that where he was, it was the center of the world. The domineering Alvis became his foil at this moment. Looking up from the perspective of the residents, behind Richard was the blue sky, cloudless. Below was the undead dragon burning with bloody flames. In the endless bloody light, his existence became more and more extraordinary. This scene looked like an ancient mural passed down on the wall of a church. Lord. Good day, sir. When the residents came to their senses, they immediately held their chests and bowed. The attitude was respectful and humble, and their eyes were full of passion. Richard turned his head and looked around. The atmosphere was good, and it seemed particularly suitable to say a few words in this situation. After thinking for a while, he said loudly, Our army has just conquered a powerful underground city. A large amount of treasure and alchemical artillery were seized. This is the victory of the army, and it is also the victory of each of us. The army uses victory after victory to tell everyone that the glory of the City of Dusk is rising. My people, remember today, in the future, you will see more glory and hear more trumpets of victory. The City of Dusk will surely become a bright star in the desert. In this atmosphere, anything you say is right. The moment the voice fell, a huge cheer rang out. Richard didn't say anything more. He turned over and asked the surrounding mummy guardians to carry all the boxes brought back by the skeleton blood dragon into the Lord's mansion. Looking at the boxes that only a few people could lift, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. He never thought that he could get such a big harvest in that city. Lord Richard. A sudden voice behind him interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw that the wrinkled Kalu was rushing over at this time. After the other party saluted, he said excitedly, Have you found that underground world? Richard looked at the excited Kalu and was in a very good mood. He briefly told him about the experience in the underground world. Finally, he gestured to a few gray dwarfs, who had just come down from the back of the skeleton blood dragon, and were extremely uncomfortable being watched like monkeys by the residents. The gray dwarf, with a congenitally disabled arm, is an alchemist, and has a good understanding of alchemical artillery and alchemical bombs. You arrange them. In addition, I have established a cooperative relationship with Bloodhoof City, and I will definitely have long-term trade with them in the future. You need to solve the food workshop and brewery as soon as possible. I need qualified candidates to become heroes. The 3 hero certificates in his hand have not been used yet, which makes him quite depressed. And in the future, if Dusk City wants to gain more benefits from trade, it must have products that can be shown off. Although there is a yellow sand robe at present, the production of this thing is limited, and it is in short supply just by selling it to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention other things. Kalu did not show an embarrassed expression this time, but smiled brightly. Sir Richard, the seminars and literacy classes over the past 2 days have been very effective. We have selected 5 talented people from them. Perhaps our plan can be launched. The seminars and literacy classes for all employees have worked. Richard's eyes lit up. Call them over, I take a look. Chapter 213. Karu immediately called 2 residents nearby and asked them to call the 5 selected talents. Taking advantage of this gap, Richard returned to the Lord's mansion. Looking at the 30 wooden boxes neatly arranged in the front yard, the smile on his mouth became more and more intense. Sir, what's inside? Karu looked at the wooden boxes with gray dwarf symbols carved on the ground, and was a little curious. It was definitely not a cheap item that could be brought back by the skeleton blood dragon alone. Richard waved his hand, and the yellow sand covering the sandworms in the backyard floated over. Then it turned into arms, untied the chains on it, and opened the wooden boxes. When the gravel flew back to the backyard, Karu immediately looked at it intently. There were 3 wooden boxes filled with ores that emitted a faint fluorescent light, and the other wooden boxes were filled with mysterious items that looked like mud and sand, and a very pungent smell could be smelled. Richard pointed at the ores and smiled. These are mithril ores. Kalu's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise. These 3 boxes of mithril ores? Richard laughed. Yes, all 3 boxes. He never thought that he could get so much mithril ores in that small town. Although the quality of these ores is several levels lower than those traded with Bloodhoof City, and there are many impurities, the quantity is still large. Each of these 3 boxes of ore contains more than 1,000 units, a total of 3,000 units. Even if the ore has more impurities, its mithril content is more than the 50 units of mithril ore obtained from Bloodhoof City. And this is his spoils of war, free of charge. This makes him even happier. What about the remaining boxes? Alchemical gunpowder, an item used to make alchemical bombs. Richard smiled brightly. Alchemical gunpowder is a top-grade gunpowder developed by Brown, which contains huge magic power. The alchemical bomb used in the giant alchemical cannon he seized from the Grey Dwarves was made of this gunpowder. It is extremely powerful. The alchemical gunpowder filled with 27 boxes is now his. Each box has a limited volume, so he compacted it to fit more. A rough estimate is that there are at least 30,000 units. He asked Brown, these 30,000 units can at least produce 3,000 alchemical bombs for giant cannons. It can even produce tens of thousands of normal-sized alchemical bombs. This is not a small amount. It can support the consumption of a medium-sized battle. And in his opinion, alchemical gunpowder can do more than just produce alchemical bombs. It has great potential to be explored. In addition to these 2 gains, he also obtained 20,000 units of rare resources, mercury, from the Grey Dwarf City. 20,000 units, worth 1 million units of food, tens of millions of resources. For rare resources, each of which contains powerful magic, and is suitable for use in various aspects. The inscriptions on the Grey Dwarf barrels are all engraved with mercury. Rare resources, gunpowder, mithril ore, plus Brown, a level 12 alchemy hero. The gains from the capture of the Grey Dwarf City, this time far exceeded Richard's expectations. War is always a winner takes all. This sentence is never false. Seal these alchemical gunpowders, and put them in the warehouse. You must get my approval if you need to use them. Yes, sir. While the 2 were talking, 5 reserved young residents came to the front of the Lord's mansion. And Deer was chatting with Brown, a Grey Dwarf alchemist with a deformed arm. When the 5 people passed by, they immediately saluted respectfully. Lord and Deer. And Deer turned around and took a look, recognizing that these were the talents selected in the seminar in the past few days. She also participated in this election. Where are you going? Lord, the Lord summoned us over, and it seems that he has something to tell us. and Deer nodded thoughtfully. Go. Watching the backs of the 5 people leaving, Onik on the side said with some emotion, Sir Richard always does things so unexpectedly. Who would have thought that he would let these civilians learn knowledge? If other people knew, I'm afraid they would be shocked. Resources are limited and cannot be shared by everyone. Concentrating resources to cultivate some top talents is the consistent practice of Glorious Era. Richard's behavior was obviously contrary to the mainstream. Andal couldn't listen anymore and directly retorted. Mr. Onik, so Lord Richard is the master of Dusk City, and you are a member of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. Onik smiled bitterly. Before, he didn't think that the status of Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce members was lower than that of Desert Lords. After the 5 young men were brought in by the guards, Kalu immediately extended his hand to introduce them. Lord Richard, these people are the talents we have strictly selected. They perform very well, absorb knowledge quickly, and have potential. Richard looked at the uneasy people after the salute, comforted them with a few words, and opened the attribute panel to look around. If the natives are not heroes, their potential is unknown and cannot be determined. But each of them has a characteristic. Although the specific potential cannot be seen, they look good overall. Smart, steady, diligent, hardworking, and hardworking. After thinking for a while, Richard chose the young man, with the 2 characteristics of smart and diligent. The 2 of them came from the brewery and the food workshop respectively. The remaining 3 people are also good, but these 2 are obviously more suitable for research. Remember the unselected ones, and talk about them when there is a suitable opportunity in the future. In this way, there is still one left among the 3 hero certificates, and he has not yet decided what kind of talent to cultivate for this one. It's better to keep one, and it's not too late to operate if the right choice is made in the future. The 2 selected young men were flushed with excitement at this time. They looked at the handsome figure in front of them with extremely hot eyes, as if devout believers had seen their gods. They actually caught the eyes of Lord Richard. Praise the gods! This must be the blessing of the goddess of luck. Kalu has already told me about your performance. And in my plan, the brewery and food workshop will be the important pillar industries of Twilight City in the future. Its importance is not even inferior to the breeding base and the blacksmith shop. Richard looked at them with a resolute gaze, and his tone was persuasive. Twilight City chose you, which means you are not mediocre, and your future should not be limited to this. As long as you dare to take responsibility, I can give you unprecedented power. Are you willing to accept my call, take on the responsibility of the brewery and food workshop, and create more value for Twilight City? The 2 looked at the deep eyes, and at this moment, a feeling of incomparable glory surged in their hearts. Their eyes were red. They almost roared. Lord, I swear to serve you until death. Richard nodded slowly. I hope that in the future, you will not let me down. He took out 2 hero certificates from the system space. Ding, do you want to use the hero certificate? The 2 target professions detected are chef apprentice and brewer apprentice. Do you want to transfer them to the corresponding profession? Richard's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that they could be directly transferred to the corresponding profession after transforming into heroes. This saved a lot of trouble. Without hesitation, he directly chose to confirm. In an instant, the 2 hero certificates shattered like glass. It turned into a majestic energy that poured into the bodies of the 2. Then, under his gaze, the power deep in the blood of the 2 began to be activated, and the breath gradually rose. The surrounding magic power also poured into the body at the same time. The transformation process did not cause too much noise. After about 10 minutes, the atmosphere gradually calmed down. Ding, the hero's certificate was used successfully, and you obtained 2 B-level heroes. As the system prompt sounded, Richard opened the attribute panel of the 2. Nashi. Hero unit. Level 4. Potential, B-level. Profession, brewer, intermediate. Increase the success rate of brewing by 20, Reese. Hero unit. Level 3. Potential, B-level. Profession, chef, intermediate. Increase the deliciousness of the manufactured food by 20%. After taking a rough look at the skills and hero characteristics of the 2, he had an idea in his mind. The skills of the units transformed with the hero's certificate are not particularly outstanding, but they are not bad either. In general, it is above the passing line. Watching the 2 regain consciousness, Richard encouraged. You now have the power of heroes, and the future is bright. I hope that you can create more value for the construction of Twilight City in the future, so that all residents of Twilight City will be proud of you. Karu, you will pass the order later. The 2 of them will be responsible for the production and research and development of the food workshop and the brewery from tomorrow. If you need any materials and supplies, You could apply directly to Karu. I need you to develop a qualified food and spirits as quickly as possible. The two young men who were almost in tears looked at the handsome figure in front of them, and there was only one thought in their hearts. Even if they died for the Lord, they would not hesitate. The other party gave them everything. Lord, I will not let you down. The voice almost pierced the sky, as if only the loudest voice could express his attitude. Richard nodded with satisfaction, and after a few words of comfort and encouragement, he let the two leave. As soon as they walked out of the Lord's mansion, they ran into Andal and Anik, who were about to enter the Lord's mansion. Jonah Thorin. The two newly born heroes did not show any arrogance and left after saluting, looking at each other's backs as they left. Anik and Jonah Thorin looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Hero unit. Did they see it right? It was clear that the 5 people who entered the Lord's mansion 10 minutes ago were still ordinary people. The other 3 had already left first, and there was nothing unusual. How come these two became heroes after not seeing each other for more than 10 minutes? What a joke. Can heroes be trained like this? To become a hero unit, everyone has been trained since childhood, and even after going through life and death, they can awaken the power in their bodies. The two people who couldn't believe it sensed it several times again. But after sensing it, they were even more surprised. Not only did the other party become a hero in just 10 minutes, but the power emanating from his blood was also very strong. At least he is a hero with potential above B level. Instantly, the two turned their heads to look at the gate of the city lord's mansion at the same time, and their expressions became extremely wonderful. Then, they thought of the series of things after entering the territory: the ancient tree of the evil god, the mysterious mechanical puppet, the alchemical cannon, and the undead dragon. The whole territory was suddenly covered with a hazy veil that people could not explore in their hearts. Even though Anik had the support of a behemoth like the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce, he also felt a little awe at this moment. That lord was too mysterious. His idea of asking the other party to move out of this territory before he stepped into the City of Dusk seemed ridiculous to him at this moment. Is he qualified to arrange the future of such a person? Chapter 214. When Anik entered the Lord's mansion, the mummy guardian was carrying wooden boxes filled with gunpowder to the warehouse. Seeing the boxes of alchemical gunpowder emitting strong magical fluctuations, there was some emotion on his face. Who could have imagined that 2 months ago, this weak force with only dozens of troops had grown to such a level 2 months later? What he saw and heard in the City of Dusk these 2 days, he could only describe with 2 words: exaggerated. This growth rate is simply unheard of. He dared not imagine what the City of Dusk would develop into in 1 or 2 years with its current momentum. In a trance, he seemed to feel that he was witnessing history. Perhaps one day in the future, this inconspicuous territory at the beginning will become an existence that cannot be ignored in the desert. And he inexplicably has a feeling that his premonition may come true. After taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to suppress his inner thoughts. He took a few steps forward, saluted and sighed. Sir Richard, I didn't expect the Dusk City army to be so sharp. Congratulations, you have made a lot of money this time. He didn't react much to these supplies. There was nothing you couldn't see in the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce. Compared to that, the mysterious operation of the 2 residents becoming heroes in the blink of an eye attracted him more. Richard also said a few polite words, and then seemed to think of something and asked, Anik, does the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce have high-quality wine recipes for sale? Anik was stunned, and then said with a strange expression, You may not know that fine wine has always been a high-profit commodity. Basically no one is willing to sell good wine recipes, and even if they are willing to sell, the price is ridiculously high. The wine recipes on the market are all inferior wines with no value. Hearing this, Richard immediately gave up the idea of buying wine recipes and brewing them. He also looked for wine recipes in the forum's trading market, but they were all ordinary wine recipes with no special features, and most of them were not suitable for the desert. There are not many production materials in the desert. If it is in an area with rich land, it would be fine. The desert is too barren and has great restrictions on production. That's why he is so keen to cultivate his own heroes. With the ability to research and develop, he can adapt to local conditions and create products exclusive to the City of Dusk. The yellow sand robe is the best example. Anik looked at Richard, who was lost in thought, and after struggling for a moment, he still asked what he was shocked about just now. Sir Richard, I just saw that 2 ordinary residents transformed into heroes. Richard looked at the other party cautiously, as if afraid of offending his gaze, and smiled. I got 3 magic items with special powers from the ancient ruins. It can directly transform ordinary people into B-class heroes. I only have the last one left. Hearing this, Anik was envious and regretful. It's a pity, if there was really something that could directly transform people into heroes. The value of what I got from the ancient ruins is also considerable, but it is not long-term cooperation. I took my mind off this, thought about it, and said seriously, Sir Richard, thank you for your hospitality these days. We will return to Solon City tomorrow morning. The president is still waiting for me to bring back the desert crown honey. He added, the yellow sand robe is also a perfect item. I hope we can trade on a larger scale next time we come. Of course, Anik, Twilight City will not let you down, Richard said with interest. I will go to Solon City in a while. How can I contact you then? He has been stuck in the desert for a long time. It has been almost 3 months. If he hadn't gone to the dungeon, he would not have seen the world outside the desert. And what puzzled him most was why he hadn't found other players in the huge Death Desert. According to Anik, there are many players in Solon City. Anik didn't think too much and took out a wooden sign with a one-way flower pattern from his arms. You only need to take this wooden sign to any one-way flower chamber of commerce in Solon City, and I will get the news immediately. Richard nodded and put the wooden sign into the system space. Anik seemed to have thought of something again and hesitated. If you leave the desert, it's best not to ride those undead dragons. Richard was a little puzzled. Why? Anik smiled bitterly. The reason why the Death Desert is named after death is because this desert was once the battlefield of the ancient gods' war, and was cursed by countless wronged souls of gods. The longer you fly in the Death Desert, the more likely you are to lose your way and automatically fly to the extremely dangerous death zone. Even the undead are no exception. This is why the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce did not use flying mounts to transport goods. We have paid a painful price. After saying that, he added another sentence. All chambers of commerce that do not believe this fact have paid the price. Hearing this, Richard looked up at the skeleton blood dragon in the air. His expression was a little strange. Lost? He didn't seem to be afraid. Isn't the territory talent of Twilight City that residents won't get lost in the desert? This restriction doesn't apply to him. I've seen quite a few flying creatures in the desert. Before, in front of the one-way portal that could enter the dungeon, he also saw a level 15 desert dragon. Not to mention the venom vultures and the underground wyverns. Anik began to explain. Flying creatures born in the desert can move within a certain range, but if they leave that area, they will also be cursed. The difference between losing oneself is that the stronger the strength, the stronger the resistance. Richard gradually got an idea in his heart. But this has little to do with him. Getting lost is your business. What does it have to do with my Twilight City? I know, Anik. See you in Solon City. Anik looked at Richard deeply. Goodbye, my friend, in Solon City. Jonah Thorin, Andel's father, this sturdy blacksmith who looked like a giant, stepped forward with a bit of shame, held his chest and bowed. I'm sorry, Sir Richard. I apologize to you for my previous recklessness. It is the smartest choice for Andel to join Twilight City. Thank you for your support for her. Richard looked at the blacksmith, who was hung up and beaten before, and nodded. Andel will be better in Twilight City than anywhere else. Jonah Thorin took a deep breath. If this hadn't happened before, he would have sneered. But now, he nodded in agreement. He originally thought that Andel, who would take 1 or 2 years to break through and become a top-grade blacksmith, broke through in 2 months. Doesn't this prove anything? Not to mention the resources Andel enjoyed when forging the dragon-hunting crossbow these days, which made his eyes red. This territory that he had disdained before was unexpectedly so rich. He was envious in his heart, and as for asking Andel to go back to Solon City with him, he didn't say a word. After the two left, Richard looked at Andel, who seemed to have something to say, and smiled. What's wrong? Andel said shyly. Sir Richard, can you give me a few boxes of those alchemical flames? I just communicated with Master Brown for a while, and I feel that I have a lot of inspiration. Richard laughed dumbly. Good guy, he is really a science fan. I asked Alu to send you 5 boxes later, and you can play with it as you want. He has always been generous with the treasures of this Dusk City. But don't delay the production of the dragon-hunting crossbow. The girl's eyes curved into crescents instantly. Yes, sir. Richard finally relaxed after everyone left. Going deep into the underground world, his spirit remained in a highly tense state. The body could still bear it, but he felt a little tired in his heart. After calling the maids and asking them to prepare a hearty lunch, he lay down on the bed and had a comfortable sleep. I don't know how long I slept, and I heard the system prompt in a daze. Ding, the production of all arms nests has been refreshed. Please recruit on your own. Ding, this week is a special disaster week. Beasts are out of the cage. Please take precautions. Opening his eyes, it was already dark outside. Sitting up, he took a look at the system prompt and immediately became interested. The arm's nest has been refreshed, but the disaster weak prompted at the back made him frown. What the hell is a beast out of the cage? He felt a little uneasy for some reason. It seems like something bad is about to happen. Chapter 215. Early the next morning, Richard personally escorted Anik out of the city of dusk. 10 newly made yellow sand robes were taken away by the other party. This time Anik returned to Solon City, but he had high hopes. If the yellow sand robe can perform well, it will undoubtedly open up an important source of income for the city of dusk. But when saying goodbye, Richard suddenly thought of something. He took out the 2-star treasure map that he had obtained a long time ago from the system space. Anik, I got this treasure map by chance. There is a volcano marked on it. Do you know where it is? Anik, who was bulging with a big belly, was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously reached out to take it. After a few careful glances, his brows frowned. Sir Richard, this volcano seems to be a blue flame volcano. After a pause, he shook his head and persuaded. But that volcano is very dangerous. I suggest you don't take the risk. Very dangerous? Richard became interested. How dangerous is it? It is said that deep in the volcano, there lives a group of monsters living in the magma. As long as outsiders get close, they will be angry. Those monsters can even cause volcanic eruptions. He took out the map and pointed to a certain direction. It's right here. Richard took a look and found that it was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the city of dusk. He immediately had an idea in his mind. After sharing the map, he patted Anik's shoulder. I know about this matter. Have a safe trip. Anik didn't say anything more, and he couldn't persuade the other party's strong character. Showing a sincere smile. Goodbye, Mr. Richard, I look forward to your visit to Solon City. On the other side, Jonah Thorin also said goodbye to Andal, whose eyes were red, and reluctantly rode on the camel. The flag of the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce began to flutter under the waving of the driver. The convoy set off with Anik's voice, and everyone left the city of dusk. After walking a long distance, Anik turned back suddenly. The buildings in the distance have become blurred, and only the towering tree is still swaying. His expression was a little emotional. The last time they were apart for just 2 months, this territory has changed so much. I don't know what kind of changes will happen here when he comes next time. Thinking of this, he subconsciously touched the space ring on his hand, and his expression became happy again. 200 units of extremely precious desert crown honey, plus 10 desert crown robes that can automatically adjust the temperature. This trip was not in vain. Inexplicably, he felt a little bit of anticipation. He wondered what kind of reward the president would give him this time, after sending Anik away. Richard comforted the pitiful Andal for a few words, and after the girl smiled again, he returned to the Lord's mansion alone. He was not idle, and asked someone to call the Grey Dwarf alchemist Brown. Brown, feeling nervous, entered the hall and slowly approached him. Richard suddenly realized that the other party's walking posture was a bit strange. It seemed that in addition to the deformed arm, there were also problems with his legs and feet. No wonder he was sitting in a wheelchair when he saw him. Great Master, Brown greets you. After Brown approached, he suddenly knelt down and saluted. The attitude is extremely humble. The Grey Dwarves, a race that is extremely afraid of death, are completely different from the stubborn and brave dwarves in the legend. After the voice fell, he raised his head slightly, and looked at Richard, who was leaning on the chair and drinking tea slowly. This young human lord is now the master of his fate. Just one sentence can determine his life or death. Absolute power forms absolute majesty. Richard put down the teacup, and waved his hand to let the other party stand up. Looking at Brown's frightened appearance, he was a little amused. He doesn't eat people. Looking at the other party with interest. How about it? How does the city of dusk compare to the underground world? Brown said cautiously. Brighter than the underground world. Richard couldn't help but smile. It's really a powerful comparison that he can't refute. After chatting for a few words, the topic was shifted to the main topic. The previous defense plan of Dusk City was to use the Hurricane Arrow Tower under construction as the core. But the captured giant mouth cannon gave me an extra plan to add an extra layer of defense. The dragon hunting crossbow placed in the Hurricane Arrow Tower is used to deal with the enemy's top combat power. The giant mouth cannon attacks ordinary troops. However, Dusk City currently does not have an industrial system that can produce giant mouth cannons. Even maintaining the current cannons is a problem. As he spoke, his eyes became serious. Brown, I will now give you an important task to build the alchemy industrial system of Dusk City. As soon as the voice fell, Brown's eyes lit up immediately. The other party was willing to give him such an important task, which meant that his life would not be in danger for the time being. His spirits and energy were immediately boosted. He immediately flattered. "Master, I will obey your orders." Richard nodded. "From today on, the 105 giant guns will be maintained by you. If you need any materials, you can ask Kalu for them. But no mistakes or omissions are allowed." He paused for a moment and continued. "In addition, I will set up an alchemy department, and you will be the director of the alchemy department." Brenton praised loudly. "Praise you, great master. I will definitely be a good director." Richard smiled and said meaningfully, "Being a supervisor is not that simple. In addition to your current work, you have to take 2 hours every day to teach the residents in the territory and popularize alchemy knowledge. At the same time, you can select talented residents to learn alchemy from you. Remember, the people you select must be talented. In the future, they will work in the alchemy department, and you are their direct leader." Teaching residents? Popularizing alchemy knowledge? Brown suddenly thought of the scene last night, when a large group of people were learning the common language in the square in front of the Lord's mansion. Immediately, he was a little puzzled. "Sir, why should noble knowledge be passed on to those lowly civilians? In the underground world, knowledge is a treasure more important than life." He really couldn't imagine why the Dusk City formulated this policy. Richard didn't explain. "Just do it. If you still don't understand in 3 months, come and ask me. In addition, the seminars of other departments are open to the public. If you want, you can also go to listen. Knowledge is valuable, but it is not the only thing." After saying that, he looked at the still confused Grey Dwarf and warned him seriously. "Brown, remember, this is Twilight City, not the underground world. There are new rules and laws here. Put aside your inherent ideas and welcome this new world." Speaking of this guy's kowtow after entering the house, he was touched. "From the moment you stepped into Twilight City, you are one of us. As long as you don't betray this city, no one will hurt you, and I am no exception. You don't need to be as humble as in the underground world. As long as you can make enough contributions in the future, you can raise your head and straighten your back to be a man. No one will look down on you because you are a Grey Dwarf or have physical defects. Everyone will respect you for your achievements. Remember, you are Brown of Twilight City." Looking at those deep eyes, the 12th level alchemist suddenly fell silent, and a very special feeling rose in his heart. After thinking for a long time, a word emerged in his mind: respect. In the underground world, the strong take everything. Either you kneel down to others, or you kneel down to others. This feeling is too special. After taking a deep breath, he was about to kneel down to thank them, but suddenly thought of the behavior of others, and stopped forcibly, and finally slowly saluted with his chest. "Yes, sir." When the Grey Dwarf alchemist left the Lord's mansion, he inexplicably lost some humility and fear, and gained some confidence. Turning around, he felt more recognized for this territory that he had just come to for a day, and the human residents became less unfamiliar. Ding, you used your words and your own charm to convince a level 12 Grey Dwarf alchemist, causing her personality to change to a certain extent, and the progress of leadership upgrade has been increased to 80%. Leadership, special skill, primary, 80%, with strong personal charm, can easily convince and influence subordinates, let subordinates have strong trust in you, and also have a certain chance to make field soldiers surrender voluntarily. Richard's expression was a little subtle when he heard the system prompt. "It's been a long time since I heard that this special skill has been upgraded. Isn't it too difficult to upgrade this thing? It's been more than 2 months, and it's still only primary. I was thinking in my heart whether I should find a few people to talk about my ideal life in the future. Looking at the status, I have to use this method to upgrade. The effect of leadership is not as direct as attack skills, but if it is upgraded to advanced, it is also very impressive. Especially the item of improving charm. This thing is not too much. Not to mention the feature of making field soldiers surrender. In the future, when the level is high, I can surrender the enemy just by talking, which is not bad to think about." At this moment, a roar from a far distance resounded over the sky above the city of Dusk. At the moment when this roar sounded, sounds came from all around. Richard, who was in deep thought, raised his head suddenly, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 216. Hearing the deep roars coming from a very long distance. The anxiety in my heart reached its peak. Richard's mind suddenly flashed with the system prompt from last night. This week is a special disaster week. Beasts are out of the cage. I stood up immediately, and as soon as I walked out of the hall, 2 dark gargoyles fell from the sky. "Master, a large number of field soldiers suddenly appeared around the territory. They are quickly gathering towards the city of Dusk." A muffled voice sounded. Richard's face was stern. Sure enough, the beasts were out of the cage just as he thought, and the City of Dusk became the opponent's target. The beasts out of the cage want to eat meat. And the player's territory, isn't it a piece of fat meat? Turning his head, he looked at the soldier guarding a huge horn not far away. Blow the war horn. Woo, a deep and long horn sounded from the Lord's mansion. In an instant, outside the Dusk City, the residents who heard the horn, no matter what they were doing, immediately put down their work and returned to the Dusk City as quickly as possible. The horn sounded long, and the first-level combat readiness was set. The sound of the horn, made of special bison horns, was extremely penetrating. With the Dusk City as the center, the sound of the horn could be heard 10 kilometers away. As the horn sounded, roar, one after another, fierce roars came from a distance. Those enemies who came to hunt were responding and provoking the horn of the Dusk City. Richard raised his eyebrows. There was a bit of coldness on his face. So brave. Then he seemed to think of something and opened the player forum. Yesterday, he took a special look before going to bed, and nothing happened on the forum. But at this time, there was already a lot of wailing. Oh my God, when I woke up this morning, a group of terrifying half-wolves appeared from nowhere outside the territory. The number exceeded 2 battalions. It was because I had a large army last night, otherwise I would have been left with nothing today. Fuck, this special week is a monster siege? Damn system. I just spent my resources on upgrading the territory, hack you. I have dug a solid cave, and I hid in it before those monsters came. Now those idiots are probably gone in shame, ha ha ha, I am so smart. 2 scary, 10-meter tall mammoths have come out. Are there any brothers 200 kilometers south of Liontail City in the Hingguan Mountains of the Lionheart Empire? Please help me. I recently got 10 elves back. Whoever comes to help me defend a wave, I will give them all to him. Richard looked at the lively forum and felt inexplicably calmer. Sure enough, sharing the guilt and enjoying the happiness alone is the true meaning of life. The actions of some of the stupid players really opened his eyes. Some let the residents go out to die when they encounter the enemy, and then sneak away. Some simply let everyone hide in the bunkers that had been dug long ago, and some dragged their families, and did not want the territory at all. There are all kinds of actions. But in general, from the posts of the players, it can be seen that this disaster week is not so easy to fool. While he was thinking, several hurried figures entered the Lord's mansion together. Master. Lord Richard. Grey, Gaunt, Cena and Kalu. All the main heroes of the City of Dusk have arrived. The undead dragon Alvis was also circling in the sky, not falling. Looking at his generals, Richard nodded slightly. Because of certain rules, Twilight City will suffer an unprecedented impact. Those field soldiers scattered in the desert will gather together to attack us. This time may last up to a week. Everyone must be mentally prepared. The enemy's attack will last for a week. Several heroes immediately looked solemn. Richard continued. Gunter, Grey, you command the army to defend Twilight City. Push out all the alchemical artillery. Don't be stingy with ammunition. Karu, stabilize the residents. No one is allowed to go out, and eliminate all hidden dangers. Karu was anxious when he heard this, and hurriedly said, Lord Richard, what about the agricultural area? Richard's eyes condensed. Twilight City now has 2 defense focuses. One is the territory, and the other is the agricultural area. Without hesitation, he gave the order decisively. Immediately bring the Desert Crown Honey and Flame Dragon Rabbit back to Dusk City. Put the bees in the backyard of the Lord's mansion, and lock the Flame Dragon Rabbit in the stable first. Karu took a deep breath, and said with some pain, We can only give up the agricultural area. Richard shook his head. We can't give up either one. The godly ancient tree, and I will guard the agricultural area. Dusk City will be guarded by you. How much effort did it take to accumulate the 200 mu of sand wheat and 105 mu of sand date forest? Unless it is impossible, we must never give up. Karu's face immediately became solemn. Although the godly ancient tree and Richard are the most powerful combat forces in Dusk City. But with only 2 combat units, it is easy to imagine the pressure of guarding such a large area. Fortunately, the ancient godly tree has bred hundreds of poisonous wasps during this period. Master Richard, be careful. Richard nodded and looked at Grey. How many field troops have gathered around? How strong are they? Grey responded immediately. The largest number of troops gathered in the north and south directions. Now there are more than 5 battalions, and the number is still increasing rapidly. All of them are above level 5, and many are even level 10. Richard had a bottom line in his mind. Fortunately, it did not exceed the response range of the City of Dusk. If hundreds of the level 15 desert dragons he had seen before appeared, it would be a lot of fun. The territory will be left to you to guard. Remember, there can be no mistakes. The skeleton blood dragon and the dark gargoyle are the key. Make sure to use these two air forces well. Yes, Master. The City of Dusk is the foundation, and the most perfect forces must be placed here. There are several A-level heroes commanding the battle, and they are no worse than him. When necessary, he and the ancient godly tree can also return to support at any time. After Richard finished his instructions, he waved his hand without hesitation, and a part of the gravel he had placed in the front yard suddenly floated up and took him into the air. When he flew hundreds of meters high, the temperature dropped significantly. His sight saw a very long distance. In the north and south directions, a large number of field troops were quickly heading towards the City of Dusk. They were fierce. Richard did not hesitate and flew directly to the trunk of the ancient tree rooted outside the territory. Master! A low voice sounded. The twisted face was revealed on the wrinkled bark. Richard did not hesitate and gave the order directly. Pull up the tree roots and guard the agricultural area with me. I will follow your orders. The voice fell. Sizzle, the sand suddenly exploded. Countless yellow sand splashed up to a height of 100 meters, covering the sky and the sun. The huge roots rose from the ground, and the earth cracked at this moment. The 30-meter-high giant tree directly soared to 40 meters. Combined with the terrifying branches with instant death characteristics, it is simply a super killer. If the scope of the agricultural area is not too wide, it will be stationed in a narrow pass alone. The godly evil ancient tree can completely resist thousands of troops alone. After the godly evil ancient tree took root in the north, and protected the sandate forest, and sandweed behind it. In Richard's sight, the figures of those hideous monsters have appeared. Desert lizardmen, desert orcs, desert jackals, almost all the races he has seen. But there is only one thing in common. At this moment, the eyes of these field soldiers all turned into a strange dark red, flashing with ferocious eyes. Like a wave rising from the desert, rolling up a tsunami, rushing in with the attitude of drowning everything. Roar, above the Dusk City, the skeleton blood dragon, led by Albus, flew up. 30 skeletons are as crystal as rubies, and the undead dragons exuding blood power all over their bodies give people a great psychological impact. The dark gargoyles riding the sand archers, and the axe of the dead also took off at the same time. Those giant mouth cannons looted from the underground world were placed in a canine tooth pattern under the command of Brown, the 12th level alchemist. At the same time, the mummy guardians in the back began to fill with huge ammunition. And in front of the territory, bandaged mummies, poisonous scorpion warriors, heavy sword warriors, and giant axe death knights have already been ready. The Twilight City, which was just a loose one, has now become a military fortress armed to the teeth. Richard saw the movement of the Twilight City, and felt a flame burning in his chest. Chapter 217. Father, what happened outside? The war horn sounded long and long. During the previous exercise, Lord Kalu specifically said that this is a first-level combat readiness, and the enemy will attack soon. In a residential building, a boy of 12 or 13 stood by the window, leaning on the windowsill with both hands and looking anxiously into the distance, as if trying to find the answer. The father with a big beard pressed the boy's shoulders from behind, his voice low. Nayli, remember, no matter what happens, you must stay calm enough. Only by controlling your inner emotions can you be your own master. Whether it is sadness or worry, don't let emotions interfere with your judgment. Hearing this, the boy raised his head and looked at his father in confusion. But father, I can't do it. I don't want the enemy to invade the City of Dusk. He pointed longingly at the army below. I want to be like those soldiers, fighting for the Lord, taking up arms to protect the territory. The father looked at the childish face, and a different emotion was rolling in his heart. Protect the territory, fight for the Lord. Before coming to Twilight City, he often heard other Lord soldiers say this. But at that time, he only had disdain and ridicule in his heart. Is your territory worthy of our taking up arms to protect it? Those greedy and stupid lords are also worthy of us fighting for them. But now, after hearing this sentence from his son, he felt a strong sense of recognition in his heart. Since the first day he came to Twilight City, Lord Richard has never treated them unfairly, and has always used his power to protect each of them. He lived a life without oppression and slavery here, and even learned to write his own name. Gods above, precious knowledge that only nobles can learn outside can be learned by everyone in Twilight City. How great it is! For the first time in decades, he felt that he was still alive. In his heart, he had already regarded this territory as his home. He would not allow anyone to invade Twilight City. Even if it cost his life, he would never give in. He took a deep breath, straightened the other party, and bent down slightly. He looked directly into his son's eyes. He said seriously, "Nayli, Twilight City is our home. We will never allow anyone to invade it. But you don't have enough strength to fight the enemy now. If you want to protect the city, then work hard to grow. Whether it is to learn the fighting skills of a warrior or to learn knowledge, only when you are strong enough can you contribute to Twilight City. Maybe one day, you can also receive a medal symbolizing a hero from the Lord. I think everyone will cheer for you then." Looking at the encouraging eyes, Nayli's eyes lit up, like bright stars in the dark night. But he was still a little unconfident and hesitated. "Can I really do it?" "Of course, as long as you do it unswervingly, you will definitely do it." The boy clenched his fingers tightly, with a burning light in his eyes, and nodded fiercely. "Father, I will definitely be your pride and receive the medal from the Lord." Hearing this, the father touched his head with relief. At the same time, he looked out the window from his son's ear, and the desert outside the territory was reflected in his pupils. His son was so determined to protect the City of Dusk. Why not him? If he were a warrior, he would stand on the territory's defense line without hesitation. Fight for the city for the Lord. This territory without oppression, slavery, and the evil deeds of other territories has long become his home. Irreplaceable. Mom, the Lord will drive away those bad guys, right? Of course, the Lord is the most powerful hero in the world. Be good and sleep well. When you wake up, you will hear the news that the Lord has driven away the bad guys. Yeah, Mom, I'm asleep. Guardian, please remember my name, Weijie. If you need me, please recruit me. I will join the battle immediately. I will defend the Lord's glory with my life. Believe me, I am ready to die. I remember you, young man, but the Lord has ordered that no one is allowed to go out. The war is about to begin. You stay at home. In the residential houses of Dusk City, almost everyone is discussing the reason for the horn sounding. Most of the residents are determined. They are mentally prepared to go to the battlefield, and many people even volunteered. The territory did not appear in chaos because of the war. The benefits of high public opinion are fully reflected at this moment. After commanding the army to deploy the alchemical artillery, Brown, the breathless level 12 alchemist, was finally able to take some time to rest. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to go back to the house to change clothes. Although the level is 12, the alchemist is not a warrior like a bull. In addition, due to his inherent weakness, the physical fitness of this Grey Dwarf is not high. Not long after Brown returned to the room, the Grey Dwarf apprentices in the same residential building all rushed in with uneasiness. After the salute, he looked at the desert outside the window anxiously and asked, "Lord Brown, what trouble did those humans encounter? If the situation is not right, please take us away. Gods, we can't be dragged down by those humans." "Yes, Lord Brown, let's sneak away in the chaos later. If we report the news on the surface to the Furnace City, we will definitely be rewarded." A group of Grey Dwarf apprentices seemed to want to vent their inner fear and anxiety with words, and the voices never stopped. But Brown, who was sitting on the stool, frowned at this time and said nothing, just quietly listening to the apprentices complain. After a long time, several Grey Dwarves noticed that something was wrong with him, and quickly pulled their companions to shut them up. The room gradually became quiet, and finally looking at Brown with an expressionless face, everyone's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No longer dared to say a word. Brown waited until everyone was quiet, then rolled his eyes and looked around. He said lightly, "Speak, why don't you say anything? I'm listening." The cold voice made everyone's backs chill. Bang, the intact palm slammed on the armrest of the stool. The sound was like thunder, and all the Grey Dwarf apprentices' hearts almost jumped out. With a thud, the Grey Dwarves in front knelt on the ground. Brown turned a blind eye to this. His tone was indescribably cold. "I will only say this once. Now, I am a member of the City of Dusk and a subordinate of the Master. You are also a member of the City of Dusk. No one is an exception. The underground world is a thing of the past. I don't want you to mention it again." After saying this, his eyes swept around like a knife. "Anyone who dares to disobey the Master's order, no one else needs to do anything. I will personally pry your mouth open and pour in the corpse-dissolving water." After the voice fell, he walked out directly, but his footsteps stopped when he reached the door. Turning his head to look at the Grey Dwarf apprentices, who were still kneeling on the ground and trembling, his face was a little subtle. "Stand up in the future, don't kneel." After saying this, he left the room without pausing. Bang, the door was slammed shut. All the Grey Dwarf apprentices shuddered and looked at each other. It took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Their minds were full of question marks. Why was Lord Brown extremely dissatisfied with this human territory yesterday? No, even this morning, and privately hinted that they were looking for an opportunity to escape. His attitude changed so much in such a short time. What happened? Just when they were about to discuss the reason. Woo! A quick horn sounded, which made them suddenly nervous. Several gray dwarf apprentices immediately came to the window and looked into the distance. The next second, the picture reflected in their pupils made their scalps numb. Countless mixed arms came like waves. It made them feel heavy even if they just took a look. Especially the red eyes of those arms. It was like the god of death staring at them. The enemy is coming. Chapter 218. In Richard's sight, the number of enemies is increasing. The dark clouds are approaching the city. He roughly estimated that there are more than 4 battalions. Among them, the desert orcs and desert lizardmen account for 70% of the number. Suddenly, a long wolf howl resounded through the sky. He turned his head sharply to look at the area where the sound came from. A giant wolf, with a shoulder height of more than 4 meters, appeared in front of him. What caught his attention was that on the back of the giant wolf, a terrifying life, with 2 heads and a toothy stick in its hand, was staring at him, and the evil ancient tree under him. And the other party's eyes were not red. He immediately became alert to this alien. Open the attribute panel. Two-headed ogre lord. Hero unit. Level 14. Potential, B-level, blocked by equipment, unable to detect. Level 14 hero? Is this the strongest boss of this monster siege? Richard narrowed his eyes. Looking around, there were more than 3 squadrons of two-headed ogre cavalry around the two-headed ogre lord. Brilliant potential 2 stars, level 12. Strong and domineering. If it were a normal territory, this force would be a disaster. Looking at the entire glorious era, there are only a handful of 20 billion lord players who can withstand the attack of this force. But? Sorry, this is Dusk City. Richard felt better for some reason. After working hard to develop during this period, Dusk City finally had the strength to deal with challenges. The seeds sown before are now harvested. Just as he was thinking, the army in front of him heard the roar of the giant wolf, as if they had received an order to attack. Suddenly, he began to run wildly and rush straight. The ancient tree of the evil god in front of the agricultural area became a force that no one could ignore. Richard frowned when he saw this. He was not afraid of the large number of enemies, but he was afraid that the enemy would be scattered. Once these enemies bypassed them and directly destroyed the agricultural area behind them, he would definitely not accept the consequences. While thinking, he suddenly thought of the golden fruit used for fishing in the ancient tree of the evil god. Tree whiskers, condense that golden fruit. As you wish, master. The ancient tree language sounded. The leafless branches shook for a while, and one of the fruits used to hatch poisonous wasps changed in a few breaths. The appearance changed from gray to pure gold, shining brightly. At the moment when the fruit appeared, a special smell emanated. The attraction of that smell to life was like being hungry for 10 days, and suddenly smelling the sweetness of honey bread. Irresistible temptation. The fruit that Treebeard condensed with the power of his soul has a powerful effect. After eating it, it can improve a certain potential, and has a special appeal to most lives. Even though Richard witnessed the birth of the golden fruit with his own eyes, he still had the urge to pick it and eat it. That was the instinctive impulse of life, which could not be avoided. He came back to his senses. With a wave of his hand, the gravel on the ground suddenly floated into the air, spinning wildly like a tornado, forming a special gravel airflow. Then he suddenly scattered the gravel to the surroundings, and the air wave gushed. Those field soldiers, who were charging, only felt an unspeakable feeling surging in their hearts. Every cell in their body was sending them a desire. The originally slightly scattered formation suddenly condensed, and attacked the ancient tree of the evil spirit. The scarlet eyes became more and more intense, as if they could drip blood. When the enemy approached the critical point of 100 meters, the poisonous wasps that were originally flying slowly above the ancient tree of the evil spirit became excited instantly, as if their nests were dug out. The buzzing sound of the flapping wings became extremely noisy, like a fighter plane roaring overhead. This group of rare 3-star soldiers, with a number of more than 500, suddenly flew forward. When Richard conquered the ancient tree of the evil spirit, he used the control of sand and gravel, and the flaming sandstorm, to forcibly suffocate these soldiers. He did not see their true power. At this time, you can appreciate the horror of the advantage of numbers, although it cannot be compared with the army gathered by the wild soldiers. But these giant wasps with a body length of more than 10 centimeters gathered together to form a dark cloud, shooting out at the speed of a bullet. The enemy charging at the front was a group of lizardmen cavalrymen with more than 2 squadrons and level 8. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided directly. Buzz, buzz, the poisonous wasps turned into streams of arrows, piercing the sky at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Their attack method was not to hover over the opponent's body and then attack with poison needles. Instead, they bent their abdomens and used the poison needles that were almost the same size as their bodies as arrows. In high-speed flight, they directly slashed through the opponent's weak points like a sharp blade. Eyes, faces, necks, wrists, all parts of the body that were not protected by armor were their targets, regardless of whether the attack was successful or not. The poisonous wasps would not stop, but continued to flap their wings, piercing the next enemy like an arrow from a string. And the advantages brought by their exaggerated dexterity and small bodies were magnified to the extreme in this environment. They could control their wings to dodge the attacks launched by the lizardmen cavalry in the first time. Although the 2 squadrons of lizardmen cavalry waved their long swords frantically, when the 2 sides passed each other, they killed only a dozen poisonous wasps. The lizardmen cavalry roared and continued to charge, seemingly without any damage. But after a few breaths, the skin on everyone's face suddenly turned blue. Then, the body suddenly stiffened, and white foam kept spitting out of the mouth. Under the high-speed charge of the sitting lizard, the knight fell directly to the ground, and the strong inertia made them leave long scratches on the ground before stopping. The poisonous wasps never rely on brute force to kill the enemy. Poison is their specialty. The 2 squadrons of lizardmen cavalry were almost all killed in the battle after only a few breaths. Only a few were left alive. The scene became extremely exaggerated. At this time, no one cared about the dead lizardmen cavalry, and the large army continued to surge. After achieving the result, the poisonous wasps did not continue to attack, and quickly returned from the sky. There were only more than 500 of them, which was too few. If there were 10 or 20 times more, the poisonous wasps could directly wipe out these enemies. Ordinary life does not have the resistance of the undead like the mummy to the poison, and when encountering the poisonous wasps, they are naturally defeated. The boss, the ancient tree of the evil god, is an army in one person. The enemy attacked swiftly under the temptation of the golden fruit. The surging waves finally hit the reef, creating huge waves. The orcs and lizardmen warriors in the front roared and rushed to the bottom of the godly ancient tree. They have been completely attracted by the golden fruit. Desire, extreme desire. As long as they eat it, they can get a huge transformation. The golden fruit was reflected in the scarlet eyes. But when they were 10 meters away from the godly ancient tree, the tree beard, the terrifying life that devoured the body of the godly and became a boss unit, swung the trunk that was several times thicker than the beam. Whoosh, a huge sound of breaking through the air sounded. The trunk slammed down with the force of thunder sweeping holes. The dozens of sturdy orcs with fangs in front were smashed like tofu at this moment. Crack, the bones burst, and the body parts flew dozens of meters away. Instantly, blood was scattered all over the ground. The scene was extremely horrifying. But the other troops with bloodshot eyes seemed to have lost their fear, and were not frightened by the scene. Instead, the strong smell of blood was madly stimulating their nerves. He let out a low roar and accelerated the charge. Whoosh, the tree trunks of Treebeard became the blades of a meat grinder at this moment. None of the enemies who rushed up could withstand the terrifying force. Not to mention that the tree trunks also had a 20% instant death feature. This was a real killer, the king of standing and shooting. The troops attracted by the golden fruit had gone crazy at this time, and all came towards the ancient tree of the evil god. After several lizardmen warriors rushed under the tree trunk, they swung their sharp blades and chopped the tree trunk frantically. But the tough bark was like a wall. No matter how they attacked, they could not cause any damage to it. Instead, the weapons in their hands were broken because of their poor quality. The ancient tree of the evil god stood on the ground, and remained indifferent to the huge waves. The huge branches became the sickle of the god of death at this moment, harvesting lives crazily. And when the number of enemies reached a certain level, with a sizzle, the earth suddenly cracked. The roots of the ancient tree of the evil god buried deep underground broke out of the ground like huge iron chains. Whoosh, between the crazy swings, with the huge power of splitting mountains and rocks. The longest root was more than 40 meters. Dozens of straight roots were swinging at the same time. The densely packed army on the ground was like meat put into a meat grinder. In a few breaths, they were forcibly killed by the almost irresistible force. Later, because there were too many enemy corpses, the speed of the tree root recovery was forced to slow down. And those wild soldiers with red eyes also showed their terrifying side at this moment. Even if their bodies were smashed, They would bite with their teeth and tear with their claws, attacking the ancient tree desperately. Like the zombies in some works on Blue Star, who only had the desire to kill, they were extremely terrifying. But under absolute power, all resistance was futile. Whether it was the desert orcs or the desert lizardmen, there was only one ending: death. After being attracted by the golden fruit, these wild soldiers gave the ancient tree the advantage of their invincibility in close combat, sweeping everything. Looking down from the sky, you can see a terrifying giant tree without leaves and with 16 huge twisted trunks waving its trunk. Every swing was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks. The air was whirring. In areas where the trunk could not reach, the roots of the tree, which were more than 40 meters long, became sickles for mowing the grass. No matter how many enemies rushed in, they were smashed into pieces. This scene looked very impactful. In places invisible to the naked eye, after the enemy's body was smashed, the roots, hidden underground, began to grow tiny tentacles. Like straws, they directly pierced into the pieces. Gurgle, the roots produced circles of rings, and the flesh and blood were devoured crazily. In Richard's perception, after the flesh and blood entered the body of the ancient tree, they immediately turned into his own energy. Then, the fruit on the top of the ancient tree began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Devour the enemy, strengthen yourself, and cultivate poisonous wasps. Those wild soldiers who fell into madness have all turned into nutrients for the ancient tree at this moment. This disaster of the beast out of the cage seemed to be a benefit to the ancient tree at this moment. Every enemy is the energy to breed poisonous wasps. If the number of enemies continues to be large enough, perhaps it won't be long before the number of poisonous wasps can be cultivated to the full quota of 3,000. Richard thought of the scene of poisonous wasps covering the sky, and he felt a little excited. This disaster week is not bad, it is much better than the resource week. Chapter 219. When the godly ancient tree strangled the enemy, with its nearly invincible standing power. Awoo! The shrill wolf howl came again. Richard turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw a flying army of more than 1,000 people flying over the head of the two-headed ogre lord. Giant bat cavalry, rare potential 3 stars, level 9. Those were two-headed ogre air cavalry riding on ferocious giant bats, and each ogre had a long-range attack weapon in his hand. Whistling. Richard's eyes condensed, and he subconsciously pressed the control ring in his hand. But unexpectedly, he thought those giant bat cavalry would rush straight. But unexpectedly, the other party ignored the godly ancient tree, turned around and bypassed the agricultural area, and rushed straight to the Dusk City behind him. He turned his head, and looked at the Dusk City behind him without any movement. His face was surprisingly calm, as if it was not his territory that was about to be attacked. He seemed like an outsider, observing the upcoming war from a special perspective. South of the City of Dusk, an army larger than the one attacking the ancient tree of the gods in the north appeared in the sight of the soldiers defending the city. The dense number of troops would make people feel numb even if they just looked at them. These troops rushed in at the same time as the giant bat cavalry, forming a double siege in the sky and on the ground. Letting the enemy attack, the only result can only be the collapse of the territory. Roar, the low roar penetrated the space. Seeing the giant bat knight rushing straight at him, the scarlet light on the dragon hero Alvis instantly burst into a height of dozens of meters. In an instant, the blood-red light enveloped all the skeleton blood dragons behind him. Kill! A low roar. Alvius flapped his wings and led the charge. Seeing this scene, the giant bat knight commander, who was rapidly approaching the City of Dusk, let out a sharp roar. The next second, all the two-headed ogres suddenly pulled the bows in their hands. Swish, 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 the arrows pierced the sky with a sharp whistle and pierced straight. The rain of arrows formed by thousands of people was quite impactful. The giant bat knight commander with normal eye color found that those undead dragons did not dodge. Suddenly, he felt a little excited. Damn undead, welcome destruction. But the next second, it was like a basin of cold water poured over his head. The excitement in his heart was gone. After the arrows hit the undead dragons that were emitting blood-red light, it was like bubbles encountering high temperature, directly corroded by the blood-red light. The remaining broken arrows could not cause any damage even if they hit the opponent's bones. How is this possible? When did the undead dragon have such a powerful force? The commander of the giant bat knight roared again. The second round of arrows whizzed out, but still failed to cause damage to the opponent. How fast the two sides were moving towards each other. Before the giant bat knight launched a third round of attacks, the skeleton blood dragon collided with the opponent directly. The throat of Alvis, who was flying in the front, suddenly glowed bloody. The next second, the super-level dragon breath with strong corrosiveness suddenly spewed out. It shot out a distance of dozens of meters in front. The giant bat knight, who was holding the air cavalry spear in front and preparing to attack, had a huge fear in his eyes. But it was too late to react at this time, and the dragon breath swallowed everything. They only felt an unspeakable pain. Their bodies were like being thrown into concentrated sulfuric acid. Even the armor they were wearing turned into mucus in an instant and melted directly. The scene was extremely exaggerated. The giant bat knights who had dodged the dragon's breath with their own flexibility roared and approached Alvis, swinging their weapons violently, trying to tear his body apart. But after these giant bat knights approached, the situation was not as simple as they thought. The scarlet light on the opponent's body was like bone and marrow, directly covering them. They found it horrifying. The blood-colored light that burned like a flame was also extremely corrosive. What's more, the blood-colored energy was like flowing water, which could pass through the gaps in the armor and directly corrode the skin. The horrible pain made them collapse instantly, and their throats let out hysterical wails, which made people's backs cold. Large patches of holes appeared on the wings of those giant bats, and they fell down with a roar. Driven by inertia, it slid directly into the sand, leaving a long trail and splashing yellow sand all over the sky. Alvis was killing like crazy at this time. He ignored everything else and rushed into the center of the giant bat knight alone, spewing corrosive dragon breath unscrupulously. From the outside, only a huge scarlet figure could be seen looming under the cover of countless bats. At the same time, giant bats kept falling from the sky. The commander of the giant bat knight, who was commanding in the rear, was screaming wildly at this moment. He kept ordering the army to change formations, trying to kill Alvis with long-range attacks. He would never allow the enemy to be so reckless, but as an undead dragon that absorbed the ancient dragon crystal and devoured the body of an extraordinary dragon to complete the heroic transformation and possess Super A dragon breath, Alvis's combat power has reached an extremely abnormal level. His combat power may not be as good as the ancient tree of the gods with countless roots, but it is definitely far beyond the imagination of outsiders. What's more exaggerated is that after corroding the enemy, the blood power on his body can also devour the opponent's power to restore itself. In this way, even if the siege is fierce, he can continue to maintain his peak state. At the end of the killing, Alvis even had the spare power to control the blood power to transmit the excess energy to the other 30 skeleton blood dragons. It was really crazy. The residents could not see the scene of the ancient tree of the gods and demons in the agricultural area, sweeping all the close combat like gods and demons. But they could clearly see the air battle that happened in front of the territory. 30 skeleton blood dragons and hundreds of dark gargoyles fought against an enemy that was 10 times their number. This fierce battle scene was deeply engraved in their hearts. This was the army commanded by the Lord. This was the army that protected them. Even if the enemy was numerous, and we were few, we were not afraid. I don't know how many people were touched by this scene. Some residents even regarded it as an honor to witness this battle with their own eyes. It was a battle when Twilight City was weak. They were lucky to witness it, and to grow up with Twilight City. After Alvis rushed into the giant bat knight with the skeleton blood dragon, Gray rode on the dark gargoyle and commanded the air force carrying the condensed sand archers and the axe of the dead to cooperate with Alvis to hunt the giant bat knight. This mummy hero with strong control also showed his powerful side as a supporting hero in this battle. As long as the enemy army rushed up densely, he would forcefully control the enemy. The condensed sand archer and the axe of the dead immediately stepped forward to attack the enemy. He did not give the enemy any chance to counterattack. So although the overall strength of the dark gargoyle was not as good as that of the giant bat knight, with the support of this powerful hero, it achieved excellent results. Even if it was not as good as Alvis, who rushed into the depths of the enemy, it was definitely proud. When the air battle was in full swing, the field troops that launched the charge from a far distance also approached the City of Dusk. The huge number of waves, like a black tide, was enough to make people feel terrified. At this time, Gunter, who took over the command, waved his hand violently. Big mouth cannon attack. Bang, 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 the canine-shaped alchemical cannon made a deafening sound. In an instant, hundreds of ammunition shot out from the barrel. They hit the densely packed enemies in front at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The first shell landed in the center of a group of desert-born men. Bang, a huge flame shot up into the sky, and a terrifying air wave swept around, swallowing everything on the outermost periphery. The Boorman in the center was directly blown up more than 10 meters high, and then fell heavily, smashing deeply into the sand. All the bones in his body were shattered, blood was flowing from his face, and he was no longer breathing. Accompanying the shock wave were countless shrapnel with terrifying power. Whoosh, 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 the air was pierced. When the boarmen around heard this sound, they had already felt unspeakable pain in their bodies. Puff, the body was directly penetrated by those irregular sharp shrapnel, and blood was like a burst water pipe, gushing out in large pieces. The scene was extremely horrifying. And this is just the first one. When hundreds of giant cannon ammunition fell from the sky, the densely surging enemies immediately felt how sharp the blade of the Dusk City was. Every alchemical bomb that landed meant that a large area was cleared, whether it was level 5 or 6 or 11 or 12. In front of the alchemical bomb, they were all fragile and tiny. Unless they were top creatures like dragons, no one could withstand the power of the alchemical bomb. These spoils looted from the underground have now become the great killer of the Dusk City and the nightmare of the enemy. Chapter 220. Hurry up. Load the ammunition. Brown kept asking the surrounding troops to speed up the loading of alchemical bombs at the artillery position. The dense enemy positions gave the alchemical artillery great room to play. As long as it can fire, there will be gains. He wants to be valued. This is the best opportunity. Status is earned by oneself. Nothing is more valuable than military merit. But unfortunately, the alchemical artillery cannot completely wipe out the enemy. The exaggerated weight of the alchemical bombs makes the loading time of ammunition very slow. So after several rounds of attacks, the missed enemies still rushed to the front of the Dusk City. Hand-to-hand combat broke out. Bandaged mummies, poisonous scorpion warriors, heavy sword warriors, and giant axe death knights are all part of the defense line at this moment. After the baptism of artillery fire, although the enemy's attack is still powerful, it no longer has the kind of pressure that is almost suffocating. And the army of the Dusk City has a unique advantage of desertification. Once the desertification is activated, it is like turning on the invincible power, and it is rampant. Among the several arms on the defense line, the most domineering one is the heavy sword warrior. Richard did not control these brilliant magic puppets at this time, but their autonomous combat consciousness is still very strong. Especially the killer Spiral Storm. After this violent skill is activated, those enemies with bloodshot eyes rushing up are like actively entering a meat grinder. More than 10 revolutions per second. When the heavy sword like a helicopter wing is swung, even the hard thick armor is as weak as a piece of paper. After a few slashes, both the person and the armor will be torn to pieces. The battle on the ground has entered a stable period. With the support of alchemical artillery, those field arms that have lost their minds can only become cannon fodder. The battle in the sky gradually became clear under the madness of the giant dragon hero, Alvis. After leading the team into the center of the giant bat knight, the super A-level dragon breath almost never stopped spewing. And the army that appeared in front of him, no one could stop his sharp edge. In addition, he could use the blood-colored power emanating from his body to recover from injuries, and Alvis became a never-tiring killing machine. He slaughtered the giant bat knight madly and wantonly. Even if the giant bat knight wanted to break through madly, he was facing an enemy that could not be killed at a distance, was like a hedgehog in close combat, and had extremely terrifying attacks. They still felt waves of despair. When more than 4/5 of the casualties, and under the leadership of Alvis, the number of skeleton blood dragons still did not decrease. The inner defense line of the commander of the giant bat knight completely collapsed. He raised his head and screamed, and fled in another direction with the remaining army without looking back. He never wanted to see these damned undead dragons again. Never again. Alvis, who was enjoying killing, was immediately annoyed when he saw the enemy running away. How dare they play tricks on Lord Alvis? He flapped his wings and wanted to chase after them, but he calmed down as soon as he flew out. Now he is guarding the territory. He lowered his head suddenly, and his empty eyes stared at the ground army that was madly attacking the City of Dusk. A long roar. The surrounding skeleton blood dragons immediately gathered behind him. Instantly, the blood-colored power ignited on all the skeleton blood dragons. Alvis took the lead and swooped down, and the other skeleton blood dragons immediately followed. 30 skeleton blood dragons flew side by side, like plowing the land. When it got close to the ground, roar, the dragon's breath spurted out violently. The ground army, which was unprepared, melted directly like a candle. The army below could not fight back at all at this time. Although the height of more than 20 meters was not high, it was a chasm for the ground army without the ability to fly and long-range attack. Wherever the skeleton blood dragon flew, the ground was directly cleaned up, leaving only bloody remains on the ground. The scene was extremely spectacular. After the main enemy was cleaned up, the alchemical artillery stopped attacking. Trample, trample, the cavalry corps, which had been gathering strength for a long time, also launched a charge after the skeleton blood dragon participated in the ground battle. The D-level cavalry hero riding the mummy giant wolf, Ball, led the charge personally. The cavalry with a strong impact force rushed out of the territory like a sharp arrow, straight into the enemy's chest. Although the remaining troops were not small in number, they were directly smashed to pieces under the charge of the cavalry. Horses trampled the camps. Several armies marched forward in unison, showing their sharp edge. Richard, who was observing the battle in Twilight City like an outsider, immediately withdrew his gaze when he saw the situation stabilized. The army's performance was not bad, and he was not disappointed. At this time, the battle of the godly evil ancient tree was still going on. A large number of enemies attracted by the golden fruit were like huge waves, rushing in wave after wave. The godly evil ancient tree was also killing madly at this time. The ground was full of corpses, and the yellow sand had long been soaked with blood, scarlet and terrifying. And every time an enemy was killed, the roots underground would devour the energy of one more corpse. Those enemies who wanted to seize the golden fruit now all became nutrients for the godly evil ancient tree. The fruits that breed poisonous wasps are increasing rapidly as time goes by. Richard felt quite relieved when he saw this scene. The attacking enemies now represent poisonous wasps. He was not resisting the disaster of monster siege, but cultivating poisonous wasps. The bait of the ancient tree of the evil god made those field soldiers, who had lost their minds, take the bait willingly. And with a large number of casualties in the army, the two-headed ogre lord with normal eyes in the distance finally couldn't sit still. Looking at the fruits of the ancient tree of the evil god, a strong greed rose in his eyes. He slapped the head of the giant wolf under his seat. Awoo! The giant wolf howled to the sky, and the terrifying roar resounded over the desert. The next second, the surrounding two-headed ogre cavalry of up to 3 squadrons, and level 12 followed the two-headed ogre lord and charged at the ancient tree of the evil god. And in this process, Richard saw it very clearly. The two-headed ogre lord suddenly emitted a green light, directly covering the army behind him. In an instant, it seemed as if the army became a whole, with a unified aura. At this moment, the body of the last two-headed ogre knight dried up, as if it had been weathered for thousands of years, and shattered to the ground with a crack. At the moment when the knight died, the aura of the army rose sharply. 1, 2, and 22-headed ogre knights died in the same way. The army, which had a very ordinary momentum just now emitted the light of the scorching sun. It was much stronger. Richard's face was a little solemn. What skill is this? Opening the attribute panel, the ogre knights had an extra status. Brutal worship. Sacrifice your companions to gain strength. The current attribute bonus increases all attributes by 50%. Duration, 3 minutes. Fuck, these two-headed ogres are simply perverted. Kill their own people first when they are ruthless. No wonder they dare to attack the ancient tree after such serious casualties. Trample, when approaching 100 meters away. The green aura on the two-headed ogre lord surged again, and the next moment, all the knights, including the giant wolf sitting on it, swelled at the same time. Frenzy, all attributes increase by 50%, lasting for 15 minutes. After the skill, you will fall into weakness for 12 hours, and all attributes will be reduced by 50%. Another powerful skill is activated. The aura of this army has reached its peak. Richard still did not make a move, watching the opponent attack calmly. After a few breaths, the ogre cavalry at the front rushed to the attack range of the ancient tree. The evil old tree seemed to be angered by the opponent's recklessness. Sizzle, more roots rose from the ground. In an instant, those thick roots swung wildly like octopus tentacles, and it was like waving dozens of ropes in the open space. Very impactful. An ogre cavalryman rode a giant wolf, with a shoulder height of 4 meters at a very fast speed. After dodging several attacks, he rushed into the range of 30 meters. But at this moment, several roots blocked its way. The opponent jumped up and prepared to forcefully turn over. Whoosh, a huge sound of breaking through the air sounded. Bang, the giant wolf flying in the air was hit hard. Under the impact of the huge force, it flew more than 10 meters horizontally and hit the ground. Half of the body's bones were broken, and the breath was empty. The only consequence of letting the ogre cavalry's breath surge again and being hit by the roots as thick as the beams of the house was that the bones burst and the body was broken. Although the loss was huge, the wolf pack tactics did work wonders. After successfully distracting the attention of the ancient tree, some ogre cavalry rushed to the trunk and jumped up directly to climb up. This suicidal move completely angered the ancient tree. He suddenly pulled all the roots out of the ground, like steel cables whipping around wantonly. The seemingly domineering cavalry was smashed to pieces by the devastating attack. The angry ancient tree was invincible. But at this moment, Richard suddenly discovered the 14th level two-headed ogre lord had lost his trace. Just as he was concentrating on sensing, the next second, the other party appeared directly on the crown of the ancient tree. Space movement? Richard's eyes narrowed. The other party also used equipment similar to the leaping boots, which could teleport and flash. The two-headed ogre lord turned his head and looked around, and immediately found the golden fruit behind Richard. He stared at him with a ferocious smile on his face. He patted the giant wolf sitting down, and the giant wolf suddenly jumped up and pounced on him. At the same time, he swung the giant mace in his hand. The two-headed ogre lord wanted to kill him first. Richard looked at this scene, and his expression became extremely exciting. Chapter 221. The two-headed ogre lord showed a ferocious smile on his face. He could feel the tremendous energy contained in the golden fruit. As long as he could get it, he could break through level 15 and enter a stronger realm. This temptation made him unable to resist. As for the human in front of him, whose aura was less than level 10, he simply ignored him. Such a weak existence, could it resist his power? The giant wolf, under his seat, jumped up, and swung the spiked mace in his hand fiercely, with a violent sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, the two-headed ogre lord could already imagine the scene of the other party's body exploding, and exploding blood all over the sky. The grim smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. The mace that could smash boulders seemed to hit a towering mountain. The powerful recoil made his palm numb, and the mace almost slipped out of his hand. Bang! The giant wolf, with a shoulder height of 4 meters, could not stop and crashed into it directly. Howl! Falling on the tree trunk and whimpering in pain. The first ogre lord raised his head suddenly, and the next second, an indescribable horror surged into his heart. A huge shadow appeared in the place, covering the sunlight in the sky. The opponent's feet left the tree canopy and floated in the air. The breath it exuded made his soul tremble. Mechanical puppet? That human actually has such a terrifying war machine. When he came to his senses, his pupils reflected the opponent's arm tearing down with the force of thunder. This blow, even if he upgraded to level 15, he couldn't withstand it. Will die. Richard indifferently controlled the extraordinary hunter to attack. He originally didn't intend to attack, but the opponent was looking for death, so he was not polite. But when he was about to attack the opponent, crack, a crisp sound of glass breaking was heard. The next second, the curved blade in the hands of the extraordinary hunter was empty. The two-headed ogre lord disappeared from the spot as he came. Richard narrowed his eyes, and his perception suddenly spread. Immediately found the opponent's trace dozens of meters away. It was space movement again. This ogre hero has a lot of trump cards. Richard's eyes turned cold. In an instant, the huge extraordinary hunter disappeared from the spot. Leaping boots, a 3-star strategic treasure, can instantly jump to a distance of 100 meters through space. In addition to itself, it can also carry 10 people. The body size cannot exceed 5 meters, and can be released 3 times a day. Originally, the size of the extraordinary hunter could not use this skill. But Richard found a loophole in the previous experiment. He could use the extraordinary hunter by himself, which could bypass this restriction. However, the negative impact was that he could no longer carry other people, which was equivalent to sacrificing 10 carry-on quotas in exchange for higher authority. The two-headed ogre lord had already escaped from the attack range of the evil ancient tree. He felt lucky to have escaped death. He was just a little bit away from being killed by the other party. Damn human! He was shocked and angry. But before he could calm down, suddenly, the ground was shrouded in shadows again. The two-headed ogre lord raised his head, and the huge mechanical puppet appeared above him out of thin air. This mechanical puppet also has space skills? His face suddenly changed. He suddenly disappeared from the spot again. But the next moment, the moment he appeared, the huge figure appeared again, like a bone attached to the marrow. This time, he was no longer sure in his heart, and fear began to devour his heart. Crack! The sound of glass breaking rang out. The two-headed ogre lord disappeared again. But this time, the moment he just appeared, a sharp claw tore the space. Puff! The giant wolf's body was directly pierced by a huge arm. The next second, it was pulled back suddenly. Sizzle! The body was directly shattered, and countless blood and flesh limbs splashed up. The giant wolf, with a shoulder height of 4 meters, was killed instantly. The two-headed ogre lord flipped over and fell from behind the giant wolf, which avoided being killed together. But the opponent's domineering made him shocked. Damn it, how can this mechanical puppet be so strong? Gritted his teeth. The aura on his body instantly weakened. The next second, a terrifying space storm rose. Countless space fragments that could cut everything directly enveloped the mechanical puppet in front of him. The body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, it appeared dozens of meters away. He ran away madly without looking back. After running hundreds of meters away, he suddenly turned back and suddenly found that the mechanical puppet covered by the space storm had disappeared. Suddenly, a huge shadow was cast in the sky. Looking up. Instantly, an unspeakable despair swallowed everything in him. Puff, two huge heads flew up. The corpse of the 14th level two-headed ogre lord directly splashed blood more than 10 meters high with a puff. Plop, the corpse fell to the ground. In the face of absolute strength, conspiracy, and trick seemed so pale and powerless. The extraordinary hunter disappeared on the spot with the death of the opponent. Richard floated in the air, his face a little cold. He didn't expect that this ogre hero had so many means. The space storm just now made the use time of the extraordinary hunter drop by several minutes. The battle just now lasted only 1 minute, but now the use time has dropped from 45 minutes to 40 minutes, a huge loss. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength, and it must not be careless in the future. Slowly fell. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding gravel turned into several arms, and directly stripped the body of the two-headed ogre lord. A map with exquisite patterns, and a small ball, like a glass bead, were found from it. Apart from this, there is nothing else. This poor guy. Too shabby, right? For a boss of such a high level, not to mention artifacts, there must be several semi-artifacts. It's shameful to learn to rob people when you are so poor. After complaining silently, Richard looked at the map held by the hand of gravel. Open the attribute panel. Mysterious map. Level, 1 star. Features, holding a map. You can automatically know the places marked on the map. Introduction. It marks a special area. Is this a magical version of a navigator? Richard reached out to take the map, and instantly, a special feeling came to his mind. He turned to face north, and the map seemed to be pointing in this direction. Putting the map into the system space, the feeling disappeared, which was quite magical. But the system did not explain what was hidden, so he was a little unsure about the value of this thing. While thinking, his eyes looked at the thumb-sized glass ball with the last expectation. You can't just pick up a pile of corpses after a battle and get a few good treasures. Open the attribute panel. Space speed. Level, special. Features. After being crushed, it can be teleported to 80 meters away. Introduction. A treasure that can only be condensed in areas with strong space power. The ogre hero relies on this thing for space teleportation. This thing is disposable, and it is good for escaping, but with the leaping boots, it is not worth much to him. What made him excited was the following introduction. Richard pondered secretly. A mysterious map can be produced in areas with strong space power? With a thought, he took out the map with navigation function. Aren't these two things matched? One guides the way, and the other produces. The disappointment in his heart was instantly swept away, and he was very interested. Could it be that the area indicated by the map is the reward for this monster siege? And the things that exploded from a level 14 wild hero can't be bad, right? Chapter 222. After Richard put away the two treasures, he turned around and looked around. Puff, an ogre knight, who was close to the ancient tree of the evil god, was hit by the huge trunk that swept across. His body exploded, like a baseball hitting a watermelon. The death of the two-headed ogre lord caused the situation, which was already unsustainable, to collapse rapidly. Although the two-headed ogre knights who turned on the frenzy were still fierce. However, in front of the terrifying boss unit of the ancient tree of the evil god, the damage they could cause was very limited. The 40-meter-long roots, and the trunk with the instant death feature made it impossible for them to even attack the ancient tree of the evil god at close range. This fierce monster siege came to an end directly. No matter how crazy the remaining enemies were, they were just adding fertilizer to the ancient tree of the evil god. Richard looked at the scene, and his thoughts were a little subtle. In this battle, he once again directly saw the gap between top combat power and ordinary soldiers. There are many soldiers who launch the attack, and the level is higher than that of the ancient godly tree. But facing the ancient godly tree, they are like toddlers with no resistance. To deal with this powerful boss, you can only find the flaws and surround and kill it. But unfortunately, with the support of the City of Dusk, the flaws of the ancient godly tree, which lack long-range attack methods, have been eliminated. Thinking of this, Richard immediately became happy. When the ancient godly tree was an enemy, the stronger it was, the more unhappy he was, but after becoming a member of the City of Dusk, the stronger it was, the more relieved he was. It was worth it that he had been thinking about the other party for so long. The battle in the agricultural area came to an end. The battle in the City of Dusk was also gradually settled under the chaos of Alvis and the skeleton blood dragon. Without the harassment of the enemy air force, the skeleton blood dragon is the undisputed overlord. The ground army cannot escape the hunting of the corrosive dragon breath. The importance of air supremacy is vividly reflected. These crown troops performed extremely well in this war. 20 minutes later, the system prompt sounded in Richard's ears. Ding! Your territory is in the special disaster week. The beasts are out of the cage, and a large number of enemies have been defeated. The Dusk City has received special rewards. All troops have been upgraded by 1 level. Ding! You have gained 100,000 experience points. Ding! Your experience value is full, triggering the task of Hero War. Please hunt a potential C level or above, and the level is more than 10 in the wild alone. After completing the task, you can be promoted to a senior hero. During the period of unfinished tasks, your level will remain at level 9, and you cannot gain experience. Hearing the system prompt, Richard's eyes lit up immediately. It's been almost 3 months, and his level has finally reached level 10. It's not easy. The next level is the first watershed. Arms above level 10 can be called advanced arms, and heroes can be called advanced heroes. All attributes will receive additional bonuses. It can be said that this level is the first step of qualitative change. Then, there are the 2 major levels of level 15 and level 20. Every time you reach a level, your combat power will increase explosively. However, it takes so much effort to reach level 10, who knows when you can reach level 15 and 20. The Mission Heroes battle allows me to hunt a level 10 hero unit with potential above level C alone? After smacking the taste, Richard turned his head and looked at the headless corpse of the Ogre Lord. Did he act too quickly just now? After all, it was a level 14 boss, but he just gave it away for free. This task might be difficult for other lords. After all, it is not easy for everyone to fight a level 10 boss at level 9, and the opponent is a hero unit. But for him, isn't it too easy to kill only one? His current template is even more perverted than the godly evil ancient tree. Even if he doesn't use the extraordinary hunter, he can kill the level 14 Ogre Lord. A full set of Super A level, enough to be invincible at the same level. In comparison, he is more like a boss. He waved his hand, rolled up the corpse of the Ogre hero with gravel, and threw it near the godly evil ancient tree. Save this corpse, and use it to recruit mummies later. The godly evil ancient tree, which was devouring the corpses around it, immediately dragged the corpse into the desert. Richard looked up and found that the gray fruits of the godly evil ancient tree, which only had a dozen before the war, had now grown hundreds of them. Hanging on the empty branches, it is quite conspicuous. His mood instantly improved. These are all poisonous wasps. If all of them are hatched, the number will definitely exceed 1,000. The biggest harvest today, apart from the mysterious map pointing to some unknown treasure place, is these corpses. Each corpse represents a large amount of nutrients. When he cultivates the number of poisonous wasps to the maximum value of 3,000, the defense of Dusk City will be greatly improved. Even in the previous battle, there is no need to let the enemy come over. Thousands of poisonous wasps can annihilate those enemies. Thinking of this, Richard looked at the ancient tree of the evil god with great satisfaction. This boss is indeed his favorite, and is so worthy of cultivation. After the ancient tree of the evil spirit devoured all the scattered corpses on the outermost edge, Richard looked at the sand covered with dried blood and frowned slightly. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the gravel and buried the shriveled bodies under the yellow sand. The sand, which was just a mess, now returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Lord Richard, the enemy has been defeated by us. Kalu ran excitedly from the territory, and heard the other party's excited voice before he got close. Richard looked at the old man with some amusement. What are the casualties? Kalu grinned and laughed. Except for the death of several bandaged mummies, there are no other damages. The alchemical artillery you brought back is too powerful. Most of the enemies were killed before they even got close to the City of Dusk. Those who were not killed by the artillery were blocked outside by the bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors, and could not break through the defense line at all. He turned his head and looked around. The battle on your side. He was stunned halfway through. The quiet and peaceful environment in his sight was completely different from the battlefield he imagined. What's going on? Richard smiled. It's been resolved. He looked at the ancient tree of the evil spirit. Treebeard, Go to the vicinity of the territory, devour all the corpses, and breed all the poisonous wasps. As you wish, master. Treebeard's slow ancient tree language sounded. Squeak, mobilizing his own tree roots, he directly bypassed the agricultural area and returned to the City of Dusk. Seeing this, Kalu couldn't help but feel shaken. This giant tree that rose from the ground was over 40 meters high. Even though it had seen the scene of the tree walking many times, it still looked quite shocking at this moment. When the Treebeard saw the corpses and limbs scattered all over the south of the territory, it was immediately rooted in the ground with joy. Then, the roots of the tree grew tiny roots, which pierced into the limbs like straws, madly devouring the energy of the surrounding corpses. After getting enough energy supply, the gray fruits on the crown of the tree expanded rapidly like a balloon. Then the color gradually darkened. A few minutes seemed like a few months. Those gray fruits gradually cracked, revealing the fruit flesh inside. The poisonous wasps connected to transparent tubes one by one. After those poisonous wasps were exposed to the air, slowly stretched their bodies to let the air blow away the mucus on their bodies. After the body was completely dry, the poisonous wasps slowly flapped their wings and broke free from the transparent tube like an umbilical cord. Slowly flew around the tree trunk. More and more gray fruits cracked, and those newly born poisonous wasps soon formed a thick black cloud above the ancient tree of evil. The buzzing sound spread far away. When the ancient tree of evil had devoured all the corpses in the south, Richard opened the attribute panel of the other party, and saw the data that satisfied him. Poisonous wasps, number 1621. These are all rare 3-star soldiers. Comfortable. Sure enough, the disaster week is fake, the welfare week is right. Those resource weeks are deceptive. For the desert, the resource week that increases the output of resource points should be called the disaster week. He only hopes that there will be more similar disaster weeks in the future. He is actually okay, and the City of Dusk can still withstand this kind of pressure. Chapter 223. After the war, Twilight City regained its bustle. The residents who came out of their homes gathered excitedly in the square in front of the Lord's mansion, discussing the war with each other excitedly. Thanks to the fact that Twilight City did not have a city wall, they witnessed the war up close. Whether it was the terrifying dragon breath of the skeleton blood dragon that could melt people, or the fierce artillery fire of the alchemical cannon that could tear everything apart, the residents were extremely excited. A strong sense of honor rose in their hearts, and they were proud of it. Did you see that? Those alchemical cannons killed hundreds of enemies with one shot. What's that? I saw something even worse. Lord Aldous burned tens of thousands of people to death with a breath of dragon. In the future, I will become as powerful as a dragon, protect the territory, and fight for the Lord. Remember that more than 2 months ago, there were only a dozen mummies in the City of Dusk. Now, our army has more than doubled tenfold. Praise the Lord. Richard had just relocated the ancient tree that had devoured all the corpses and limbs back to the old place. He walked in from outside the territory with a smile on his face because of the surge in the number of poisonous wasps. When the excited residents saw him, they immediately began to shout like a tsunami. In an instant, the entire territory was boiling like hot oil dripping with cold water. Everyone looked at their king with extremely hot eyes. The only ruler of this land. Wherever Richard passed, the residents on both sides immediately bowed and saluted, showing respect from the bottom of their hearts. Richard smiled and nodded to everyone. Then he stood in front of the Lord's mansion and waved to the residents. Aloud. People of Twilight City. We have won. This sentence was like lighting a gunpowder barrel. It exploded instantly. Praise Twilight City. Praise Lord Richard. Long live Lord. The best way to boost morale is to win, and winning a foreign war can double morale. This time, Twilight City won beautifully. And it was won under the watchful eyes of everyone. The encouragement to the residents is countless times stronger than chicken blood. Richard didn't say much. The atmosphere had reached this level, and no longer needed words to set off. He waved to the crowd and turned to enter the Lord's mansion. The residents were still excited, and were still venting their inner excitement to each other. It took a long time to dissipate. After returning and drinking the hot tea brewed by the maid, Richard opened the player forum with a bit of comfort. It was like the comfort of surfing the internet after a busy day. Although Twilight City survived this crisis, and even turned the disaster into a benefit, other players are not so powerful. This disaster week is a real disaster for them. My territory has been occupied. What should I do now? The system prompts that I have lost my status as a lord. It also says that because my popularity is below 70 points, the residents do not intend to follow me all the time and all ran away. Fuck, What kind of shitty disaster week is this? These field troops are too powerful. There are even level 10 hero units in them. If I hadn't sacrificed my body and asked for help from the NPC noblewoman near my territory, this time I would be finished. But now I am very happy because I am going to celebrate the 60th birthday of that noblewoman. Ha ha ha, the Sea of Skeletons is the eternal god. Those little bastards attacking the city were directly drowned by my Sea of Skeletons. The only drawback is that there are only 100 level 1 skeletons left in my territory now. Everyone, pay attention, Glorious Era is not a game. People will really die. Hack him. There are 20 players in our guild, and 7 of them were killed just now. They died in front of me. Their heads rolled to my feet. My legs are very weak now. In the comments of the players, some survived this wave of monster sieges, while others did not. Their territories were captured, and they became exiled lords. Some were directly overwhelmed by a wave and killed directly. It is considered good luck to be able to post, and more people died without a name. A bloody war made many players, who had a gaming mentality towards Glorious Era, realize the cruelty of this world. If you don't grow and become stronger, you will die even if you don't go out. The enemy came to their door, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. This disaster week profoundly changed the players' attitude towards Glorious Era, and even directly affected the future pattern of Glorious Era. Richard didn't think too much at this time. This disaster was purely a benefit for the City of Dusk. Thousands of rare 3-star poisonous wasps. If you spend resources to recruit them, how many resources will it cost based on 12,000 resources to recruit a rare soldier? Tens of millions. This wave directly got tens of millions of resources for free, and I feel comfortable just thinking about it. Strength is the root of everything. Without strength, natural disasters are natural disasters. With strength, natural disasters can also become benefits. Richard closed the forum with some emotion. He was more determined to develop Twilight City quickly. No matter what the situation is, being strong is the best way to deal with all crises. After thinking about it, he asked people to call all the heroes of Twilight City. After everyone came, Richard didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Karu, what are the losses in this war?" Karu, with wrinkles on his face, immediately stepped forward to report. "Sir Richard, the war consumed a total of 510 alchemical bombs, and there are 1,630 left. 22 bandaged mummies died, and there are 20 left. 4 scorpion warriors died, and there are 53 left. The above are all the losses." After saying that, he continued with an amazed tone. The giant mouth cannon played an extremely brilliant role in this battle. 70% of the enemies were killed by the cannon. Your decision to bring the giant mouth cannon back to Dusk City is really wise. Richard also smiled. The giant mouth cannon is a killer weapon used by the Grey Dwarves to guard the walls of the main city. If the other party did not want to break through Blood of City and pull these exaggerated cannons here, he would not have been able to get them so easily. This time, the gains of the underground world have really radiated to Dusk City. Very good, all of you did a good job this time. After praising, he looked at the 12th level alchemist with a deformed arm. Brown, is the giant mouth cannon seriously damaged? The Grey Dwarf sitting in an inconspicuous position on the long table immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Brown suddenly became nervous, and said with a trembling tone, "Master, the design of the giant mouth cannon is to fire 50 rounds of alchemical bombs and need maintenance. At present, it has fired at most half of the number. But with the current reserves of our alchemical bombs, maintenance is not needed for the time being. After firing those shells, they are not up to the level of maintenance, so there is no point in maintenance." Richard nodded. "What items are needed to maintain the alchemical cannon?" "Mercury." Looking at his puzzled eyes, Brown hurriedly said, "The firing of the alchemical cannon will wear out the mercury engraved in the barrel, which is part of the alchemical magic circle. Once the alchemical magic circle is seriously worn, the range will be reduced and the power will be reduced. Even if it is not maintained for a long time, there will be a risk of explosion. This is not much different from the introduction of the system. How much mercury is consumed for each maintenance? It depends on the wear of the barrel. The more serious the wear, the more it consumes. If it is maintained after firing 50 times, each gun will consume 30 units of mercury. 30 units? 105 guns, that is 3,150 units. Richard had an idea in mind. Compared with the power of the alchemical cannon, this price was obviously worth it. I will leave 20,000 units of mercury in the warehouse. When you need to maintain the cannon, you can apply to Kalu. The Grey Dwarf immediately became excited. "Yes, master." This was the first time that Richard directly assigned him a task in front of everyone. This meant that he had initially integrated into this territory. And this was exactly what he valued most. Richard retracted his gaze and looked at other heroes. Is there anything else to report? With a resolute gaze and the fierce temperament of a veteran soldier, Xena slowly stood up. She looked straight at him. Lord Richard, this time the field troops launched an attack on the City of Dusk, which was a bit strange. Richard became interested. What do you mean? Xena said in a deep voice. After the establishment of the territory, it will affect the activities of the surrounding creatures. Therefore, these monsters will unite at a certain moment to destroy the enemies that threaten them. There is also a legend that the territory will be attacked by field troops, as a rule set by the God of Creation, because the Lord has power far beyond that of ordinary people, and enjoys the most honorable status. So the God of Creation made the rule that if you want to become a Lord, you must be tested. Including the territory of the Krina tribe, it will be attacked by field troops every once in a while. Sometimes it is once every few years, sometimes once every few months. But these attacking field troops will have normal wisdom, and will immediately evacuate if there are too many casualties. His voice became solemn. And the enemies who attacked the City of Dusk this time had blood-colored eyes, and they did not retreat even if all of them were killed. This is extremely abnormal. After hearing this, Richard looked at Xena thoughtfully. He noticed a few key words. The Krina tribe will be attacked by field soldiers every once in a while. In other words, the special disaster week is also effective for the indigenous forces. The beasts will not only target players when they are released. On the other hand, the troops that attacked the Krina tribe did not have blood-colored eyes, and he thought of the two-headed ogre lord. The other party's eyes were normal, and they ran away when they couldn't win, without losing their minds. What are those blood eyes? Is it a special treasure? Some powerful skills? The special rules of the disaster week or the characteristics of the death desert? He suddenly thought of the two items he got from the two-headed ogre lord, the mysterious map with navigation and the space bead. Maybe he can get the answer from the mysterious place pointed to by the map. While thinking, he suppressed the urge to explore immediately in his heart. Now is not the time. He returned his attention to the house. There is too little information about this matter, and it is impossible to make a judgment. I currently know a clue. We will explore it again when we are free in 2 days. Xena nodded in response, without getting entangled in it. Richard thought about it, and looked at the Grey Dwarf again. He asked the question that Xena was most concerned about. Brown, do you know that the Grey Dwarf has mastered the special alchemy of blood exchange? This immediately made Xena's heart rise. He stared at the other person closely, and his breathing subconsciously slowed down. Brown said hurriedly, Master, the alchemical blood exchange technique was developed by a Grey Dwarf alchemist in the Furnace City. He said with a bit of hatred in his eyes. That damn bastard led the Grey Dwarves astray. Then he began to narrate indignantly. As Brown narrated, Richard gradually learned the secret. The Grey Dwarves are weak, and are the only race in the Dungeon clan that cannot conquer the Wyvern. This shortcoming has always been the deepest pain in the hearts of the Grey Dwarves. Under the inferiority complex, a new concept was born, using other races to strengthen oneself. Which Grey Dwarf doesn't want to have the body of a dragon? It must be said that the wisdom of the Grey Dwarves is indeed extraordinary, although it is difficult to implement after countless experiments. Finally, an alchemy technique was developed to use the blood of powerful life forms to strengthen oneself. After transformation, the weak Grey Dwarves can have extremely powerful strength. However, the reason why this alchemy technique has not been widely promoted is that it has a very serious consequence. It will turn oneself into a monster. And the greater the power obtained, the more deformed the monster will be. Brown, who has personally seen his companions become terrifying monsters, firmly opposes the application of this technology. His opposition directly offended a group of supporters, especially the current Grey Dwarf chief, who was furious and expelled him from the Furnace City. At the end, Brown excitedly shouted, Master, you must not believe in alchemical blood exchange, which will only turn people into irrational monsters. Without reason, what is the use of having powerful strength? Richard waved his hand to calm Brown down. He told the seal on Xena, and the idea of removing the seal with blood exchange. After listening, Brown fell into deep thought. After a long time, he looked at Xena with amazement. The seal of the gods, by the god of the Grey Dwarves, Miss Xena, your ancestors must be extremely powerful. If you are not powerful enough, how can you offend the gods, and let the gods release the curse that can be passed down from the bloodline? Finally, with some uncertainty. In order to refute that bastard, I have also studied blood exchange alchemy in depth. Using alchemical blood exchange can indeed release all the blood in Messina's body, and it can keep her vigorous life. But to break the seal, another powerful blood is needed to merge with it. The seal is just a special power. Master, if you can find a bloodline as powerful as Messina, and find blood that can withstand the power of the god seal, I can try. Richard's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is Sina, the hero with powerful power, finally going to be released from the cage? He has been looking forward to this for a long time. The combat power of the complete Sina is probably not inferior to that of the dragon hero Alvis. The opponent's powerful single-point breakthrough ability is the best in the whole arena. With this warrior, the decapitation ability of the Dusk City army can be improved by several levels. However, blood that can withstand the power of the god seal seems to be hard to find. Chapter 224. Richard was thinking, and suddenly thought of the drop of holy dragon blood. This drop of blood contains huge energy, and it can replace the blood of the princess of the empire. A mythical item. But after thinking about it, he immediately denied it. Not to mention its preciousness, just one drop is far from enough. After writing this down, Richard smiled at the girl, who was so excited that her eyes were red. Xena, don't worry. Simply a few words. It seems that nothing is said, but Xena looked at him with great satisfaction and touching, since he promised to help her remove the seal in her body. Richard has never forgotten this matter. What he did is much more than what he said. Sometimes she even thought that if there was no seal, maybe she would have willingly knelt in front of the other party and sworn allegiance. It is her honor to fight for such a lord. Richard discussed other political affairs and directly dissolved the meeting. There is not much to summarize about this war. The irrational enemies were defeated directly under the roar of artillery fire, without making any waves. There was no mistaken command or defense in Twilight City this time. In comparison, another thing made him pay more attention. Yesterday was July 16th, Monday, and the arms nest had been refreshed. But the resources required for recruitment were not enough. He took a look at the tens of thousands of units of resources left on the attribute panel. Richard felt helpless. Other players were worried about where to recruit a stronger army, and he was worried about recruiting too many troops. Each recruitment consumed hundreds of thousands of units of resources, which was definitely not a small number for the barren desert of the mine. Moreover, as time goes by, the profit from hunting and selling to players is decreasing. In addition, the high handling fee of 30% in the trading market makes him, who is not rich to begin with, feel even worse. At this moment, he immediately asked several heroes to lead the team to go out hunting. Every time at this time, he deeply felt his foresight in training several heroes. The tedious and boring work of scanning maps can be handed over to his subordinates to complete. As the level increases, the experience he gets from scanning maps is pitiful, so he has lost interest in this matter. Not to mention that he is stuck at the level now, and he needs to kill a level 10 wild hero to continue to increase his level. The next day, July 18th, a good news came that the construction of the hero altar was completed. Richard was very interested, and went to check it out immediately. The hero altar was the first architectural drawing he got, but because of the lack of rare resources, it took more than 2 months to start construction. This time it was finally built. The hero altar was built near the military camp. The appearance is like a pyramid, with 9 layers of stone mixed with wood. Each layer is 1 meter high, with a long staircase in the middle. At the top of the 9-layer altar, there is an altar made of crystal and gems. Although the whole building is not magnificent, it looks simple and elegant, with a special charm. Open the attribute panel. Hero altar. Level, special. Features. Resources can be consumed to revive the heroes bound to the altar, limited to 5 resurrections per month, and a single hero can only be resurrected 3 times within a year. Currently bound heroes, none. Introduction. An altar with special powers, with incredible power. Richard was in a good mood instantly. Heroes are different from soldiers. When a soldier dies, he dies. You can recruit him again. It's just a waste of resources. Unless a hero unit like Gunter has obtained the power of a lich, and can be resurrected using the soul box, it is really dead. But with the appearance of the hero altar, everything is different. In the future, the heroes of Twilight City will no longer be afraid of death. The significance of this is so important that it cannot be expressed in words. He will no longer have to worry about using soldiers in the future. Even if the hero is going to die in a battle, he can order it to be carried out. Although he can only be resurrected 3 times a year, isn't it enough to die 3 times a year? And there is no upper limit on the heroes bound to the hero altar. Although only 5 people can be resurrected each month, if the number of casualties is too high, they can only be resurrected next month. But with the current number of heroes in Twilight City, There is no need to worry about these. Richard's smile was particularly bright. He instantly thought of many operations, such as exchanging heroes for one, using a hero as bait to lure the enemy. After the other party paid a heavy price, and finally killed the hero, he turned around and appeared again. It would definitely cause a serious psychological trauma to him. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the 9-story altar. His right hand rested on the altar, and a cold touch came. Richard's mind appeared with information on how to bind the altar. His mental power spread and entered the altar. In an instant, his mental power was engraved in the altar. Then a special feeling came to his mind, and he had a connection with the altar in front of him. From then on, even if he died in battle, he could be resurrected here. Richard thought about it, and with his Super A skill, Shattered Sand Rebirth, wouldn't he have 3 lives now? Does this count as living a 3rd life? This wave is so comfortable. After dark, when the heroes who went out hunting returned, Richard immediately asked them to come and bind. Brown, the alchemist, finally bound them all. Although alchemy does not need to go to the battlefield, this guy's small body, if something unexpected happens, and he dies, wouldn't it be a big loss? After Brown knew the function of the hero altar, the corners of his mouth were about to be grinned to the back of his head. Gods above, the great master gave him a second life. As long as Twilight City does not fall, he will never have to worry about his accidental death. The hero altar hit his heart directly. The loyalty to Richard, and the sense of belonging to Twilight City in his heart rose sharply. In the end, Richard called the 2 living heroes transformed by the hero's certificate, and asked them to bind to the altar. In this way, even if there are assassinations from the enemy in the future, there will be no problem. After all heroes can be resurrected. Richard felt an unprecedented sense of security. No matter how fierce the war is in the future, there is no need to worry about irreparable losses. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, on July 20th, the army that went out hunting raised enough resources for recruitment. Richard did not hesitate to recruit all the soldiers refreshed in the army nest. The number is attached below. The total force has increased significantly. The biggest advantage of the Mummy army is that there is no need to consider logistics. As long as the soldiers are out, there is no other expenditure. This makes him most satisfied. If it were a normal army, the daily eating, drinking, and defecation of these thousands of people would make him collapse. How many logistical supplies would he need to carry with him when he went out to fight? In terms of territory security, after defeating the large force of field troops the day before, only a few field troops appeared in the past few days. He killed the beast as soon as it came out of the cage. The patrol range of the Dark Gargoyle expanded to 50 kilometers, but still did not find a large-scale gathering of enemies. In addition, with the guard force composed of the ancient tree of the evil god and more than 1,600 poisonous wasps, Richard no longer had too many concerns about safety. After everything was done, Richard took out the 2 items he got from the 2-headed ogre lord. After thinking about it, he immediately gathered the air force, and called Kalu at the same time. Kalu, you manage the territory well. He pointed to the map with navigation in his hand. This is the map I got from the enemy last time. There may be a lot of good things hidden in that area. This thing is a reward from a level 14 hero during a monster siege. He feels that this time he can get a lot. Especially the Space Pearl, which has many meanings behind it. Karu seemed to have thought of something and mentioned another question. Sir, do we need to send more troops to guard the entrance to the underground world? Richard nodded. It is enough to have the bloody mummy guarding. The current war situation in the underground world is very chaotic, and the forces that threaten us cannot escape. We just need to prevent the enemy from coming to the surface silently. The underground world contains huge wealth, but it takes a lot of time to develop. But what he lacks most now is time. And he has already made a lot of money underground, so he can't just catch a sheep and fleece it. It won't be too late to go after Bloodhoof City conquers a few underground forces. Take your time. He looked outside the territory. If there is any emergency, you can send the poisonous wasps to support. Although the combat effectiveness of the poisonous wasps is not as good as the skeleton blood dragon, they are outnumbered. Without the range-killing skill of dragon breath, the poisonous wasps, like the dense dark clouds, will definitely become the enemy's nightmare. Kalu had an idea in his mind. Yes, sir, you should be careful. After explaining the task again, Richard did not stay for long. He left the Dusk City with 160 dark gargoyles, 30 skeleton blood dragons, for A-level heroes, Alvis, Grey, Gaunt, Cena, plus all the sand archers and the axe of the dead. As the army took off, Richard turned his head and found that the air force under his command had already reached a certain scale. His eyes sparkled. After returning from this expedition, I will accumulate resources and upgrade the levels of all the arms nests in my hands. When I am strong enough, I can enter the ancient ruins again to explore. I wonder how many treasures are hidden in the remaining 8 bronze doors. Thinking in his heart, he drove Alvis directly out of the territory. 30 skeleton blood dragons led the army, and more than 100 dark gargoyles followed behind. It was a pity that I didn't encounter the demon army, otherwise the remaining 3 skeleton demons would also be expanded, and the power in my hands could be greatly enhanced. Skeleton blood dragons and skeleton demons are both crown 1-star arms. Skeleton blood dragons can be recruited by hunting mixed blood dragons, but skeleton demons can only hunt pure demons. But the desert is not the abyss. Where do so many demons come from? So the number of skeleton demons has always been pitiful. Richard had to give up using this shortcut to quickly obtain crown troops because corpses were difficult to obtain. And compared to hunting enemies to obtain crown troops, recruiting from one's own nest is undoubtedly more reliable and practical. After going around in circles, I still came to the end, lack of resources. Richard also had a headache. Originally, he went to the underground world to make a big deal and made a lot of money, but he spent it all. During this period, he exchanged for Alvis, a top hero with super A-level dragon breath and tens of thousands of units of rare resources. Although he made a lot of money, the lack of resources still could not be solved. After returning this time, put other things aside and concentrate on earning resources. Set a small goal. 1 month later, Dusk City will have 20 brilliant level troop nests. Upgrading from rare level to brilliant level requires 5 million resources, and 20 is exactly 100 million. While Richard was thinking, the army did not stop marching. 5 hours later. Sitting on Alvis, Richard waved his hand violently while holding the mysterious map. Stop. The moment the order was heard, the army seemed to have pressed the pause button and hovered directly in the air. He compared the map and looked into the distance, and was immediately shocked. We are here. Everyone immediately looked at it intently. 1,000 meters away, a layer of shining shield descended from the sky, blocking the front like a city wall. Through the shield, you can see a special scene. The lake is flying in the sky. It is not just lake water, but lake water connected to the land. There is blue water above and irregular rocky ground below. It is like a lake cut open like a cake. But the lake water floating in the air magically did not pour out, but flowed on the rocks fixed on the ground. Looking ahead, the entire desert in front is a broken lake floating in the sky. Vast and magnificent. Even the most unrestrained dream cannot imagine the magnificence of this picture. It is extremely visually impactful. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, you have found the place where the rules are broken. The War of the Gods has caused chaos in the rules of some areas. In order to prevent the rules from completely collapsing, the gods have blocked these areas. In the Broken Land, there are extremely chaotic rules and special life. But it is also possible to obtain treasures and equipment that are not available in the main plane. Please explore carefully. Chapter 225. Hearing the system prompt, Richard's eyes lit up, and he read it several more times. The place where the rules are broken. The remnants of the War of the Gods. There may be treasures in it that are not available in the main plane. Looking up at the lakes floating in the air, he immediately became very interested. Treasures are good, he likes treasures the most. Waving his hand, he continued to move forward with the army. The closer he was to the broken lakes, the greater his inner amazement. It can make countless broken lakes connected to the earth fly upside down into the sky and never fall. This kind of power is completely beyond his cognition. Perhaps only the president of the Scarlet Council, who took out the plane stone from the collapsed plane with his bare hands and gave it to him in the copy, has such power. It's a pity that the big boss only exists in the copy. After the army approached more than 20 meters away, Richard floated up from Alvis's back. Controlling the gravel, he slowly came to the front of the shield connecting the sky and the earth. He stretched out his right hand and touched the transparent shield. He immediately felt a resistance, as if he was pressing on a spring. The harder he pressed, the greater the pressure. Can't get in? Richard frowned. Looking at the mysterious map in his hand that kept sending instructions, his mind suddenly moved. He tried to touch the shield with the map. In an instant, the shield rippled like water waves, and he immediately penetrated it without any hindrance. Relieved, he pulled back his hand, didn't rush to enter, and silently opened the black gold system. It really had more detailed prompts. Discovered a special area where the rules were broken, the degree of regional rule breaking, 2 stars. Threat level, medium. Special rules, unable to use space magic. Hint, unable to increase the level of regional rules. 2 stars, medium danger. These are easy to say, but the special rule makes him think. Cannot use space magic. Is it related to the formation of space beads? Looking up at the sky, the broken lakes flew about 20 meters above the ground. With brute force alone, even giants can't carry it. This can only be due to the space rules. Richard's interest is getting higher and higher. The weirder the rules, the more special the hidden things must be. This area is very similar to the Easter egg map in other games. Maybe you can touch a magic weapon and a few dragon eggs. Turning his head to look at the army behind him. Sand archers and axe of the dead come down immediately and build a defense line on the spot. Aldous, you take all the Air Force back to Dusk City as quickly as possible and bring all the troops above the rare level of bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors. After the order was issued, the Dark Gargoyle immediately put down the 2 arms and then followed Aldous back to Dusk City. Flying at full speed, it took only 2.5 hours to return to the City of Dusk. Then Aldous immediately summoned the army and carried all the ground troops on his back. Even the heavyweight magic puppets, such as the heavy sword warriors, were transported here with the skeleton blood dragon. But even so, it took 3 trips to bring all the troops to this place where the rules were broken. Richard couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. There was still a lack of transportation. The efficiency of relying solely on flying troops for transportation was not high. It's okay now. Once the battle situation is urgent, the main force may be asked to act as a carriage. But what comforted him was that the sandworms would hatch in 10 days. Those giant creatures with a body length of 100 meters may be able to change the current poor traffic conditions in Dusk City. When the time comes, design a special carriage for the sandworms and let the giant beasts with a body length of 100 meters pull the carriage. That movement is pretty cool. When I become rich in the future, I will raise 9 sandworms to pull the carriage for me. 9 worms pull the carriage. Who else can I ask? While thinking, Richard looked at the D-level cavalry hero. Ball, you lead the giant axe Death Knight to guard here. If you encounter an enemy, contact me immediately with the secret crystal. He didn't want his retreat to be blocked by others. Yes, master. Gunter, you lead 5 teams to explore the way to Dusk City first. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately and don't fight. As a blood lich with a soul life box and the ability to resurrect, Gunter is an old explorer. After the order was issued, Richard controlled the gravel to put the mysterious map on the shield. The army moved in smoothly. He took back the map only after the army had passed. It seemed like a closed door, and the shield was no longer passable. But what surprised Richard was that after entering the Broken Rules land, the feeling in the map that guided him forward was still there. The destination the map guided him to was not this area, but a certain place in this area. Is it really a navigation? While thinking, Richard immediately adjusted the direction and let the army go to the area indicated by the mysterious map. At the same time, the dark gargoyles were dispersed to a very long distance, and all possible dangers were strangled in the cradle. It has to be said that this Broken Rules land is mysterious. Looking up, looking at the broken lake floating above his head, it feels particularly visually impactful. Especially in those broken lakes, there are fish surging, which looks even more dreamy. However, in this environment, the vision is greatly affected. Not only is it affected by the broken lakes in the sky, but the large and small rocks on the ground have also become obstacles. The only good news is that the cracks in the rocks are full of gravel. The army of Dusk City is still in its home field. For safety, Richard slowed down the army's marching speed and tried to let the dark gargoyles explore every place first. But in high alert, he was surprised to find that there were no imagined enemies around, and there was not even the sound of wind. The surroundings were so quiet that there was only the sound of the army's footsteps and his own breathing. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Richard could not explore how wide this chaotic land was, and the surrounding environment still did not change at all. The silence was too weird. Suddenly, he was refreshed. He looked down suddenly, and the mysterious map in his hand suddenly emitted a faint blue light. And the feeling of guidance in his mind was getting closer and closer. They were almost there. But he did not relax, but gave another order. Everyone be alert, we are almost there. The army, whose formation was slightly loose, immediately began to shrink and guard the surroundings with the most serious attitude. The dark gargoyles in the sky continued to explore the surroundings. The defense was taken to the extreme. After marching for another 10 minutes, Gaunt, who was exploring the way ahead, suddenly sent a message through the whisper crystal. He found a special area. Richard looked at the increasingly bright light on the map in his hand, and his heart was at ease. Finally found it. He led the army to speed up to that area. After 10 minutes of marching, Richard suddenly stopped. A very spectacular scene appeared in front of him. Hundreds of meters away, the broken lakes around disappeared without a trace. Instead, a huge river was in the air, and he seemed to be in the depths of the sea. Looking up, you can see the deep blue of the river. The river flew upside down. And under the floating river, a transparent shield like an inverted bowl isolated the lake. A huge arched area was formed in the middle. The river above flowed around the arch, forming a dazzling view. But under this river, there were a lot of blood and corpses. Those corpses were all two-headed ogres. Judging from the traces of battle around, it seemed that they had been dead for quite a while. But what was surprising was that those corpses did not rot at all, as if it had been frozen and preserved. Richard's eyes became more serious. His eyes followed the corpse to the central area. The most special item in this area. 12 blue crystals, with a diameter of more than 3 meters, and in the shape of a warrior's thick shield were suspended on the ground half a person's height. These 12 giant crystals slowly rotated in a clockwise direction. Through the gaps between them, you can see a hollow crystal ball the size of a human head, engraved with countless mysterious runes. The crystal ball exuded a special aura. The space fluctuated. The power of space was surging. The mysterious hollow core made Richard feel frightened. Once the power explodes, it may wipe out the surrounding kilometers. The energy contained in it is many times stronger than the magic crystal that he found in the ancient ruins before, the core of the mathematical hall of the Shining Mage Tower, which has been refined by Gunter into a soul life box. Looking more carefully, he suddenly discovered. Outside the 12 huge crystals, there are hundreds of thumb-sized transparent crystals floating. Space Pearl. Richard's pupils shrank suddenly. This is the trophy found on the two-headed ogre. Take a deep breath and forcefully suppress the throbbing in your heart. Turning to look at other places, no trace of life was found. The air is still terrifyingly quiet. Master. After seeing Richard, Gunter immediately stepped forward to report. We didn't find any enemies around here. Richard nodded and set his sights on the special hollow crystal. No enemies? Can these treasures be obtained so easily by him? He never had a fluke mentality. It is better to believe in the sword in his hand than to believe that he is the son of God. His eyes turned cold. Army alert. Prepare for battle. The order was issued, and the surrounding troops immediately took an attacking posture to prevent possible enemies. Richard waved his hand, and the gravel on the ground condensed into a human figure. Then it floated into the air, and slowly approached the hollow crystal ball emitting space energy from the air. After entering the 10-meter range, Richard, who was staring at the center area, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the 12 giant crystals. Under the reflection of the crystal, countless dense black spots suddenly appeared in the sky, in the blue lake that was just silent. Like a swarm of locusts. An unspeakable crisis surged into my heart. He raised his head suddenly. In the lake above his head, there were countless fish-like lower bodies, and human upper bodies, holding special bows and tridents. These fish-like monsters were not as beautiful as the mermaids in the legend. Instead, they had ferocious faces and eyes with unspeakable viciousness and greed. The look he gave them was like a hunter who went into the mountains to hunt and saw his prey. At this moment, a figure wearing a crown, 5 meters tall, and countless times stronger than other fish-like people swam out from the mermaids. The other mermaids immediately gave way, with an extremely humble attitude in their eyes. The mermaid wearing a crown appeared above Richard's head. After it looked around through the lake, its ferocious face became more and more terrifying. A sharp voice with anger penetrated the lake. The lowly ogre actually only lured so few prey in. I'm going to hang him in the water, and let the piranhas eat his bones clean. Ancient Fishman language. The moment Richard heard this, he felt a little absurd. This mysterious map is the bait used by these half-fishmen to fish, and the two-headed ogres that died on the ground were the result of biting the bait. The two-headed ogre lord he killed was enslaved by these half-fishmen and became their accomplices, and he is now being treated as prey by the other side? Chapter 226. Richard had never expected to be ambushed by a group of murlocs in this land of broken rules. Murlocs live in the desert. Such an outrageous thing would be unbelievable if told to others. Looking at the hideous monster above his head, he opened the attribute panel. Desert Murloc, Level 9, Rare 2 stars. Desert Murloc Lord, Hero Unit, Level 12, Potential B level. He felt a little more at ease. The Black Gold system rated the danger level as 2 stars, which was reasonable. However, what puzzled him was that the Desert Murloc Lord was only level 12. How did the other party enslave the level 14 two-headed ogre lord? After the Murloc Lord wearing a crown roared, He looked at Richard, who ignored him. He could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart, and waved his hand violently. "Kill them!" The ancient Murloc language came through the bottom of the water, with a special dullness. In an instant, surging in the azure water, the ugly face of the half-merman holding a bow and arrow showed a creepy smile. What a wonderful order! Death has come. The bowstring in his hand, which was stretched to the extreme, was quietly loosened. Black arrows flew through the water, with a bit of faint blue light. Swoosh, swoosh, thousands of arrows were shot out from the lake above, and the scene became extremely spectacular. The transparent shield separating the lake water seemed to have only this one function, and arrows could penetrate at will. The army of the City of Dusk was within the attack range of the other side. The most densely populated area was the bandaged mummies and poisonous scorpion warriors in front. No matter how they waved their claws to push away the arrows, they were still pierced by arrows falling from the sky in just a few breaths. The bandaged mummy in the center turned into a hedgehog. If the desertification had not been activated in time, I'm afraid the two armies would have been destroyed in an instant. Counterattack. The sand-condensing archers, who were already ready in the rear, immediately released the bowstring. The arrows in their hands shot out crazily at an extraordinary speed. Rapid shooting, D-level, within 10 seconds, 30 arrows were shot continuously, and the cooling time was 5 minutes. Up to 25 teams immediately formed a rain of arrows. The arrows directly penetrated the river in the sky. The resistance in the water is much greater than that in the air, and even the lethality of bullets underwater will be reduced to freezing point. But the arrows of the sand-condensing archers are condensed by their own power, not ordinary arrows. They did not lose their power due to the resistance in the water, and still pierced into the formation of the half-fishman at a very fast speed. Puff, blood escaped from the wound of the half-fishman, like red ink dripping into clear water, instantly dyeing the surroundings red. The merman lord wearing a crown saw this scene, and his murderous intent surged. "I want them dead?" The angry roar resounded throughout the area. More mermen gathered, staring fiercely at the army of mummies below. The bows and arrows in their hands were pulled violently. Although the City of Dust tried to fight back, the difference in numbers was extremely obvious at this moment. They only had the sand-condensed archers to attack the opponent. The 40-meter range of the axe of the dead could not reach the enemy. Aldous, the dragon hero with blood-colored power burning all over his body, was enraged by the endless arrows. Flew to the lake near the sky. The throat suddenly glowed with blood-colored light. Super A-level dragon breath spewed out. Sizzle, large areas of lake water in front of him were vaporized, but more lake water was replenished in the blink of an eye, and failed to cause any damage to the half-fish people. Although the dragon breath is powerful, the lake water is a natural barrier. Before breaking this barrier, the half-fish people have an absolute home advantage. Although Aldous was angry, he could only stay outside the lake. Richard was the target of the attack. The arrows came with a sharp whistling sound that broke through the air, almost covering his vision. But he did not move at all. The gravel on the ground floated up, and a shield of 7 or 8 layers of gravel condensed above his head was built. Even if those sharp arrows could pierce the thick shield, they could not break 7 or 8 layers of 10 or 20 centimeters of shield. Turning around. Except for the sand-condensing archers, other armies could not do anything to the half-fish people living in the water. Richard's eyes turned cold. If you want to treat him as prey, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. With a wave of his hand, the gravel on the ground rose up suddenly, directly covering all the troops of the City of Dusk. It condensed into a suit of armor on them. Super A-level energy, condensing sand into armor. Then he turned his head to look at the hollow crystal ball protected by 12 giant blue crystals. Unable to check the opponent's attributes. With a determined heart, he approached quickly against the attack of the half-fish man above his head. Sensing his movements, the half-fish man immediately fell into madness. The frequency of pulling the bow and arrow in his hand increased sharply. Waves of arrows shot out through the lake. But the thick shield condensed by the gravel was like a wall at this moment, and no matter how sharp the arrows were, they could not pierce through. Even if the sand shield was broken, Richard could still control the sand to continue to condense. He used the Super A-level skill of controlling yellow sand to the extreme. As he approached the mysterious hollow crystal surrounded by 12 thick shield crystals, Richard felt the power of space more and more. It was like standing in the crater of a volcano about to erupt, and his heart was trembling. The more so, the hotter his eyes became. Just when he wanted to control the sand and forcibly take out the mysterious crystal from it, suddenly, a heat rose in his arms. With a move in his heart, he took out a statue of the old god that was 1/3 the size of his palm. He could feel that the statue was emitting a special breath at this moment, and that feeling was desire. It was like a person who had been hungry for a long time finally smelled the fragrance of food. His eyes lit up. With a little tentativeness, slowly moved the statue closer to the giant crystal. Then, a scene that surprised him appeared. The statue of the old god emanated a special light, covering the surroundings. After being enveloped by the dark light, the 12 crystals containing terrifying energy melted like solid ice. Drops of liquid containing majestic spatial power flowed out. The liquid floated up and merged into the statue of the ancient god. The statue swallowed it all like a sponge. Richard could sense it clearly. After the liquid was swallowed, part of it became the power of the statue, and the other part was absorbed by the divine soul that was still sleeping. The aura of both was rising rapidly. Although the value of these treasures whose specific properties could not be detected was unclear, judging from the energy they contained, they were already priceless. Not to mention that it also triggered the statue of the ancient god. This treasure was once the item of the evil god. The last time it was triggered was when he encountered a night elf with divinity. The Murloc Lord, who was originally indifferent to Richard approaching the hollow crystal ball, noticed this scene and his face suddenly became extremely horrified. How is it possible? That is an item left by the gods. Even a demigod cannot shake it. How could it be swallowed? It is precisely because of its unshakable power that he used it as bait. But what is going on now? What did that human do? What is that statue? An unspeakable fear surged in his heart, pointing at Richard and roaring the most crazy. Kill him! I want him dead. Hearing the order, the Murlocs who were attacking the army of the City of Dusk immediately turned around. Arrows fell like a rainstorm. Swish, 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 the sand shield above was torn apart at a very fast speed. Richard noticed the scene, his eyes were not panicked at all. Hiding in the lake in the sky to attack, this is the advantage of the half-merfolk. But at the same time, it is also their disadvantage. As long as they can withstand the arrows of these half-merfolk, their threat level will be greatly reduced. For others, it is impossible to withstand the volley of thousands of troops. But he is different. The yellow sand on the ground is his strength. After realizing that the bow and arrow could not stop the damn human, the eyes of the crazy half-merfolk lord turned a little blood red, and he quickly took a conch from his waist. Woo woo woo, the low sound resounded through the sky, and went in a very far direction. After a while, in the lake above his head, the half-merfolk, who was attacking frantically suddenly showed a look of fear, and suddenly made way. Then, a huge shadow slowly fell on his head. Richard raised his head suddenly. He saw a pair of cold eyes without any human emotions looking at him through the lake. At this moment, he only felt an unspeakable danger surge into his heart. Chapter 227. The cold eyes made Richard feel that his heartbeat slowed down. He took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He looked intently. The huge shadow appeared in front of him. It was a centaur with long curved horns and an exaggerated body. A female centaur lurking in the water, holding a long-handled giant axe. The other party wore a simple leather armor in front of her towering chest. Her eyes were cold and without any emotion. She seemed like a puppet. The scene of the centaur in the water was full of a strong sense of disobedience. This made him feel a little strange. How did the half-fishman get mixed up with the centaur? But when he turned his head and thought, this place where the rules were broken, even the lake flew into the air, and it seemed nothing strange to have a centaur in the water. No matter what kind of life, once it is magnified 100 or 1,000 times, it will give people a strong psychological impact. Just as he was thinking, whoosh, the giant centaur swung the long-handled axe in his hand. The axe blade directly penetrated the shield below. Then, the huge body fell from the top of his head. Bang, the 4 iron hooves landed on the ground, and the body bent slightly downward under the pressure of the weight. The ground made a dull sound, as if a battering ram was hitting the earth. Everyone felt the ground shaking. Richard's eyes became extremely solemn. After the opponent fell to the ground, he intuitively discovered that the height of this centaur was probably more than 10 meters. The long-handled battle axe in his hand was even more exaggerated to the extreme. It was afraid that it could easily smash the city wall when it was swung. The curved horns on his head glowed faintly, and his face was particularly delicate, but the huge body and eyes without any emotion made outsiders feel only danger and fear. Richard narrowed his eyes. He finally understood why the two-headed ogre lord was enslaved by the Murlocs. Open the attribute panel of the centaur. Ancient Guardian. Boss unit. Level 15. Potential, A level. Skill, ? Boss characteristics, ? Racial talent, ? Bond, ? Introduction. The Guardian of the Broken Rules land, because of the long passage of time, The power has degenerated from a demigod to level 15. Richard took a few deep breaths, but he couldn't suppress the throbbing in his heart. The origin of this centaur is abnormal. The guardian of the Broken Rules land was once a demigod. Even though the power has degenerated to level 15, it still has the title of boss. He has only encountered 2 bosses in such a long time. In the copy, the president of the Scarlet Council took out the plane stone from the plane in destruction with his bare hands. The ancient tree of the evil god that grew by swallowing the corpse of the evil god. This centaur is the 3rd boss. He didn't know whether the president of the Scarlet Council had the power of a demigod, but this terrifying existence holding a long-handled giant axe must be extremely powerful. Even if the opponent's power has now regressed to level 15, a demigod is a demigod. Even if it was only a demigod in the past, it is enough to explain everything. After the centaur guardian fell, the half-fish lord wearing a crown looked at the statue of the old god that was still rapidly devouring 12 crystals, and immediately shouted loudly, "Damn human! That is an item left by the gods. You are blaspheming the gods. Stop what you are doing immediately. Kneel down and surrender, and offer your soul to my god, and then I will forgive your sins." Richard didn't even raise his head, his eyes fixed on the expressionless centaur boss. What kind of person is a level 12 centaur hero? Seeing Richard ignore him, the centaur lord was furious. How dare he be so arrogant in front of the powerful guardian of the Broken Rule land? A Mirida! Kill him! The huge centaur guardian immediately looked at Richard the moment he received the order. He charged at him fiercely. The huge hooves stepped on the ground, making a dull sound of dong dong dong. Richard glanced at the statue of the old god that was still rapidly devouring the 12 huge crystals. He immediately perked up. When it was trembling for the last time, you couldn't be disturbed. The next second, a mechanical puppet with a broken appearance appeared. The 15-meter-high body looked full of tyranny and cruelty. No one could imagine what kind of attack this mechanical puppet would have to suffer to break into this state. The half-fish lord, who originally believed that Richard would die, froze his expectant expression on his face. Why did that damn human have such a terrifying mechanical puppet? The aura it exuded made him feel unspeakably frightened. Even more pressure than the centaur guardian gave him. Richard, who was driving the extraordinary hunter, was not too excited at this time. Instead, his face was solemn. Even sitting in this level 20 mechanical puppet, he could still feel the sense of danger from the centaur boss, like a sword on his throat. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying the boss unit was. In order to conquer the evil ancient tree, which was also a boss unit, he led hundreds of troops and spent a whole day fighting against the opponent before winning. And this centaur is more powerful than the evil ancient tree. As his thoughts turned, the centaur boss, with a hollow look in his eyes, and as if he had no soul, was already stomping on the ground and attacking rapidly. Trample, tamp, the earth was shaking. The 10-meter-long giant long-handled battle axe in his hand tore through the void. The terrifying power contained was enough to split mountains and rocks and cut off all obstacles in front. The extraordinary hunter swung his arms violently, and the claws over 2 meters long struck straight. The clanging sound of metal clashing rang in everyone's ears. Sparks flew instantly. An indescribable powerful force came, and the feet of the extraordinary hunter sank directly into the ground. The power of the centaur boss, who was at a disadvantage in size, was not inferior to that of the extraordinary hunter. The clash between the two sides entered a white-hot stage at the beginning. Close combat is more likely to lead to madness. Facing the former demigod, Richard felt a huge pressure. This was the first time he faced a powerful boss unit head-on. When he attacked the ancient tree of the evil god, he took advantage of the fact that the opponent could not attack from a distance. But at this time, the statue of the old god was right behind him, and he could not retreat a step. The head-on fight was not false at all. An extremely exciting scene appeared in this land of broken rules. A mechanical puppet with a severely broken appearance was fighting fiercely with a centaur holding a long-handled giant axe and a body height of 10 meters. In the battle between the two sides, neither the half-fish man on the lake above his head nor the army of the City of Dusk underground could intervene. The aftermath of the battle between the two behemoths can cause great damage to them. Even if they kick the gravel on the ground, it will carry extremely terrifying power, enough to kill people. The Merman Lord saw the stalemate below and fell into extreme emotions of shock and anger. That damn human actually blocked the Guardian's attack, and the crystal on the ground was still melting rapidly. He could feel that the rules around him were already unstable. If the magic circle on the ground was destroyed, everything here would be destroyed. At that time, the Merman would even be extinct. Thinking of the terrible consequences, the Merman Lord was ruthless. Melee troops kill. No matter how much it costs, we must stop that damn human." The order was issued, and the merman archers who were shooting quickly immediately separated their bodies to make room. Then, a large number of extremely strong mermen holding tridents jumped down from the sky. Death leap. The highest point of this space is 100 meters. Jumping down from above, this suicide attack. But no half-merman hesitated. These hideous monsters were like wasps, whose nests were poked, and fell into the most crazy state. Clang, after another collision with the centaur boss, Richard noticed the madness of the half-merman. Looking at the statue of the old god that had swallowed 2 giant crystals. He was also ruthless in his heart. He could feel that the statue of the old god was undergoing a very special transformation. Even the divine soul that was still sleeping inside became more powerful. If the 12 crystals were swallowed up, it would definitely gain huge benefits. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would not be allowed to interrupt. Alvis, Cena, Grey Gaunt. Take the army to guard the statue, and never allow anyone to interrupt the statue from swallowing the crystal. Even if you die, you are not allowed to take a step back. Chapter 228. After Richard's order was issued, the army of Twilight City, led by several heroes, immediately built a defense line with the statue of the old god as the center. At this moment, above the army of Twilight City, the strong trident merman jumped down from the sky with a desperate attitude. Whoosh, a violent sound of breaking through the air sounded, and he rushed straight to the statue of the old god. But unexpectedly, there was no situation of breaking into pieces on the field. These strong mermen stopped falling suddenly like feathers falling to the ground. Then, they swam on the ground. Out of the water, these lives can still float in the air. This land of broken rules once again reflects the rules that violate common sense. There is a special space force above the 12 crystals covering a range of dozens of meters, which cannot pass through the sky and can only walk on the ground. A large number of mermen gathered crazily. It was like dumplings falling from the sky, and more than 1,000 people in a short time. Just charge forward. Bandaged mummies, poisonous scorpion warriors, and heavy sword warriors formed a line of defense in the front. Axe of the Dead, condensed sand archers, curse pharaohs, and crazy sand mages became the back row output. Grey calmly ordered. Axe break. Shoot. Curse. Yellow sand prison. All the killers of the army were used together. Those crazy half-fish people immediately suffered the most fierce attack. Floating in the air, they became a better target. The battle immediately became extremely brutal. Both the attackers and the defenders refused to give in. Richard was also in a stalemate at this time. The centaur boss was like a body without a soul, and had no skills to release in battle. But the power contained in the opponent's body was extremely terrifying. Even though the extraordinary hunter was 5 levels higher than the opponent, he still felt unspeakable pressure. Clang, a rock at the bottom of the broken lake was directly chopped by the long-handled giant axe in the hands of the centaur boss. The huge stone exploded like being bombarded. The 2 half-fishmen around didn't pay attention, and were directly hit by the boulder, and their bodies were broken all over the ground. Richard took advantage of the opportunity when the opponent drew his knife and approached suddenly. He swung his right arm and stabbed the sharp weapon like a claw into the opponent's body. Poochie, with a strong pull, an exaggerated scar appeared. But what was surprising was that the scar not only did not bleed. Instead, it returned to normal in just 2 breaths, as if the injury just suffered was fake. Terrifying self-healing ability. The more he fought, the more serious Richard's face became. Every time the centaur boss swung the exaggerated long-handled giant axe, it would bring him terrible pressure. Once he was chopped, the already broken armor would immediately crack even more. On the other hand, although the damage he caused was also considerable, the opponent's recovery ability was too abnormal, and he could basically recover in the blink of an eye. This boss still has a demigod body, and Richard made a serious judgment. Although it is unknown why the centaur has lost his soul, it is now as stiff as a puppet and cannot release skills. But the opponent's body still has power that outsiders cannot reach, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As the battle became more intense, the breath of the statue of the old god, which was devouring 12 giant crystals, soared to a certain level. The dark light enveloped the remaining crystals. The swallowing speed suddenly increased. And this scene stimulated the half-merfolk lord wearing a crown. Attack! Smash that statue immediately. Stop these damn bastards. The hysterical roar resounded all around. He could feel that the rules around him were becoming more and more unstable, and the panic in his heart made him almost crazy. The half-merfolk holding the trident immediately launched a more crazy attack. The defense line in front of the statue of the old god was shaky in an instant. At the critical moment, several heroes stood up. Albus, who was frantically hunting half-merfolk nearby, flapped his wings fiercely, and rushed up with all the skeleton blood dragons. The dragon breath, with strong corrosion in his mouth, was spewed wantonly. Those murlocs who jumped down from the lake above their heads immediately tasted the dragon's breath. Gray commanded the army to fight, while coordinating the army's attack. Once the enemy's formation was dense, he immediately released the curse word to forcibly control the situation and create opportunities for the army to attack. Gaunt, who was wrapped in blood-red bandages, raised the corrosion ball in his hand. This powerful hero was like a turret, casting spells crazily. Cleared one area after another. The dead murlocs in front would also suddenly explode, causing great damage to their companions. Although the murlocs' offensive was fierce, under the leadership of several powerful heroes, they managed to withstand wave after wave of attacks like waves. Woo! Suddenly, a dull horn came from the water. Richard suddenly found that the centaur boss in front of him suddenly had an extremely terrifying aura. Countless blue inscriptions appeared on his body. The long-handled axe in his hand also burst into blue light spots at this moment, and the sharp edge of the axe blade almost cut through the space. The pressure he was under suddenly surged to the extreme. Richard saw this and his eyes condensed. The yellow sand on his body surged. In an instant, the centaur boss, whose aura had risen to the extreme, suddenly sank under his feet. He took advantage of the situation and pressed forward. The sharp blade swung. The centaur boss raised the long-handled battle axe in his hand to resist. Clang! In an instant, the two sides suddenly stalemate. Richard suppressed the opponent tightly, and at the same time controlled the grapple to sink so that the centaur boss was deeply trapped in the quicksand, unable to burst out all his strength. The centaur boss, who had just exploded, was immediately restricted. The two sides were in a stalemate, and the key to this war became the clash between the Murlocs and the Dusk City army. One side guarded, the other side attacked, but with 4 powerful A-level heroes, the Murlocs could not break through the Dusk City's blockade even if they had the advantage of terrain and numbers. Watching the 12 crystals melt more and more, the Murloc Lord could no longer sit still. With a wave of his hand, a dark blue magic scepter appeared in his hand. He suddenly jumped down from the lake and landed on the ground. Then he stretched out his hand and waved. Hundreds of fist-sized holes suddenly appeared in the transparent shield above the sky, and the lake water flowed down. The moment the lake water fell, it formed sharp ice cones, piercing the Dusk City army with terrifying speed. Puff, crack, a burst of bone cracking sounded. The army attacked by the ice cone was immediately hit hard. Magic attack. Even if the desertification was turned on, it could not be resisted. Fortunately, the desertification has a strong blood recovery ability, so that the army cannot be overwhelmed. However, this large-scale magic put a lot of pressure on the army, and the half-Murloc took this opportunity to start advancing quickly. The defense line shook again. Seeing this scene, Xena, who was rushing in front, stared at it. Gray, Gunter, cooperate with me. As soon as the voice fell, the body disappeared instantly. The next second, more than a dozen strong half-Murlocs in front saw a residual shadow flashing by. There was a sharp pain in the neck. He lost consciousness in an instant. Before dying, there was only one thought, so fast. This powerful hero with master-level combat skills was like a sharp sword at this time. Wherever he passed, even the strongest shield would be shattered. When the half-Murloc Lord saw Xena rushing towards him, a cold smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and waved it. Whoosh, the lake water in the sky fell suddenly. A huge lake shield was formed around his body. Then a large amount of water waves surged and directly enveloped Xena. Countless ice cones condensed in an instant, breaking through the air like arrows. At the same time, a pair of solid ice crystal shackles formed under Xena's feet. Double casting, extraordinary characteristics. But before the half-Murloc Lord could smile, clang, the sword shadow flashed, and the shackles burst directly. The female warrior with a cold look was 3 times faster, and rushed into the ice cone with powerful lethality. The long sword swung wildly. Clang, clang, in the blink of an eye, all the dense ice cones in front were cut off, without a single one left. The Murloc Lord suddenly felt a chill on his back. Before he could react, kill! A low shout came from the other side. The voice rushed to him like lightning. A cold light flashed. Whoosh, directly penetrated the lake shield. Xena wanted to break the shield directly, but the long sword in her hand felt like it was slashing into mercury. It instantly became countless times denser, greatly reducing the power of her attack. Unable to break through. Realizing this, the battle-hardened veteran turned sideways. Directly killed the Murlocs holding tridents around him. It seemed that they had given up on the Murloc Lord. The Murloc Lord just breathed a sigh of relief, and saw the bodies of his companions thrown wildly next to the shield. Seeing this, his face changed. He immediately continued to condense ice cones to launch more intensive attacks. But the female warrior's fighting skills exceeded his imagination. No matter how sharp his attack was, the opponent would always find a way to break it. He watched the opponent slaughter dozens of half-fishmen. When the corpses piled up into a small hill, suddenly a cold shout came. Explode! The corpse in front of the lake shield seemed to be stuffed with alchemical gunpowder, and it exploded directly with a bang. Bang! The terrifying shock wave caused the shield to explode. The next second, the half-fish lord's pupils reflected the female warrior holding a long sword. He was horrified. He waved his hand violently, and a water-curtain shield rose again on his body. But at the moment when the shield was formed, boom, a terrifying impact hit his mind. The whole person was stunned on the spot. Then he only felt a cold touch coming from his neck. With a puff, the head flew high and then fell heavily to the ground. A headless corpse appeared. Xena's figure appeared behind him at this moment. The fierce warrior did not hesitate at all, and continued to kill the surrounding half-fish people. But the half-fish lord, whose head was cut off suddenly, did something astonishing. The headless corpse of the other party suddenly stood up, picked up the head that fell on the ground, and then swam back to the lake in the sky in the air. When Xena realized something was wrong and turned around, she saw the back of the other party holding the head and running away. Her face was full of astonishment. He is not dead yet? After returning to the lake, the half-fish lord put the head on his neck again. Then a surge of energy, the scar was completely healed after a few breaths. Except for a weaker breath, everything else was the same as usual. Kill them! I will destroy these bastards. The fishman lord roared again in shock and anger. But this time, the level 12 hero refused to leave the lake. The centaur boss with a demigod body was still being pressed in the sand by Richard and could not escape. The fishman lord did not dare to leave the lake. The remaining fishman soldiers, although extremely fierce, could not break through the defense line of the City of Dusk. In this stalemate, finally, the statue of the old god, which accelerated its swallowing speed, swallowed up the 12 crystals with magnificent spatial power. The system prompt sounded at the same time. Ding! The statue of the ancient god has devoured the seal of the Broken Rule land. This area will completely collapse in an hour. Ding! The sleeping divine soul has devoured a large number of crystals containing space rules, and the divinity in the body has increased by 1 point, and it has also gained special space power. Ding! The statue of the ancient god has devoured a large number of space crystals containing rules, and the quality has been improved. The number of souls it can accommodate has increased by 1. Chapter 229. Richard's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the system prompt. He wanted to improve the quality of the statue of the old god, but it was a huge surprise to get an extra soul capacity. The immortal fighting power, how domineering. And the sleeping divine soul also gained an extra divinity. That's divinity. Not cabbage. Only the gods can have 1 point for free. It's so comfortable. At this time, the statue of the old god suddenly burst into a bright light after swallowing it. It enveloped the hollow mysterious crystal, and then the crystal containing infinite power disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the statue of the old god appeared directly in Richard's arms. Richard sensed the familiar breath, and his expression was subtle. This statue now knows that he is back. Is it going to become a spirit? Suddenly, rumbling, there was a sound from the ground. The ground was like a spider web, cracking with large gaps. The broken lake above the sky began to shake, and the quiet water inside seemed to encounter huge waves surging. This land of broken rules was about to collapse. The fishman lord whose head had healed above screamed in fear. No! All the fishmen with hideous faces above were in unspeakable panic. They also felt the impending disaster in their hearts. The god of death was staring at them. Richard used all his strength to suppress the centaur boss, trapping him in the quicksand and unable to escape. Decisive order. Alvis, Gray, take the army out immediately. This area is going to collapse. Don't stay after leaving. Take the giant axe Death Knight at the door with you. If the broken lake above collapses, it will form a huge flood in an instant. The army of Dusk City will definitely not be able to withstand it. As he said this, he took out the hidden soldier card from the system space, and controlled the sand and gravel to send it to the other party. Put the army into the hidden soldier card. After Gray took it, he immediately opened the hidden soldier card, and put the heavy armored warriors, which were huge and difficult to drag, into it. At this time, the half-fish lord looked at the shaking scene, and came back to his senses. He stared at the extraordinary hunter. Destroy that mechanical puppet. Kill that damn human. The anger accumulated in his heart, was completely ignited at this moment. If this area is destroyed, the half-fish will be completely finished. Since we are going to die, let's take the culprit with us. The half-merfolk who attacked the army of Twilight City, like wolves smelling blood, rushed towards the extraordinary hunter fiercely under the order. But the action of the half-merfolk lord actually bought time for the evacuation of the army of Twilight City. After the huge ground troops were put into the hiding card, the remaining troops were carried by the Air Force. Leave this place where the rules are broken as quickly as possible. At this time, Richard was not in a hurry to get away, and continued to stalemate with the fierce and domineering centaur boss. And the countless half-merfolk army joined him, which made him feel great pressure. The human wave tactics have an effect that cannot be ignored at any time. As a last resort, he could only release the suppressed centaur boss, and smash all the enemies that rushed towards him. The limbs of the centaur flew. After losing the suppression, the centaur boss immediately regained his ferocity. The long-handled giant axe swung again, with a violent whistling sound. Boom! Suddenly, a lake floating in the sky behind him fell to the ground. The earth shook, and the gravel jumped more than 10 centimeters high. The broken lake was like a floodgate opened, and the huge lake water rushed out violently. It raised a huge wave more than 10 meters high, rolling up countless gravel and gravel. In an instant, it surged towards the surroundings. Everyone was enveloped in it. The dense centaur was scattered by the huge water flow. Richard drove the extraordinary hunter, and continued to collide with the centaur boss in the water without any pause. After the first floating lake collapsed, he immediately felt that the space around him became active. The blockade of space energy in this area no longer exists. Woo! In the extreme chaos, the horn sounded again. The aura of the centaur boss was rising wildly, and the inscriptions on his body became dazzling. Richard frowned, turned his head suddenly, and saw the figure of the centaur lord blowing the horn frantically in the distance. This guy, is he looking for death? The huge extraordinary hunter disappeared out of thin air. The next second, a huge figure appeared 100 meters away. But it disappeared without a trace the moment it appeared. The centaur boss on the ground turned his head stiffly, and looked around. Where is the enemy? The moment the centaur lord saw the mechanical puppet disappear in the distance, an unspeakable fear suddenly rose in his heart. But before he put down the horn in his hand, an arm broke through the air. Puff! The heavy blade with a length of 2 meters directly pierced his body. All the anger on his face solidified. Extreme unwillingness rose in his eyes. But before the half-merfair lord made any other moves, the huge mechanical arm swung violently, and the body was directly torn into pieces. Blood gushed out. This half-merfair lord, who had just lost his head, and was still alive, was now deader than dead. And at the moment when the half-merfair lord died, the horn in the opponent's hand that could control the centaur boss was directly broken. There was no chance for Richard to collect it as a trophy. And after the horn was broken, the centaur boss who lost his target in the distance suddenly stiffened. Then, there was a little brilliance in the empty eyes. It seemed that he suddenly had a soul. The other party turned his head and looked around, and finally saw the huge body of the extraordinary hunter and the remains of the half-fish lord. The other party was in a trance, and was silent for a moment. Turned around, stepped on the turbid lake water, and turned away. Richard subconsciously turned his head when he heard the movement, and looked at the back of the centaur boss leaving with a complicated mood. He actually wanted to conquer this centaur with a demigod body. He also had a dark contract born from the ancient tree of the evil god in his hand. He could force a life to contract. But this boss was too strong. The extraordinary hunter, who had not been repaired, could not take down the other party at all. He shook his head, and didn't dwell on it. There are countless powerful lives in this world. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Focus on the surroundings again. Without the command of the hero, the merman army fell into a huge chaos. Some continued to attack Richard, and some turned around and fled. Richard saw that the situation was no longer stable, took a deep breath, and planned to leave. But suddenly he seemed to think of something, waved his hand, and countless gravel surged out of the ground, searching the broken body of the merman lord. A moment later, the arm made of gravel found a special item, like a stone from the other party. It exuded strong magic fluctuations, and looked very extraordinary. Unfortunately, there was only this one. After putting it into the system space, Richard flew upward along the gap of the broken lake. Only then did he realize the hugeness of these broken lakes. Some lakes are probably more than 300 meters deep, and the length and width are more than a kilometer. And the number of such lakes is countless. If it falls, it will be countless times more terrible than a tsunami. After flying above the broken lakes, Richard's vision suddenly widened. The blue sky was cloudless. The bright sun above was emitting scorching heat. His mood instantly became relaxed. He looked down. The countless broken lakes below were reflecting the shimmering light under the sunlight. This scene had a special beauty. It seemed like a scene from a myth. But just as he was admiring it, suddenly, the broken lakes began to fall down densely. One piece after another. Rumble, a huge muffled sound. It was like a battering ram hitting the ground, with an amazing momentum. The speed at which the lakes fell was getting faster and faster. The sound waves were also terrifying. When the entire area fell down. Crash. Huge waves of hundreds and tens of meters high rose up, sweeping around with the ferocity of swallowing everything. This is a real natural disaster. Even if the extraordinary hunter entered it, he would probably be swept away. After the huge waves rushed madly towards the surrounding desert, a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in front of him. The sand and gravel mixed in it. It looked quite turbid. Richard was a little surprised. He had only seen such a big scene in those movies that were shot at a high price. But it felt completely different from seeing it with his own eyes. I wonder how the centaur boss is doing. He looked down at the water, but unfortunately everything was calm. Unfortunately, the other party had a powerful demigod body, and he could do nothing to the other party. The current extraordinary hunter's use time has dropped from 1.5 hours before the war to 20 minutes. If the fight continues, this mechanical puppet will probably be directly scrapped. Thinking of this, he took out the statue of the old god in his arms, and the item he got from the half-fish lord. Fortunately, this time he paid a lot, but it was definitely not a loss. When he was about to check the properties of the two treasures, suddenly, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, the large-scale special copy, the defense battle, will start at 12 o'clock on August 15th. At that time, everyone's territory will be transferred to the same copy space. Your territory will face endless attacks from monsters from other dimensions. Please guard your territory under the attacks of monsters. The longer you persist, the richer the reward you will get. All lords will participate in this large-scale copy. After the death of the lord and the soldiers in this copy, you can spend points in the copy to revive. Please be prepared, lords. Chapter 230. August 15th, the dungeon is open. Richard heard the prompt and read it carefully several times. After confirming that he heard it correctly, his interest increased greatly. This dungeon is something. All players' territories will be transferred to the dungeon, and then they will be attacked by monsters from other dimensions. The criterion for judging is whether the territory can be defended and not be captured. The longer you persist, the richer the reward you get. This gameplay hit his interest point. He just looted hundreds of 3-star alchemical cannons from the underground world. With such a powerful weapon for defending the city, isn't this a step into the trap? Another difference between this dungeon and the last one is that you can spend points to revive the soldiers in the dungeon this time. With the ability to revive infinitely, you can play freely. Richard's eyes became brighter and brighter. There are 20 billion players in Glorious Era. Even if a quarter of the players are eliminated during this period, there are still more than 15 billion players. Hundreds of millions of people compete on the same stage. Just thinking about it is exciting. This time the dungeon is to protect the territory, which is very different from the last plot mission. There are still more than 20 days before the dungeon starts, and the city wall must be built during this time. In addition, as many supplies as possible for the war should be prepared. Defense is different from offense. When attacking, you have to consider how much logistical supplies to bring. Too much is too much, and too little is not enough. But defense is different. As long as the territory can accommodate it, the more the better. Richard touched his chin, thinking, this time, the beasts are out of the cage during the disaster week. Could it be that they are prepared for this dungeon? Thinking of this, he opened the forum with great interest. As expected, the players were all excited at this time, and everyone was discussing the new dungeon. Fuck, everyone can participate in this dungeon? Ha! I didn't expect that I would accept the championship this time, and you don't have to be polite to me. Everyone, I'm sorry. When it comes to defending the city, my fortress clan is the first, and no one dares to be second. Let's not talk about other things this time. It's not a big problem to compete for the top 3 and hope for the first place. When I saw the word dungeon, I thought of that pervert Chinchio. Will that guy participate this time? Fuck, can we work together to drive that bastard out? A small number of people mentioned the ID Chinchio, which immediately reminded the players who entered the dungeon last time of the psychological shadow that made them desperate on the scoreboard. It seems that there is no restriction on attacking other players in this mission. Everyone must be vigilant. If you find Chinchio, you must not let this guy go. Knife in hand, kill Chinchio. No, Are you so afraid of Qingqiu? Didn't that guy win first place last time? If that guy appears next to my territory this time, he will be GG in half an hour. You are so arrogant. What was your ranking in the dungeon score list last time? TSK, if I hadn't been unwilling to go last time, wouldn't I have won first place easily? Fuck, you don't even have the qualifications to enter the dungeon, and you dare to brag here. The players were discussing the dungeon at the beginning, and then the style of the discussion gradually deviated, especially when Qingqiu was mentioned. It caused a huge heated discussion. In the end, a very strange scene appeared, and the dungeon and Qingqiu were mixed together, and became the subject of everyone's discussion. Some people think that Qingqiu is the biggest hidden danger in the next dungeon. If they have a chance this time, they must kill him first. Otherwise, if they get millions of points again, no one can bear it. Another part of the players said that it was because they were not there, and you guys were just trash who entered the dungeon. If they were there, how could Qingqiu come out? Those who were not qualified to enter the dungeon were bragging. Richard saw this situation, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Is this an unprovoked disaster? After watching for a while, his idea of getting more information from the players was shattered. Most of the players were just bragging, and no one knew more information. After finding no valuable information, he planned to close the forum. At this moment, suddenly an ID that he hadn't seen for a long time jumped up. Where is your Italian cannon, Boss Qingqiu? Damn, you scored over 1,000,000 points in the last instance? That's amazing. Qingqiu, did you know about the news of the fall of the Qing dynasty? Italian cannon. Oh, mainly because I haven't been in the main plane during this period. Qingqiu, can you open transactions with other planes now? Italian cannon. Boss, what are you thinking? Last time during the decisive battle, I was accidentally spitted by a giant dragon and left the instance early. You were still in the instance at the time, so I didn't contact you. After I came out, my sister and I went to attack the 2-star instance I told you about before. By the way, the difficulty of the 2-star instance is really abnormal. I just came out of that instance today, so I contacted you right away. Richard saw this message and became interested. Did you succeed in clearing the 2-star dungeon? How strong are the monsters in it? The average level of the soldiers in the 1-star dungeon is rare, and he has never encountered a 2-star one. Italian cannon. It's so abnormal, all rare level, it took us more than half a month to clear it. It's too damn difficult. He said, and started to show off again. But the harvest is really rich. Not to mention the treasures. I got 7 or 8 of them casually. And my sister and I each subdued a B-level hero. How about that? Are you envious? Ha ha, that's a B-level hero. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Boss Qingqiu, although you are strong, you may not know what a B-level hero represents. This is a top-level hero. In Glorious Era, B-level heroes are almost the ceiling we can get at this stage. Now, I have one in my hand. I don't know how much I have suffered to get this hero. Ha ha ha, Boss Qingqiu, next time I come, I will show you how powerful the talent of that B-level hero is. He rarely found an opportunity to show off in front of Richard. At this time, he wanted to show his top-level hero immediately. Richard laughed dumbly. He thought of the 4 or 5 A-level heroes in his hands, as well as the boss unit Shinyegu Shu, and the divine soul in the statue of the old ancient god. When did B-level heroes become top-level heroes? I look forward to meeting your top hero. Italian cannon. Ha ha ha, wait, next time I ask my sister where there are top treasures that can be teleported to a certain point, and then I definitely go to your territory to take a look. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and asked. Boss Qingqiu, there is also a desert a few hundred miles away from me. Which desert are you in? Qingqiu, Death Desert. Your Italian cannon, Death Desert? How is it possible? Boss, don't tease me. There can't be players in the Death Desert. Richard's eyes froze when he saw this message. What do you mean there can't be players? Italian cannon. I heard from my sister that the Death Desert is an advanced map. When the later version is updated, some areas in it will be connected to the other dimensional plane. At that time, powerful monsters will appear, and it will be extremely dangerous. So Glorious Era did not arrange for players to be born in this map. Richard's mind was shocked, and his breathing froze. Advanced maps will be connected to the other dimensional plane in the future. There are no players. Chapter 231. Richard's mind was spinning like crazy. He never expected to get such important news from the Italian cannon. No wonder he never met a player. It turns out that the setting here is not the map where the player is born. But how could he appear here? Is there a bug? What about the other dimensional plane that appeared in the later version update? Countless questions appeared in his mind. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his emotions. Is this news true? Your Italian canon, of course it is true. My sister is the planner of one of the departments of the game Glorious Era. Although a lot of information has changed after Glorious Era became a reality. But the basic settings should not be wrong. And my sister has verified the information in her hands. The more basic information, such as the length of time, the change of seasons, and the regional pattern, have not changed. What has changed is some of the game plots, such as the artifact stored in a certain place may no longer exist. Hearing this, Richard's expression became extremely subtle. Born in the desert, the lack of resources was already a difficult start. Now he has finally developed steadily through hunting and exploration. Now he is told that this desert is not peaceful. Not only will it merge with other dimensions in the future, but a large number of powerful monsters will appear. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Do you know after which version update the Death Desert will be connected to other dimensions? Italian canon, Brother Cincio, I don't know about this. Logically, there should be a version update after the first large-scale dungeon, but now there is nothing, so this information is not accurate. According to my sister, it may take at least 2 or 3 years, but it's hard to predict. This is the kind of plot that changes. I know, thank you. Is there any news about the Death Desert? Italian canon, no, my sister just mentioned it. I ask for you later. He said curiously. Cincio boss, are you really in the Death Desert? Richard didn't hide it. Yes, I haven't found other players around me. Italian canon, awesome. You have a map all to yourself. It seems that some basic information before is still biased. I finally know why you are so powerful. Oh, if I was born in the desert, maybe I can also get the first place in a copy score, and show off in front of 20 billion lords. It's exciting to think about it. Richard's mouth twitched. If you are in the desert, a sandstorm can send you to the sky. Thinking of this, he glanced at his Desert Lord talent. Perhaps it was because of his unique talent that he came out. Born in the Death Desert? I can't think of a reason, and I don't worry about it. It has become an established fact. It's useless to think about it now. After chatting with the other party for a while, your Italian canon suddenly asked, Cincio boss, do you still have rare resources? I got a special building blueprint, and need 5,000 units of mercury. Can you lend me some first? The rare resources outside are too expensive. Those black-hearted people are not afraid of being struck by lightning when selling them at such a high price. I am poor as a dog now. Richard took a look at his attribute panel. After attacking the Grey Dwarf's dungeon, he looted tens of thousands of units of mercury. Now there is enough ammunition. Although this guy is usually not very good, he took out an extremely precious mummy heart when Grey transformed into an A-level hero last time. He has always remembered this favor. Revenge must be avenged, and kindness must be repaid. This is his principle of life. And the favor owed last time, in his opinion, is more than 5,000 units of rare resources. This is an A-level hero, and its value cannot be measured at all. After your Italian canon said this, he felt a little ignorant. At this critical moment, who can easily borrow thousands of units of rare resources, and he may not have such a big face. After thinking about it, just when he was about to send a message to make peace, he suddenly heard an email prompt. Open it, and take a look. Ding, you have received 5,000 units of mercury from Cincio. Do you want to receive it? Italian canon was stunned, and then a strong feeling of emotion rose. Brother Cincio, from today on, you are my brother-in-law. I must introduce my sister to you. Richard was too lazy to answer the question. After asking him to help him find out the news about the Death Desert, he suddenly thought of this guy's good luck in getting good treasures. The other party was the boy who sent money. The few treasures he got in the early stage were all sold by this guy. He said it with a triumphant attitude. My territory does not have a city wall yet. If you can help me find a city wall construction blueprint with special effects, these resources do not need to be returned. After saying that, he added, if the price is not cheap, I can make up the difference. Italian canon, brother-in-law. You are really my father. Your business is my business. I will definitely help you find a cool city wall construction blueprint. Then he said a bunch of things like my sister is 30-60, black stockings and long legs, gentle and easy to push down and so on. Richard had a dark face, and ignored this top-notch guy and closed the chat. Not to mention the favor last time, just knowing the truth about the Death Desert from the other party this time, he felt that it was worth it even if he spent 5,000 units of rare resources to buy it. This news directly affected the survival of the territory. When he thought of the sudden appearance of the army of other dimensions in the Death Desert, and he was still kept in the dark, he felt a little scared. If he encountered such a scene without preparation, Dusk City would suffer heavy losses. This guy, Italian Cannon, is definitely his lucky star, and he always brings unexpected things. After Richard collected his scattered thoughts, he shifted his attention to the two items in his hand again, the statue of the old god that swallowed 12 giant crystals, and the treasure he got from the corpse of the half-fish lord. In addition, the hollow crystal ball protected by 12 crystals in the center now exists in the inner space of the old god statue, together with the divine soul. This thing is a relic of the gods, and its value cannot be simply judged. Just as he was about to check the properties, flutter, suddenly, a slight sound of waves hitting came into his ears. Richard subconsciously lowered his head and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a figure splashing in the muddy water full of mud and sand on the water surface 200 meters below. Between floating and sinking, the power is very weak. It seems that it may sink at any time. He looked carefully, and after seeing the figure clearly, his eyes suddenly opened. Centaur boss? The whole person immediately became alert. After a few more careful glances, it was confirmed that the figure was the Centaur boss. But the Centaur boss at this time was no longer the terrifying existence of 10 meters tall, like a god of war. At this time, the opponent's body was reduced several times, only 1 or 2 heads taller than a normal human, and the front hooves were splashing water. The breath was no longer as strong as before, but was as weak as a candle in the wind. I didn't bother to check the properties of the two treasures, and my body suddenly dropped and landed dozens of meters above the opponent's head. But I still maintained enough vigilance, didn't rush to approach, and open the opponent's attribute panel. Ancient Guardian. Boss unit. Level 9. Status, power is rapidly fading. Seeing this attribute, his face became quite exciting. After the collapse of the Rule Broken Land, this guardian with a demigod body also lost his power. If this is the case, then wouldn't it be? Richard's breathing immediately became rapid. As he waited patiently, the opponent's level continued to drop. Level 9 became level 8, then dropped to level 7, level 6, and finally fixed at level 1. After Richard no longer felt the danger, a huge joy rose in his heart. This wave, he was going to make a fortune. Chapter 232. At this moment, the Centaur boss suddenly stopped struggling and slowly fell down. Richard came back to his senses, and the yellow sand on his body surged. The gravel in the lake quickly condensed, and after a few breaths, the surrounding water suddenly became clear. With a pop, the centaur's figure rose from the bottom of the water and emerged from the water. Then it continued to rise and floated in the air. At this time, the platform formed by the gravel under the centaur could be seen. The water flow fell along the surroundings, rippling on this small piece of clean lake surface. The centaur boss, who felt that he could breathe, raised his head in a daze, and a vague figure with the blue sky above his head appeared in his sight, looking down at her from a high place. He opened his mouth to say something, but then a feeling of weakness came over him, and his body could no longer support him, and he collapsed on the sand platform. Richard controlled the sand platform to get closer. Looking at the unconscious centaur boss, his mood was quite subtle. He never thought that the other party would appear in front of him in this way. It was indeed unpredictable. No, it seemed that he had caused the collapse of this broken land. Richard touched his chin. So, the other party was his trophy. Well, he liked such surprises, and he could have more in the future. In the previous battle, the 20th level extraordinary hunter was almost killed by this powerful boss with a demigod body. Its combat power was the most powerful existence he had seen in the main plane. He took 2 steps forward, stepped onto the sand platform, approached the centaur, and looked down. The other party had fallen into a deep coma. Unlike the domineering and unparalleled god of war before, the centaur became softer after shrinking in size. The wet black hair half covered his face, making his delicate face quite eye-catching. A pair of long curved horns emerged from his hair, making him look a little more slender, no longer so full of power and murderous intent. The upper half of the human body was snow white, and the pride on his chest was only covered with a simple cover. At this time, it was half pressed on the ground, slightly sunken, making people feel its thrilling softness. Richard retracted his gaze, and opened the attribute panel with strong expectations. This time, he could finally see the other party's attributes clearly. Ancient Guardian. Boss unit level 1, primary boss, strength bonus 30%, defense increase 30%. Potential, A-level status, severely injured profession, heavy axe knight, special, strength increased by 100%. Health, 200 points, recover 5 points per second, skills, immortal body, super A-level, Body with weak divine power, strength increased by 500%, defense increased by 500%, magic resistance increased by 300%, immune to instant death skills, poison, control skills, curses, any injury can consume blood quickly. Fast recovery. Battle axe / A level, let the blood linger on the battle axe, increase the sharpness and firmness by 100%, and have a 30% chance to execute the enemy directly. Unparalleled combat skills. A level, combat skills are solidified to master level. Blood eruption. A level, burn 50 points of blood per second. All attributes increase by 100%. The more blood burned, the more attributes increase. The maximum is 200 points per second. All attributes increase by 300%. Boss features. Can transform into a 10-meter tall heavy armored warrior. All attributes increase by 100%. Lasting for 6 hours. Can be used once a day. Racial talent. Can run on all terrains. Immune to the negative effects of terrain. Bond chi and blood. For every 10% decrease in chi and blood, all attributes increase by 10%, and the speed of injury recovery increases by 20%. Introduction. A warrior endowed with powerful strength by the gods. Although her strength has mostly disappeared with the passage of time, she still has unlimited potential. Not bad, very good. Richard smiled brightly. The skills and additional characteristics of the Centaur boss are all first-class powerful. This is the state after the opponent's strength has mostly disappeared. If it was in its prime, this boss would be able to defy the heavens. Now, this powerful top existence is his trophy. Comfortable. After looking at the opponent's attributes several times, he reluctantly turned it off. The next step is to wait for the opponent to wake up and consider how to subdue him. In this situation, he doesn't really want to use the Dark Contract, a killer weapon. Besides, the Centaurs didn't seem to be from the Dark Camp, so it was still unclear whether they could be used. After sensing for a moment, and confirming that the other party was not in danger of life, Richard retracted his attention. He took out the 2 trophies that he was about to check the properties of. With some expectation, he opened the properties of the statue of the ancient god that swallowed 12 crystals. He took a few careful glances, and immediately found several new properties. The first one was that the number of soul slaves increased from 1 to 2. There is no doubt that as the most core skill, even if there is only one more, it is a huge improvement for the statue of the ancient god. The value doubled. The second one is the newly added feature of space movement. Within 500 kilometers, the statue of the old god will instantly return to the binder after being recalled. At the same time, the binder can directly teleport to the location of the statue of the old god, can be used once a day. Third, the limited distance of the divine soul from the statue is 300 meters in radius, and it cannot exceed this distance, but within 300 meters, it can directly shuttle back to the inside of the statue. The 2 additional attributes are related to spatial ability. Especially the second attribute, Richard was very interested. Within 500 kilometers, they can teleport to each other. The more I think about this skill, the more powerful it feels. If the statue of the old god is placed in the City of Dusk, then when you go out to scan the map, if you encounter danger, it will only take a moment to come back. This is simply a free return ticket. This function is absolutely valuable if used well. And the third one, which allows the soul to return to the statue instantly, can definitely play an extremely outstanding effect in battle. The harvest from the 12 crystals devoured by the old god statue is more than I thought. This wave is so cool. Richard happily picked up the statue and rubbed it. Then he seemed to think of something, and his mental power emanated. He entered the interior of the god statue. At this time, the core of the rule-breaking land, the hollow crystal, was floating above the sleeping divine soul. The spatial power it radiated was being devoured by the divine soul. This scene was surprisingly core. But as long as he wanted, he could take it out from it at any time. His eyes were sparkling. The soul fed by so many good things. I wonder what kind of surprises it can bring him after waking up, looking forward to it. With excitement, he looked at the treasure he got from the Half-Malak Lord. This treasure looks like a stone, but the strong magic fluctuations are shocking. This is obviously not an ordinary item. Broken Lake. Level, 4 stars. Features. It can summon a lake with a diameter of 5,000 meters and a depth of 100 meters, which can float in the sky and never dry up. Introduction. A treasure with magical power. What the hell? What is this? This is the broken lake that just collapsed? Richard was shocked after reading the properties. This thing can explode? Floating in the sky, is it going to become an immortal? After coming to his senses, he immediately became very interested. Other people's lakes are on the ground, but the lake in my Dusk City is in the sky. Isn't that awesome? You can buy a few mermaid nests in the future, let them swim in it in simple clothes every day, and you can see them when you look up. Isn't it wonderful? You can also build an aerial lake view villa on the lake. It's definitely a different experience to see the lake in the desert. Ha, it's not bad to think about it. Richard was in a good mood after putting away the treasure. This harvest made him very satisfied. Whether it is the powerful centaur boss with unlimited potential, or the greatly enhanced statue of the old god, or the mysterious hollow crystal, and the 4-star treasure broken lake obtained from the half-fish lord. They are all priceless. Especially the centaur boss, this powerful combat power is inestimable. If cultivated, it will not be weaker than the guy of the evil god tree. After coming to his senses, he searched the lake again to see if there were any additional gains. Half an hour later, the gravel gradually sank to the bottom of the water, and the lake water became clearer, but there was still nothing to find. Richard nodded and stopped. Today's harvest was good enough, so he should go back and subdue the centaur boss first. Controlling the sand platform, taking the unconscious centaur, and referring to the system map, he flew directly in the direction he came from. Not far away, there was a sudden movement behind him. Richard turned his head, and saw the weak centaur lying on the ground with one hand on the ground, slowly raising his head. There was a bit of trance on that delicate face. In the mist, he then shouted at him in a special soft voice. "Father." Hearing this, Richard was stunned. It's exciting to call him like that. But you are a centaur. Chapter 233. While thinking, Richard turned and approached the centaur boss, who was half lying on the ground, looking down at the misty eyes revealed in the wet hair. The other party looked only 15 or 16 years old, still a bit childish. Slowly said, "Do you remember your name?" The centaur said faintly in the haze. "Emilida," said with the tone of grievance of a child being bullied. "Father, have you forgotten my name?" "Emilida, you gave it to me." After saying this, his eyes suddenly turned red, and crystal tears rolled in him. But he tried hard not to cry, like a child who was robbed of his most beloved toy, and dared not say anything. Richard looked at the aggrieved look, and inexplicably felt as if he had done something extremely evil, and a little guilt rose in his heart. After thinking about it, his voice softened a little. "Emirida, do you remember what happened before?" This centaur boss must have had a problem. When the other party heard this, a bit of confusion rose in his eyes, and then he covered his head in pain. "Father, I can't remember it." The collapse of the Land of Rules not only made this boss lose all his power, but also damaged his soul. Richard frowned slightly. But looking at the helpless look of the other party, he sighed again. How could he bear to let such a poor and helpless little girl suffer so much? He wanted to take her back to the City of Dusk, take good care of her, and let her enjoy the warmth of the world. If nothing else, it was to highlight a kind heart. A kind smile appeared on his face. "Emirida, the Land of Rules has collapsed. Your mission has been completed. I'm here to take you home." The tearful centaur raised his head, his wet hair covering part of his face, and the dim eyes revealed from the ends of his hair immediately brightened up. With a bit of happiness and uncertainty, he said cautiously, "Father, you didn't lie to me?" Richard waved his hand, and the gravel condensed into a platform, allowing the other party to half lean on it. He walked closer to her, and rubbed her little head. He said with a gentle tone, "Of course, my child, we go home now." At this time, the tyrannical boss really became a little girl. The eyes curved into crescents, cheering and jumping. "Long live father." After saying that, he seemed to think of something again, and said with a bit of uncertainty, "After that, will you abandon me?" The nervous look made people inexplicably distressed. Richard patted the other party's head, and looked into the other party's eyes, and said seriously, "No, never again. As long as you don't leave me in the future, I will never abandon you." Emilida, the little girl who only had the mind of a 5 or 6-year-old girl at this time, was particularly happy to hear this, and a bright smile appeared on her face. "I won't leave my father." Ahem. After being excited, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, and her face turned pale again. Seeing this, Richard opened the other party's status and took a look. He was still in a seriously injured state. Without hesitation, he took out a bottle of Desert Crown honey from the system space. After unscrewing the bottle cap, he handed it to the little centaur. He comforted softly, "Emirida, this is the best honey in the world. Try it. You will recover after drinking it." Emirida's small nose tip twitched slightly. After smelling the sweet smell, she swallowed her saliva immediately. Then she took it carefully. She looked at Richard with a very satisfied expression. "Father, this is the first time you give me a gift." After saying that, she took a sip with both hands. The taste that made her taste buds explode immediately made her eyes light up. It was so wonderful. After reluctantly tasting a few mouthfuls, she happily handed the honey to Richard. She was reluctant to give it up, but she was not stingy. "Father, give it to me. This honey is so delicious." Richard looked at the clear eyes with a subtle look. It seems that raising such a daughter is not bad. He stretched out his hand and pinched the other's face. "We still have a lot at home. Drink more to get better." Amirida happily held the honey in her hands and drank it. After swallowing a bottle of honey, her breath recovered a little. Then a white and red energy slowly rose from her body. After a few breaths, the little centaur stood up from the ground. Although the breath on her body was still a little weak, it was no longer like before, which could be extinguished at any time. The condition also recovered from serious injury to minor injury. After getting up, the little centaur rubbed his head gently on his shoulder, his eyes full of trust and dependence. Richard couldn't tell what emotion he felt when he saw this. I don't know if the other party will continue in this state or recover one day. If he recovers his memory in the future, I don't know if he will die on the spot. After thinking about it, should I make a magic crystal to record Amirida's appearance in the future? In case one day she recovers her memory, I can play it again and again. After starting to travel again, Richard immediately felt that he was busy around him. Amirida looked at the objects around her moving backwards quickly and chattered excitedly. "Father, why is the sky blue? What will we see if we go to the top of the sky? Father, look, there is a fish on the water. Wow, it's so big. Can we go down and catch it? Father, ha, the wind is so cool. I want to have a bite. Ah, cough, cough. Father, can we chase the sun in the sky? I want to pick a sun to take back. Father." Hearing these innocent words, Richard felt inexplicably relaxed. Looking at the little horse around him, who was looking around excitedly, a soft smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Damn, he is quite a father. 20 minutes later, the sand platform flew away from the wide lake and returned to the desert. Richard turned his head and looked. The original broken rules had turned into a huge lake. Waves of ripples rose, and the water surface reflected the sparkling light. From now on, there will be a lake in this desert. If there is no fresh water, perhaps one day in the future, this lake will gradually dry up like countless other lakes. Not far away in the direction of the City of Dusk, the figures of Alvis and 30 skeleton blood dragons appeared in sight. Seeing him, the army immediately flew over excitedly. Hina, riding on the back of a skeleton blood dragon, saw the figure holding a long-handled giant axe and jumping beside Richard, and was immediately shocked and doubtful. Which powerful centaur is this? How did that huge beast become so small? After approaching, it jumped up from the skeleton blood dragon and landed on the sand platform. Bowed with chest support. Lord Richard. After saluting, Xena's eyes could not help but look at the figure hiding behind Richard, with only a small head exposed, looking at her with curious eyes. The other party's expression and eyes actually gave her a childlike feeling. Is this really the terrifying existence that can fight with Lord Richard? How could it be so weird? Richard nodded slightly. Seeing Xena's puzzled look, he extended his hand to introduce. This is my daughter, Amirida. Amirida, this is Xena, a resident of the City of Dusk. You will call her Sister Xena from now on. Amirida stared at Xena with a bit of curiosity, and after feeling that the other party had no hostility, her expression relaxed a little. She whispered, Sister Xena. Daughter? Xena had 10,000 question marks in her heart. Sir, you are a human being, please be sober. But seeing that Richard didn't say much, he also understood that something must have happened. He smiled and nodded at the centaur. Hello, Amirida. Richard didn't say much nonsense, and his eyes became serious. Xena, how are the casualties of the army? Talking about business, Xena's expression became solemn. Sir, the biggest loss is the bandaged mummies. Half of them were killed, and only 3 teams are left. 2 teams of scorpion warriors were killed, and there are currently 4 teams left. 3 teams of sand archers were killed, and 22 teams are left. Other than that, the rest of the army was not damaged. Richard nodded, and he was not surprised. Although the overall strength of the half-fish people is not very strong, they have taken advantage of the geographical advantage. The army of the City of Dusk has always been in a disadvantageous position to be beaten, and they have to protect the statues of the old gods from being interrupted. It is inevitable to suffer losses. But this loss is nothing compared to the gains this time. Thinking of this, he suddenly came to his senses. His upgrade task is to hunt a wild hero above level 10 alone. It's a pity for the half-fish lord. Although he was killed by him in the end, He was also severely injured by Xena before, so it can't be considered as his hunting alone. It seems that I still have to find a wild hero to kill in the next few days and upgrade to level 10 first. Coming to his senses, he said in a serious voice. Xena, let all the troops return to the territory immediately. In more than 20 days, we will face a severe war. By then, there will be countless powerful monsters from other dimensions attacking the City of Dusk. This time, the enemy we have to face is unprecedentedly powerful. Chapter 234. It was already night when Richard returned to the City of Dusk. The clear moon shone from the sky, and the moonlight was like water, covering the entire territory. It looked like it had a special layer of beauty. In the square in front of the Lord's mansion, residents who had finished dinner were actively participating in literacy classes to learn new knowledge. Everyone started learning by recognizing words, and the literacy class did not teach too much advanced knowledge. The glorious era is not like the modern information explosion. Knowledge is a rare item monopolized by the nobles. How can the lowly civilians have access to it on weekdays? Only the great City of Dusk and the great Lord can be so kind and generous. At this time, it can be so straightforwardly presented in front of them, allowing them to learn. The residents who realize the value of knowledge are hungry and thirsty. If you have not experienced this special era background, you can't imagine how high the desire of ordinary residents for knowledge is. Knowledge, in this world, represents power, social status, and class represents everything. Even if they were forced to leave Twilight City one day, they would be able to find a job with enough food and clothing with their strong literacy. Not to mention, the Lord also promised that those who excel in learning would have the opportunity to be trained as key personnel. These residents who wanted to learn but couldn't find a way before, after getting this opportunity, showed efforts that made Richard quite impressed. And this policy also brought people together far beyond his imagination. Some of these residents really worshipped him as a god, and almost built a church for him. Looking at the crowded square, Richard quietly dismissed the army without disturbing the residents who were in class. After quietly taking Amirida back to the Lord's mansion, under the maid's surprised eyes, he arranged 2 people to take care of the boss, who had become a 5 or 6-year-old girl. After a sumptuous dinner, Amirida's eyes were almost unable to open, and she was so sleepy that she kept yawning. But the little centaur still held Richard's hand, and was reluctant to let go, and said nervously, "Father, you won't leave me, right?" Richard looked at the figure squatting on the carpet, looking at him with a face full of dependence. There was something subtle in his heart. Why does it feel so wonderful to be a father, looking at a figure who trusts him without reservation, looking at him eagerly? It feels really different. Touch the other's head. Amirida, go to bed obediently. I will take you to collect honey tomorrow morning. The little centaur's eyes immediately lit up, pursed his lips, as if he was savoring the taste he had tasted before. Father, is it the kind that we ate today very sweet? Richard smiled. Of course. Holding the expectation of collecting honey tomorrow, Amirida reluctantly went upstairs to rest accompanied by the maid. Kalu, who was called next to him, saw this scene, but he didn't feel as strong a sense of disobedience as other heroes who saw Amirida as powerful as the god of war. Although Amirida looked only 15 or 16 years old. But there were still many doubts in his heart. Sir Richard, how did Miss Amirida become your daughter? Richard shrugged, leaned comfortably on the soft chair, and recounted what happened today. Finally he said, I guess the collapse of the Land of Rules not only caused Amirida to lose all her power, but also caused her soul to be damaged to a certain extent, and lost most of her memory. So her memory and thinking level are only at the level of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Karu nodded thoughtfully. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated and spoke. Sir, I suggest that if you have a way to restore Miss Amirida's memory, there is no need to rush. What do you mean? We can let Miss Amirida live in Twilight City for a while, and build up feelings. Richard shook his head. Whether she can recover or not is still a question. It's useless to think about it. Judging from Amirida's current state, it's probably difficult. If Amirida can never recover her previous memory, it's not a bad thing for her. At least, she can start over. In the Broken Rule Land, she became level 15 from the demigod power, and was driven by a level 12 half-fish lord. Thinking about this long period of time spanning hundreds of thousands of years, it would never be a happy experience. Now that the Broken Rule Land has collapsed, it's not a bad thing for her to return to her carefree childhood. How many people dream of returning to their childhood? Kalu nodded and didn't say much about this. He believed that Richard knew more than him. Sir Richard, the Grey Dwarves are already looking for alchemy apprentices to make alchemy bombs. Lord Brown proposed to me the idea of building an alchemy production workshop. We don't have drawings at the moment, but Lord Brown said he knows how to build it without drawings. Richard was a little interested. Do you agree? You still need to decide on this. Let him list the required resources and start construction tomorrow. On the 15th of next month, the territory will experience an unprecedented war, Richard said, and roughly explained the dungeon mission. So, we need to prepare sufficient war supplies in the fastest way during this period of time. Kalu immediately realized the urgency of this matter. Sir, to resist the enemy's attack, it is more important to build the city wall now. We also need to build fortifications in a targeted manner, especially the placement of alchemical artillery. Alchemical artillery has a huge effect on the defenders. If it is well arranged, it can cause a major blow to the enemy. The artillery fire needs to cover the surrounding areas of the territory, and cannot face only one direction. Now our defense has not even formed a system. Kalu's words directly pointed out the biggest problem of the Dusk City now. It has power, but has not formed a defense system. Now dealing with the enemy like this depends on the hard power of the army. It is far from playing the geographical advantage that should be possessed in the city defense war. In the final analysis, the core problem is that there is no city wall. All other arrangements are difficult to work without the weakness of the city wall. Richard also had a headache. I already know about this problem. I will find a way to solve it. Building a city wall requires blueprints, but he only found the architectural blueprints of ordinary city walls in the trading market. The quantity is small, but the price basically starts at 300,000 units of resources, which is a sky-high price. Recruiting soldiers has already used up all his savings, and he doesn't have enough resources to buy them now, so he can only wait. I didn't dwell on this for too long, and changed the discussion to another question. Have you made any progress in the brewery and food workshop in the past 2 days? The 2 B-class heroes transformed by the Hero's Certificate have taken over the 2 buildings for a while, but he hasn't heard any good news yet. Kalu smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Sir, the time required for research and development will not be short, especially since this is their first independent research and development. I'm afraid we need to wait patiently for a while. Richard had an idea in his mind. He was afraid that before the dungeon was opened, he could not expect these 2 projects to bring any benefits. Without thinking too much, he had already been mentally prepared. This thing might require long-term investment to see the output. Go down and call Andal. Yes, sir. Not long after Kalu left, Andal hurried into the hall. Good night, sir. After the salute, the girl looked at him with interest. I heard that you brought back a very beautiful centaur daughter. Where is Miss Amirida? Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Amirida went upstairs to sleep. The girl was even more excited. Sir, how do centaurs sleep? Do they sleep in beds? Centaurs naturally can't sleep in beds. I asked the maid to bring a few blankets and put them on the ground. Richard waved his hand, stopped the gossiping girl, and talked about business. You will know it yourself later. Now, let's talk about repairing the extraordinary hunter. As he said this, his mind moved. The 15-meter-high body of the extraordinary hunter appeared directly in the hall. It almost touched the towering ceiling. After the fierce battle with Amirida, the use time of the extraordinary hunter has been reduced to 20 minutes. The armor was getting more and more broken. If it was not repaired, Richard doubted whether he could continue the second battle. If this killer weapon collapsed, the loss would be huge. This is his most powerful trump card at present, no one else. After Andal looked up and looked at it for a few times, her brows frowned. Sir, can't Mithril repair the extraordinary hunter? Richard shook his head. No, it can be repaired, but the speed at which the extraordinary hunter devours Mithril is too slow. Then he took out a piece of Mithril from the system space and placed it at the feet of the extraordinary hunter. Under the girl's gaze, the extraordinary hunter burst into a faint light, covering the ore. Then it began to devour the Mithril in the ore at an extremely slow speed. It looked like a snail crawling, enough to make the most patient people anxious. Xena looked at the ore thoughtfully. There are a lot of impurities in the Mithril ore. Perhaps the speed of refining it into pure Mithril will be faster. Sir Richard, I'd give it a try. Richard nodded. That's why I called you here. He seemed to have thought of something and continued. How is the forging of the dragon-hunting crossbow going? Andal showed a little pride on her face. Sir Richard, the first dragon-hunting crossbow will be forged tomorrow. I will never let you down. Richard's mood improved a bit. Not bad, well done, Xena, you never let me down. Speed up the forging speed, and try to forge more before August 15th. The City of Dusk is now lacking powerful heavy crossbows. The dragon-hunting crossbow is the blueprint he got from the treasure house of the Scarlet Council, and the level is as high as 4 stars. Incredibly powerful. In his defense plan, the large-caliber, high-damage alchemical artillery is responsible for clearing ground enemies, while the dragon hunting crossbow is responsible for sniping enemy heroes. Two-pronged approach. There are still more than 20 days left, and he wants to improve the defense of Twilight City to the extreme. At this time, he is already looking forward to the arrival of the copy. Chapter 235. July 21st, morning. The residents of Dusk City suddenly found a centaur running around in the territory. The other party's appearance is extremely delicate and cute, and the age is about 14 or 15 years old. What makes people look sideways is that the other party's words and deeds are no different from a 5 or 6-year-old child. The residents were a little surprised at first, and when this centaur called the Lord Father, it immediately caused more heated discussions. Lord, you are really good at playing. An elderly middle-aged man covered his waist with envy. Miss Amirida should be adopted by the Lord from somewhere? She looks 14 or 15 years old, so she can't be the Lord's child. A young girl pouted and muttered. Whether or not she is the Lord's biological daughter, since you call the Lord your father, Miss Amirida is our princess. I really envy Miss Amirida. It would be great if my father was the Lord. Asshole, I am not worthy of being your father? Where's my belt? Hurry and bring it over. The residents were curious and cautious about Amirida at first, but as they kept interacting with this innocent centaur humming a song, they gradually put down their worries. Later, because she was too cute, Amirida was warmly welcomed by the residents wherever she went. And the little centaur was also very sensible, and would not delay the residents' work. At most, he would stand aside and look at them with curious eyes, chattering and asking questions. The residents soon fell in love with this sensible little girl. One by one, they took out the delicious food they had hidden and fed it generously. All morning, the territory was filled with the sound of Amilida's chuckles. The whole territory seemed to be relaxed and happy. Richard ignored the little centaur and let them have fun. When he got up in the morning, the first thing he did was to disperse the army to hunt. Lack of resources is the eternal pain of Twilight City. Territory upgrade, troop nest upgrade, building construction, forging treasures, everything is inseparable from resources. He earned resources quickly enough, but compared with the huge expenses of the territory, it was still a drop in the bucket. Especially the upgrade of troop nests. The bottomless pit is not so exaggerated. Wait for the extraordinary hunter to be repaired, and then go to the underground world. Just by hunting like this, when can I save enough resources for the upgrade? With the development of Twilight City, hunting, the main source of resource income in the early stage, has gradually reached a bottleneck. It is already somewhat unable to supply the huge amount he needs. This is also the main reason why he invested a lot of resources in the research and development of new products very early. Hunting alone will not be enough to support the City of Dusk in the future. Only more profitable trade can support his grand plan. After breakfast, Richard was about to go out to find a wild hero to complete the upgrade task that had stuck him. Endel came into the house excitedly. Sir Richard, the dragon hunting crossbow has been forged successfully. Hearing this, Richard's eyes lit up immediately. As a 4-star treasure, the dragon hunting crossbow has been long awaited. He followed the girl to the backyard of the blacksmith shop with great expectations. The moment he stepped into the yard, his sight was attracted by the ferocious heavy crossbow in front of him. The width of this heavy crossbow is more than 5 meters, and the curved arc reveals a frightening cold light. Dozens of ordinary bowstrings are combined to form the bowstring of the dragon hunting crossbow. The surface of the dragon hunting crossbow is engraved with special runes, and the powerful magic fluctuations reveal an extraordinary atmosphere. It greatly increases the attack power of this heavy crossbow. Below is a wooden base with 4 wheels that can push the dragon hunting crossbow forward. Such a heavy crossbow cannot be pulled by ordinary people unless they have the blood of giants. Therefore, the dragon hunting crossbow is equipped with a sophisticated mechanism with a winch on the left and right. When the winch is turned, the hook at the back will pull the bowstring and fix it on the buckle. When you need to attack, just pull the trigger and the crossbow arrow will shoot out. There are also 10 neatly arranged giant crossbow arrows on the crossbow cart, with an extremely sophisticated design. Once an attack is launched, you can pull the bowstring continuously without loading the gun. And there is a special crosshair in front, which is full of fantasy. Open the attribute panel. Dragon hunting crossbow. Level, 4 stars. Features. Each dragon hunting crossbow can be equipped with 10 crossbow arrows, with a range of 800 meters. Arrow flight speed increased by 300%, attack power increased by 300%, hit rate increased by 70%, with piercing feature, causing extra damage to heavy armor units, not activated, and 200% extra damage to dragons, not activated. When using dragon hunting crossbow arrows to attack, the range is increased by 200 meters, and the other attributes are doubled. Introduction. Super heavy crossbow used to hunt dragons. This attribute is overbearing. Coupled with a dragon hunting crossbow arrow that is more than 5 meters long. Richard couldn't imagine what kind of boss was worthy of being sniped by the dragon hunting crossbow. Even a super hunter must be on high alert when facing this terrifying weapon. You may be fooled if you are not careful. Moreover, this heavy crossbow has extra lethality to dragons. If hundreds of them can be forged, and then matched with alchemical artillery, Dusk City will definitely become the enemy's nightmare. The only pity is that there is no fascia of a level 15 dragon, and the dragon hunting crossbow is still an incomplete version, and the extra lethality to dragons cannot be activated. And this thing is too expensive. It takes 15,000 units of rare resources to forge one. If this thing is mass-produced, Dusk City can't bear it. No, I have to go to the underground world to get some wool. Bloodhoof City was squeezed by him. But don't the Grey Dwarves have so many cities? He was very happy to plunder tens of thousands of units of mercury from the capture of the Grey Dwarf underground city. The other party is so generous, if I don't continue, I will be sorry for the hospitality of the Grey Dwarves. Retracting his thoughts, he looked at the girl beside him, who was a little proud. He touched her head with appreciation. Well done, Andal, I can always trust you. The girl's eyes narrowed into crescents in an instant. Like a child who was praised by the teacher. How long does it take to forge a dragon hunting crossbow now? Andal tilted her head and thought for a while, and said happily. Sir, if the material supply is sufficient, I can shorten the forging time to 5 days, but I must have 30 apprentices to cooperate. Richard had an idea in his mind. Use the existing resources to prepare the materials needed for forging, and I will make up for the missing resources as soon as possible. We need enough dragon hunting crossbows to deal with the war next month. Andal, you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Andal raised her head and looked straight into his eyes. Lord Richard, it is my honor to serve you. Richard was very satisfied with the girl's mentality. Now go and refine the mithril ore. I need you to repair the extraordinary hunter as soon as possible. Next, we have to go to the underground world. If you want to capture the city of the Grey Dwarves, you must first have a strong gun in your hand. As you wish. After coming out of the blacksmith shop, Richard came to the front of the Lord's mansion in contemplation. Looking at the towering courtyard wall, he opened the territory panel. Twilight City has been a second-level town for too long. To upgrade to a third-level town, you need 30,000 units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore, for advanced buildings, and a population of 1,000 people. The advanced buildings currently include barracks, blacksmith shops, breweries, food workshops, and tailor shops, which are completely enough. And the population has exceeded the limit. After waving his hand and calling out the maids in the Lord's mansion, he chose to upgrade. In an instant, the yellow sand was surging. Looking down from the sky, you can see that the open space on the outer edge of Dusk City is rapidly expanding. The gravel was swallowed by the stone slabs. This process lasted from noon to afternoon, and it took a full 4 hours before the system prompt was heard. Ding! Dusk City is upgraded to a third-level small city. The territory expands 60 squares of open space, and the current open space is 98 spaces. Hearing the system prompt, Richard felt relieved. It's been almost 3 months, and I finally reached a third-level small city from a first-level village. He opened the attribute panel and took a look at the upgrade requirements, and his face fell immediately. To upgrade to a first-level middle city, 50,000 units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore are required. The territory population is 2,000 people, and one technology reaches advanced level. The required resources have risen to 200,000 units, a population of 2,000, and one advanced technology. Among these requirements, only resources are easy to get. Needless to say, population is the eternal pain of Twilight City. Advanced technology. Twilight City has only studied the basic attacks of 3 types of soldiers: Bandage Mummy, Scorpion Warrior, and Axe of the Dead. There is still a long way to go before advanced attacks. And the problem is that Andal, the scientific research elite of Twilight City, is currently busy with other tasks, and cannot conduct scientific research. This gives him a headache. When will Twilight City become a territory with no shortage of resources and talents? The road is long, and we still need to work hard. Chapter 236. After upgrading the territory, Richard looked at the much more refined Lord's mansion, and couldn't help but fall into thought. There are many potential buildings in Dusk City at present, including advanced blacksmith shops that can develop attack technology, tailor shops that can produce yellow sand robes, and brewing workshops and food workshops, all of which have room for development in the future. But there are only 3 or 2 that can be used at present, and he needs to continue to invest more in them to support his ideas. In terms of territory defense, alchemical artillery and dragon hunting crossbow are both powerful weapons. The building he exchanged with points, the Hurricane Arrow Tower, is under intensive construction and will be completed soon. In addition to the Dusk City's own army and the super boss, the Divine Evil Ancient Tree, it is definitely not bad. In terms of agricultural areas, he has 200 acres of sand wheat, 105 acres of sand date forest, plus flame dragon rabbits and desert crown bees. These are the foundations for maintaining Dusk City, and there is great potential for development in the future. Richard thought of this and turned his attention to himself. For so long, he has accumulated a lot of good things, but he has never sorted them out seriously. After careful thinking, he began to count them one by one. The drawings he has not yet built include the Wizard Tower building drawings, for stars, Magic Garden, for stars, Magic Fountain, for stars, and Transportation Machinery Manufacturing Workshop, for stars. These drawings either lack resources or are not available, so they cannot be built. He can only wait until he has enough resources before starting. There are also many treasures that he is most interested in: Magic Wand, 2 stars, Wizard Robe, 2 stars, Leaping Boots, 3 stars, and Sword of Oath, 3 stars. The Magic Wand and Wizard Robe were given by the Fire Elemental Lord in the ancient ruins of the 9 Bronze Gates. Although their properties are very good, he can no longer use them. These 2 items can be given to Gray. The Leaping Boots can be used for space jumps, and can be used when driving the Super Hunter. They are extremely practical, and can be kept. The Sword of Oath can allow the soldiers of 2 squadrons to share life, which is an extremely valuable strategic item. It was obtained from the Scarlet Council treasury. But he can't use this treasure for the time being, and there is no good hero to give it to him, so he has kept it in his hands. In addition, more advanced treasures include Super Hunter, Mechanical Puppet, level 20, the current killer in his hand. The value of the Old God statue, special, is no less than that of the Super Hunter in his opinion, and its growth and potential are endless. Special treasures: the Dragon Treasure Map given to him by Bloodhouse City, a 2-star treasure map obtained by killing monsters before. He had no time to explore these 2 treasure maps, so he could only put them aside for now. There was also a 2-way portal that could connect 50 kilometers, but there was no suitable place to put it. Behind the Lord's mansion, the 11 sandworms that would hatch at the beginning of next month could not be ignored. One of them had a powerful void bloodline, and after growing up, it would be able to travel through planes, with unlimited potential. One-time treasure: the obsidian staff used to open the ancient ruins, and 9 bronze doors contained a super ace skill, Time Freezing, which could freeze the surroundings for 10 seconds. This was a good trump card, but no enemy had yet allowed him to use it. The Dark Contract of the Dark Life was also of high value. The high-end treasures that he can't use at present are the Plain Stone and the Holy Dragon Blood. The Plain Stone is too high-end, and he still doesn't know how to use it. The Holy Dragon Blood can improve a skill to the limit, but the premise is to upgrade it to level 15, which is impossible in a short time. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help but sigh that the family assets he had accumulated during this period were enough to be called rich. Then, he couldn't help but fall into deeper thinking. Although the treasure is valuable, it doesn't play a big role in the development of the territory. During this period before the dungeon is opened, the development of the territory should be the main focus. Twilight City needs to do 3 things. 1. Build city walls. 2. Upgrade the arms nests. And 3. Accelerate production and research and development. The city wall is the core of the territory defense. If you want to fight in the dungeon, you must have it. And the arms nest is the biggest confidence of the city of Twilight. In the past 20 days, at least 3 brilliant arms nests must be owned. The remaining troop nests were all upgraded to rare levels. Research and development, needless to say, is a means of earning resources in the future. At night, after the heroes who went out hunting returned, Richard gave Gray, a powerful auxiliary hero, the Magic Wand and Wizard Robe that he could not use. The Magic Wand can increase the strength of the entire army, and the Wizard Robe can automatically trigger the protective shield when attacked to resist damage, which are both very practical skills. As for Gaunt, the 2 soul life boxes of this mummy hero are powerful magic weapons, with no shortage of damage. At night, after coaxing the little centaur to sleep with 2 short stories, he also fell asleep. On July 22nd, the next morning, Richard woke up, and did not stay in the territory. He took Alvis and a team of skeleton blood dragons out hunting. While obtaining prey to exchange for resources, he also actively looked for level 10 wild heroes to hunt. But to his surprise, until July 25th, he did not find any level 10 wild heroes with potential above level C for several days. There were a few E and D potential ones, but they were all melted by Alvis's Super A Dragon Breath. When he returned to the territory in the evening, the excited Kalu reported the good news. Lord Richard, the Hurricane Arrow Tower has been built. Oh, Richard's eyes lit up immediately. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the arrow tower built on the west side of the territory, which was more than 20 meters high. I didn't pay much attention these days, and only then did I find that the arrow tower had been capped. From the outside, the arrow tower is divided into 3 layers, and each layer has dense shooting holes. It can be imagined that once the army moves in, it will be as fierce as a hedgehog. Hurricane Arrow Tower. Level, Primary. Area, 4 spaces. Features, 1. Arrow shot from the arrow tower will be accompanied by wind magic damage. 2. Increase arrow flight speed by 40%, increase accuracy by 40%, increase attack speed by 30%. 3. Can increase the range of bows and crossbows by 100 meters. 4. Can install 10 large siege crossbows, increase the range of large siege crossbows by 300 meters. Primary arrow tower can accommodate 60 people. Upgrade requirements: 50,000 units of gold coins, woodstone, iron ore, 1,000 units of crystal, 1,000 units of gems, and 1,000 units of mercury. Introduction: the arrow tower with special power will be the Fong of the territory. The properties of the Hurricane Arrow Tower are excellent, and can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the guarding army. Richard was quite satisfied and personally entered the Hurricane Arrow Tower for inspection. After entering from the outside of the tower, there is an expanded space below, which can be used to pile up war materials. Going up is a spacious staircase. It takes about 10 meters to reach the first floor in the true sense. Turning his head to look at the wall, the wood and stone structure is poured with steel, which seems extremely solid. The inscriptions carved on the wall make the air free with majestic magic energy. As long as you launch an attack in the arrow tower, the arrows will be covered with magic energy, giving them additional lethality. Going up to the top 3 floors, the view suddenly became wider. Coming to the front of the open siege crossbow shooting hole, with both hands on the solid windowsill, looking out, you can see the desert on the horizon. There are shooting holes on the 4 walls, front, back, left, and right. At the same time, there are several protruding areas, which are used to place heavy crossbows. What makes Richard quite interested is that these areas for placing heavy crossbows can be moved. Once encountering an enemy, the direction can be adjusted in time, and the heavy crossbow can shoot in all directions without blind spots. Kalu pointed outside and said, "Sir, 1 arrow tower is far from enough. If we can build 2 more arrow towers to form a triangle, relying on each other, it will be easier to deal with enemy attacks. To build 2 arrow towers, 400,000 units of ordinary resources and 3,000 units of rare resources are required." Thinking of this, Richard helplessly held his forehead. The nest of the number 22 troops has been refreshed, and he has not had time to recruit them. Now he has to spend hundreds of thousands of units again. Build. Start first, and I will make up for the subsequent resources as soon as possible. As soon as the voice fell, a soldier suddenly hurried upstairs and reported loudly, "My lord, Lord Gaunt has discovered a group of more than 5 squads of desert wolves, and they are attacking a group of humans." Hearing this, Richard immediately perked up. Humans? Where are they? Chapter 237. Southwest, 50 kilometers. Hearing the soldier's report, Richard felt like crying. Damn, how long has it been since I met a human in the desert? In this barren place, it's harder to see a person than to win the lottery. The high popularity of the Dusk City is very attractive to refugees, but without people, everything is empty talk. Go immediately. There was no time to continue looking at the newly built arrow tower. He went downstairs directly, called Alvis, and rode the dragon hero to leave the territory. Flying at full speed, it didn't take long to see the skeleton blood dragon hovering in the sky. After seeing Richard, Gunter, who was wrapped in a blood-colored mummy, immediately drove the dragon to report. "Master, during our hunting, we found that wolves were attacking humans. But those humans are very smart. They set the dragon's feces on fire, and the smell they emitted made the wolves afraid to attack." Richard nodded slightly. "How many humans are there?" "More than 2 squadrons." "Take me there." "Yes." After a brief conversation, Gunter left and flew away. There were still poisonous scorpion warriors, bandaged mummies, and elite-level acts of the dead on the ground. Richard asked the ground troops to wait where they were, and he only led the 10 skeleton blood dragons hovering in the sky. Gunter led the way, and flew forward for less than 10 minutes, and a sand dune covered with boulders appeared in sight. From a distance, dozens of giant wolves of terrifying size could be seen wandering under the sand dune. And their target was the humans on the top of the sand dune, numbering more than 200. But the top of the sand dune was emitting thick smoke at this time, and there was a special smell in the smoke, which made the wolves dare not approach. Richard's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the scene. In the trading market, the price of food has been maintained at 1 unit to 10 units of resources recently. Each desert wolf weighs thousands of units, and can easily sell tens of thousands of units of resources. These dozens of wolves represent hundreds of thousands of units of resources. It is definitely his biggest income these days. He just glanced at those humans, and didn't pay much attention to them. They are all his spoils, and can't run away. At the top of the sand dune, a middle-aged man who was bitten by a giant wolf on the thigh and wrapped in white gauze saw the undead dragon burning with blood-colored energy in the sky. Endless despair rose in his eyes. Gods, are we really going to die here? Those damn giant wolves are scary enough. Why are there so many undead dragons? Those are dragons. Even dead dragons have unspeakable power. What's more terrible is that dragon feces can scare wolves, but not undead dragons. In despair, the voice was hoarse. Everyone listen. If those undead dragons attack, flee immediately. We don't have the ability to fight these undead. Uncle Kevin. A child's eyes turned red, and his voice was choked. The civilians around him stood up silently, and no one spoke. They knew that they would not survive this time. But since they dared to cross the death desert, they were ready to die on this land. But just when they thought their fate was sealed, a human surrounded by yellow sand slowly flew out from the back of the undead dragon that was burning with flames. The other party's handsome face seemed to be carved by a master, and with the posture of the dead who enslaved the undead dragon, it brought a very strong psychological shock to everyone. What is this? The crowd was in doubt. The next second, under their nervous gaze, the yellow sand on the mysterious human's body surged. On the earth, endless yellow sand rose tens of meters high. The waves swept across the world. The light dimmed, and everything lost its color. Dozens of ferocious desert wolves were like small boats in an 18-level storm, directly submerged in the sand waves. With waves of wailing, the sand dunes with huge rocks were filled with gravel in a few breaths. Those hideous wolves were no longer seen. This natural disaster-like scene made the crowd, who had just prepared for death, open their mouths wide. It was like seeing a myth, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. They looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Those fierce and brutal wolves were just destroyed like this? Who is that human surrounded by yellow sand? Why is he so powerful? Countless doubts arose in their minds, and then they were shocked to find that the human was looking at them. Instantly, endless pressure swept over. Everyone felt that they saw a sandstorm that tore the sky and the earth apart. It seemed that they could be destroyed at any time. Fear devoured the heart. As the human gradually approached, the pressure climbed to the extreme. Surrender, kneel down. This thought rose uncontrollably and crazily, like a wildfire burning a dry grassland. I don't know who knelt down first. Bang, with a slight sound, the crowd knelt down in a few breaths. No one stood up. Then, they lowered their heads, and saw a pair of leather boots falling on the ground. The people in front held back their fear, and raised their heads slightly. The handsome face appeared in front of them. But the other party's indifferent expression seemed like a high god, overlooking all living beings. Even if they knelt down on the ground at this moment, they dared not have the slightest complaint in their hearts. There was only endless fear. The middle-aged man in the lead endured the pain from the wound, held his chest, and bowed his head. Respected strongman, Kevin, I pay my highest respect to you. Thank you for saving us. All the others also felt blessed at the same time, holding their chests with supreme awe. The attitude was extremely humble. Richard looked around and said slowly, Kevin, tell me, where did you come from? Do you have any companions? Kevin raised his head, and said in an extremely weak tone, Sir, we came from the Rhino Empire to avoid the war. We have quite a few companions. Where are your companions? Kevin said in a depressed tone, We passed by a broken temple before, and planned to rest there for a while. But I don't know who touched the mechanism, turning the area around the broken temple into quicksand, and a large number of terrifying monsters appeared around it. We were looking for food and water outside, and we escaped from it by chance, but we were spotted by those damn wolves. As he said this, The other party suddenly crawled on the ground and begged in an extremely painful tone. "Respected strongman, I beg you to rescue my companions. As long as you can rescue them, we are willing to be loyal to you." Ding! You triggered an emergency event to save the lost. In order to avoid the war, some humans risked their lives to cross the desert, but were trapped in a dangerous place. You can complete tasks 1, rescue the trapped humans, 2, drive these trapped humans into the dangerous area, 3, refuse to ask for help and lead directly. The rewards for the emergency task are closely related to your choice. Broken Temple? Emergency? Richard's interest increased greatly. Chapter 238. Do you think Uncle Kevin can rescue Miss Wire? There are not only quicksand in that area, but also a lot of monsters. A young man said with a bit of complexity, as he watched the undead dragon fly away from the sky. The faces of several older civilians beside him changed slightly, and they looked up at the skeleton blood dragon still hovering above their heads. "Shut up. That powerful adult will definitely be able to rescue Wire and the others." The other party immediately lowered his head and dared not say more. The weak, in this situation, can do nothing but pray. Richard heard more details about the broken temple on the way. But Kevin, who was bitten on the thigh by the giant wolf, didn't know the specific situation and couldn't explain the key points. After not asking too many valuable clues, he stopped talking. Flying at full speed, the speed of travel was very fast. 20 minutes later, Kevin pointed to the desert area ahead and shouted, "My lord, this is the broken temple, and my companions are trapped inside." Richard immediately looked at it intently. The desert ahead was calm and nothing special. At the end of the site, a thumb-sized building could be vaguely seen in the center. The desert below is quicksand, and there are a lot of monsters under the surface. His eyes were full of hatred, and he had obviously suffered a great loss. Richard looked down and said nothing. Quicksand is a special terrain in the desert. Once you step into it, you will gradually sink into the sand and gravel, and finally be completely submerged and suffocate to death. However, he didn't have to walk on the ground. He drove Alvis to fly towards the building from the air. When entering the quicksand land Kevin mentioned, the gravel below began to flow. The monster below sensed a strange breath, but did not reveal its body. This area is not long, with a radius of about 10 kilometers. After flapping its wings a few times, it flew to the central area. A temple ruin with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in front of Richard, and more than 200 humans were crowded in the upper left corner of the ruins. On the sand around the temple, dozens of monsters with hideous appearances were swimming on the sand. These monsters were 7 or 8 meters long, with a huge mouth and dozens of tentacles wriggling on their bodies, which looked extremely disgusting. Long-bearded sandworm, level 9, potential rare 3 stars. But there seemed to be something special about this broken temple, so those monsters dared not approach. When they saw outsiders rushing in from the sky, the long-bearded sandworm surrounding them roared violently, and then suddenly sank into the gravel and disappeared without a trace. But Richard could sense that they were lurking under the gravel, and would attack immediately if there was any movement above. The civilians on the ground did not show any joy when they saw the monsters around them disappear, but were more and more terrified. They trembled as they looked at the dragon burning with blood in the sky. Kevin saw that his companions were still on the dragon's back, and he waved and shouted excitedly, "I'm here to pick you up." Hearing this familiar voice, the residents raised their heads one by one, and when they saw Kevin, they were immediately surprised. "Uncle Kevin? It's Kevin. He brought these undead dragons." Richard ignored the excited residents below, and stared at the temple in front of him, which was still collapsed. In such a large area, only the statue in the center was intact. The other party held his hands in front of his chest, with a gray stone in his palms, which looked inconspicuous. What made him feel palpitating was that the statue had no facial features, and he couldn't see what kind of god it was. A faceless statue. Combined with the broken environment around it, it gave people a strong psychological impact. While thinking, Richard let Alvis land on the edge of the temple. Kevin also got down from behind the skeleton blood dragon, and after watching the guy with blood oozing from his thigh excitedly rush up to hug his companion, he walked up. "What did you touch here?" Seeing Richard approaching, the crowd that was still very excited just now seemed to have pressed the pause button, and suddenly silenced. One by one, they looked at him in fear. Being able to enslave such a powerful undead dragon, it was obvious that he was not an existence that could be easily messed with. Hearing this, Kevin subconsciously looked at the back of the crowd. Then, the crowd parted to the left and right, and a thin figure appeared, brushing against the crowd's shoulders. The other party walked in front of Richard. After bowing with his chest in his hands, he stood up and said in a crisp voice, "Respected sir, The stone ball held in the statue's hand is actually a crystal, and there is a desert inside the crystal. Richard looked at the girl in front of him, who was only 17 or 18 years old, and became interested. There is a desert inside the crystal? Yes, the other party said without much ups and downs. Our companion wanted to take the crystal out of the other party's hand, but as soon as he touched the crystal, the surrounding desert turned into quicksand, and a large number of monsters appeared underground. Richard turned his head to look at the faceless statue. His heart suddenly jumped, and he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. It seemed that it was not a statue, but a ferocious giant beast entrenched here. It was full of oppression. As his mind turned, he slowly said, "Kevin, let everyone take the skeleton blood dragon to leave this area." Kevin was relieved when he heard this. There was a bit of gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you for your kindness, sir." Richard waved his hand. "From now on, you will be a member of the City of Dusk. My people, you should be protected by me. Go." The civilians around were a little surprised to hear this. But seeing that Kevin and the thin girl did not speak, they also suppressed their doubts. Whoosh, the monster in the quicksand sensed that the skeleton blood dragon took off and floated up from the gravel with great reluctance, roaring. But no matter how angry the ground troops were, they could not do anything to the flying troops. It took 3 trips for the 200 people and 10 skeleton blood dragons to pull them all. In the end, only Richard, Kevin, and the thin-faced girl were left on the field. "Are you sure that the quicksand area appeared after you touched the crystal?" "Yes, sir." The figure in front of him was neither humble nor arrogant, and his temperament was like the weeds that grew tenaciously on the grass, inconspicuous, but full of resilience. Although the girl's appearance could only be described as pretty, her special temperament was impressive. Richard nodded. "You all get on the skeleton blood dragons, and stay away from this area. Gunter, take the lead from behind, don't get close." "Yes, master." Although the scene now looked safe and sound. But Richard always felt uneasy. The danger brought by the faceless statue made him keep the highest vigilance. Wait until Gaunt and the others left a certain range. Only Alvis was waiting for him around. Richard no longer hesitated when he saw this. He waved his hand, and countless gravel surged up, and a figure condensed by gravels appeared in front of him. After the gravel man took shape, he slowly walked towards the faceless statue. Without encountering any accidents, he came directly to the statue. At the same time, he felt the dim crystal in the statue. Richard took a deep breath and slowly controlled the gravel man to grab the inconspicuous crystal. Hold it tightly, and pick it up slowly. At the moment when the crystal left the hands of the statue, click, a crisp sound rang out. The faceless statue cracked inch by inch like glass hitting the ground, and then shattered directly into fragments on the ground. At the moment when the faceless statue shattered, the surrounding space was directly imprisoned at this moment. Rumble, a violent vibration sounded, and large spider web cracks appeared on the ground. Then, like a mountain collapsing, the ground collapsed violently. At this moment, a terrifying pressure rose from the earth. It was as if a giant abyss beast that could devour the world tore the earth apart. An unspeakable sense of threat rose in Richard's heart, and every cell in his body was warning him. Horrible, extremely terrifying. At this moment, he seemed to be stared at by the god of death. If he stayed, he would die. He forced himself to resist the horrifying breath, and a low roar came out of his throat, and the power in his body gushed out like magma. The yellow sand halo activated instantly, offsetting the pressure that seemed like the gaze of gods and demons, and controlled the gravel to fly up quickly. At the same time, the figure formed by the gravel collapsed directly, and rolled up the crystal to the front. Richard was quick-witted and put the crystal into the system space, then turned over and sat on the back of Alvis, driving the dragon to fly out. In less than a breath of time, he flew away. Boom! The ground around the broken temple collapsed directly within 10 kilometers. Dust splashed 100 meters high. At the same time, a vast and boundless, majestic and dark breath, like the falling of the 9-day galaxy, rushed up from inside. "I am eternal and immortal, monarch of the yellow sand. I will avenge this imprisonment for hundreds of thousands of years." Richard, sitting on Alvis's back, looked down suddenly. On the broken ground, the dark light swallowed everything, and it was impossible to see the traces in the depths. I could only barely see that in the darkness, an indescribable blurry figure was twisting wildly. Suddenly, sensing the breath of an outsider, a giant tentacle condensed by dark energy suddenly stretched out from the ground. It broke through the air directly. At this moment, Alvis was flapping his wings like crazy, but the surrounding space seemed to be filled with mercury, and his speed was countless times slower than usual. At the moment of breathing, the dark tentacle suddenly grabbed Alvis's claws. After wrapping around for a few circles, it pulled hard. Huh? This powerful undead dragon with a wingspan of 30 meters was dragged into the dark abyss, like a chicken under the power of the tentacle. Alvis roared unwillingly. The throat burst into dazzling scarlet energy, and he suddenly lowered his head and spit out at the tentacle. But the super A-level dragon breath that could easily melt steel could not cause any damage to it. After a few breaths, the roaring figure of Alvis completely disappeared into the darkness. This dragon hero had no power to resist, and was hunted down right in front of Richard. Richard controlled the gravel to fly more than 10 kilometers away before looking back. His face was more solemn than ever before. That dark land seemed to be the abyss of the main plane, where the most brutal dark demon was imprisoned. What exactly is that terrifying life? Countless questions arose in his heart. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! You open the dungeon that sealed the Dark Lord, triggering a special mission to capture the dungeon. Defeat the dungeon guard to obtain the hero imprisoned in the dungeon, the Dark Lord. Richard was stunned when he heard the system prompt. Dungeon Dark Lord? Chapter 239. Is there a hero unit imprisoned here? And if you defeat the dungeon guard, you can get this hero? Richard's expression became extremely interesting. Are you kidding me? How the hell can you defeat this? He didn't even dare to get close. Alvis, a powerful hero with one of the best combat power in Dusk City, was killed like a little chicken in front of him without even the ability to resist. Is this thing something he can conquer now? Even if the extraordinary hunter repairs him, he feels hopeless. The oppression brought to him by that breath is too exaggerated. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his inner emotions and marked this place on the map. Richard didn't hesitate at all and left directly with Gunter, who was supporting him in the back. It would be absolutely suicidal to explore this advanced map now, and he could only come back when he was stronger. After experiencing the scene just now, Kevin and the girl who were sitting on the back of the skeleton blood dragon were in a complicated mood at this time. The girl's face was still normal. Kevin's legs were weak at this time, thinking that he had been walking back and forth in such a terrifying way for so long. It was like wandering in front of the god of death. It was definitely a miracle that he could survive. Sir, what is underground? Kevin dared to speak only after he was away from that area. Richard glanced at the pale guy. He shook his head slowly. An extremely powerful life, even a dragon, is just the other party's prey. Kevin immediately stopped asking questions, and his trembling lips showed how scared he was. After returning to the crowd, the remaining residents were originally quite excited, but they felt a little strange when they saw Kevin and the girl's expressions. After asking what happened, they all patted their chests and rejoiced. Sir, is your territory short of manpower? Richard asked the skeleton blood dragon to drag some residents back to Twilight City, and asked them to call other flying soldiers. The girl approached Richard, who was holding the crystal and looking at it carefully. Hearing this question, Richard looked at the girl whose temperament was obviously different from other civilians and nodded slightly. Yes, Twilight City is located deep in the desert and the population is very scarce. So don't worry, you will not live worse in Twilight City than in other territories. The girl nodded slowly. I believe that your practice of not letting others take the crystal will definitely not be too bad for everyone. The usual style of those nobles and lords is to let civilians die. But obviously, the other party's behavior is very different from that of other lords and nobles. Richard looked at the girl with interest. He didn't feel afraid of him from this other party. This is a bit rare. Open the attribute panel. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wire, level 6, potential B-level, internal affairs hero, skills calm, intelligent, subordinates, management, government affairs. A sense of emotion rose in his heart. Fuck, how long has it been? It has been 3 months since the last time Indir appeared, and finally a new hero was found among ordinary residents. What's your name? Wire, sir? Wire, you have a high prestige among your companions. When you return to Twilight City, you will be responsible for managing your companions. Wire was stunned, as if she didn't expect Richard to say such a thing. Just as she was about to speak, Richard's second sentence made her hold back the words in her throat. New residents may not be able to get along in the territory. At this time, someone is needed to represent their interests. If you don't agree, then when their interests are damaged, no one will redress them. We couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This is very reasonable, judging from her experience in other territories. After new residents join, they are often excluded. If she can have a certain status, it will undoubtedly be better for her companions. And if she doesn't stay in this territory for a long time, she can lead the residents to leave again. After thinking through the key, she bowed slowly. Thank you for your trust. Richard smiled. As his strength increased, he also had enough confidence when facing ordinary heroes. Whether you agree or not, I will take you to Twilight City first. Under the influence of 90 points of public opinion, it will take less than a month for even the most stubborn people to become a member of Twilight City. This assimilation ability was fully demonstrated in the process of accepting refugees in the previous waves. There are too many benefits brought by Gao Mingxin. After fooling Wire, Richard took out the crystal he got from the faceless statue. Looking at the properties of the crystal, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Although Alvis was hunted by the terrifying Dark Monarch, it was not a loss this time. Quicksand Land, Unbound, Level, 4 stars. Features: can create a quicksand area with a diameter of 10 kilometers. After binding, you can freely control the quicksand area, and the enemies killed by the quicksand will have part of the experience generated by the binder. Introduction: it was originally a semi-artifact with great power, but it lost most of its power after being eroded by dark energy, but it still has magical abilities. From the perspective of attributes, this treasure is similar to the Broken Lake. But the biggest difference is that killing enemies in the Quicksand Land can give the binder some experience. This is a bit perverted. In the future, using the method of fishing with the godly ancient tree to lure enemies into the Quicksand Land, wouldn't it be possible to earn experience every day? Richard was in a good mood when he thought of the scene where the enemies were swallowed by the quicksand one after another. And the large-scale dungeon will be opened soon, and a large number of enemies will attack the City of Dusk. Isn't the Quicksand Land an excellent weapon to kill the enemy? Thinking of this, the mental power spread out and bound this special treasure. Now you just need to find a suitable place to put it, and you can harvest experience continuously. He happily put the crystal back into the system space. Looking at the land covered with gravel in front of him. There is still a harvest that has not been processed. With a wave of his hand, swish, the gravel surged. The desert wolves that had just been buried emerged from the sand one by one. There were 53 of them in total. Each of them weighed thousands of units. Richard happily sold all the corpses. No more, no less, a full 530,000 units of resources. Adding the resources obtained by the army from hunting these days, the resources on the attribute panel once again reached 1 million. This was the remaining resources, after spending the resources needed to build 2 Hurricane Arrow Towers. The only thing that gave Richard a headache was that he had to revive Alvis in the hero altar later. I don't know how many resources are needed for this level 10 dragon hero. After the skeleton blood dragon sent the first batch of civilians back to Twilight City, it brought all the air forces. Then it took away all the remaining residents at once. Under the moonlight, the army quickly returned to Twilight City. When they saw the brightly lit territory from afar, Kevin turned his head and looked at Weir, who was thin beside him, and said hesitantly, "Weir, what do you think this territory will be like?" Looking at the uneasy Kevin, the girl took a deep breath. "No matter what territory it is, Uncle Kevin, we must protect others." Kevin showed a bitter smile on his face. "We have to be mentally prepared. This territory is built in the desert. You know the desert better than me. Lack of water, food, clothes, daily necessities, almost everything is lacking." She sighed again. "But no matter what, it is a stable territory. Even if it is shabby and life is hard, we should bear it for now." When Wire heard this, she was silent. Yes, a territory built in the depths of the desert. How could there be a very good environment? In her mind, the picture of ragged civilians with numb eyes wandering like corpses in the territory has emerged. Hands clenched into fists, eyes serious. No matter how hard it is, she will live well with others. Definitely, at this moment, the army flew over the City of Dusk. They are here. Chapter 240. Although Wire's face remained calm, her emotions inevitably fluctuated as the skeleton blood dragon landed. If nothing unexpected happened, this territory might be where she lived for a long time. No one wanted to live in a barren land with hunger and cold. After the undead dragon landed, Wire just came down and saw 2 well-dressed young men approaching with a gentle smile. "Hello, beautiful lady, please register here." He pointed to the area where people had lined up on the other side. Wire was stunned. The 2 young men who greeted her were completely opposite to the half-dressed residents she imagined. Not only were their faces ruddy, but they were also full of energy and vigor, and they had nothing to do with poverty. If the other party was not dressed in ordinary clothes, she would believe that they were nobles. How could ordinary civilians have such a good complexion? Suppressing the emotions in her heart, she nodded gently. "Thank you," turned her head, and glanced at Kevin beside her. Kevin looked around and finally came to his senses. He smiled and nodded at the staff. The 2 of them went to the registration line next to them. looking at the staff who were politely asking questions and filling out information at the 3 wooden tables in front of him. He was immediately amazed. This territory seems to be a little different from other territories. The residents of other territories could almost sense the hostility and xenophobia when they saw these outsiders. But they did not sense this from the people around them. Instead, the receptionists were all smiling and gentle. The anxiety of the people around was also relieved. A man with an unusually strong physique was impatient because he came down late. He reached out and patted the shoulder of the resident in front of him. "Do you mind if I queue in front of you?" The other party looked at the strong figure and was immediately stunned. "No, I don't mind." The guy smiled smugly and stepped forward directly. In this way, he quickly cut in line with 4 or 5 people. Wire frowned slightly when he saw this scene and was about to speak. The staff standing on duty next to him also saw this scene, walked over quickly, and stared at the strong man. "First come, first served, no queue cutting is allowed. No matter what your previous identity was, when you come to Twilight City, you must abide by the laws of Twilight City. If you want to skip the queue, you can. When you get the silver medal from the Lord, you will be eligible to skip the queue." The middle-aged man was startled, but when he turned his head and saw that the staff around him didn't seem to care, he immediately regained his confidence. He stared at the other person's thin body. "They are all volunteers, sir. You can ask them." He turned his head and glanced at the residents behind him. The residents looked at him, and their faces changed slightly, and they nodded quickly. They couldn't afford to offend this guy. Seeing this scene, the man smiled apologetically, but his eyes immediately became proud. "Sir, what do you think, am I right?" The thin staff member also laughed when he heard this, as if he had seen something rare. In this day and age, are there still people who dare not abide by the laws set by the Lord? As he spoke, he picked up a short whistle and blew it fiercely. A small team of mummy guardians patrolling outside immediately turned around. Then he dragged the man who was begging frantically out of the team like a dead dog. "Cut in the queue without permission, contempt for the law, 50 lashes, free construction for 1 month. The cold voice immediately frightened the people around. This seemingly gentle territory is not really gentle. Seeing this, Wire felt a little admiration in her heart. This territory has even made such a rule, and it can be implemented so resolutely. It gave her a different feeling. After the long queue in front of her was over, it was finally Wire's turn. The girl realized that the staff in front of her, who asked her about everything, was really meticulous. Starting from age and race, he asked dozens of questions and learned almost everything about her. Originally, Wire was worried that the registration staff would ask for bribes, but she didn't even see the shadow. She also saw a person who wanted to bribe was directly rejected, and the other party also sternly warned him that such behavior violated the law. If it happens again, he will be caned 50 times. Everyone was shocked and happy. There is such a law? It was incredible to them. Seeing this scene, Wire's face changed again. This territory can make every ordinary staff member so disciplined even without supervision. Not to mention other things, this alone surprised her greatly. What kind of means are needed to achieve this level? At least if she came, she couldn't do it. A little surprise rose in her heart. A glimpse of the leopard, not to mention the other things in this territory, but this rule, made her look at it with new eyes. The handsome figure suddenly appeared in her mind. For a moment, the other party seemed to be shrouded in several layers of halo. After asking, Wire followed the others to an open space. Food was cooking in the big pot set up around. Large pieces of meat were rolling in it. On the side, there were all kinds of soft bread. The civilians who were used to living a hard life in the desert were about to shed tears at this time. The Lord was too generous. So much meat was allowed to be eaten by them. Wire looked at the full and hot meat in the bowl and felt particularly complicated. After the meal, the staff came immediately. "Everyone listen, you are already part of the City of Dusk, and you can be assigned your own residence. Pay attention, married people with children should stand together, so as not to separate you later." The crowd who had just eaten felt dizzy when they heard this. Are they dreaming? What kind of place is this? It's okay to have food, but they can also be assigned residences? The mood became more excited. After the crowd was led away, they originally thought that they might live in a bad place. But when the bright house appeared in front of them, they immediately boiled. The food is so good, and the accommodation is so good. Is this really a territory in the desert? After Wire was assigned to a room alone, looking at the empty room with only a bed, her emotions were particularly complicated. As long as a few pieces of furniture are added, there is nothing wrong with this house. The negative feelings that originally held in the heart about this territory were washed away in the face of repeated encounters. After sitting for a long time, the girl was suddenly awakened by a burst of warm applause and cheers. With some curiosity, she came to the window and looked out. I saw a large number of ordinary residents gathered in the square, seemingly listening to someone's speech. But the voice was too quiet to hear clearly. After thinking about it, she opened the door and went downstairs with some subtle emotions. When she came to the bottom of the building, she found Kevin hesitating and seemed to want to go to the square to take a look. After the two met, they immediately smiled. I just asked those people. They said that there is no curfew in the City of Dusk. You can go anywhere, but you can't go to the desert. The desert is very threatening at night. We nodded subtly and didn't say much. The two walked to the square in front of the Lord's mansion together, looking inside in the gap between the crowds, but there were too many people and they couldn't see anything. A young girl next to them saw their curious look and smiled and spoke. You are the new residents who came today, right? Yes, hello. Kevin smiled and pointed inside. What are you doing, so many people? The girl said happily. Of course we are learning knowledge. Learning knowledge? Kevin and Wire looked at each other, both puzzled. Of course, the Lord ordered to open classes and seminars some time ago, and impart knowledge to us every night. The girl's eyes were full of admiration. When Kevin heard the news, he was shocked and said in disbelief. The Lord simply imparted that precious knowledge to everyone. That's knowledge. What a precious thing it is. In other territories, only nobles are qualified to learn. How could someone impart it to lowly civilians so casually? He couldn't understand the intention of this practice. He was shocked. Weir was also shocked by the news. At this moment, he was full of admiration for the handsome figure. What kind of broad-minded lord must be to formulate such a grand strategy? The girl became more excited when she saw the expressions of the two people. Like a child showing off her certificate, she began to talk about the City of Dusk. This is nothing. You must not know that there are hundreds of acres of sand wheat in our territory? And the sand wheat is not counted. There are hundreds of acres of sand dates. The Lord also breeds precious bees, which can sell hundreds of rare resources. I was lucky enough to drink a sip last time. It was delicious. The Lord has also established cooperation with the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce. The last time a large number of enemies attacked, the Lord defeated tens of thousands of people alone. When she said the last part, Wire felt dizzy. The pessimistic mood in her heart had long been shattered. There was only one thought in her mind. Why did this territory she came to feel so extraordinary? For Richard, who created all this, she couldn't help but feel a little admiration and worship in her heart. Chapter 241. July 26th morning. Richard woke up to the sound of Emerita's happy call. Father, get up and have breakfast. There are very fragrant toasts today. He got up, got dressed, and opened the door. The first thing he saw was a little horse with eyes curved into crescents and his hands holding a delicate breakfast tray. Looking at that innocent smile, Richard felt inexplicably better. He stretched out his hands to hold the other's delicate face and kneaded it hard for several times. Finally, he laughed at the little horse, who turned his head away and didn't want to pay attention to him. Emerita, after breakfast, I will take you to the desert to play. The little horse immediately calmed down, his eyes bright, and looked at him with surprise. Really? Of course. After getting the promise, the little guy immediately became excited, walked into the house quickly, and put the food on the round table, as if he wanted him to finish it in a second. After Richard washed up, he ate breakfast while teasing Emerita. The little centaur was angry and giggling, and the room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. The two of them had been getting closer and closer these days, and Richard really felt like he had a daughter. And this little girl was not only not naughty, but also very well behaved and sensible. Not only him, but everyone in the entire Twilight City didn't like this little centaur. After the meal, Richard kept his promise. He left Twilight City with Emerita, and came to the bottom of the ancient tree stationed outside the territory. Looking at this powerful existence without a trunk and surrounded by poisonous wasps, the little centaur subconsciously hid behind Richard, holding his clothes tightly. Father, I'm afraid. The voice was small, as if he was afraid that the evil old tree would hear it. Looking at the cute appearance, Richard chuckled. Don't be afraid, the tree won't hurt you. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and waved, and the evil old tree immediately twisted its branches and built a ladder in front of him. It was more obedient than anyone else. Richard stepped on this natural ladder step by step towards the treetops. Emerita, follow me. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the servants immediately lit up. Yes, father. First, he took a cautious step, and then after confirming that there was no problem, he immediately walked up happily along the tree trunk. Not long after, the two came to the top of the treetops. Standing at a height of more than 30 meters and overlooking the unobstructed desert, Emerita's face was full of excitement. "Father, look, they have become smaller. Look, that's Uncle Ned. He gave me a delicious bread yesterday. The blacksmith shop is over there." Sister Andal said she would customize a beautiful set of armor for me. "Oh, shame on you." Sister really didn't close the window when she changed clothes. The innocent chattering filled the air with childishness. Richard ignored the excited little guy and directly let the ancient tree move towards the agricultural area. "Get the order." Squeak! The huge roots rose from the ground, and the ground was instantly covered with flying sand and rocks, and large cracks appeared. The yellow sand splashed dozens of meters high. This exaggerated movement caused Emerita to exclaim again, and she excitedly pulled Richard to let him see. After crossing the agricultural area, Richard continued to let the other party walk deep into the desert. About 15 kilometers later. Only then did the evil old tree stop and take root again. Richard checked the system map to confirm that he had reached the target. This area was in the north of the territory. Without hesitation, he took out a slightly dim crystal from the system space. Quicksand land. This 4-star treasure obtained from the faceless statue can place a quicksand land with a diameter of 10 kilometers. More importantly, he can gain some experience from the enemies killed in the quicksand land. This is very comfortable. Lying down to make money is simply a landlord in a fantasy world. Thinking of this, his mind moved. Ding, do you want to place the quicksand land here? Note, once the quicksand land is placed, it cannot be moved. Confirmed. The next second after making the choice, the crystal ball in front of him suddenly shattered. A strong energy surged out like a storm, pouring into the surrounding sand land. With the evil old tree as the center, it spread rapidly to the surrounding areas. Richard looked at the quicksand that seemed to be no different from the ground, and a bit of inquiry rose in his eyes. It was just quicksand, and it could be rated as a 4-star treasure. Could this thing be so powerful? With a bit of tentative thoughts, he floated up and slowly landed on the sand. The moment he stood on the sand, his body immediately sank down uncontrollably. It was like standing in mercury, and the seemingly thick gravel could not support his weight at all. In just a few breaths, the gravel sank directly to his thighs. Richard felt the pulling force that was like countless arms pulling his feet frantically, and he suddenly felt a bit powerless. Fuck, I underestimated the power of quicksand. He exerted force on his body, trying to forcibly pull his legs out of the gravel. But in the sinking quicksand with no support point, the more he struggled, the faster he sank. After the yellow sand buried his abdomen, Richard could no longer bear it. He let out a low roar from his throat, and his blood power burst to the extreme. The gravel below exploded, and his body suddenly rose from the sinking ground. The power of the dragon. He used brute force to break free from the confinement of the quicksand. But the smile that just appeared on Richard's face froze immediately after he fell to the ground. His foothold sank rapidly again. There was no safe area in this quicksand. Richard tilted his head, did not use the super ace skill of controlling the yellow sand, and forcibly used the powerful power he gained from bathing in dragon blood to rush from 100 meters away to the bottom of the ancient tree of the evil god. When he held the tree trunk, his forehead was already covered with sweat. The quicksand was much more terrifying than he had imagined. In an area with no support points and sinking everywhere, the stronger and more struggling, the easier it is to be swallowed by the yellow sand. It is not as simple as he thought. The best way is to overcome softness with softness, avoid excessive movements, and increase the contact surface. When Richard was thinking, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, the quicksand land is placed successfully. Every time you kill an enemy in the quicksand land, you will gain some experience. Ding, it is detected that there is a boss unit in the quicksand land. Do you want to place the boss unit in the quicksand land? Note, after placing it, the boss unit can control the quicksand land. After Richard read the prompt several times, his eyes lit up immediately. Can the quicksand land also place a boss? Let the ancient tree of the evil god control the quicksand. It seems not bad. Select confirm immediately. The next second, the pale yellow light that originally isolated the ancient tree of the evil spirit surged and enveloped it. When the light faded, the breath of the ancient tree of the evil spirit had merged with the surroundings. When Richard was about to check the new properties of the quicksand land, he suddenly felt a shock under his feet, and then a scene that made his breath freeze appeared in front of him. The ancient tree of the evil spirit moved quickly in the desert without pulling out its roots. No, it was not moving, but the surrounding sand and gravel that were moving. Control the quicksand. The ancient tree of the evil spirit used the characteristics of the quicksand to drive itself as a car. Richard's expression was a little surprised. He never thought that the quicksand could be used in this way. After coming to his senses, he gradually felt that something was wrong. The ancient tree of the evil spirit had gained super strong mobility. After his thoughts turned, a very bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. This time, I made a lot of money. What is the strongest point of the divine evil ancient tree? Stand and fight. With its huge body and trunk with instant death, its combat effectiveness in frontal war is definitely the ceiling of the same level. And what is the opponent's biggest weakness? Inflexibility. Even if the opponent can pull out the tree roots and escape, this shortcoming is still fatal. He took advantage of the opponent's inflexibility to subdue it. But now, the appearance of the quicksand land is different. When a boss who is almost invincible in standing and fighting has a more flexible movement speed than ordinary people, then how exaggerated will the combat effectiveness of this boss be? Richard instantly felt that the value of this quicksand land was simply countless times higher than he imagined. Chapter 242. On the yellow sandy land. A tree over 30 meters high is moving quickly on the sandy land. If there are outsiders seeing this scene, they will definitely be full of questions. Can big trees run away these days? The endless yellow sand seems to have become the sea at this moment. And the giant tree without leaves is like a huge ship, riding the wind and waves in the yellow sand. This scene has a strong visual impact. But this rather shocking picture was softened by the crisp sound coming from the treetops. Ha ha ha, Uncle Treebeard, hurry up. Let's go to that sand dune rush. Amarita on the treetops excitedly held the two branches in front and giggled. Richard asked the evil old tree to cooperate with this little guy. Wherever she twisted the branches, it would move forward. The evil old tree seemed to like Amarita very much. It cooperated with her to become a desert ship, pointing and hitting wherever it hit, making Amarita very happy. Richard observed carefully. The maximum speed of the godly evil ancient tree controlling the quicksand can reach hundreds of kilometers per hour. For the godly evil ancient tree, whose advantage lies in its huge size, and whose main output relies on standing and shooting, the meaning is self-evident. The only pity is that the quicksand land cannot be moved, otherwise the godly evil ancient tree can really be against the sky. After playing for half an hour, Richard learned about the characteristics of Treebeard in the quicksand land. Then let the giant tree return to the central area of the quicksand land. Treebeard, condense the fruit that can lure other lives. Today we will try to fish in the quicksand land. As you wish, master. The moment the dull voice sounded. On its crown, the gray fruit exudes a special magic. It gradually turns from gray to pure gold. The breath of endless temptation escapes from it. Amarita put down the branch she was holding tightly in her hand, her eyes wide open, revealing a bit of desire. That fruit seems to be delicious. The golden fruit that can enhance the potential of blood has an unspeakable attraction to life. After the golden fruit was formed, Richard condensed a whirlwind with gravel and blew the breath around. Not long. Roar, outside the quicksand, there was an excited roar, and the excitement in the voice was like finally stepping into the club after being released from prison. However, the distance was too far, and the undulating sand dune terrain made it impossible to see the other party's appearance. But after the monster stepped into the quicksand, Richard's image immediately emerged in his mind. This is a desert giant bear, with a shoulder height of more than 4 meters and a hideous head. The aura it exudes is quite fierce, and its level exceeds level 10. As the master of the quicksand, he can clearly sense every move in this area. It's like a god's perspective. Tact, the giant bear excitedly rushed into the quicksand. But unexpectedly, this behemoth weighing more than 5 tons did not sink into the sand. Its steps were steady. In the excitement, the giant moved forward very quickly, and it entered 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. But at this critical point, it suddenly felt empty under its feet, and no longer under force. Its whole body sank suddenly. How could the giant bear in an excited state endure it? Its temper instantly came up. A hysterical roar came from his throat. He began to struggle madly. The huge force was like a deep-sea monster stirring the tide on the sea surface. The gravel was lifted up dozens of meters high. But the more he struggled, the faster the giant bear sank. Upon noticing this scene, a little fear rose in his heart. It struggled violently to retreat. But then, he was horrified to find that the retreat route had become a quicksand. Every step he took would sink madly, and the sand was like light cotton, far from being able to support his weight. It was like stretching his foot to explore the depth of a turbid puddle, but found that the puddle was actually a well dozens of meters deep. He couldn't reach the bottom at all. Roar, the giant bear's unwilling roar resounded through the world. But the gravel that kept sinking was like a giant hand, constantly pulling him into the depths of the earth. The giant bear's brute force was enough to be overbearing, and he struggled madly towards the outside. But the sand, where there was nowhere to exert force, made it sink into the depths every time it landed, unable to extricate itself. Under this siege, its strength was gradually exhausted. Finally, the huge bear wailed and slowly sank into the earth. The whole process seemed long, but it only took 3 to 5 minutes. At this time, Richard realized the abnormality of the quicksand. It turned out that he didn't think that he would fall into the quicksand after entering the quicksand, but that the quicksand would be triggered after entering 1,000 meters. When the other party found something wrong and wanted to escape, this 1,000-meter distance became the road to death for the other party. After the giant bear that sank into the yellow sand died of lack of oxygen, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The quicksand swallowed a level 10 desert bear, and you gained 10 experience points. A level 10 bear, only 10 experience points? Richard was interrupted by the reminder, and looked at the pitiful 10 experience points and shook his head. The higher the level, the harder it is to earn experience points. If you want to quickly gain a lot of experience points, perhaps you can only repeat the action of killing dozens of people in the dungeon. But this stuff is money earned by lying down, and the quicksand will continue to provide him with income in the future, so it is not a loss. At this time, the second system reminder sounded. Ding! Your experience is full, and the experience gained has overflowed. Please complete the promotion task in time. Richard looked at this reminder unhappily. Damn it, these 10 experience points are embezzled. Thinking, his attention is back on the quicksand. He was amazed that the rules of the quicksand were triggered only after entering 1,000 meters. This directly avoids the dilemma of the enemy escaping as soon as they step into the quicksand. It is a complete kill without leaving any way back. Thinking of this, his heart moved. His spirit spread out and immersed in the sand below. Not long after, a special feeling came to his mind. He had an understanding in his heart. As long as he wants, he can change the rules of triggering quicksand at 1,000 meters at any time. In addition, 2 additional rules can be added, but they must conform to the characteristics of the quicksand. If they do not conform, it cannot be done even if the quicksand is set. Richard studied it for a while, and became excited. This 4-star treasure is indeed not as simple as he thought at the beginning. How to set the remaining 2 rules. While thinking, he drew out his mental power, and sensed the land in all directions again. At this time, the second batch of field soldiers had arrived. The golden fruit of the ancient tree of the evil god deserves the name of bait. In the next 2 or 3 hours, the field soldiers around that were not hunted by the army of the City of Dusk, after sensing the breath, immediately swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. The quicksand land with a diameter of 10 kilometers has become a cemetery for burying everything. Richard experienced the pleasure of sitting and collecting money. The only thing that made him unhappy was that his level was stuck, and all these experiences were wasted. The ancient tree of the evil god had not been able to catch fish with golden fruits before. Some field soldiers with good intelligence could easily detect something wrong after approaching and seeing the terrifying appearance of the other party. No matter how great the temptation is, they will ignore it and turn around and leave. Those who can be caught by it are often beast-type soldiers with relatively low IQ. But with the quicksand, the situation was different. Many field soldiers came quickly after smelling the scent of the golden fruit, but before they saw the ancient tree and realized something was wrong, they felt the ground collapse. When they reacted and wanted to leave, the retreat had become a deadly place. This 1,000-meter distance was too deadly. But there were accidents along the way. Richard saw with his own eyes that a squadron of desert dog-headed men entered the quicksand and used their companions as stepping stones to escape. Although this method was cruel, it was quite effective. Although they were all swallowed up, they were still 500 meters away from the safe area outside. But it also made Richard see the loopholes. Especially the dog-headed chief who stepped on his companion's body to escape, wailing and being swallowed by the desert, which made him feel a little bit of pity. Then he silently changed the rule of triggering quicksand at 1,000 meters to 1,500 meters. In this way, if the enemy uses this tactic of stepping on the corpses of their companions to leave, the effect will be reduced to freezing point. How many people are needed to fill the distance of 1,500 meters? Thanks to these great dog-headed people, their sacrifice is valuable and glorious, praise them. From morning to afternoon, Richard did not feel bored. Watching the scene where the prey automatically came to him to send warmth, he felt particularly happy. A word emerged in his mind: automatic fishing device. Inexplicably, I look forward to the copy next month. Chapter 243. Richard didn't return to Twilight City until the afternoon with the reluctant Emilida. The godly ancient tree continued to stay here to fish. With the quicksand land, this automatic fishing device is simply a super killer. What also comforted him was that the quicksand land was to the north of Twilight City, forming a protective barrier between the agricultural area and the desert outside. In the future, if an enemy wants to attack Twilight City from the north, the first place they will encounter is the quicksand land. Richard tasted the taste and felt a little regretful. It's a pity. If we can get a few more pieces of quicksand land and surround Twilight City, it will be great. Whoever comes will deliver the food. Back to the territory, looking at the busy residents, Richard let Emilida go to play by herself. He went directly to the blacksmith shop. Lord. Several apprentices who were in a hurry immediately saluted him with their hands on their chests. Where's Andal? Ms. Andal is in the backyard. Richard waved his hand, letting the apprentices go about their business, and walked through the hall and into the backyard. The broken-looking extraordinary hunter appeared in sight. But he immediately discovered the difference of this mechanical puppet. Compared with the previous few days, the current extraordinary hunter has been repaired a lot, and it is no longer in a state that may collapse at any time. After opening the attribute panel and taking a look, his mood immediately improved. Extraordinary hunter, damage degree 60%, usable time 4 hours. As expected of Andal, it's only been a few days. The extraordinary hunter's damage degree has dropped by 10%, and the usable time has also been restored to 4 hours. The current extraordinary hunter is enough to support a high-intensity war. Lord Richard. At this moment, a crisp voice came from behind. Turning around, Andal's graceful figure appeared in front of him. Her clothes were stained with many stains, and it was obvious that she had just left the stove. The girl approached Richard with a smile in her eyes. Lord Richard, after I used gems, crystals and mithril to melt, the repair speed of the extraordinary hunter increased a lot. If there are sufficient supplies, it can be completely repaired in 2 weeks at most, he said with some heartache. Less than half of the mithril you gave me is left. Richard smiled. You did a great job and helped me a lot. If you want to completely repair the extraordinary hunter, the resources needed are huge and difficult to gather in a short time. Don't worry about it. Although resources such as mithril are precious, don't be too fussy about it. Use them freely. If you don't use them, will they stay in the warehouse and get moldy? Andal smiled happily. Richard's unreserved support always touched her. It's so happy to work for such a lord. After Richard finished speaking, he seemed to think of something and asked, Is there any apprentice worth training in the blacksmith shop? You are too busy with work now, and have no time to take care of other things. I plan to train a new hero to share some of the tasks for you and specialize in technology research. The current technological progress in the City of Dusk is too slow. For 3 months, only the bandaged mummy, the poisonous scorpion warrior, and the axe of the dead have been strengthened. The other arms are still in a blank state. The combat effectiveness of the strengthened arms can be increased by at least 20%, which is very different from the unstrengthened ones. But Andal was so busy that she couldn't get away at all. He could only think of another way. Moreover, there was a restriction in the prerequisite for the territory to be upgraded from a small city to a medium city. The territory must have advanced technology to upgrade. Investing resources in technology will not be a loss whether in Blue Star or in this world. When Andal heard this, she immediately smiled bitterly. Sir, these apprentices are very diligent and motivated, but their talents are really not good. Richard also had a headache. Almost all the residents of Dusk City are refugees who have fled from other places. The quality is uneven, and it is so difficult to choose a few good seedlings from them that it is impossible to say. You should pay more attention. We are in short supply of talents now. Especially the seminar, we must make good use of it. If there is no talent, then we will take the initiative to cultivate it. When the two were talking happily, suddenly an apprentice knocked on the back door and reported. Lord Brown is outside asking for an audience. Brown? Has this grey dwarf alchemist made any new discoveries recently? Richard nodded, temporarily interrupted the conversation with Andal, let the apprentice lead the way, and walked out of the blacksmith shop with the girl. As one of the most core buildings, he issued a ban a few days ago. Outsiders are prohibited from entering the blacksmith shop without permission. Violators will be punished by military order. Of course, the same ban also includes the tailor's shop. Richard ignored other departments that did not make achievements. In the City of Dusk, if you want to win respect, you only need to rely on your own achievements and nothing else will work. He deliberately created an atmosphere of mutual competition. Good fish cannot be raised in a stagnant pool of water. Judging from the performance in these days, it has indeed affected everyone. The other departments that have not made progress are now trying their best to make some achievements. They all want to make their departments the third military forbidden area in Twilight City. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Brown, a 12th level gray dwarf alchemist with a deformed arm that was as short as a bean sprout. "Good day, master." The moment Brown saw Richard, he subconsciously wanted to kneel down and kowtow, but he resisted. He used his intact arm to support his chest and salute. Richard nodded slightly when he saw this. In the past few days, he has finally made some progress, and no longer kneels on the ground at every turn. He is very annoyed when the other party is in a humble state when talking about serious matters. What he wants is a reliable assistant, not a timid slave who dares not even raise his head and can only respond. "Brown, what do you want from me?" Brown responded immediately. "Master, I found a way to solve the seal in Miss Sina's body, but—" He stopped talking halfway, his face hesitant. Richard was a little surprised, but he couldn't help frowning when he saw the scene. "Don't worry, just say whatever you want." Brown was still a little afraid, but under his gaze, he said with a stiff upper lip, "It is Miss Emerita's blood that contains great power, and can withstand the seal in Miss Sina's body." Brown was quite conflicted when he confirmed this in the past 2 days. He was afraid that Richard would kill him in anger after hearing this. Emerita called Richard father, and he was actually very curious about who the centaur's mother was. Richard was not as angry as Brown had imagined, but was a little surprised. "Are you sure Emerita can do it?" Brown was relieved and responded immediately. "Yes, the blood in Miss Emerita's body contains extremely powerful energy, and no one is more suitable than her." Richard understood a little. After all, Emerita was once a demigod, even if her own power disappeared with the destruction of the Land of Rules. But the foundation of the demigod is still there, and the blood flowing in her body is still full of power. How much blood of Emerita is needed to break the seal, and will it affect her? Brown patted his chest and said confidently, "Master, although the alchemical blood exchange technique was not developed by me, I had already mastered this alchemy in order to refute the other party. Even if the seal cannot be broken, Emerita and Miss Sina will not be harmed." Richard was relieved. Apart from Emerita's blood, what other materials are needed? 10,000 units of mithril are needed to carve the alchemical magic circle. Brown explained, "You must always maintain sufficient magic power during this process." Richard nodded, and his heart was also a little excited. He had long been looking forward to Sina, the powerful warrior cursed by the gods, breaking free from the shackles. "I just don't know if she can break the restrictions of the A-level hero and become a more powerful existence after breaking the seal." Chapter 244. Richard made the decision and immediately asked Brown to choose the location. Because the alchemy workshop was still under construction, the final location was set in the hall of the Lord's mansion. After Brown got tens of thousands of units of mercury, he immediately started to arrange it. This level 12 alchemist was indeed outstanding. It only took 1 day to carve the inscriptions of the alchemy magic circle in the hall. The rich magic fluctuations were as turbulent as the tide, which looked dazzling. On the evening of July 27th, when Xena got the news, she came to the hall of the Lord's mansion with excitement. She found that the long table in the center had been moved away and replaced by a black stone platform. The surroundings of the stone platform were full of magic inscriptions. All this revealed an unspeakable mystery. "Xena, are you ready to welcome the new life?" Richard came down from upstairs with a smile, approaching step by step, his eyes full of expectation. "The light of the Krina tribe will shine again in you. Dusk City will also shine because of you." Lord Richard. This fearless warrior with a strong mind dares to charge even when facing a dragon. Her eyes were a little red as she watched the handsome figure approach. At this moment, she was deeply moved. After she was rescued from the lizard men by the other party, she temporarily agreed to live in Dusk City in order to find a way to break the seal from the ancient ruins. At first, she just wanted to explore the ancient ruins and didn't care about Dusk City. But she didn't expect that Richard would fulfill his promise to break the seal for her again and again. Facing a lord who treated her like this, her firm heart was constantly wavering. Later, she quietly developed the feeling that it was worth dying for him. The other party's personality charm made her sincerely convinced. The experience during this period was quickly replayed in her mind like a movie, and finally fixed on the smiling figure in front of her. "Xena, I once promised you that I would help you break the seal in your body." Richard looked at the girl with a unique temperament in front of him, and his tone was firm. "Now, it's time to fulfill it." "My lord." Xena opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. She could only stare at the other party in a daze, as if she wanted to reflect that face into her soul. At this moment, a cheerful figure entered the hall, and the crisp voice immediately relaxed the atmosphere in the room. Father. Sister Xena. Amirita squeezed out from between the two, opened her eyes wide, and looked around curiously. There are so many magic inscriptions, Father. Should we set up a magic circle? Richard saw the clean and pure eyes, and his mood immediately improved. He stretched out his hand and pinched the little face. The bad guys have placed a powerful seal in Xena's body, and she has been suffering. Today we want to help you break the seal and let her regain her freedom. But this requires your help. Amirita was very happy to hear this. Father, I am willing, I am willing. Richard did not hide it, and told the little centaur about the alchemical blood exchange technique. After hearing this, Amirita clenched her hands, her face turned pale, and her body subconsciously hid behind Richard. But then she raised her head and said firmly, Father, although I am afraid of pain, I will definitely help Sister Xena. As she spoke, she clenched her fist, as if to encourage herself. Richard's eyes became softer, and he reached out to touch her head and said softly, It won't hurt, just take a nap on the stone platform. Amirita's face improved, and her eyes curved into crescents. Okay, I like sleeping the most. Then she turned her head to look at Hina and comforted her. Sister Hina, don't be afraid of pain, I'm not afraid anymore. Looking at the young face that was earnestly admonishing, Hina felt an unspeakable emotion in her heart. Her eyes seemed a little blurry. She took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Sister Hina will learn from Amirita. Father, Sister Hina said she wanted to learn from me. Ha ha ha, am I great? Richard praised her without hesitation. Of course, Amirita is the best. Everyone in Twilight City has praised you to me. Naughty children are despised by everyone, but sensible children are particularly loved. Master, I'm ready. Brown, with sweat on his forehead, was extremely excited at this time. This was a crucial battle for him to show his ability. Only success. Richard looked at Brown, whose state was completely different from the past, and couldn't help laughing. He found that once these scientific researchers entered their own fields, they were like a different person. Andal was in the same state as Brown when she was doing research. Safety first. If there is a problem, their safety must be guaranteed. Even if it fails, they must not be harmed. As you wish. Brown's face became serious. He directed the excited Xena and the jumping Amirita to sleep on the stone platform. Amirita was a centaur and could only lie on her side, while Xena faced the ceiling, feeling nervous, excited, and unbelievable, with all kinds of emotions interweaving back and forth. She had never been so nervous in her life. But the constant chirping in her ears made her feel relieved. Sister Xena, let's go collect honey later. I like honey the most. Sister Xena, my father took me to the desert to play yesterday. Treebeard was so powerful that he ran very fast in the sand. My father said that Treebeard was controlling quicksand. Sister Xena, do you know what quicksand is? Oh, a mosquito bit me. Turned his head and looked at the little centaur whose eyes were moving around. At this moment, he felt inexplicably at ease. After a while, Xena felt the magic energy around her gradually rising. Then waves of sleepiness came. She couldn't hold on and slowly closed her eyes. But she didn't fall asleep completely, and she still retained a trace of hazy consciousness. In the blur, she only felt that her wrist seemed to be cut by something. Her own strength began to flow out quickly. Her body gradually became weak and powerless. In the end, even breathing became laborious. She could not feel the pain, but could only roughly sense the process. When the last bit of strength in her body disappeared from her body, she felt that she had entered a dark prison. Nothingness enveloped her. It seemed that this was a world outside the endless plain, and darkness was the only color. There was no concept of time in this dark and dead place. It was long and long. Everything in this world seemed to have nothing to do with her anymore. Lonely and helpless. An unspeakable thought arose in her heart. Why not just sleep forever like this? But the thoughts deep in her heart were still forcibly supporting her, so that she did not sink. She did not know how long it had been. It seemed like a minute, and it seemed like several centuries. Suddenly, a strange force flowed into her body through her wrist. The body that could not be perceived gradually recovered. When she was rejoicing, a ray of light illuminated the dark space. Then, an extremely special picture appeared in her perception. A thin centaur, who was only 5 or 6 years old, was sent by his father to a land with countless lakes hanging upside down in the sky with red eyes. She knelt down under a phantom that exuded endless majesty. That was the controller of this world, the god. In the ignorance of the little centaur, he obtained the gift of the god whose face could not be seen clearly, and controlled extremely powerful energy. And he also obtained endless life. As long as this area exists, she will never die. The only limitation is that she cannot leave. From then on, the little centaur began to guard this special area. In the following time, she gradually understood that the chaotic land was broken in the battle between the gods. A powerful god fell here. The god asked her to stay in this area to prevent the fallen god from resurrecting. She was chosen because of her special bloodline that could carry the power given by the gods. At first, the little centaur was very happy and thought it was a big responsibility. She took the initiative to take the responsibility of guarding this area and patrol day and night. But as time went by, this area was still dead silent, and she was too lonely to leave this area. Then she supported the only remaining race in the area, the merfolk. I thought it would always be like this. But after 200,000 years, something suddenly changed. The merfolk suddenly reported to him that they had discovered a special area. The centaur, who had grown into a demigod, immediately went to investigate. She found that the special area was actually a broken kingdom of God. In the kingdom of God, she even found the breath of the gods. The fallen gods were not dead yet, and they were recovering their strength. In order to complete her mission, the centaur, who was at the demigod level, summoned all the merfolk to fight their way into the broken kingdom of God with her. The gods, who only had a trace of soul power left, were strangled completely this time. But the centaur almost died. After the death of the gods, their divine power was devoured by the kingdom of God. And the kingdom of God, which could collapse at any time, was magically stabilized, forming a special small plane. The severely injured centaur was no longer able to destroy the kingdom of God. What made her even more depressed was that the remaining power in the kingdom of God had also contaminated some merfolk. In order to prevent future troubles, she forcibly suppressed the kingdom of God in the core of the Broken Rules land. But a bigger problem emerged. As time went on, the kingdom of God did not perish, but gradually began to devour the chaotic power of rules around it, gradually perfecting itself. The power of the little centaur relied on the Broken Rules land. After losing power in the Broken Rules land, her strength became weaker and weaker. As one grew stronger, the other grew weaker, and she was no longer able to deal with the kingdom of God. In addition, her injuries were getting worse and worse, so she had to choose to seal her soul and sleep herself. Gradually, as generations of merfolk died, the little centaur who sealed his soul, from the original dominant position, became the thug of the merfolk. And the rules of the Broken Rules land, because the chaotic rules were swallowed up, gradually no longer posed a threat to the main plane. Time can smooth everything, and no one remembers what exists here. No one cared what existed here. Everything was forgotten. After endless time, suddenly one day, the sleeping little centaur was awakened. She suddenly found that the rule land that had been guarded for hundreds of thousands of years was collapsing. The shackles and prisons on her body no longer existed, and she could leave this area freely. But before she could be happy, the collapse of the surrounding rules made her power completely disappear. Then her soul, which had been severely injured, was injured again. She lost her past memories. Then, the little centaur opened her eyes and saw her father. After Xena finished reading this memory, only one thought emerged in her hazy consciousness. The kingdom of God plane that was suppressed in the Broken Rule land did not disappear, and she knew how to open it. Chapter 245. After watching that long memory, Xena fell into darkness again. But it was different from before. This time, she didn't feel powerless. The strength of her body was recovering quickly. And that strength, without the pressure of carrying a heavy burden before. An unprecedented sense of relief surged into her heart. As the power poured in, she regained control of her body. She quietly sensed a special breath flowing in her body. Although weak, it was like a spring bud, full of vitality and vitality. It was not the power she was familiar with, but it fit her perfectly. Xena did not reject the new power, but merged with it very happily. That special power was like a catalyst, causing her original power to begin to transform. As time passed, she felt more and more powerful. Later, it seemed as if magma was surging in her blood vessels. Full and satisfied. Time passed bit by bit, and Xena could not know how long it had passed. It was as long as the collapse of an era. Finally, the power in her body reached a certain limit. She regained control of her body, and opened her eyes with all her strength. The ceiling of the sky came into view. Her blurred vision gradually became clear, and her thoughts woke up from the haze. Her body was more relaxed than ever before. The power in her body roared like thousands of rivers. The seal in her body disappeared. Xena's eyes turned red as she looked at the ceiling, and tears as big as beans dripped from the corners of her eyes into the hair by her ears. She had waited for this day for too long. After a long time, she managed to suppress her emotions. As if she thought of something, she turned her head slightly and looked at Amirida, who was lying on her side. The little centaur was sleeping soundly, smacking his mouth, as if he had dreamed of something delicious. A little tenderness rose in her eyes. She thought of Amirida's past hundreds of thousands of years. When she was 5 or 6 years old, she was sent to that cold area by her father, living a helpless life, and even had no one to talk to for a long time. Although she had obtained the blessing of the gods and gained eternal life and the power of demigod, wasn't this also imprisonment for her? And it was a lifelong imprisonment with no end. Even if you just think about it, you can know how shocking the loneliness and helplessness of guarding that broken rule land is. Perhaps, after the collapse of that broken rule land, Amirida lost her past memories and returned to the age when she entered that area. It was the favor of the goddess of luck. Returning to childhood again is the most common dream for adults lying in bed. Xena sighed lightly, reached out, and touched the other's face, and then sat up from the stone platform. Master, Miss Xena has woken up. The soldiers who were guarding outside immediately passed the message. After a while, the hurried footsteps approached quickly. Then the figure that she remembered in her soul appeared in front of her. Lord Richard. The smile on Xena's face was unprecedentedly bright. Then, the girl seemed to think of something, and slowly came down from the stone platform. Step by step, in front of everyone, she came to Richard's side, kneeling on one knee. The tone was solemn and firm. My Lord Richard, Xena Krina swears to you. From this moment on, I will defend your honor with blood and soul. I am willing to be the sharp blade in your hand, and clear all obstacles for you. In the name of the desert, witness my oath. Just as the other party's voice fell, a familiar prompt sounded in Richard's ears. Ding, you have completed the hero recruitment task, and Xena Krina officially becomes your subordinate. Ding, you used special alchemy to break the divine seal in Xena Krina's body, and her potential was released. In the process of breaking the seal, a powerful bloodline was fused, and her potential was enhanced. In the process of breaking the seal, the weak divine power contained in the divine seal was swallowed by it, and transformed into her own power, and her potential was greatly improved. Ding, Xena Krina, potential promoted to Super A level. Super A level hero? Richard was stunned when he saw the system prompt, and then he wanted to laugh up to the sky. Super A grade, this wave is really a bloody profit. Just when I was extremely excited, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you broke the seal of the Krina clan's gods, which aroused the hostility of the evil god Kurtu. Your territory is marked as a place hated by the kobolds. The believers and worshippers of Kurtu will regard you as an enemy, and your territory will be attacked by them. Kurtu, the place hated by the kobolds? Richard calmed down his excitement, read the prompts carefully twice, and frowned. The initiator of the seal of the gods is the god of kobolds? The god whose duties are greed and plunder is not a good thing. What did the Krina tribe do before? Why was it targeted by the god of the dog-headed man? No, now the evil god is also going to target him. Richard pondered secretly. In the setting of Glorious Era, the gods cannot descend to the main plane because of their great power. It's okay to offend him. This is a Super A-level hero. Even if the other party is unhappy with him, he can only recruit believers to fight him, and cannot do it himself. While thinking, his eyes turned back to the figure still kneeling on the ground. Get up, Xena. In the future, Dusk City needs you to protect it. I will do my best. Xena's tone was unprecedentedly firm. From the moment the seal was broken in her body, her life and soul belonged only to the handsome human lord in front of her. She will obey all his orders unconditionally. Even if it is death, she is not afraid. After getting up, Xena turned her head to look at the little centaur on the stone platform, and said in a gentle tone, Sir Richard, how long will it take for Sister Amirida to wake up? Richard looked at her for a while. They were not that close before. Amirida lost some blood and needs 2 or 3 days to recover. Although she is very weak now, it doesn't have much impact on her. Some of your blood has also been integrated into his body, and Amirida has also benefited a lot. Xena's face relaxed. Then she seemed to think of something, turned her head, and looked at Richard seriously. I saw Amirida's memory when I was asleep. Richard was stunned. Memory? Yes, all the memories of hundreds of thousands of years. Xena's tone was a bit sad. A child who was only 5 or 6 years old was sent to a hopeless area by his father, and was guarded alone in it for hundreds of thousands of years. How helpless it was. While guarding that area, wasn't she also imprisoning herself? Then he suddenly thought of something and said solemnly, Sir Richard, in Amirida's memory, A god once fell in that place where the rules were broken. She was stationed in that area. A big part of the reason was because of the fallen god. The fallen god? Richard opened his eyes. Yes, and after Amirida had been stationed there for hundreds of thousands of years, she really found that the god was not dead. And the other party also repaired part of his kingdom of God. Richard was shocked. There is such a secret? He asked in a deep voice. What happened next? Later, Amirida led her subordinates into the kingdom of God and forcibly killed the remaining soul of the god. But she was also severely injured, and was no longer able to destroy the kingdom of God. In order to prevent the gods from reviving again, with the help of the kingdom of God, Amirida suppressed the kingdom of God in the depths of the land of rules. But after hundreds of thousands of years, the kingdom of God was not only not destroyed, but it was swallowing up the broken rules in that area and had already formed a new plane. Lord Richard, I know where the kingdom of God is, and how to open the door to it. Richard looked at Zena's serious expression, and the ups and downs of his emotions were stronger than when she became a hero with Super A level potential. The broken land of rules guarded by Amirida suppressed a fallen god, and the other party was resurrected in the middle. Although he was killed again in the end, he left behind a kingdom of God. Zena now knows where the kingdom of God is and can open it. A Super A level hero, a kingdom of God, isn't this harvest a bit unreasonable? But why is he so comfortable? Chapter 246. Richard took a few deep breaths to suppress his fluctuating emotions. After thinking for a while, he asked, Zena, do you know what is inside that kingdom of God? Zena's face became serious, and she said word by word. Amirida found a broken body of a god inside. God body? Richard suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. This kind of thing exists, Zena said solemnly. The fallen god was resurrected because of this body of the god. And because the body of the god contains a majestic divinity, it is difficult to destroy it with ordinary means. After annihilating the remnant soul of the god, Amirida was already severely injured and unable to deal with it, so she could only seal it. Richard's eyes were burning. So, the body of the god is still in the kingdom of God? Zena not only gave a positive answer, but also said more secrets. Yes, that corpse still exists, and its divinity continues to radiate, polluting many merfolk. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, those polluted merfolk have continued to multiply. During the last exploration, Amirida discovered that a powerful merfolk army had been accumulated in the kingdom of God, with an average level of more than 15. He hesitated. If you plan to explore the kingdom of God, I suggest you develop it for a while, and wait until the army is strong enough before exploring. Our current strength is still difficult to deal with those polluted merfolk. And such a long time has passed, no one can determine whether there are powerful evil lives among those polluted merfolk. With the development speed of Dusk City, she believes that it will not take long for it to grow to a higher level. She has strong confidence in Richard. Richard nodded gently, and it took a long time to digest this explosive news. God's body. The value of this thing cannot be simply described in words. The only pity is that it cannot be explored now. The average level is 15, this is obviously a high-level map, and the military strength of Twilight City is far from enough to explore. Take a deep breath and remind seriously. The matter of the kingdom of God cannot be known to a third person. Richard turned his head and glanced at the little centaur, who was still sleeping soundly. Is it possible to restore Amirida's memory? It's difficult. The soul has been injured twice. This kind of damage is difficult to make up. Don't mention that you got her memory to her. Zena sighed. As you wish. This time, let Amirida have a happy childhood. Why should she bear that unpleasant memory again? Talking about this, Richard seemed to think of something and opened Zena's attribute panel to look at it. That set of Super A skills made him feel extremely dazzling. He knew better than anyone that Super A skills were powerful, and each one could be described as a natural disaster. And Zena's level was also upgraded to level 12, and the increased attributes were outrageous. Now, there is another abnormal existence in the City of Dusk. This powerful warrior of the Krina tribe finally took off the shackles on his body. He is about to bloom his own edge. His investment during this period finally paid off, and he was in a good mood. Zena seemed to have thought of something and whispered, Lord Richard, I need to tell the tribe how to break the seal. This is what she has always pursued. Richard smiled. Of course, the shackles on you should not be carried, he said meaningfully. If the Krina tribe does not have an alchemist to help, you can let them come to the City of Dusk. Hina is so powerful. The Krina tribe, which is famous in the desert, cannot have equally powerful heroes, right? If there are 30 or 50 of them at that time, won't it be a disaster? Hina saw what he was thinking and explained. Sir Richard, the tribe has a master alchemist, and the Krina tribe will not join any forces. This is the law of the Krina tribe, and I can't call the tribe members. What about you? I am alone and have a mission. Damn, there are such inhumane rules? Richard really wants to tell them that in the new era, they should break the cage of the old era and pursue freedom. The City of Dusk is very free. Just pass on my message. Anyone who wants to come outside is welcome at any time. Yes, sir. How do you contact them? I have a special magic item that can directly pass the message to the clan, but it can only be used once and only in the most urgent time. Xena said with her eyes bent down, with a smile from the heart on her face. Breaking the seal is her ultimate pursuit. Now, it is finally done. The feeling of removing the shackles on the body is indescribable. And all this is inseparable from the support of the charismatic lord in front of him. Richard understood, looked at Xena who couldn't wait, waved his hand, and let her leave first. Seeing Xena disappear around the corner with relaxed steps, he was in a very good mood. Finally, he fulfilled his wish. But before he could be happy for long, the system prompt suddenly rang. Ding! This week is a special disaster week. Heavy rain, please take precautions, lords. Ding! The output of all arms nests has been refreshed, please recruit on your own. Xena's transformation took 2 days. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening of August 1st. Today is Monday, and the arms nests are refreshed again. Richard opened the attribute panel of the territory and took a look. The arms nests have accumulated 2 weeks of output, but he has not recruited any of them. Before August 8th, all must be recruited, otherwise they will not be able to catch up with the next arms nest refresh. The nest can only accumulate 2 weeks of output. After thinking about it, he asked someone to call Kalu. I'm going to the underground world right away. You take care of the territory. Karu hurried into the room without bothering to salute. He nodded immediately, and then hesitated. Sir, we need to start building the city wall of the territory. Richard's expression was a little subtle. Not for the time being, we already have it. Karu was a little stunned. Already have it? Why didn't he see it? Richard stretched out his hand, holding a miniature city wall. Sir, what is this? A treasure bestowed by God. You can directly build a city wall around the territory. Karu's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief. Where did you get this? This is too amazing. Richard's expression was a little subtle. A friend gave it to me. He didn't expect that Italian cannon was so powerful. Yesterday morning, the other party excitedly sent a private message to show him a big treasure. Before he could say that he was not gay, the other party sent the attributes. Small city wall. Level, special. Features. Can build a 20-meter high city wall for a small city, which is equivalent to a normal city wall, with the additional feature of solid as a rock. The soldiers guarding on the city wall, the defense is increased by 20%, and the strength is increased by 20%. It takes 2 million units of stone to place the city wall. Introduction. A treasure handed down from the ancient era, rare and precious. When he borrowed 5,000 units of mercury from the Italian cannon, he mentioned it, and asked him to help him get a building blueprint for the city wall. Unexpectedly, this guy directly got a city wall, and it also came with very outstanding attributes. He was so moved that he quickly asked the other party to help him get a few artifacts. But the things were in hand, but there was a very serious problem that they could not be used. It takes a full 2 million units of stone to place the city wall. Even if we empty the City of Dusk, we still can't get this much. And the promotion and recruitment of the army nests also require a huge amount of resources. This gave him a headache. He could only turn his attention back to the underground world. At present, given the current situation of the City of Dusk, the hunting speed is too slow and the trade output is too small. Only by launching a war and conducting large-scale equipment sales, like the last time in Bloodhoof City, can we raise enough resources in a short time. To be able to give you such a precious treasure, the other party must be a generous person. Praise him. Hearing what Kalu said, Richard also smiled a little. Although Italian Cannon is a bit unreliable, he is a good person. 2 months ago, when the territory just started to develop, he generously gave him the 4-star treasure, the heart of the mummy, without asking for anything in return, which can tell us something. Go down and make arrangements. When Emilida wakes up, don't let her go to the desert. The territory may not be peaceful recently. Richard told the news that he was hated by the god of dogs after breaking the seal in Cena's body. Finally, he reminded, during this period, you must be vigilant. Dogs may attack at any time. I will also leave some troops in the territory. Even if the god of dogs cannot descend to the main plane, he is a god after all. The power he controls is not only divine power, but also a large number of believers. It is never too careful. Kalu's face became serious. I didn't expect that the seal in Ms. Zena's body was set by the evil god, who likes to plunder. Sir, the god of the kobolds is not a broad-minded god. Perhaps now, the kobold army is gathering. Richard nodded. So you need to be more cautious, but the desert is not the territory of the kobolds. Even if the other party launches a surprise attack, it will take time to gather the army. This time, I will go to the underground world to earn enough resources to build walls and recruit troops. Whether it is the kobolds or the powerful monsters from the dimensional plane that will attack in half a month, they can't shake our territory. Chapter 247. Underground World. In the dim light, Alvis, whose body was burning like a blazing fire, was extremely conspicuous. When he quickly passed through the air, the dragon's might was like a storm sweeping around. The underground life on the ground fled in fear. The dragon, the overlord of the sky, was a well-deserved higher life. When ordinary life faced this level of existence, their souls would tremble. When he came to the underground world, Richard spent 10,000 units of gems to resurrect Alvis from the hero altar. 10,000 units of gems, his heart was bleeding. The more powerful the life, the more resources needed for resurrection. This dragon hero with A-level potential and super A-level dragon breath is indeed worth the price. But understanding is understanding, and the dark monarch who hunted Alvis, the hero sealed underground, still hates him. Sooner or later, I will catch you and bring you to the City of Dusk to let you know what capital exploitation is. Behind Alvis, dozens of skeleton blood dragons followed closely, and at the end was the cold dark gargoyle. The condensed sand archer and the axe of the dead rode behind him, holding weapons in hand, ready to attack at any time. Richard sat on Alvis's back, watching the surrounding scenery pass by quickly, his eyes calm. The unique strange landscape of the underground world had no attraction to him at this time. It was urgent to rush to Bloodhoof City as soon as possible and obtain enough resources. In half a month, the dungeon will be opened. The gains from the dungeon last time are still lingering, and this time the grand ceremony with tens of billions of people competing on the same stage is even more tempting to him. This time, he wanted to let everyone know the edge of the City of Dusk. More than an hour later, the underground city that was crawling on the ground like a giant beast appeared in sight. In the mouths of wandering poets, underground cities are often equated with countless gold and gems. In Richard's opinion, this is indeed the case. As long as it is strong enough, the underground world is an inexhaustible gold mountain. The city wall that was destroyed by the alchemical artillery last time has been repaired under the day and night reconstruction of Bloodhoof City. The cruel baptism of war did not make the city lose its fangs, but became more shocking. Only a few arrow towers that were densely packed like bees' teeth behind the city wall were left, and it was obvious that they had not been rebuilt yet. But what surprised Richard was that the defensive strength of Bloodhoof City was not only not weakened, but also improved significantly compared to before the attack. The most conspicuous thing was the two-legged flying dragon wearing cold heavy armor in the sky. The number of them exceeded 5 squadrons. The ferocious aura made people look sideways. Before Alvis approached, the armored wyvern spotted them. A wyvern leader, who was a circle larger than the other companions, quickly flew over with a squadron of soldiers. But when the other party approached and saw Alvis and Richard on his back, the original hostility immediately disappeared. Under the command of the leader, the wyverns lined up in 2 neat rows in the air. Those dungeon barbarian air knights put their fists on their chests and saluted solemnly. Although they were far away and no one said anything, this gesture was enough to explain everything. Richard drove Alvis through the heavily armored wyverns with a calm look. This scene did not cause any ripples in his heart. He was no longer the weak person who went out hunting with more than a dozen bandaged mummies, and was excited when he met a few wild wolves. At the main gate of Bloodhoof City, a caravan of half-snakes was entering. Seeing the skeleton blood dragons and dark gargoyles that were obviously not the Bloodhoof City army flying over the city wall in the sky, the eyes of the half-snakes in the team immediately turned cold. The Lord of Bloodhoof City said that no one is allowed to enter Ironhoof City from the sky. Are those damned undead dragons also from Bloodhoof City? The nearest dungeon barbarian warrior heard this, and turned his head to look at them, with a bit of disdain on his face. Grayscale tribe? The leading half-snake said with suppressed anger. Yes, we are invited by the Lord of Bloodhoof City to trade weapons. I want to ask why the Lord of Bloodhoof City informed us that we are not allowed to fly into the city, but those troops riding undead dragons can. They are not the army of Bloodhoof City, are they? The unusually tall barbarian warrior looked him up and down. Why? Let me tell you the reason. He pointed to the sky. Sitting behind the first undead dragon is Lord Richard, the surface lord who frightened the gray dwarves of the Crucible City more than 10 days ago, and the most distinguished friend of Bloodhoof City. After saying that, his voice turned cold. Tell me, what qualifications do the Grayscales have to be compared with Lord Richard? Is it because of your level 11 chieftain, or your squadron of wyverns? The half-snake leader's eyes were filled with horror. Lost his voice. He is the human lord from the surface? The horrible existence, whose head was offered a bounty of 10 million units of food by the Grey Dwarves of the Crucible City? 10 million units of food. What an exaggerated fortune this is in the underground world where food is scarce. Now, you can get it by hunting a human. He has never heard of such a high bounty. Never. The barbarian warrior looked up at the disappeared skeleton blood dragon figure. His eyes were filled with unspeakable heat. That's right. If you can get the Crucible City to offer a price of 10 million units of food for hunting today, you can also make Bloodhoof City make an exception. If you can't do it, don't talk nonsense here. You are not qualified to negotiate with Bloodhoof City. He participated in the cruel war more than 10 days ago. He witnessed how the adult from the surface saved Bloodhoof City and frightened those damn Grey Dwarves, throwing away the alchemical artillery guarding the city and running away. If it weren't for Lord Richard, Bloodhoof City might have ceased to exist. The half-snake took 2 deep breaths and dared not say another word. The resentment in his heart just now had already been shattered. Bloodhoof City and Furnace City are the 2 overlords of the underground world. They were able to forcibly repel the Grey Dwarves, who had been preparing for a long time, and finally even let these extremely greedy lives offer a shocking price of 10 million units of food to hunt them. It is conceivable how powerful the human from the surface is. To treat the strong, you must maintain enough respect. This is the most basic way of survival. Richard didn't know what was happening below, and Albus had just landed in the square in front of the city lord's mansion. The lord of Bloodhoof City, the level 15 hero, Sel Bloodhoof, immediately came out of the city lord's mansion excitedly. Before he got close, he shouted loudly, "Sir Richard, the most distinguished guest of Bloodhoof City, my friend. Welcome." His loud voice made the surrounding dungeon barbarian warriors look at the handsome figure with curiosity and awe, although most of them had not experienced that war. But the Grey Dwarf's bounty of 10 million units of food and the hellish scene they saw when they returned to Bloodhoof City were enough to make them maintain the highest level of respect for this human from the surface. Sel, long time no see. Richard also smiled a little, stretched out his hand, and bumped fists with the other party in the air. After a few polite words, Sel excitedly pointed to a caravan that had just entered the city next to him. These days, I have been purchasing a large number of weapons and equipment from the outside world according to the method we discussed last time. These caravans are sent by other forces to trade. The tone was full of passion. Sir Richard, the number of transactions this time far exceeded my expectations. Richard's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect that Sel's execution ability was so high that he had reaped the rewards in such a short time. He patted his chest and guaranteed, "No matter how much equipment, I will take it." After saying that, he added, "All exchanged for food. The players are a terrifying market with tens of billions of people. Even if all the weapons and equipment in this underground world are sold, it will not make any waves. It can't satisfy the hungry players at all." Sel was overjoyed when he heard this arrogant word. The face engraved with runes showed a smile brighter than chrysanthemums. Praise the gods. He must have been blessed by the goddess of luck to meet such a rich man. The two looked at each other and laughed very happily at this moment. After coming back to his senses, Sel seemed to have thought of something, and his tone suddenly became serious. "Sir Richard, you helped Bloodhoof City resist foreign enemies last time and made great contributions. The food you brought out helped Bloodhoof City overcome difficulties. The elders of the Bloodhoof City Council unanimously decided to invite you to serve as the vice president of the Bloodhoof City Council. We are willing to deepen our friendship with the City of Dusk and share honor and disgrace." Richard was stunned. He didn't expect there would be such a thing. Just when he was about to speak, the system prompt suddenly rang. "Ding, your strength has won the recognition and respect of the dungeon barbarians. After discussion, they unanimously decided to invite you to become the vice president of the Bloodhoof City Council. Do you agree? Note, after agreeing, a new attribute, Legendary, will be unlocked. Legendary. You can get it by doing legendary deeds. Your reputation will spread widely among the natives. The higher the legendary, the easier it is to attract high-level heroes to join you, and the easier it is to make the field soldier surrender." Chapter 248. Richard's expression was a little subtle when he heard the system prompt. Legendary degree. After reading it several times, he suddenly became interested. Legendary degree can be obtained by doing legendary deeds, and it will be spread among the natives. And high legendary degree can attract heroes to join. It looks pretty good. Think about it carefully. As a surface human, he was recognized by the underground overlord who dominated one side in the underground world. And he took the initiative to invite him to serve as the vice president of the council. His experience can indeed be called legendary, although the symbolic significance of this identity is greater than the actual significance. While thinking about it, Richard looked directly at the level 15 dungeon hero in front of him and said solemnly, "Sir, I accept your invitation. May the friendship between Dusk City and Bloodhoof City be eternal." The words without any excuses made Sir Bloodhoof smile brightly. "President Richard, this is an honor for the City of Dusk." If other players knew that an NPC actively begged Richard to be the vice president of his city's parliament, and that after he agreed, the other party looked like he had taken advantage of it, I'm afraid they would be more jealous than eating a lemon. At this time point, except for a very small number of players who are able to get along well, most people don't even have the qualifications to be looked at by high-level NPCs. The time for players to develop is still too short. Ding, you have become the vice president of the Bloodhoof City Council, and the attribute, Legend, is automatically activated. Ding, you have been recognized by the Dungeon Clan as a surface human, and have obtained a very high status, and have obtained 1 point of Underground World Legend. Ding, the Crucible City has offered you a bounty of 10 million units of food, setting an unprecedented record in this underground world. Your reputation has spread widely in the underground world, and you have obtained 1 point of Underground World Legend. A series of system prompts made Richard in a good mood. But after a few glances, his expression was a little strange. He could understand becoming the speaker of Bloodhoof City to gain legendary status. Why did the Crucible City offer a bounty of 10 million units of food? Those Grey Dwarves were willing to invest so much. The food in the underground world is not the same as that on the surface. However, the two sides are already mortal enemies, so there is nothing wrong with the other party doing this. This high bounty actually gave him one more legendary deed. It can be regarded as a benefit given to him by the Grey Dwarves. Richard opened the legendary status panel with strong curiosity. Legendary status 2, fame spread, limited to the underground world, additional features, deterrence, intimidation to enemies with lower legendary status than you, making them feel awe. There is a small chance to attract dungeon heroes to actively surrender, and when entering the underground world city, the relationship is automatically upgraded to cold. This attribute looks pretty good. The key is that he didn't pay anything, it was purely an extra gain for free. Moreover, if he gains more legendary points in the future, the attached attributes can continue to improve. Perhaps one day, he only needs to report his name, and the field soldiers and heroes will kowtow and worship. Just like gods, powerful gods descend on the main plane, and the field soldiers may kneel down without the other party saying anything. This is deterrence. The only pity is that these 2 legendary points are only effective in the underground world. After the harvest, he felt very comfortable, and his eyes looking at Cell became more kind. The underground world really has an inexhaustible gold mine. In a harmonious atmosphere, the two entered the city lord's mansion together. In the hall, they sat opposite each other. After a few minutes of polite conversation, Richard brought the topic back to business. Have the Grey Dwarves made any unusual moves recently? Cell's face turned colder. Since those lowly lives were scared away by you last time, they have never dared to invade Bloodhoof City again. They even vomited out the territory they had originally occupied, he said with some emotion in his eyes. This is the deterrence of top combat power. After being frightened, the Grey Dwarves retreated all their strength in the Crucible City, without any of their previous arrogance. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and his tone became solemn. President Richard, although the Grey Dwarves are afraid, they have not given up. The Crucible City has been looking for ways to deal with you. A week ago, they offered a sky-high reward of 10 million units of food for your life. Speaking of this, Cell seemed to be stabbed in the wound, gritting his teeth. 10 million units of food? The land occupied by those damn bastards is too fertile. Good man, are you really that excited? But why do I feel that you are not worried about me, but are envious of those 10 million units of food? Richard waved his hand. This proves that the Grey Dwarves are guilty, so there is no need to worry, he said with a look of inquiry. Did you forget to ask what the most powerful trump card of Furnace City is when you left in a hurry last time? Searle's expression was obviously wrong, and he said in a low voice, an extremely powerful alchemical weapon, hundreds of times more powerful than the alchemical artillery. Hundreds of years ago, when Bloodhoof City was at its strongest, its troops once pressed into Furnace City. But it failed in the end. My grandfather, a powerful being who was about to become an extraordinary warrior, was buried under that terrifying alchemical weapon. Seeing Richard's solemn face, Cell took the initiative to comfort him. It is true that the weapons of the Grey Dwarves are powerful, but their size is also very exaggerated, and they can only be used to defend the city. As long as you don't go to the Crucible City, there will be no big problem. Richard nodded, and he had a plan in his mind. Sure enough, there are no weaklings in the underground forces. He then asked curiously, Bloodhoof City should also have such a weapon. Why didn't you use it last time? Cell shrugged, looking helpless. When my father hunted the extraordinary black dragon, the weapon was destroyed by the dragon's breath. Richard was speechless. No wonder those Grey Dwarves are so unscrupulous. You can't blame your opponent for not being martial when you have lost your trump card? Then he asked for detailed information about the alchemical weapon of the Grey Dwarves, and Cell answered them one by one. This underground world has been regarded as a forbidden territory by him, and all discordant voices will be cleared in the future. Furnace City is obviously the biggest obstacle. After a thorough understanding, Richard had an idea in his mind. After keeping this matter in mind, he did not dwell on it too much, and there would be plenty of time to solve it in the future. He turned his attention to the main purpose of this trip to the underground world. How many weapons have other dungeon forces transported during this period? Cell immediately became alert. Countless. I spread the news and bought some equipment with food, and then it spread around. In the past 10 days, dozens of caravans from various forces have entered Bloodhoof City. He had not expected such a big response, and he was both excited and nervous. Excited because the purchase price he offered to other forces was not high. If he continued to sell to Richard at the last price, Bloodhoof City would make a lot of money. Nervous because, in order to make more money, he had already spent most of the food in his hands. Not only the last profit, but also 1/3 of the food in stock was consumed by him. If Richard had not come as promised, Bloodhoof City would have faced an unprecedented disaster. Fortunately, he made the right bet this time. The other party did not break his promise, and even arrived early. Richard was in a particularly good mood when he heard this. The decision to build a good relationship with Bloodhoof City and support the other party was really wise. He didn't need to pay anything now, and all the work was left to sell. After the dirty work was done, he could just come and harvest. Is there anything more satisfying than this? This reminded him of the European nobles in the age of exploration in the Middle Ages on Blue Star, who exchanged cheap industrial products for expensive gem furs in the New World. Pure profiteering. No, he and Bloodhoof City are mutually beneficial. How can they be the same as those colonists? Richard spoke righteously. Cyril, move all the weapons you bought these days out of the warehouse. We will trade now, and settle the bill with grain. Cyril was delighted, but he thought of something and hesitated. President Richard, there are still many caravans in Bloodhoof City who have not had time to trade with me. Should we let them come together? Richard looked at him meaningfully. Cyril, those caravans are here to trade with you. I will only buy weapons from you. Cyril was stunned, and his eyes suddenly showed some emotion and admiration. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. Give up the profit. Don't bypass him, let him continue to earn his share. But this trade involves millions of units of food. What a huge fortune. If it were him, would he give up such a large profit? I'm afraid it would be difficult to do so. Thinking of this, Richard's position in his heart rose again. Having such a wise and generous partner is definitely the favor of the goddess of luck. Richard suddenly thought of something at this time and spoke again. Cyril, we are doing long-term trade. You'd better set a price that the caravan can accept without feeling at a disadvantage. One-time squeeze is far less than a long-term flow. And the first trade, most forces must be very vigilant and did not bring all the goods. Cyril sighed, held his chest, and bowed deeply to Richard. President Richard, your mind and vision are admirable. Don't worry, they are very satisfied with the price given by Bloodhoof City. Richard said no more when he saw this. Trade can only continue for a long time if everyone makes money. It is true that the dungeon forces are selling obsolete weapons now, but can't they forge top-level weapons and sell them in the future? The underground world seems to have the most abundant ore. As long as the underground world is cultivated, it will surely bring endless wealth in the future. Now that Cell has obtained part of the profit, he will definitely open up the market more actively and let more forces participate in the trade. He only needs to harvest once in a while. This way, giving up part of the profit is the greatest profit. Not long after, in front of the Bloodhoof City warehouse, Richard began to sell equipment in bundles like last time. Players on the forum were surprised to find that a large number of cheap damaged equipment suddenly appeared in the trading market. A familiar feeling came to my mind. He immediately looked at the seller's ID, and the two characters Qingqiu were shining brightly. It was indeed him. I don't know how many players gnashed their teeth. They have already had a deep memory of this ID. Not long after, the forum was flooded with a message. The content was, Qingqiu, that pervert, is here again. Chapter 249. Fuck, brother-in-law, are you that awesome? I saw you been selling equipment for 3 hours. Didn't you rob the dwarf's hometown? Where did you get so many broken weapons? Richard was lying down to collect the money, and your Italian cannon sent a private message excitedly. I did a small deal, do you want it? I can help you keep 3 to 5,000 pieces. Your Italian cannon, 3 to 5,000 pieces? I'm jealous, brother-in-law, you are so rich. Do you still have any humanity? Alas, it's a pity, I got a few high-level equipment blueprints in the dungeon, and I'm still forging them myself, so I can't use them for the time being. Richard's mouth twitched. If he wanted to show off, he should just say it directly, but he took such a big detour. Italian cannon seemed to have thought of something and added another sentence. Brother-in-law, have you thought about how to deal with the dungeon in half a month? Richard looked at this message and immediately became interested. Do you have any news about the dungeon? Your Italian cannon, brother-in-law, my sister happened to be in charge of this area before, so she knows a little more than others, Tell me about it. Your Italian cannon. The biggest feature of this dungeon is that it encourages players to fight each other. A large number of monsters will emerge from the other dimension every once in a while in the dungeon. But as long as you fight them off, you can have a certain amount of rest time. During this time, you can plunder the territories of surrounding players, and the points you get from occupying player territories are more than those from killing monsters. Richard's eyes lit up. Occupy other players' territories? Interesting. Anything else? In addition, there will be a powerful wild boss in each area. Those wild bosses guard extremely rare treasures, perhaps strategic equipment, or high-level arms nests. As long as you kill those wild bosses, you can take possession of them. After saying that, he added another sentence. But these are all previous information, and I don't know if there are any changes now. Richard was thoughtful. Encourage players to fight each other, and hunting wild bosses can get major rewards. This copy is more exciting than he imagined. Thank you. This information is very helpful to me. Your Italian cannon, brother-in-law, why are you being polite to me? What kind of relationship do we have? Do we still need this? Of course, if you really feel sorry to call me Dad, I won't mind. I call you brother-in-law, you call me Dad, and we will talk about our own things. Richard's mouth twitched. If this guy is in front of him, he will definitely let the other party know what it feels like to be hung up and beaten. After closing the private message, he took a look at the forum. I found that most of the posts were discussing the issue of him selling equipment. Each one was more angry than the other, and I could feel the pain in my heart through the screen. I just want to ask, where did that pervert Qingqiu get so many weapons and equipment? Damn, he can't sell them all in a few hours. Is this guy going to become an immortal? This is the second time. Qingqiu must have used a bug to buy them. I want to report it. It's not fair. I don't even have a blacksmith shop. How can that guy sell tens of thousands of equipment? Some of them who bought them were shouting that they were really good. Ha ha ha, Qingqiu is awesome. The quality is still as good as last time. Such an affordable price, Qingqiu is a very loyal and good person. Since I bought your equipment, Qingqiu, I won't attack your territory in this dungeon. Most players have mixed feelings about Qingqiu, who always causes heated discussions. We are all human, why is there such a big gap? Others are not only the first in the dungeon, but also give them large quantities of the materials they crave every time. In comparison, their lives are too bad. With this strong contrast, many players immediately felt unhappy. What is Qingqiu? No matter how strong he is, can he stop all of us? If anyone finds Qingqiu's territory in the dungeon, please be sure to post it on the forum, and we will fight together. We must suppress the arrogance of this guy Qingqiu. This post immediately attracted a lot of attention, and everyone below left a message. Why is it that only Qingqiu can live so well? Why are they so bad? They are unhappy. Among them, most of them had participated in the dungeon last time, and had seen how difficult Qingqiu was. They were the first to join in, and spared no effort to encourage others to fight against Qingqiu. They didn't want to experience being left behind again in this dungeon, and not even being able to see the opponent's shadow. Not long after, some players on the forum actually formed a force called the Anti-Qingqiu Alliance. There were quite a few people. With a large base, only a part of the people were interested, and the number of people gathered together was enough to be exaggerated. Richard, who was in a state of confusion, went into the enemy's interior and took a few glances, and found that most of them were just making trouble. He closed the forum without getting any useful information. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with these idiots. He is now the king of strong talk, and when he meets the City of Dusk, he will know how to call him daddy. In Bloodhoof City, the caravans of other forces started trading for several hours. Finally, they learned that the equipment that Bloodhoof City originally purchased from them would eventually be sold to the Lord from the surface. At that moment, many people were tempted to bypass Bloodhoof City and trade directly with Richard. And Sel Bloodhoof did not stop them, and just watched the leaders of those forces come happily. Richard did not hesitate to reject the trading requests of these caravans that came to him on their own initiative. He repeatedly emphasized his partnership with Bloodhoof City, and even stated his high-ranking status as the vice president of the Bloodhoof City Council. This made those forces feel disappointed, but in front of Richard's prominent reputation, they dared not waste words. Not to mention that they were in Bloodhoof City. Even in the wild, with only this human lord, they dared not act recklessly. This was a terrifying existence that was offered a food bounty of tens of millions of units by the Grey Dwarves. The bounty was linked to the strength of the person being bountied, which was the consensus of everyone. Even the Grey Dwarves, one of the underground overlords, could not do anything to the other party, and they were not qualified to negotiate with them. After the episode, those forces recognized the reality and honestly traded with Bloodhoof City. Richard did not ask what price Searle gave to those forces, and he still posted it on the forum at twice the purchase price. Weapons purchased from Bloodhoof City with 50 units of food were directly sold for 100 units. The higher level weapons were sold for even higher prices. Richard was very happy to see the huge amount of resources coming in. Sure enough, staying in the territory to hunt was a dead end. Trade was the fastest way to make money. This kind of trade was a completely cost-free business, purely making money while lying down. More importantly, everyone involved in the transaction benefited. First of all, the other forces in Bloodhoof City were satisfied with the sale of equipment. The weapons and equipment they sold were all damaged and obsolete, and they were not used at all on weekdays. It was profitable to exchange a pile of garbage for precious food in the underground world. Bloodhoof City was also very satisfied. They only needed to collect the equipment in the hands of other forces, and then sell them to Richard. This simple process could directly earn huge profits. Richard was even more satisfied. This was a cost-free business, and his actions were equivalent to directly plundering wealth from the underground world. Others need capital to do business, and the only thing he has to do is to put the equipment on the forum, and let those hungry players scramble for it. The players are also satisfied. Although the equipment is a little damaged, it is cheap. And it is better than what they are using now. A model of good quality and low price. A trade chain in which everyone involved in the transaction feels that they have made a lot of money has been formed. As the core of the upstream and downstream, Richard quietly earned the biggest piece of the pie. And all the participants are grateful to him. It is a great profit. This transaction lasted for 5 hours. When Sel Bloodhoof, the master of Bloodhoof City, told him that the warehouse was completely empty, Richard came back to his senses from the excitement. He glanced at his attribute panel, and his breathing became rapid. The idea of making money was all in his mind. Gold, 9 million, wood, 9 million, stone, 10 million, iron ore, 9 million. The total number of common resources adds up to 37 million units. 37 million resources. What does this mean? It takes 5 million units of resources to upgrade a rare unit nest to the brilliant level. That's 7 brilliant unit nests, and there are still some left. In just a few hours, he earned 7 brilliant units without doing anything. This wave is so profitable that it makes his brain bleed. He turned his head to look at the level 15 dungeon hero next to him and laughed. Sare, Bloodhoof City is the eternal friend of Dusk City. Sare, who also gained a lot this time, smiled brightly when he heard this. President Richard, your kindness and generosity are enough to dim the sun. Praise you. Chapter 250. 37 million units of resources. I have never fought such a rich war in my life. Richard took a few deep breaths, but still couldn't suppress his excitement. He had the urge to return to Twilight City immediately and upgrade all the troops. This time, he just had to wait for the dungeon to open. This time, those players would also tremble under the edge of Twilight City. Sel Bloodhoof in front of him seemed to have thought of something, looked at him with a burning gaze, and said loudly, President Richard, this transaction is perfect, but I think we can deepen our cooperation further. After Richard came to his senses, he immediately became interested. Sel, what do you think? The forces participating in the transaction this time are all selling worn-out equipment. No matter how much inventory they have, it will eventually be consumed. In that case, why don't we just purchase new equipment? Cell's tone became more and more excited. The underground world is not short of ore, so the forging ability of each faction is not weak. In the past, no one dared to produce, firstly because there was enough, and secondly, investing all resources in weapons would definitely affect other aspects. If we buy their forged weapons at a high price, they will definitely reactivate the idle productivity and produce a large number of equipment for us. Searle paused for a moment, staring at Richard. But all this requires your consent, President Richard. Richard is the core of this transaction chain. If he disagrees, Bloodhoof City can only hold back no matter how many ideas they have. The underground world cannot consume the weapons and equipment produced by various forces at full capacity. The consequence of overcapacity is that everyone has a hard time. Richard looked at Cell with surprise. He didn't expect that this guy had such consistent ideas with him. The underground world has productivity but no market. He has a market but no productivity. The two complement each other. Tens of billions of hungry players can eat any weapons, and the players are all lords. 3 months have passed, and whoever survives now doesn't have 3 or 5 squadrons of troops. You can imagine how exaggerated this market is. Cell, your idea is great. I promise you that as long as you can acquire high-quality weapons, no matter how much, I will buy them. This kind of action of sending money to the door is very much in his taste. Cell's smile instantly shone. He was waiting for this sentence. President Richard, meeting you is the greatest luck of Bloodhoof City. I bet that the gods are looking after us. The two main leaders reached an agreement, and this cooperation was finalized. The forces in Bloodhoof City that had just finished the transaction were in a good mood and were preparing to transport the supplies in their hands back to the territory. Before they left, they received this news that made them extremely excited. From now on, Bloodhoof City will continue to purchase weapons and equipment on a large scale, and this time, new equipment will be the main ones. The price also made them very excited. If it was before the transaction, most people would probably be skeptical about this news. But now, the food they exchanged for broken weapons has filled the carriage. Everything else will be fake, but the most precious food in the underground world will not be fake. Those forces that have been struggling with hunger for many years are very excited about this. They didn't care what the Bloodhoof City was doing. As long as they could get food, it didn't matter what they sold. The first thing these forces did when they returned to the territory was to take out the ore in the warehouse and smelt it to start forging weapons. Among the dozens of forces participating in the transaction, only a few had no reaction to it. The forces that were still waiting and watching also came out under the temptation of food. This news swept the underground world like a storm. Among them, the human lord from the surface attracted everyone's attention. Bloodhoof City did not hide Richard's position in this transaction, and it couldn't hide it. Coupled with a reward of tens of millions of units of food from the Grey Dwarves, Richard became the most eye-catching existence in this underground world in a very short time. Among them, there were also many greedy eyes on him. After the transaction was completed, Bloodhoof City welcomed Richard with a grand banquet. After tasting the sumptuous dinner with underground characteristics, Richard did not go to the room prepared for him to rest, but continued to drink tea and chat with more than 10 senior executives of Bloodhoof City at the long table in the center of the hall. Today's harvest is so great that everyone is in a good mood. As Richard chatted, he suddenly thought of the legendary degree he obtained today. Several different thoughts arose in his mind. His mind changed. Looking at the red-faced Cell Bloodhoof in front of him, he spoke. Cell, can I ask you for a favor? This made everyone focus their attention. Richard's current status in Bloodhoof City is the god of wealth, and he is a terrifying god of wealth. No one dared to ignore his words. Cell also perked up a bit. He said in a serious tone, President Richard, please tell me. As long as Bloodhoof City can do it, I will never refuse. Richard nodded. Dusk City is about to go to war, and is in great need of talent. Hearing this, Cell's tone became serious. Bloodhoof City just suffered a war, and suffered serious losses. But President Richard, you are our friend. Bloodhoof City is willing to send a large brigade of troops to support Dusk City. He added, this is the maximum force we can draw. The Grey Dwarves have never given up their spying on Bloodhoof City. Richard smiled a little when he heard this. Cell's character is straightforward, and he can get along with others. He waved his hand. No, I don't want your army. Dusk City does not lack military strength. This made Cell confused. If they don't lack troops, what do they lack? Resources? But looking at the other party's attitude of being able to buy the entire underground world, It doesn't seem like that. Richard didn't keep the secret and said directly, Dusk City lacks heroes, especially heroes of life professions. Cell, I am very satisfied with the Grey Dwarf alchemist you told me about last time. He has made great contributions in my territory. But this is not enough, I need more heroes of life. Cell's face was bitter. President Richard, heroes are the pillars of a force, and Bloodhoof City doesn't have too many. Richard waved his hand and said meaningfully, No, I don't need heroes from Bloodhoof City. Then you are? Cell, I need you to help me pass the message. I am recruiting a large number of heroes of all kinds in Bloodhoof City. As long as I am satisfied, I will take them to live in the surface world. Cell breathed a sigh of relief. For him, this was just a matter of talking. The influence of Bloodhoof City in the underground world is not comparable to that of ordinary forces. I will take care of this matter. It will only take one day for everyone to know the news. Richard smiled. The legendary feature can attract heroes to join him. He wanted to try out how effective this thing is. If it works, it will be pure profit. If it doesn't, he won't lose anything. The next day, under the spread of various channels in Bloodhoof City, the news that the human lord on the surface, who is rewarded with 10 million units of food by the Grey Dwarves and possessed powerful power, announced the recruitment of heroes from the underground world was spread into major underground cities. The underground world represents the richness of gold and gems blocking the moat for the surface, which is full of opportunities. The surface is the same to the underground world, or even better. A safe environment, endless food, clean water, and rich land that can be planted at will are all impressions of the underground world on the surface. The attraction of the surface to the life in the underground world is much stronger than the attraction of the underground world to the life on the surface. In other underground worlds, once the entrance to the surface is found, war will inevitably break out. No one does not yearn for a rich and safe life. Therefore, this news began to spread like a virus, causing great heated discussions among the underground life. Those dungeon heroes, who had a hard time, all had some thoughts in their hearts. If they go to the surface, will their lives be different? Moreover, that person is a famous surface lord. The Grey Dwarfs can't do anything to him. It is an honor to follow such a strong man. In the case that Richard did not expect, many figures quietly set off to Bloodhoof City. The effect of the legendary degree does not seem to be as useless as he imagined. Chapter 251. Richard didn't know how the underground world would react to his recruitment of heroes after Bloodhoof City spread the news. He went to bed early after a tiring day. The next day, Richard was awakened by Cell after a night's rest. Although there is no sun in the underground world, there is also a distinction between day and night. Every 12 hours, the moss-emitting light from the sky will automatically reduce the light a little. Although the change seems small to outsiders, it is night for the life in the underground world. After Richard had breakfast, Cell Bloodhoof talked about business again. President Richard, last time you said you would also buy the corpses of wild animals? Richard's eyes lit up. Of course, we accept all. Cell smiled immediately. During this period, the army went out hunting and obtained a large number of corpses, which have been stored in the south of the city. Richard became interested. Cell, can you take me to see it? As long as it is suitable, I will buy it. The ancient tree of the evil god can devour corpses to become stronger, and it can also cultivate poisonous wasps. And Gunter and Gray, two A-level heroes, can be used to recruit mummies. Corpses are extremely important strategic resources for the City of Dusk and are of great use. That's what Cell wanted to say, and he turned around and led the way without hesitation. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Richard looked around with some curiosity. It was his first time strolling on the streets of Bloodhoof City. Last time he came in a hurry and didn't pay much attention. The architecture of the underground world is completely different from that of the surface. The houses on both sides of the street are all built with stones, as solid as a fortress, and even a catapult may not be able to collapse it. The roof of the house is even more full of fantasy style. The roof is as thin as a cone, with a certain curvature, and the sharp edge is even cast with steel, reflecting the cold light. This is not a roof to shelter from rain, but a weapon to defend against enemy invasion. Large areas of houses are connected together, standing upright like canine teeth, narrow and sharp. If the enemy attacks from the sky, the residents on the street can avoid being attacked by the swooping enemy by hiding in the alleys or houses. Moreover, these buildings have sunken bunkers. Even if they do not enter the house, they can avoid the sharp arrows shot from the sky. If the enemy attacks the city, these bunkers can become fortifications. These buildings take almost all possibilities into consideration. Everything is designed for war. Richard felt very novel. With these buildings, It is no wonder that the Grey Dwarfs dismantled the alchemical artillery used to defend the city and launched an attack. Relying on their own army alone, I am afraid that even if there are 10 times more Bloodhoof City, it will be difficult to achieve results. As Richard looked at the peculiar underground city with great interest, the people around him were also looking at him. With Searle leading the group, they were quite eye-catching. Especially the breath of Richard that was very similar to the life in the underground world made him the focus of the crowd. Those forces that had completed the transaction with Bloodhoof City, but had not yet left were very curious. Is that human the Surface Lord, who was offered a food bounty of tens of millions of units by the Grey Dwarfs? To be valued so much by the Grey Dwarfs, I'm afraid his strength is extremely terrifying. Have you heard that the human lord is recruiting heroes? If you are favored by him, you will be brought back to the surface. That is the surface, safe, rich, and full of vitality. Humph, it's just a rumor. How could humans be willing to recruit heroes from our dungeon tribe? Is he not afraid of death? What do you know? Have you seen the undead dragon that the other party brought? That human lord is not an ordinary person. I heard that when he came last time, he also brought a large number of mummies, even the undead. Is he afraid of our dungeon tribe? That's true, but who knows what we will encounter when we go to the surface? What if the other party wants to murder us? Stupid, how powerful is that surface lord? He took great pains to recruit heroes just to murder us. What is his purpose in doing this? Can't you use your brain to think? The people around were talking about everything. The surface was also full of mystery and temptation to the underground world. However, accompanied by the terrifying existence of Cell Bloodhoof, no one dared to step forward, and even had to look carefully. Richard had long been accustomed to the attention of the public, and didn't care about it. On the road, he communicated with Cell while walking. Searle, our trade should not be limited to weapons and equipment. God-given items, or troop nests can all be traded. Especially God-given items, as long as I am satisfied, I am willing to spend a lot of money to buy them. Searle smiled and nodded. I will pass this message on immediately. I believe many forces will be satisfied with this. As a middleman, the larger the trading range of Richard, the more materials he can trade. The more benefits he can get, the more willing he is to cooperate. After a brief discussion, the two of them came to the warehouse, where the monster corpses were stored in the West City under the escort. A large amount of crisp grass was spread on the piled-up corpses. Richard still had an impression of these grasses. They seemed to be a specialty of the underground world, which could keep the corpses from rotting. There was also a special name, flowing like grass. The monster corpses were looming in the large grass leaves. From the outside, the exposed and hideous wounds were particularly terrifying. This is the monster we are hunting. Cell smelled the stench in the air, and there was a bit of disgust in his eyes. These underground monsters, which were poisonous and inedible, really annoyed him. If he could not exchange food from Richard, he would not even want to look at them. Hunting these monsters was not profitable, and some monsters were often very ferocious, which would cause a large number of casualties inadvertently. Long-term hunting was not worth the loss. If it were not for the serious shortage of food reserves in Bloodhoof City, he would not be very willing to do this business. Richard checked with interest. The average level of these monsters was around level 10, and the number is too numerous to count. It's a pity that Gray and Gunter didn't follow this time, so they couldn't recruit mummies directly. Pull them back? The moment this thought came up, he gave up. There were too many, and it was a waste of time. It would be more in line with his plan to exchange them for resources. Without hesitation, he asked the soldiers around to count, and he directly put the monster corpses into the trading market to sell. These days, as the opening time of the dungeon approaches, the price of high-level corpses has also increased. The undead is a large camp, and the number of players is calculated in billions. Moreover, the undead do not need logistical supplies, and can produce unlimited troops. So there is no such thing as market saturation. After these corpses that filled up the warehouse were hung on the market, they were quickly sold out. When the players saw that it was Qingqiu who was selling them again, they were envious and jealous, and many people even cursed him as a dead pervert. However, the players were a little numb to Richard who had done this again and again, and their reactions were not as exaggerated as before. But this time, the anti-Qingqiu alliance on the forum became lively, and the players who participated in it spoke out one after another, saying that they must punish this bastard in the dungeon. Many people even started to leave messages, looking for Qingqiu's territory in the main plain. Of course, some people who were a little rational did not follow, because they didn't want to die. That's Qingqiu. It's okay to talk big, but if it really happens, everyone will panic. In addition to paying the reward to Bloodhoof City, Richard made a net profit of 3 million units of resources, from this wave of selling monster corpses. Adding the previous 37 million, he made an unprecedented 40 million units in the underground world this time. Looking at the series of zeros on the attribute panel, Richard felt dazzled. This means that he can directly cultivate 8 brilliant level troop nests. Even among NPC forces, brilliant level troops are also the backbone. This time he came to the underground world purely to rob money. No, it's not so fast to rob. And more importantly, such transactions can continue in the future. As long as he can continue to control the underground world, he can continuously obtain wealth from it. Thinking of this, his thoughts turned to the entrance to the surface. It seems that he needs to find a time to completely block the entrance. This underground world can only be his private property, and no one can get involved. After completing this transaction, Richard was in a very high mood. Next, he would return to Twilight City and invest all these resources in the construction of the territory. It was comfortable. When the soldiers closed the warehouse door again, Richard looked at the streamer grass and suddenly thought of the magic plant that Cell used to preserve the corpse of the extraordinary black dragon last time. Sir Cell, can you give me some of those magic plants that can make ice last time? The climate in Twilight City is very hot. That kind of magic plant is a natural refrigerator. Wouldn't it be nice to take it back and make some ice desserts? Cell naturally didn't care about such a small matter, and said generously, I will ask someone to dig 200 and give them to you right away. Richard laughed. He liked this kind of personality. Just when he was about to say something, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The sandworms you placed in the backyard of the Lord's mansion have been successfully hatched. Please feed them in time. Ding! A revert ant body appeared among the hatched sandworms, and it successfully reverted to a void sandworm. Please pay attention to feeding it. After Richard reread the system prompt, a bit of surprise appeared on his face. After hatching for a month, the sandworm finally broke out of the shell? The sandworm with the void bloodline was also born. Can his super transportation plan start? Thinking of those behemoths, with a body length of more than 100 meters, he became excited. Chapter 252. Richard had a strong expectation. Sandworms can be used for fighting and transportation. It can be said to be a multifunctional troop. The void sandworm is even more amazing. This thing is a void life that was highly praised by the president of the Scarlet Council, the terrifying boss, who took out the plane stone from the collapsed plane. When it grows up, it can even cross the void and go to other dimensional planes outside the main plane. He has high hopes for it. I wonder what the attributes will be after hatching. Such a powerful life must be a super A-level hero, right? If not, he doesn't mind a divine life. Looking at the sudden smile on Richard's face, Cell was stunned, thinking that he was very concerned about these magic plants. He thought about it and said, President Richard, there are still many magic plants in the back garden of the City Lord's mansion. I have someone dig some and bring them back to you. Richard came back to his senses, and knew that the other party seemed to have misunderstood, but he didn't explain and smiled. Searle, thank you for your generosity. No, I should say this. Searle's eyes were filled with emotion. The human lord from the surface in front of him completely changed Bloodhoof City. Food is hard currency in the underground world. Bloodhoof City earns so much food from the other party, not just for eating. It can also buy the resources and troops needed by Bloodhoof City from other forces. It means that Richard has fattened up Bloodhoof City by himself. Now, he only hopes to further deepen his relationship with the other party. It feels so good to hug the thigh. Under Searle's order, not long after, the soldiers below brought back more than 20 kinds and hundreds of magical plants. Richard had a bright smile on his face. Although Dusk City didn't have much experience with magic potions, he would accept any good stuff like this, the more the better. After accepting it happily, Richard didn't stay in Bloodhoof City any longer. Although he also wanted to wait and see if his legendary status would work. But the hatching of sandworms made him itch. After fixing these magic plants on the skeleton blood dragon and agreeing to trade again on August 12th, he drove Alvis directly to leave Bloodhoof City. Many foreign forces in Bloodhoof City looked at the direction where Richard left, their eyes flashing. Some people immediately turned around and left Bloodhoof City, passing on the news. Some people also wanted to follow him quietly. Richard didn't know all this, and he didn't care if he knew. After leaving Bloodhoof City, he used the power of concealment to wrap up the army. And because he left in a hurry, he didn't know that there were dungeon heroes coming to Bloodhoof City because of his recruitment information. When Richard's figure disappeared in the air, the senior officials of Bloodhoof City immediately gathered behind Cell. Everyone had a very subtle expression. There was both joy and worry. After a long silence, a tall and thin dungeon barbarian hero took the initiative to speak. Lord Cell, are we really not going to send someone to follow? Cell did not look back, looking at the dim sky with a calm expression. Then what? Even if we know where President Richard's territory is and everything on the surface, what can we do? Abandon President Richard and do it alone? Or send troops to attack his territory? Or find other human lords? The barbarian hero was a little unwilling. But we are too passive. The initiative is not in our hands. The other party can cooperate with other forces at any time, and even cut off our supply. Cell turned his head and looked at the other party deeply. Your worry is not unreasonable. But have you ever thought about why the initiative is in President Richard and not in Blood City? Without waiting for his answer, he said slowly. Strength is the only factor that determines who has the initiative. President Richard can use his own strength to force back the Grey Dwarves, who have been preparing for a long time, and let them give up and annex our territory. The other party even offered an unprecedented high reward, which is why he can take the initiative. Tell me, does Bloodhoof City have such strength now? This made everyone silent. If they had such strength, they would have unified the underground world long ago. But are we just going to cooperate with them? What else? Sire said calmly, what other choice do you have? The other party's face flushed red, and he couldn't say a word. Sire didn't mean to embarrass him, and he let out a long breath. So, we must seize the time to become stronger and finally unify the underground world. Only by mastering powerful forces can we survive. When we are strong enough, we can regain the initiative. What you should care about now is not where President Richard's territory is, not how many forces there are on the surface, but how much power the Grey Dwarfs hide, and when we can become the only master of the underground world. As he spoke, his voice suddenly rose. Now, immediately, let the spies take action. I need more information. Especially information about the terrifying weapon in the Furnace City. It won't be long before we will flatten that city, absolutely. Yes, Lord Cell. Everyone held their chests at this moment. When the high-level officials dispersed, Cell's expression returned to calm. But the fire in his heart was still burning. President Richard, Bloodhoof City will not keep you waiting for long. This underground world will eventually become my territory. Whoosh, Albus flapped his wings quickly and flew into the sky from the underground passage like an arrow from a string. The strong air wave raised thick dust. Richard turned his head and looked at the open entrance. When all the skeleton blood dragons came out, the yellow sand on his body surged. The surrounding gravel immediately seemed to come alive and rushed into the cave crazily. In a moment, all traces around were wiped out. Only the huge rocks standing around seemed to be getting taller. Unfortunately, this simple and crude method can only be used to seal the entrance now. I still have to think of another way in the future. After doing all this, Richard drove the dragon hero with blood-red light all over his body back to the City of Dusk with excitement. This time, it can be said that he returned with a full load. But not long after, something unexpected happened suddenly. On the Yellow Sand land, there were small groups of dog-headed people heading towards the direction of the City of Dusk not far away. He suddenly thought of the prompt that the system sounded when he broke the seal in Zeta's body. The dog-headed god Kultu has marked the City of Dusk. He frowned slightly. How long has it been? These followers of the god of dog-headed people came really fast. As the god of the race, the god of dog-headed people can completely dominate the entire race of dog-headed people. He expected that the other party would retaliate soon, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. His eyes condensed, and he drove Albus to swoop down fiercely. Puff, dragon breath spewed. Even if the power was deliberately controlled, it directly corroded most of the team of dog-headed people. Only a few panicked guys were left. Albus didn't give them a chance to escape. His powerful limbs landed on the ground, and his front limbs directly pressed down two dog-headed people. The huge power was like a mountain, making them unable to move. The frightened dog-headed people peed directly under the terrifying dragon's might. The throat let out waves of hysterical screams. Richard frowned at the sight. They were even more timid than the goblins, and they didn't know how gods could appear in such a race. With a wave of his hand, the gravel on the ground surged and transformed into two giant hands, carrying the two dog-headed men into the air. Richard looked at them coldly. He said lightly, "Tell me your purpose, dog-headed men." The moment the voice sounded, the two dog-headed men who were just infinitely terrified suddenly quieted down. The green eyes stared at Richard with an extremely vicious look. Roaring wildly, "Blaster! We smell the stench of decay on you. The great gods have issued an order that your territory will be razed to the ground, and your soul will be nailed to the wall of pain forever by our gods. Looking at the two dog-headed men who had completely lost their minds, he knew that he could not ask anything. Richard raised his eyebrows. The gravel hand clenched violently. Crack, the two roaring bodies stiffened and straightened, and then collapsed directly. Just as Richard let the gravel hand disperse, the two corpses that should have fallen to the ground strangely floated in the air without moving. Richard's heart jumped violently, and he felt an indescribable sense of danger coming from the two corpses. It seemed that a giant beast of the abyss that could devour the world was staring at him with cold eyes. Before he could make any move, the two dog-headed corpses suddenly opened their eyes. The green eyes at this moment showed a dark light that could devour everything. The two corpses spoke at the same time, and there was a heavy tone that made people's backs cold. "Humble human, you have violated the great divine law. No one dares to disobey my will." As soon as the voice fell, the light on the two dog-headed corpses suddenly became brighter. The two thin corpses seemed to have become giants that suppressed the world at this moment. Richard suddenly felt an unspeakable pressure. It was like facing the raging waves of the sea thousands of feet high, and it seemed that he might be crushed to pieces at any time. Great terror. Kurtu, the god of dog-headed people, that evil god actually descended to the main plane in this way, just when Kurtu, the god with powerful power, thought that under the infinite divine power, the humble human would definitely fall into fear or even collapse. He suddenly discovered. The figure riding on the back of the undead dragon slowly stretched out his hand to him in the face of endless divine power, and then clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. When he was puzzled, the other party's middle finger slowly stood up. Although he didn't understand what this meant, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Chapter 253. At the moment when the other party was stunned, the power in Richard's body surged violently like magma. The light on his body suddenly flashed. The gravel on the ground rolled up violently. But at this moment, in the sky, an indescribable breath suddenly appeared. Ancient vicissitudes, as if it came across the long river of time. The two corpses in front of him, which were possessed by the god of dog heads, suddenly swelled up at the moment when the breath appeared. No! Damn rules. The two corpses only had time to scream, and then they were like balloons inflated to the extreme, bang, and burst directly. The limbs were scattered. The next moment, the threat Richard felt disappeared instantly. Then, the ancient and vicissitudes of breath was like the wind blowing past, dissipating into nothingness. Rules? The rules of the main plane? Not allowing gods to come. Thinking of the rule of glorious era set by the god of creation, he breathed a sigh of relief in vain. Facing a living god, the terrifying pressure is simply beyond the imagination of outsiders. His current level is far from even extraordinary, let alone gods. Fortunately, this guy exploded. After coming to his senses, his expression became solemn. The seal of the Krina tribe is more valued by the god of the dog-headed man than he thought. The god personally appeared in the main plane. What a big risk. It seems that the Krina tribe has secrets that he is far from understanding. As Richard's mind turned, he looked up at the sky and let out a long breath. This time, I must be prepared to deal with it when I go back, otherwise the Dusk City will focus on it before the dungeon is opened. After not sensing any abnormality around him, he did not stay for long. He drove Alvis to continue moving towards the City of Dusk. He also encountered several teams of dog-headed men on the road, but he was in no mood to care about these little ponies at this time. The skeleton blood dragon beside him sent them back to the arms of the god of death. The Lord is back. With a shout, the residents in the territory immediately looked up. In their sight, the skeleton blood dragon emitting blood-red light flew directly from the sky, and then landed on the small square in front of the Lord's mansion. After Richard got off Alvis, he immediately found that the atmosphere in the territory was much more solemn than usual. The surrounding troops were obviously alert, and there was a murderous atmosphere in the air. Even the residents didn't have many smiles on their faces. He immediately waved his hand and asked the surrounding soldiers to call Kalu and other stationed heroes. Not long after, Kalu and several mummy heroes hurried into the Lord's mansion. At the first sight, Richard was commanding the army to untie plants emitting strong magical fluctuations from behind the skeleton blood dragon. He immediately stepped forward, saluted, and said in a deep voice, "Sir Richard, since this morning, there have been scattered dog-headed troops attacking us. The agricultural area was almost set on fire by a group of dog-headed people who sneaked in. Fortunately, we found it in time and didn't let them succeed." His face became heavier as he spoke. "Sir, this must be the revenge of the dog-headed god," Richard secretly said. "Sure enough. Yes, it is the revenge of the dog-headed god. I met him on the road." This immediately made the atmosphere tense. Kalu stuttered. You You met the dog-headed god? His eyes were full of disbelief. Richard nodded. Before I killed the two gnolls who came to explore the way, they recognized me. Then, a trace of the gnoll god's thoughts sensed my existence and descended to the main plane. But the two bodies were directly wiped out by the power of the rules of the main plane. His tone became heavy. You should be mentally prepared. After the followers of the gnoll god gather, perhaps we will not only have to fight against the gnoll army. We may also face an extremely powerful opponent. Since the opponent can descend the first time, with preparation, it may not be impossible for him to descend the second time. From the fact that the opponent descended directly on two ordinary gnolls, Richard knew what kind of character the evil god Kurta was. Normal gods, how could they pay special attention to an existence that has not reached level 10, even if it is a level 20 transcendent? Those gods are afraid that they will disdain it. Gods are gods after all. They control the most fundamental and powerful power in this world. But the other party didn't play by the rules, he just showed up and threatened him. Considering the greed and plunder of these two priesthoods that Kurta possessed, this dog-headed god is really a dog. Hearing this, Xena's eyes showed some guilt. Sorry, sir, I didn't expect that false god would be so mean. Richard shook his head. Who would have thought that the seal of the Krina tribe was made by Kurta? You are from my Dusk City. No matter what happens, we stand together. Even if we face the gods directly, the main plane has its own rules. Even if the other party is a god, he must abide by the rules. Besides, this is a desert, and the desert is not the territory of the dog-headed people. Each god has his own believers. Except for the large number of races like humans, most of the believers of other gods live in relatively concentrated locations. The dog-headed people gather in an underground world called the Dark Dungeon. There are also many dog-headed people in the main plane, but they are very scattered. It is unlikely to gather a large army to attack the Dusk City in the Death Desert. The desert is a forbidden place of death for life outside. For the Dusk City, this is the strongest wall. The harsh environment is enough to restrict most lives. But even if only a small number of dog-headed people in the desert gather, it is a huge challenge for the Dusk City. Xena's eyes rose with some emotion, and she bowed again with her hands on her chest. My lord, I will ask for help from my tribe immediately. Richard's eyes lit up when he heard this. Will the Krina tribe come? Xena looked serious. This is the sacrifice made by Twilight City for the people to break the seal. The Krina people have no reason to refuse. Richard nodded slowly. Twilight City will remember this friendship. Having reinforcements is a good thing, but what makes him more interested is that he wants to see if he can recruit more Krina warriors. He doesn't want much. 30 or 50 heroes of the same level as Hina will be enough. Wouldn't it be great if Twilight City formed a legion composed entirely of Super A-level heroes in the future? Hina didn't hesitate, and turned around and left after saluting. After thinking about it, Richard looked at Kalu again. Karu, mobilize all the remaining labor in Dusk City to build the Hurricane Arrow Tower. I have obtained a large amount of resources in the underground world, enough to solve most of our current problems. I will build the city wall later. 40 million units of resources. What an exaggerated number. Gray, you lead the army to be on guard at all times to prevent enemy raids. Gunter, you take the skeleton blood dragon and the dark gargoyle out for patrols to eliminate the kobold spies. If there is a large-scale kobold army, report back immediately. Yes, master. After Richard and others left, he adjusted his mood and looked at the backyard. With some expectation, he walked forward. The sandworms he brought back from the copy have hatched. Those terrifying lives, with an adult body length of up to 100 meters, have always been highly expected by him. Coming to the backyard, Richard looked intently. On the ground covered with a lot of yellow sand, 11 newly hatched sandworms were half hiding in the sand. Their gray skin was faintly exposed from the gravel. These newly born sandworms were about 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as a bucket. Although they were still larvae, he also sensed the tremendous power contained within. After Richard arrived, the sandworms smelled his breath. They immediately crawled out of the yellow sand one by one, opened their scary mouths full of sharp teeth, like spotted spots, and then rolled towards him in a rather flattering manner, revealing their gray bellies. Richard felt a little nauseous. These larvae were really a little scary in their cuteness. This thing could probably eat 10 little friends in one bite. Open the attribute panel. Sandworm. Level 10. Potential, unknown. Status, larval stage. Introduction. Life with excellent potential, they can even prey on dragons when they grow up. The initial level is 10. Richard nodded with satisfaction. After adulthood, these are all above level 15. The sandworms he encountered in the dungeon are all level 19. You can see its potential. He looked around and was immediately attracted by the only sandworm that was different from his companions. The gray skin of the sandworm cub was engraved with a fist-sized dark golden rune. It looked like a work of art, full of special breath. If you feel it carefully, you can find that there is a dim and empty energy surging around the sandworm cub. And in its body, it seems like there is a volcano about to erupt. It is full of unspeakable majestic energy. And the surrounding sandworm cubs dare not approach it. Void Sandworm. Level 14. Potential, unknown. Status, larva. Introduction, void life with special blood, with unlimited potential. The newborn level is 14. Richard's eyes lit up immediately after reading it twice. The smile on his face instantly became brilliant. Void life. Awesome. This larva that just broke out of its shell directly became the highest level existence in Dusk City. It's no wonder that the big boss of the Scarlet Council, who took out the plain stone from the shattered plane with his bare hands, thinks so highly of it. Isn't this thing more powerful than a dragon? The newborn level is 14. When the Void Sandworm grows up, what level can it reach? Level 20 Extraordinary. Or level 25 Legendary. Or level 30 Divine? Chapter 254. Richard took a few deep breaths to suppress his excitement. The future of the Void Sandworm is full of hope. After coming to his senses, he looked at the larvae that were trying to get close to him and show him affection, and immediately radiated power to calm these restless sandworms. He was not interested in playing with them, as they could eat people. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand, and the gravel on the ground surged up. Wrapped the sandworms inside, and let them float in the air. Then he came to the front yard. At this time, all the magic plants fixed on the back of the skeleton blood dragon had been removed. Selected some of the streamer grass that could preserve the corpse and the magic plants that could make ice, and flew away from the territory with the sandworms. To the north, across the agricultural area, where the quicksand land was. At the center of the ancient tree where the evil god was stationed, Richard fell from the sky. With a wave of his hand, he placed the sandworm in the quicksand near the ancient tree. Treebeard, take good care of these sandworms, and don't let them leave the quicksand. In addition, when it is safe, you can let them hunt some monsters trapped in the quicksand. He pointed to the Void Sandworm with dark golden runes engraved all over its body. This sandworm will automatically devour void energy to grow. Don't let it eat any food, it will affect its potential. The face of the ancient tree of the evil god, which grew on the twisted trunk, immediately turned its eyes to the sandworm. Yes, master. After Richard finished explaining this matter, he stretched out his hand to indicate dozens of magic plants next to him. These two magic plants have extremely special effects. The streamer grass can keep the corpse from rotting for half a month, and the magic plants here can make solid ice. In the future, the high-level field soldiers obtained in the quicksand land will be preserved with these two magical plants, and Gunnar and his men can use them to recruit mummies. The quicksand land has the bait of the ancient godly tree, which has become a huge trap. There is a lot of harvest every day. Some high-level corpses may not improve the ancient godly tree much, but they can recruit higher-level blood mummies. As he said, he seemed to think of something and continued to instruct. These magical plants have lived in a dim light environment for a long time, and may not be suitable for sun exposure. You expand an underground space under the roots to plant. In this way, these magical plants can also be protected from being damaged in battle. This request is easy for the ancient godly tree that can control the quicksand. As you wish. After Richard finished instructing, the yellow sand on his body surged. The sandification skill was given to the sandworm cub. Although it was still in the larval stage, there was no obstacle, and it immediately mastered the ability of sandification. After telling them to obey the words of the godly evil ancient tree in his mind, he let these 7 or 8 meter long larvae play by themselves. Sandworms are indeed a life born for the desert. These larvae, which had just broken out of their shells, were like swimming fish, and they drilled directly into the sand, leaving traces in the quicksand. Quicksand that could easily trap normal life posed no threat to them. Richard ignored these little guys. Although they now have huge power in their bodies, they don't know how to use it. When they reach adulthood, they will be able to show their power. He opened the attribute panel of the godly evil ancient tree and took a look. The number of poisonous wasps hatched by this boss has exceeded 2,000. Most of them are hunted in the wild for it, and none of them stay in the tree canopy. Richard was quite satisfied with this. This is equivalent to getting 2,000 rare 3-star soldiers for free. Treebeard, speed up the hatching of poisonous wasps. I need you to increase the number of poisonous wasps to 3,000 before the 15th of this month, he said with expectation. Not only that, You also need to hunt as many wild monsters as possible during this period to store energy in the surrounding land. We are about to encounter an unprecedented battle. You are the main combat force. In Richard's opinion, the most abnormal thing about the ancient tree of evil is not only its extremely terrifying combat power. There is also the almost inexhaustible power. The ability to store energy in the earth can only be described as a statement. At the beginning, he led the army to attack for a day and a night, and almost collapsed before draining the ancient tree of evil. Now, of course, he had to let the enemy experience the pain he had suffered. And with a quicksand land collecting prey for him, he believed that the energy stored in the ancient godly tree would be even greater. After explaining these things, Richard did not stay and got up and returned to the City of Dusk. With the ancient godly tree, the ceiling of the combat power of the City of Dusk stationed here, he felt relieved. The only pity was that the sandworms he had high hopes for might not be of much use when this dungeon was opened. These larvae were far from enough in combat power. After returning to the City of Dusk, Richard did not rest. He went directly to the edge of the territory and took out the special treasure that the Italian cannon guy gave him, the city wall. This thing needs 2 million units of stone to place. It's expensive. But fortunately, this wave of harvesting the underground world made him rich. With money, he has a strong back. Ding, do you want to consume 2 million units of stone to place the treasure wall? What's a mere 2 million units? Confirmed. Richard has never felt so rich. The moment he made the choice, the stone on the attribute panel dropped by 2 million units. At the same time, the mini wall in his hand suddenly shattered like glass, turning into a stream of light that poured into the surroundings of Dusk City. Then, under the extremely shocked gaze of the residents of the territory, the earth rumbled. In the endless gravel, it was like trees sprouting in spring. A black wall built with huge stones rose from the ground. The city wall grew out of the ground? Are they dazzled or have they not woken up yet? The residents around who saw this scene were full of shock. And this was just the beginning. After the city wall emerged from the gravel, it began to rise rapidly. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, it stopped when it reached 20 meters. A tall and majestic black city wall stood tall, and the endless desert was blocked outside. The building exuding a cold breath gave people a strong psychological impact. At this time, several residents who heard the movement came out of the house with a bit of strange mood. What was so loud? When I walked out of the door, I saw what was in front of me clearly, and my mouth subconsciously opened as wide as possible. The whole person was dizzy. Are they dreaming? What is this? City wall. Gods, what did I see? How is this possible? Can a city wall be built out of thin air? A miracle. This must be a gift from the gods. Lord, this was made by the Lord. A child's proud shout made the people around him turn their heads subconsciously and see the heroic figure standing at the foot of the city wall. Everyone's eyes were extremely hot at this moment, as if they were looking at a god. Then, no one knew who started it, but everyone held their chests and bowed deeply to him. No one said anything more, but the respect in their hearts overflowed from their chests. This is their Lord, their Master. Those who were the first to come to the City of Dusk had red eyes at this moment. They watched the City of Dusk grow up step by step. From nothing to now, even the most difficult city wall has appeared. The pride in my heart cannot be expressed in words. How lucky is it to be a member of the City of Dusk? Richard looked around, feeling quite excited. The city wall, in glorious era, represents safety, hope, and the strongest shield to block all dangers. It has more symbolic meaning than any other building. Only with the city wall can the territory be called a city. From now on, the City of Dusk is no longer an inconspicuous territory. This is a city. With excitement, he opened the attribute panel. City wall. Level, primary, can be upgraded with the territory level. 1 million units of stone are required for the next level. Features, 20 meters high, 10 meters wide, 30 firmness. Skills, toughness, increases the strength of the defending army by 20%, and 20% defense. Introduction, a city wall with good defense. The attributes are simple, but much better than the city wall construction drawings he saw on the trading market that had no attributes. This guy, the Italian cannon, is really his lucky star. Chapter 255. Climb high and look far. Richard stood on the 20-meter-high city wall and looked into the distance. At the end of his sight, the endless yellow sand land was in full view. The city wall was an irregular square, completely enclosing the territory. The uneven battlements were more than half a person high, and soldiers could shoot in the depressions and use the protrusions to resist the arrows shot from below. The solid city wall might not be pierced even by a crossbow cart. There were 4 city gates in total, front, back, left and right. The solid stone gate was like a mountain that could isolate everything, tightly closed. To open the stone gate, you need to turn the turntable behind the city wall, and use a clever mechanism to retract the stone gate to the left and right. Richard held the cold battlements, with a bit of satisfaction in his eyes. With the city wall, the city of dusk immediately gave him a different feeling. It was like a rootless duckweed turning into a deep-rooted towering tree. After inspecting for a while, as if he had thought of something, he waved his hand and asked someone to call Brown, the 12th level alchemist. When the panting gray dwarf came to him, Richard didn't wait for him to salute, and went straight to the point. Brown, have someone move half of the giant cannons to the city wall, and set up the firing points. The rest will set up positions behind the city wall. Cannons are not bows and arrows, and the power of direct shooting is stronger than that of rear projectiles. If possible, he even wanted to fill the 4 walls with alchemical cannons. This kind of exaggeratedly powerful weapon is simply invincible against ground troops. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. The artillery fire can only be used to clean the ground under certain conditions. Yes, my lord. Brown responded excitedly. Now, he can finally be used alone and take on such an important task. Richard nodded and continued to ask, how is the production progress of the alchemical bomb? Alchemical artillery is powerful, but its biggest flaw is that it needs strong logistical support. If this thing is fired without restraint, it will use up his inventory in a few minutes. Brown immediately reported, Master, the alchemical workshop will be built tomorrow, and it is expected to produce 50 bombs a day. 50 bombs? Richard frowned slightly. Too few, we don't have time to accumulate them bit by bit now. I need you to produce 1,500 bombs before the 15th. After saying that, he looked at the other party and wanted to say something, and his tone condensed. This is an order. Brown immediately held back all his words, gritting his teeth and nodding fiercely. Yes. Richard's face eased slightly. During this period, you can apply to Kalu for any resources you need, including manpower. Brown was relieved. At worst, he won't rest for 24 hours. He will definitely complete this mission. For him, now is a good time to make meritorious deeds. If he makes a mistake, the position he had worked so hard to get before will be lost. After Brown left, Richard looked at the green Saxall forest in the distance with a subtle expression. The territory is fine, but the agricultural area without protection has become his concern. Now, he just hopes that the agricultural area will not be brought into the dungeon. Otherwise, once the war enters a fierce stage, he may not be able to spare the strength to defend. After walking around the city wall, Richard, who felt much more at ease, returned to the Lord's mansion. It cost 2 million units of stone to build the city wall. After removing the decimals, he still has 38 million units of resources left. Now, it's time to upgrade the long-stagnant troop nests. Open the troop nest attribute panel and read it carefully. There are 13 elite troop nests in total. Guardian Land, elite 3 stars, 3 nests. Battle Axe Hut, elite 3 stars, 10 nests. There are 18 rare troop nests in total. Great Pyramid, rare 3 stars, 3 nests. Scorpion Nest, rare 3 stars, 1 nest. Curse Pyramid, rare 3 stars, 1 nest. Condensed Sand Pyramid, rare 3 stars, 5 nests. Death Knight Pyramid, rare 3 stars, 3 nests. Crazy Sand Mage, rare 3 stars, 5 nests. There are 3 rare troop nests in total. Gargoyle Nest, rare 3 stars, 2 nests. Battle Axe Hut, rare 3 stars, 1 nest. To upgrade the elite troop nest to the rare level, you need 100 ordinary troop nests, worth 5,000 units of resources. Rare to rare requires 1,000 common troop nests, worth 500,000 units of resources. Rare to brilliant requires 10,000 common troop nests, worth 5 million units of resources. Richard waved his hand and upgraded 13 elite troop nests to rare. It cost 65,000 resources. In this way, the number of rare troop nests increased to 31. Unfortunately, there is a 7-day cooling time after the troop nest is upgraded. These newly upgraded ones cannot be upgraded for the second time. Richard did not hesitate and upgraded all the remaining 18 rare troop nests to rare. The upgrade cost of each troop nest is 500,000 units, consuming a total of 9 million units. 38 million resources, after 2 rounds, plus the original fraction, there are still 29.2 million units left. In this way, except for the 13 nests that need to wait for 7 days, the rest of the nests in his hands have all been promoted to rare level. Adding the original 3, the total number is 21. Looking at the luxurious data on the panel, Richard felt his heart trembling. 21 rare-level nests of soldiers. 21. This is not a piece of cabbage, and upgrading from rare to brilliant requires 5 million units. These 21 require 105 million resources. After a little calculation, Richard's mouth twitched. This data is getting more and more outrageous. Without thinking too much, he selected 3 rare-level nests of soldiers that can be promoted now, 2 dark gargoyles, and one of his favorite soldiers, the Axe of the Dead. The promotion of 3 nests of soldiers requires the consumption of 30,000 ordinary nests of soldiers, 15 million resources. Fortunately, the trading market has the option of conditional acquisition, otherwise just buying these 30,000 would keep him busy for several hours. After the number was sufficient, the black gold system quietly lit up a prompt. Battle Axe Cabin, rare 3 stars. Consume 10 rare-level Desert Camp Army Lair cores to upgrade it to brilliant 3 stars. The conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Gargoyle Lair 3 consecutive prompts. Richard chose to confirm all of them. In an instant, the thousands of battle axes emitting pale golden light, hanging in front of the cabin, suddenly shone brightly. An unspeakable breath began to surge. The cabin quickly rose, like a bamboo shoot, and in the blink of an eye it grew to a height of 6 meters. The battle axes hanging outside also became as crystal clear as diamonds at this moment. On the other side, the 2 dark gargoyle statues also directly grew to 6 meters in height, looking even more hideous. The battle axe cabin was successfully upgraded, and the current level is brilliant 3 stars. The gargoyle lair was successfully upgraded, and the current level is brilliant 3 stars. Richard opened the black gold system in a good mood. As expected, there was no surprise. To upgrade from brilliant level to crown level, 10 brilliant level arms nests were required. The next upgrade would be 50 million resources. At this moment, Richard once again felt his poverty. 50 million units, this is just one. If all of them were upgraded, it would be a death sentence. You can't even cut so many by cutting your waist. Retracting his mind, looking at the upgraded nest, he became excited again. After 3 months, Dusk City finally has its own brilliant level arms nest. This is brilliant level, Gargoyle Lair, brilliant 3 stars, 2 nests, can recruit arms, dark gargoyle, and the number of recruits, 40. Resources required for a single recruitment, 14,000 gold coins, 14,000 units of wood, 14,000 units of stone, 50 units of gems. Resources required for all recruitments, 1.68 million, 2,000 units of gems. Axe Hut, brilliant 3 stars, 1 unit, can recruit soldiers. Axe of the Dead, number of recruits, 10. Resources required for a single recruitment, 14,000 gold coins, 14,000 units of stone, 14,000 units of iron ore, 50 units of crystal. Resources required for all recruitments, 420,000 units, 500 units of crystal. Richard looked at these 2 pieces of data, and his heart suddenly trembled. Inexplicably dry mouth. Damn it, the resources required for recruitment after upgrading are also an astronomical expense. Damn it, Husky. At this moment, he felt happy and painful. When will he not lack resources and recruit as he wants? Take a deep breath, wave your hand, and choose to recruit. He still has more than 10 million resources. Kid, buy it. The resources on the attribute panel immediately dropped sharply. In the arms nest in front of him, the first batch of brilliant level arms independently cultivated by Dusk City were born. Chapter 256. After recruiting this batch of brilliant 3-star soldiers, Richard carefully looked at their attributes several times. The dark gargoyle was fine, and there was no obvious change in its skills, only the attributes had been improved. The Axe of the Dead was different, and its attributes had been significantly improved compared to the previous ones. Its attack range was increased from 40 meters to 60 meters, and its lethality was further improved. And the strongest killing move, Axe Break, was increased from a coverage range of 10 meters to 30 meters, which directly gave this soldier strategic power. It is no exaggeration to describe it as overbearing. 30 meters in diameter, if it is the Axe of the Dead strengthened by the core of the fire element, plus the 10-meter range of the burning flames, its coverage range reaches 40 meters in diameter, which is more than abnormal. The bombs of the giant mouth cannon do not have such an exaggerated damage range. This soldier has entered the brilliant level, which is too obvious compared to the previous promotions. Although it is still not as good as the nearly 300-meter range of the Ningxia archer. But in battles like defending a city, the 60-meter attack range is completely sufficient. and its lethality is not comparable to that of the Ningxia archers. If you focus your fire to smash the axe, it can even replace the gold bomb to clean the ground. Looking at the majestic and tall axe of the dead in front of him, holding a battle axe with a crystal glow in his hand, Richard nodded with satisfaction. Then he did not hesitate, waved his hand, and recruited all the troops. After the output of the troop nest for 2 weeks was emptied, Richard immediately promoted all the previously recruited troops to the current level of the troop nest. Black Gold system features: after the previously recruited troops are promoted in the troop nest, you can spend the resources required for the current recruitment to promote the previous troops to the current level. This action caused his resources to drop sharply. But after recruiting, Richard's military strength reached an exaggerated height. Rare troops: Mummy Guardian 280350, Axe of the Dead 200300. Rare troops: Bandaged Mummy 3072, Scorpion Warrior 5064, Giant Axe Death Knight 114156, Condensed Sand Archer 220320, Crazy Sand Mage 125175, Curse Pharaoh 3035. Brilliant troops: Dark Gargoyle 160200, Axe of the Dead 5060, Heavy Sword Warrior 20. Crown troops: Skeleton Blood Dragon 30, Skeleton Demon 3. The total number of troops added up to 1797. 18 squadrons, 180 teams. And the main forces are all rare level troops. Among them, there are 28 teams of brilliant troops and 3 teams of crown troops. Richard looked at the exaggerated data and felt a sense of accomplishment. He cultivated this force himself. If we add 3 A-level heroes Gray, Gunter, and Alvis, a super A-level hero Cena, and a boss, the Ancient Tree of God, the power in his hands has developed to a level that ordinary players can't imagine. In addition, he still has centaurs who have lost their power to be cultivated, and the divine souls sleeping in the statues of the old gods have not yet awakened. Just a rough estimate, Richard felt that the power in his hands was too strong. He didn't know which player could compare with the City of Dusk at this stage. Just a few heroes and bosses are enough to destroy the territory of a powerful player. This harvest in the underground world is too comfortable. It is true that a man cannot be rich without external wealth, and a horse cannot be fat without night grass. Just when Richard was in high spirits, suddenly, a sweaty soldier came in from outside. He said in a hurried tone, "Sir Richard, urgent news came from the front. The dog-headed army was found gathering in the desert." Richard's face changed slightly. "How many are there?" "A rough estimate is more than 5 battalions, and they are still gathering." "How far is it from the City of Dusk?" "About 80 kilometers. The other party is in a depression on a hill, and they have used magic to hide their traces. If there were not too many troops gathered, we might not be able to find them." Richard narrowed his eyes. "What is coming will come." He turned his head and glanced at the army in front of him, with a playful smile on his lips. But these dog-headed men came neither too early nor too late, just right. Let those guys try the blade of the City of Dusk. Blow the horn, the whole city is on alert. As the president of the secret society, Chris has always taken caution as his motto. Especially after Gloria's era has become a reality, and not dying is no longer a privilege for players, he has taken his cautious characteristics to the extreme. When encountering anything, the first reaction is not to move forward, but to leave. But this time, he was moved. Because the god of his territory, Kuertu, the god of dog-headed people, issued an oracle to all dog-headed people. Go attack a territory in the desert. Whoever can kill the lord of that territory and offer his soul to the god of dog-headed people will get an unprecedented rich reward. This is a mission with difficulty of a level mission. This was the first time Chris had seen a mission of this level in the main plane. He was very regretful at first. After all, his territory was in the dark dungeon of the Kobold's base camp, which was too far from the desert. If he led the army on the journey, he might not be able to reach the destination in a year or 2. But then something excited him. Last night, the members of the secret society got a special teleportation treasure in the dungeon. Its function was to temporarily open the space door and teleport the army to the designated destination. And when he prayed to the Kobold god, the other party knew the news. The powerful evil god directly strengthened the treasure with divine power, increasing its duration several times. And the other party also determined the location. As long as he used this treasure, he could go directly to the desert. What excited Chris was that the Kobold god also gave him a special token. As long as he went to the desert, he could directly lead the Kobold army that had gathered in the desert. But what moved him the most was that he found out that the territory in the desert was not a city built by powerful NPC natives. It was a God-given territory, that is, the player's territory. This news made him restless for a long time. The player had offended the gods, and now the gods had sent down an oracle, asking him to take action to wipe out the other party. This was simply pie in the sky. There were more than a dozen players in the secret society, and he didn't believe that any player could withstand their joint attack. In his opinion, this A-level mission was simply picked up for nothing. Even if he was cautious, he was completely moved. Chris came to his senses, and turned to look at the more than a dozen players around him, who were eager to try. This is a task directly assigned by the god of kobolds. As long as we complete it, we will definitely leave a deep impression on the other party. The Dark Dungeon has only one master. We have no choice but to try our best to win the attention of the god of kobolds. A young player said excitedly. President, we obviously got the credit this time. More than 10 of us are going to attack a player's territory. How difficult is that? And the kobold army in the desert has gathered. We can still command them when the time comes, he said with more excitement in his tone. President, we have now accumulated 5 squadrons of rare 2-star kobold blood warriors. This force is enough to flatten most of the player's territories. Not to mention that Guy is a nobody. With our joint efforts, even if the opponent is Chinchio, what does it matter? Who can stop our army? They have been developing in the Dark Dungeon for several months, and have accumulated a huge army. Each of them has a rare level troop nest that has disappeared from the forum. They even recruited several B-level dog-headed heroes, which are well-deserved top heroes. How much powerful power does he have in his hands? The character of the dog-headed god is not as unattainable as other gods, and he often brings down miracles. They have received a lot of tasks from him during this period, and the benefits they have gained are simply countless. With such a background, they are more confident than anyone else. The Chinchio, who is almost the #1 player, is just SOSO in their eyes. The reason why the other party is praised is that they have not met them who often deal with gods. And no matter how strong the other party is, can it compare with more than 10 of them? Chris also smiled. Not bad. No one can stop our army. Turning his head to look at the dog-headed army that has been gathered. Wave your hand. Let's go! More than a dozen players pass through the teleportation array with a winning mentality. Prepare to flatten that unknown player's territory. This A-level mission is simply a free gift. Chapter 257. Woo woo woo, the war horn sounded again over the Dusk City. With the experience of the last time, the residents did not panic this time. They finished their work in an orderly manner. Those outside the city returned to the city. Those inside the city did what they had to do, and did not stop their work until their superiors gave orders. After completing their work, the fat ant in charge of the agricultural area led the staff of the agricultural area through the towering city gate. Looking at the solid building above her head, her red apple-like face was filled with excitement. Praise the Lord, all this is incredible. I came out this morning, and there was no movement. It's a miracle. The residents around her were more excited than her. The eyes were extremely hot. Aunt Mary, this is a miracle. With the Lord here, those hateful enemies can't even think of stepping into the city. In the process of the rapid growth of Dusk City, the residents' confidence in Richard was even greater than his own. Under the high morale of the people, the city of Dusk was truly united. When encountering the enemy, no one thought of retreating. At this time, the army was also doing various tasks in a clear and orderly manner. The most important thing was that the desert crown bee and the flame dragon rabbit were brought into the territory. Richard frowned as he looked at the picture of the flame dragon rabbit being imprisoned in the stable. Once the city of Dusk was attacked by the enemy, the agricultural area outside the city was often the first area to encounter danger. The agricultural area without the city wall was like a young girl without clothes being placed in front of a group of villains sentenced to death. There was no resistance at all. If you think about it carefully, this situation has happened more than once or twice. The poisonous vultures, the wyverns, the monsters attacking the city, and the dog-headed man attacked this time. The agricultural area cannot be spared every time. Richard thought of this, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. We must find a way to solve the problem of the agricultural area in the future. The enemies that Twilight City will encounter in the future will inevitably become stronger and stronger. It is impossible to keep the agricultural area intact every time. And the agricultural area will continue to expand in the future. When a stronger enemy comes one day, such as the life from another dimension, it is very likely that this area will be reduced to scorched earth. Richard fell into deep thought. Farming must be done. Trade solves development problems, and farming solves personal safety. Neither is indispensable. But in the future, we can't just simply build agricultural areas in unprotected deserts. At the beginning, before the enemy attack, Richard didn't find any problems with the agricultural area. But after experiencing these enemy attacks, this area has almost become his heart disease. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He waved his hand and summoned Albus, who was flying in the sky. Before going to the underground world, he spent 10,000 gems to revive this A-level dragon hero from the hero altar. As a result, he felt heartbroken every time he saw Albus these 2 days. At the same time, he was very upset with the Dark Lord imprisoned in the dungeon. He was still so arrogant even though he was imprisoned in the dungeon? Bullying honest people, right? He always remembered that conquering the dungeon could subdue the Dark Lord. Sooner or later, he will catch the other party and repay the 10,000 gems. Master. The empty voice of the dragon hero resounded all around. Richard narrowed his eyes. If the enemy has no flying troops, you will lead the skeleton blood dragon to ambush in the quicksand land first, and I will give you orders through the riddle crystal. As you wish. Albus immediately flapped his wings and flew away. He left the Dusk City with the skeleton blood dragon. Richard did not rashly go to the agricultural area alone to garrison. The enemy he faced this time was not the field troops that attacked the Dusk City during the last disaster week. His enemy was a god whose duties were greed and plunder. He could not predict what the top existence of the glorious era would do. Even if the main position could not accommodate the gods, since the other party could descend once, he could descend a second time. In order to prevent any eventuality, he must be fully prepared. President Chris, we have counted that the number of kobold troops gathered in the desert exceeds 6 battalions. One of the battalions has a rare type of soldier, the kobold heavy warrior. The rare types of soldiers in the 4 battalions are kobold warriors, kobold archers, and kobold spearmen. The remaining battalion is all elite level soldiers. In the vast desert, Chris listened to the reports of the players around him and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect the god of kobolds to be so powerful, and the army gathered in the desert was so strong. This time, for the sake of safety, each of the 15 players of the secret society brought a battalion of troops. In other words, they now have more than 2 legions of troops. That's 21 battalions, 210 squadrons, and 2,100 squads. They didn't believe that at this point in time, any player could resist the nearly invincible force in his hands. No one could do it. He was filled with pride and pride. Where's that player's territory? The other party has retreated into the city. Very good, the whole army will set out to get our rewards back. After putting away the teleportation array, Chris's heroic spirit increased greatly. With a wave of his hand, he let the army rush towards the direction of the City of Dusk. Tens of thousands of people marched, and it was a dark mass. When the number reached a certain level, the oppression brought was very terrible. But soon, Chris felt something was wrong. Less than half an hour after marching, the morale of the army was already declining, and even he felt a little uncomfortable. He looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was in the west. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was already evening. If it was noon, the scorching heat would have been enough to kill the kobold army. A little alert rose in my heart. The desert environment is really not suitable for ordinary people. This war must be fought quickly. A distance of dozens of kilometers is not long on the plains, but in the desert, it was not until the moon was high that they met up with the vanguard army that was exploring the way ahead. Kobolds have dark vision, and the night has no effect on them. On the contrary, because the heat of the day disappeared, the morale of the army has recovered significantly. Master Chris, 2 kilometers ahead is the territory of the blasphemer. A kobold hero wearing thick armor looked into the distance with a faint gaze. Under the clear moonlight, a small city stood in front. That was their destination. The player's territory. Chris's eyes were filled with pride. He had 2 legions of troops in his hands, and his strength was unprecedentedly strong. It would be a miracle for that territory to be able to withdraw 2,000 troops. Even if the other side had 2,000 troops, it would be nothing. With 20,000 versus 2,000, the advantage is mine. Prepare to attack. As soon as the words fell, the dog-headed hero in front of him turned around and prepared to dispatch troops. But at this moment, there was a sudden commotion on the flank. The dog-headed army howled one after another. Chris raised his eyebrows. What happened? Before he finished speaking, his nose suddenly twitched twice. An unspeakable feeling rose in his heart. Every cell at this moment had a strong desire. He was like smelling the sweetness of bread after being hungry for half a month, and the feeling was irresistible. The kobold hero, who had just left, turned back and said with a strong excitement, Master, our scouts found a powerful tree man on the flank, and there are 10 golden fruits on the tree crown. Those magic fruits seem to have the effect of improving blood potential. Chris's heart was immediately pounding. Improving blood potential? This kind of treasure has it? Although it was a little unbelievable at the first time, the desire coming from his body could not be faked at all. Immediately, his eyes became hot. How strong is that tree man? Very powerful. I'm afraid we have to mobilize several battalions of troops to kill it. Chris was not disappointed when he heard this, but was in a good mood. If the tree man is weak, it is very likely a trap. This place is so close to the player's territory that the other party could not have failed to discover it. But now, there is only one possibility. The player found the magic fruit, but could not deal with the tree man. After all, it takes several battalions of troops to kill the tree man. Does the other party have this strength? If so, those magic fruits cannot be left on the tree. It is obvious with a toe who can release such a treasure. Thinking of this, I just feel that the desire in my heart has overflowed. Immediately make a decision. Send 6 battalions of troops to surround the other 3 sides of the city in front. 2 battalions in each direction, keep your distance, and do not launch an attack for the time being. The remaining troops will stay with 4 battalions stationed here to support other troops. The rest of the troops follow me. The order was issued, and the players of the secret society and the dog-headed hero in front immediately took action. Some people led the troops to surround the city in front of them. The other part followed Chris and headed for the tree man with the magical fruit that could purify blood. Not long after the army marched, they entered a sandy land that seemed to be slightly soft. But no one took it seriously. After stepping on a section of soft sand, Chris approached the tree man mentioned by the dog-headed hero. At a glance, he found the 10 golden fruits on the tree crown without leaves. The inner desire also reached its peak at this moment. He could feel that as long as he ate those fruits, his strength would be greatly improved. The dog-headed army that was attacking the tree man in front was not so comfortable, and retreated step by step under the opponent's domineering branches. Master Chris, we can't do anything to this powerful tree man with only our army. The dog-headed commander in charge of commanding this army came to report. Although there were heavy casualties, his face was extremely excited. As long as they defeat this tree man, they can obtain the magic fruit that can enhance the potential of their blood. He just smelled the breath of the magic fruit, and his blood was agitated. If he could swallow it, wouldn't it be a step to heaven? Seeing this, Chris said with suppressed excitement, "This tree man is as high as level 13, extremely powerful, and it is also a boss unit. Send in 10,000 troops from outside. I will use the human wave tactics to kill him." The excitement in his eyes became more and more intense. This A-level mission is a bit cool. Before conquering the human territory, let him harvest 10 magic fruits that can enhance blood. Chapter 258. Chris was excited. The tens of thousands of troops outside began to enter the area with soft sand. They also noticed that the sand under their feet was a little different, but the dog-headed people were not desert creatures, so they didn't feel anything. The army entered layer by layer, directly wrapping the tree man with 10 golden fruits in the center. The dog-headed army smelled the extremely rich fruit scent, and each throat howled excitedly. The saliva at the corners of the mouth wet the armor on the chest. "You lowly bastards, no one can defeat me." The tree man with a face growing on the tree trunk in the center was still roaring wildly at this moment. It seemed that the pressure of the tens of thousands of troops brought him great psychological pressure. The other party was afraid. Chris saw this scene and became more and more determined. The only pity was that the level difference between the two sides was too great, and he couldn't check the detailed attributes of the tree man, and could only see a level and name. The ancient tree of the evil god. This name is a bit unusual. No wonder the melee is so strong. Seeing the army of tens of thousands of people besieging the ancient tree, the archers in the back took their positions. Chris showed a bright smile on his face. He waved his hand and gave an order. This ancient tree has no long-range attack means. As long as we use long-range consumption, the opponent will definitely die. Melee troops, retreat. Archers, prepare to shoot. Chris directly found the biggest weakness of the ancient tree. Under his order, the surrounding troops began to withdraw, keeping a distance of about 100 meters from the ancient tree. The range of the dog-headed archers is 200 meters, which can completely cover the ancient tree. Moreover, the opponent's attack target is so big that it is simply a live target. Shoot! The moment Chris gave the order with an excited voice. Suddenly, an unspeakable sense of danger came to his mind. He seemed to be stared at by an ancient dragon at this moment. Every cell in his body was warning him. Danger, extremely dangerous. Just when he was in doubt, suddenly, he felt the soft gravel under his feet empty. Looking down, under the pressure of his body weight, the gravel on the ground quickly submerged his instep. The soft sand just now could no longer support his weight. An unspeakable fear suddenly rose in his heart. A word representing death emerged in his mind. Quicksand. This area is a land of quicksand. No wonder the gravel was particularly soft when he just stepped in. He raised his head suddenly and let out a hysterical roar from his throat. Everyone evacuate immediately. There is quicksand in this area. The voice with endless panic echoed in the night sky. The dog-headed men who had just launched the first round of attacks also looked down at this moment and saw their ankles sinking rapidly. This scene directly crushed their will to resist. Uncontrollable fear broke out in their hearts, and they turned around and ran out. But at this moment, there was no support under their feet. Every step they took required a huge amount of strength to pull themselves out of the sand. This meant that every step forward would sink deeper. Struggling was a faster way to death. In addition, the simultaneous bombing of tens of thousands of troops directly caused huge congestion and chaos. The situation became uncontrollable. At this moment, the tree man rooted in the gravel suddenly made a move that made all the dog-headed people's backs shiver. The 30-meter-tall body of the other party just moved parallel in the gravel. Yes, parallel. It was like a carriage was pulling the other party underground. And it was very fast, rushing directly in the direction with the most people. The more than 10 twisted tree trunks thicker than the beams of the house were waving wildly. The whirring sound of breaking through the air pierced the eardrums. In an instant, the dog-headed army on the ground was like smashing watermelons with wooden sticks. Bang, 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 no one could resist this terrifying force, and they exploded directly into fragments. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. Even if some dog-headed people wanted to resist, their insignificant attacks could not even pierce the bark of the ancient tree of the evil god. Moreover, after the ancient godly tree started to move, the surrounding quicksand began to churn like a deep-sea whirlpool, controlling the quicksand. After being placed in this area by Richard, this boss has already controlled the surrounding sand. The army of tens of thousands of people can enter this area without being trapped, and it is also controlled by the ancient godly tree. When ordinary life faces natural disasters, no matter how many ambitions they have, they will turn into ashes. The dog-headed people have never been a determined race. After seeing the situation collapse and unable to be cleaned up, they even forcibly pushed their companions, who blocked their escape, to the ground and ran out on their bodies. But the diameter of this quicksand is a full 10 kilometers. Under the control of the ancient godly tree, how can they come whenever they want? The sand was surging, and the crazier the ogres were, the faster they would fall. Chris looked at the scene where the ancient tree was killing the ogres recklessly, and his hands and feet suddenly became cold. No wonder that player didn't defeat this boss. This monster is too strong. He still doesn't think that this terrifying boss has any connection with the player's territory next to it. How could the current players have the power to conquer such a boss? Watching tens of thousands of troops being swallowed by the sand one by one. An unspeakable sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Chris let out a long roar, and the bodies of several frightened players around him, and the two ogres in front of him suddenly disappeared. The next second, they appeared outside the quicksand. Just now, they were excited and thought they had found a treasure, but a few minutes later, they escaped from it in such an extremely embarrassed posture. The contrast between before and after is quite ironic. Chris looked over and saw that the kobold army, which had been so fierce just now, was now running out crying for their parents. But the quicksand had become a huge vortex, constantly rotating, burying them deeply. Under the moonlight, the 30-meter-tall terrifying boss killed wherever there were more people, not giving the kobold army any chance at all. Under the gaze of Chris and several players, an entire legion of troops was swallowed by the quicksand. In the end, no one survived except for a few of them. When the last kobold sank into the quicksand, the ancient tree slowly returned to its original position. 10 golden fruits were hanging on the empty treetops, and the scent they exuded was still tempting. And around, tens of thousands of troops left no trace, as if nothing had happened. Chris felt a chill all over his body at this moment. Looking at the desert in front of him, a strong sense of awe rose in his heart. Even the idea of completing this mission and never stepping into the desert again came to his mind. This forbidden land of life is too dangerous. President. The expressions of the three players around him were also particularly wonderful at this moment. They were still unwilling. This was an army of tens of thousands of people. Just like that, they were gone alive. They didn't even touch the face of that player. It was aggrieved. But no matter how much they were unwilling to accept it, they could only suppress it in front of that terrifying boss. Chris's heart trembled, and his voice was hoarse. Gather the army and attack the human city. This time, it was just an accident. Our mission is to capture that city and enslave the soul of that player. As long as we can get the favor of His Majesty Cthulhu, no matter how big the loss is, we can make it back. He turned around and left, never looking back at that area. The boss who waved the tree trunk to signal the slaughter of the dog-headed army caused him a serious psychological trauma. When there was no one around the quicksand, puff, a skeleton blood dragon's skull appeared from the sand. Afterwards, another piece of sand collapsed suddenly, and a large gap appeared. Buzz, buzz, the poisonous wasp flapped its wings slightly closer to the gap, and began to breathe in the fresh air pouring in from outside. High in the sky, Richard, who had not dissipated his concealment power, showed a brilliant smile that outsiders could not see. In order to lure the enemy into the trap, he buried the skeleton blood dragon and the poisonous wasp underground. If the dog-headed people have an Air Force attack, these two arms will become their nightmare. He looked at the 10 golden fruits and felt very happy. No one can resist the temptation to become stronger. This is the nature of life. The golden fruit condensed by the ancient tree of the evil spirit with the power of the soul can enhance the potential of blood, which is an irresistible bait for normal life. Intelligent life is not much different from fish. As long as there is bait, it can be caught. And this fishing is undoubtedly a successful model. First control the quicksand land to prevent it from swallowing, wait for all the enemies to approach, and then kill them in one fell swoop. This wave is really a big profit. Tens of thousands of corpses, how many poisonous wasps can be hatched? How much power can be stored for the ancient tree of the evil spirit? And this hunting gave him great inspiration. In the future, if we continue to tap the potential of the quicksand land, it may not be impossible to build this area into a real land of death. Woo, at this moment, the long sound of the horn interrupted Richard's thoughts. Turning around to look, the Kobold army, under the moonlight, launched an attack on the City of Dusk. Chapter 259. The Dusk City, which is only a level 3 small city, does not actually cover a large area. When tens of thousands of dog-headed men surrounded them, they immediately blocked the entire city. Standing on the city wall and looking out, above the endless yellow sand, the moonlight shines on the dog-headed army. Countless green eyes emerge in the dimness. Even veterans who have fought hundreds of battles will feel an unspeakable fear when seeing such a scene. Woo woo woo, the long horn sounded one after another. The solemn atmosphere cut through the night sky. The atmosphere was as heavy as ice. In the city, many residents who had already entered the house were looking at the city wall through the window in the dark. The candles made of grease in the house had long been extinguished. During the night battle, turning on the lights in the house would make it easier for the enemy to become a target. This is what they learned in the literacy class. The literacy class not only teaches people to read, but also teaches various practical knowledge. The residents' eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Many people still held simple weapons in their hands, and they were silently telling their choices. They would never let the Lord fight alone. As long as there was a need, they would rush down to fight the enemy at the first time. Are they afraid? Of course they are afraid, but so what? Even if they die, they will never hide. They are willing to die for the City of Dusk. They are fighting for their beliefs. When the enemy's shouts of killing reached their ears, everyone began to pray at this moment, for the City of Dusk, for the great Lord, and for themselves. The people's will. Richard had returned to the City of Dusk from the quicksand at this time. After removing the power of concealment, the figure appeared on the western wall. He stood at the core position, with the city gate below. In siege warfare, the city gate is often the most intense area of battle. If the attacking party can capture the city gate, the geographical advantage of the defending party will no longer exist. Richard looked into the distance. Under the moonlight, the dog-headed soldiers with bloody mouths and sharp fangs were approaching the city wall quickly. He smelled a murderous intent. The war began. Waved. Ningxia archers, get ready. On this wall, a squadron of Ningxia archers all pulled the bowstrings at this moment. Yea, the sound of the bowstring tightening came into the ears, making people feel suddenly tense. Looking at the rapidly approaching enemy, Richard's eyes were burning. This was his first time commanding a serious battle to defend the city. His enemies are players, heroes, and regular armies that believe in gods. That feeling is completely different from facing chaotic attacks by field soldiers. The moment the enemy approaches a critical point. Attack! A cold shout. Bang, the bowstring cracks. The arrows formed by the condensation of gravel tear through the sky and fall. Whoosh, a dog-headed soldier, who is charging forward and roaring wildly in his throat only feels a pain in his head and loses consciousness in an instant. Puff, plasma splashes like a tap bursting. The companion next to him turned his head and saw a special arrow piercing his head. Seeing this horrible scene, it did not feel the slightest fear, but the cruelty in its heart was aroused. It roared to the sky, and its speed suddenly increased. As the first dog-headed warrior fell, arrows poured down like rain. One dog-headed man after another was nailed to the ground. A bloody smell filled the air. The eyes of the charging dog-headed man gradually became bloodshot, and the veins on his body were bulging. The speed increased again, and the Ningxia archer seemed to have accelerated. As soon as the last arrow was shot, the bowstring was pulled again. Rapid shooting. Within 10 seconds, 30 arrows were shot continuously. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows were like the sickle of the god of death, harvesting the lives of the enemy indiscriminately under the moonlight. When the dog-headed man rushed to the bottom of the city wall, the ground behind was already full of corpses. The dog-headed man did not carry any siege weapons. After they rushed to the bottom of the city wall, claws that could pierce armor suddenly popped out of their claws. Then these soldiers climbed up the wall like geckos with their hands and feet. The rare level axe of the dead stationed above saw this scene, and immediately threw the battle axe in his hand from a high position. The attack range of the rare level axe of the dead is 30 meters, which is not as good as the 60 meters of the brilliant level. But it is more than enough to deal with the dog-headed people lying on the wall. The battle axe whistled. Although the dog-headed people are agile, they can only dodge very limitedly while lying on the wall. Some who can't react in time are directly hit, and blood splashes instantly. Even if they don't die, they will fall from the wall and lose their thread directly. Without long-range attacks, this army of dog-headed people who are the vanguard is like an egg hitting the wall. They are broken one by one, let alone conquering the wall, and few can even climb to the top of the wall. Chris, the leader of the secret society, who was in charge of the rear and a player of level 8, was relieved when he saw this. There is no quicksand under the city wall. He was still frightened by the big loss he had just suffered at the hands of the tree boss. After getting the information he wanted, he looked at the B-level dog-headed hero wearing full armor beside him, the general he was proud of, and his eyes turned cold. Oak, you lead 3 battalions of troops to press forward and capture the city. At the same time, order the other 3 armies to attack immediately, create pressure, and disperse the opponent's forces. Even if half of the army was swallowed by the boss, he still had an absolute numerical advantage. This territory is so small that the army can't exceed 2,000 at most. He now has a full 10,000 people, and more than 4 battalions of rare arms. The anger he felt at the ancient tree of the evil god was now vented on the player's territory in front of him. After conquering the city, massacre the city, leaving no one alive. The cold tone boosted everyone's morale. The style of the kobolds has always been like this. After plundering the caravan, they often kill everyone. Chris knew that his behavior would definitely win the praise of the god of kobolds. After being in the dark dungeon for so long, he had already figured out the character of that god. Yes! The kobold hero and several players who obeyed the order immediately left with their own troops. Take action. Woo-woo. After the second horn sounded, Richard's eyes condensed. The kobold army began to press forward frantically. The mighty army was like a locust passing through. Along with the horn in the west, the other 3 directions of the City of Dusk also sounded horns at the same time. After a simple test, the opponent directly launched a general attack. No holding back. In the north, Gray brought 72 bandaged mummies and 65 poisonous scorpion warriors, plus 100 sand-condensing archers and 60 brilliant-level dead axes to guard here. In the east, Cena brought 175 crazy sand mages, 100 sand-condensing archers, and 200 guardian mummies to guard here. In the south, Gaunt brought 150 guardian mummies, and 200 rare-level dead axes, and 35 cursed pharaohs to guard. Richard brought 100 sand-condensing archers, 100 rare dead axes, 20 heavy sword warriors, and 3 skeleton demons to guard the west of the city. In the city, 200 dark gargoyles are ready to support all directions at any time. Outside the city, in the quicksand, there are 30 skeleton blood dragons led by Alvis, and more than 2,000 poisonous wasps. When necessary, the ancient tree of the evil god can also join the battle. In this way, the entire defense system of the City of Dusk is completed. There is a powerful hero stationed on each of the 4 walls. And there are reinforcements inside and outside. The walls have geographical advantages, and the enemy has numerical advantages. After the dog-headed army launched an all-round attack, the war directly entered a white-hot stage. Richard sat in the west to fight against the main force of the enemy. The pressure is the greatest. After the dog-headed army pressed forward, he waved his hand, and the gravel in front surged. In an instant, countless gravel floated up and condensed into an indestructible set of yellow sand armor on the nearby soldiers. Super A skill, condense sand into armor. The army's defense power instantly soared. But after the skill was performed, Richard's heart jumped. An unspeakable horror crisis came. It was as if a giant beast that crawled out of the abyss and could devour the darkness of heaven and earth was staring at him. The strong sense of crisis made his back sweat. That breath of the dog-headed god Kurtu, that evil god, really appeared. He immediately gave up the action of killing the enemy, restrained his mind, and opened his perception to the extreme. At the same time, let the inconspicuous sand float on the entire battlefield, sensing the threat that could come at any time. Being stared at by a god, the pressure was like the tip of a knife against the neck. The pressure surged. Kill! The blasphemer must die. For the glory of my god. The roar from the dog-headed man's mouth surged like a tide. The four walls were attacked at the same time, and the scene became extremely chaotic. Although they had no siege equipment, the dog-headed men who could climb up the city walls directly immediately put great pressure on the defenders on the city walls. Looking down from the sky, the four walls were covered with dog-headed men like geckos. When the number was dense enough, the visual impact was quite shocking. With the ability to cross the city walls, after paying a certain amount of casualties, many dog-headed men braved the attacks of the City of Dusk and killed their way to the top of the city walls. To the north, two players watched excitedly as the army attacked the city walls. As long as the city walls could be captured, it would not be a simple matter to win the war under the complete crushing of the army. But the next second, their excitement suddenly froze. On the city walls, those warriors holding huge axes and wearing heavy armor threw their battle axes fiercely. Under their gaze, crack, those battle axes shattered like glass. In an instant, the terrifying metal storm enveloped an area with a diameter of 30 meters. The densely stationed troops were immediately wiped out. Blood flowed like a river. Dozens of battle axes directly created a large no-man's land. Those troops that had just entered the city wall were immediately destroyed after losing the endless reinforcements. What frightened them even more was that when the endless troops filled up, once the situation was unfavorable, a powerful spellcasting hero would appear. The opponent's magic could directly cause the army within a range of tens of meters to stagnate. Suddenly stopped on the battlefield, the ending was beyond imagination. Supported by two powerful pillars, their beautiful dream that had just risen was directly shattered. East. The guardian mummy on the city wall forcibly protected the crazy sand mummy behind him. These 175 spellcasting troops did not have a strong presence in the City of Dusk. But there are no weak soldiers among the troops that Richard can focus on training. After the enemy rushed into the bottom of the city wall, the crazy sand mummy immediately cast a spell. Swish on the ground, the yellow sand condensed into sharp sand spikes, piercing out with violent force. Nearly 200 crazy sand mummies made the ground form an exaggerated death zone. The charging dog-headed man was directly pierced from the lower body. Bloody explosion. The scene was extremely exaggerated. No one dared to ignore the damage caused by the mage army. The lethality caused by rounds of sand spikes was abnormal, one level stronger than the sand archers on the city wall. Xena held the broken steel sword and stared at the front with indifference. Her sight was as sharp as an eagle. During the careful search, she found two players who were commanding hundreds of meters away. A murderous look flashed on her face. After the crazy sand mage consumed most of his magic power, and could no longer stop the dog-headed army from rushing up the city wall, Xena slowly bit her body, stretched it to the extreme like a crossbow, and then, bang, she was ejected directly. Lightning flashed across the sky. A vague figure shot from the city wall into the dog-headed army. Whoosh, the moment Xena landed, her speed increased by 3 points again. At the same time, the long sword in her hand ignited a very destructive energy. Destruction, beyond grade A, using blood to strengthen weapons, making their sharpness greatly improved, able to pierce heavy armor and break through magic shields. As the figure flashed, all the dog-headed people around seemed to be chopped by countless swords, and their bodies were directly shattered in an instant. The flower of death bloomed wantonly. She rushed directly to the two players with an invincible and domineering attitude. Looking down from the sky, a terrifying road paved with limbs and fragments stretched out from the city wall. No dog-headed man could stop this super A-level hero. Domineering and unparalleled. The two players who were originally sitting back and relaxing, discussing what rewards they would get after conquering the city, suddenly saw a blood shadow rushing straight from the front of the army. The dense army was like ice and snow put into a raging fire, melting directly. With a bang in the mind, an unspeakable fear surged into the heart. He immediately roared to the surrounding army to stop the opponent's attack. But how could these rare-level soldiers stop a warrior-type Super A-level hero? Those troops that rushed over were killed directly. The two were so frightened that they turned around and fled without any hesitation. But they thought it was too slow. Their bodies were surging with light, and suddenly appeared 50 meters away. But the moment they appeared, I saw a sword light with terrifying murderous intent across the sky. Furious slashing the sky, Super A level, condensing energy on the weapon, killing the enemy in front. Puff. The bodies of the two players were directly shattered. Then, under the power of rules, their souls entered the kingdom of the god of the dog-headed man. After the hero died, the god of faith would lead him to his own kingdom and become an immortal holy spirit. In other words, forever free labor. After the two heroes died, a dog-headed man hero with potential as high as B-level next to him was furious. He roared and wanted to fight back. But the next second, the long sword flashed. A huge dog head flew into the sky. Cena, a veteran who has fought hundreds of battles, never talks nonsense. The death of the two players and the kobold hero immediately caused chaos in the surrounding kobold army. The pressure faced by the defenders of the city wall suddenly disappeared. No one could have imagined that the enemies coming from the east would be eliminated first. Seeing the target being killed, Cena became more fierce and raised her sword to kill directly in the direction where the enemies were densely packed. With the blessing of a Super A-level skill, no one can stop her. Unless she is surrounded by a large number of archers and warriors, Cena is invincible. To the south, God is stationed here. Unlike other city walls, this powerful spellcaster bears the main output alone. The dark crystal ball in his hand can store 5,000 points of magic power, plus his own magic power, making him the strongest turret. One after another, the corrosive balls blasted out. Each time, the kobold army could feel what pain was. Even more domineering was his A-level skill, Corpse Explosion. This skill without a cooldown time was a nightmare for the enemy on the battlefield. The corpses that could be seen everywhere were all his spell targets. The kobolds experienced the horror of this skill deeply. The teammates who were charging with him in the last second, as long as they fell, would become barrels filled with gunpowder in the next second, and exploded directly with a bang. Once the explosion killed more enemies, it was equivalent to having new spell targets, and the second round of detonation could be carried out. The enemies killed in the second round of detonation could be carried out in the third round, and the cycle would be endless. So when the other walls were still trying to strangle the kobolds, the kobold army in the south had already fallen into a state of extreme fear. Not to mention attacking the upper wall, there was no thought of even getting close. It was too terrifying. As long as you step into the area full of corpses, it is like walking into a death sentence. No one knows which corpse will explode. Gunter, the bloodlich wrapped in bloody bandages, exerted his power to the extreme. If it were not for the limitation of magic power, he could guard a wall alone without the attack of flying soldiers. Domineering, strong, and unreasonable. The most difficult battle was on the west side, where Richard was stationed. The threat brought by the god of dog-headed men always existed in his heart. He was like being watched by a poisonous snake hidden in the dark. Once he made a rash move, the opponent would launch a fatal blow. Can't move, can't move. The army can only rely on its own strength to confront the enemy. But fortunately, with the yellow sand armor, the army's defense ability has been greatly improved. With the addition of a small number of heavy sword warriors and skeleton demons with explosive combat power, the defense line was finally stabilized. Moreover, the defenders of the city have obvious geographical advantages. In addition, the strongest life-saving skill of the City of Dusk, desertification, the enemy will still be suppressed even if they attack the city wall. Once defeated, the army will immediately start the desertification. Then it was like turning on the invincible, killing madly among the crowd. Seeing that a large number of troops have already attacked the city wall, the enemy's resistance has been gradually suppressed. Chris, who was supervising the battle, showed a bright smile on his face. That's right. How can a player's territory withstand his attack? Even if tens of thousands of people were killed by that powerful boss, it would only take a short time to capture this territory. This is not his arrogance. This is based on his judgment of his own strength. He didn't come alone. The entire secret society came. And there are thousands of troops in the desert, plus several of his B-class heroes. If someone takes these troops to attack his territory, he can't stand it. As the situation on the battlefield becomes clearer, it won't take long to capture the enemy's wall. Suddenly, a dog-headed messenger walks over with an anxious expression. Sir Chris, there is news from Sir Lid. Lid? Did he capture the north? Chris smiled a little. Not bad progress. The dog-headed man almost cried. Sir, there is a powerful A-class mummy hero stationed in the north. Our army has made no progress after several attacks, and more than half of them have been killed now. Chris was stunned, and after making sure that he had heard correctly, he showed an expression of disbelief on his face. Are you kidding, A-level hero? How can there be an A-level hero in this territory? His B-level heroes were obtained after a lot of risk of death, and what kind of mission would it take to subdue an A-level hero? Before the dog-headed man could reply, another dog-headed messenger came in, panting and shouting. Master Chris. There is a powerful A-level spellcasting hero stationed in the south. Our army has suffered heavy losses, and we request support. Chris's body suddenly stiffened. His expression became extremely wonderful. A-level, spellcasting hero? The dog-headed messenger hurriedly said. Yes, its magic lethality is extremely terrifying, and it can make corpses explode without limit. We can't get close to the city wall at all. Chris was about to speak, and suddenly the third dog-headed messenger appeared. He looked at the other party's dusty appearance, and suddenly a bad idea arose. He said in a hoarse voice. The attack from the east was also blocked? The dog-headed man cried. Master Chris, the enemy has a powerful hero who directly killed our army from the front battlefield. No one can stop the other party. The two masters of the secret society were killed. Chris only felt dizzy. This is the third A-level hero? Why does this territory have so many A-level heroes? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Who is that player? Chapter 260. The actual combat power of the large number of dog-headed troops is not weak. If it were the territory of other players, I am afraid that they would not be able to resist even one wave. But unfortunately, Chris was facing the City of Dusk. The owner here is Qingqiu, the existence that shocked and frightened countless players. And the A-level heroes stationed on the city wall have made the defense of the City of Dusk qualitatively improved. The moment he dealt with the City of Dusk without psychological preparation and used the same method as ordinary players, he was destined to be beaten to a pulp. But the information of the territory cannot be viewed on the attribute panel, so until now, Chris still didn't know who his enemy was. Master Chris, what should we do now? Several dog-headed messengers looked at Chris for a long time without coming back to his senses, and they couldn't help showing anxiety. Chris let out a long breath and forced himself to suppress his inner irritability. Looking up at the city wall in front of him that had been attacked by the dog-headed people, his eyes showed a bit of coldness. It doesn't matter if the attacks on the other sides are not going well, as long as he can break into the city, everything will be settled. Let the troops on the other three sides slow down their attack rhythm and focus on containment. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly raised the steel knife in his hand. Blow the horn, and the whole army will press forward. For the glory of my God. At this point, there is not much room for turning back. The sunk cost of this expedition to the desert is too high. He can't accept withdrawing now. A bit of cruelty rose in his heart. Since there is no other choice, he will break through this city at all costs. As long as the A-level task is completed, the loss this time can be made up. Moreover, he did not think that the opponent's A-level heroes could resist his army. Woo woo woo, the rapid horn sounded for the third time. The charging army immediately accelerated the charge. The pressure on the western wall surged, and the situation began to be out of control. Seeing this, Chris clenched his fists and showed a bright smile on his face. He was already confident of winning. At this moment, suddenly, a buzzing sound came into his ears. He suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. He turned his head sharply to look in the direction of the sound. At the end of his sight, under the moonlight, a dark cloud flew quickly. Is that a wasp? His pupil shrank suddenly, and he directly opened the attribute panel. The poisonous wasp was rare 3 stars. Instantly, an unspeakable fear surged into his heart. How could this territory still have such a terrifying power? At the moment, he lost consciousness. Buzz, 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 in the air, dark clouds that were big enough to cover the bright moon swooped down with a fierce breath. It was like a raging wave, sweeping everything. The dog-headed man who attacked the city wall was grinning and preparing to kill. Seeing this scene, he felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. He didn't even know how to react. Swish, 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 the poisonous wasps were like arrows, leaving after images in the air and passing by the dog-headed man. The 10-centimeter-long tail stinger reflected a faint blue light. Flying at high speed, the tail stinger was like a lance of an air knight. Swish, a long wound was immediately torn out at the weak point of the dog-headed man's armor, and the skin not covered by the armor. Blood splattered. What was even more deadly was that the wounds would turn green in just a few blinks. Then it spread to the whole body, and the dog-headed man's body stiffened directly. After twitching a few times, he fell to the ground and died. Autumn wind swept the fallen leaves. No dog-headed soldier could stand where the dense poisonous wasp swept past. The scene was extremely visually impactful. In a few breaths, the dog-headed army that was about to attack the city wall was cleared out. The results of the battle were great. They were in a dominant position and did not spare anyone. After the poisonous wasps annihilated the enemy, they continued to sweep down in front of the city wall. The dog-headed man was heartbroken when he saw this horrible scene. Facing this enemy that could be called a natural disaster, even if he had loyalty to the gods, he was scared to death. In the blink of an eye, the good situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The only sounds in the air were the dog-headed man's wailing of fear and pain, and the buzzing of the poisonous wasp's wings. Wherever the poisonous wasps passed, the dog-headed men in front of them were washed clean as if by a water gun. Chris, who was just thinking about how to kill those A-level heroes after entering the Dusk City. Looking at the poisonous wasps that condensed into a black cloud and the dog-headed army that fled madly. Half of his body was numb. His head was buzzing. He was almost going crazy. What's wrong with these wasps? Which player raised this army? But how can they have such a strong force? Why? The determination to capture this city at all costs just now. At this moment, it was directly smashed by the poisonous wasps that fell from the sky. After the wasps formed a scale, unless the caster cast a range magic. Otherwise, the dog-headed men slashed with knives and swords alone. The effect was simply pitiful. President, should we retreat? The two players around him were already panicking. There was no thought of continuing the attack. They didn't want to die yet. Chris still felt very unwilling in his heart. He refused to accept it. 15 players each led a battalion of troops, plus 6 battalions of troops gathered in the desert. 2 legions of troops failed to capture the territory of a player. How could he accept it? Richard looked at the scene, where the poisonous wasps were slaughtering the dog-headed army wantonly, and his face did not relax at all. He could sense that the danger lurking in the dark had not disappeared. The dog-headed god was like a venomous snake, waiting for a chance to attack. He had already grasped the ring of control tightly. As long as there was a slight movement, the extraordinary hunter would appear. But then, the development of the situation surprised Richard a little. The poisonous wasps were slaughtered and completely collapsed without effective countermeasures by the dog-headed army. But the kobold god remained silent. His inner uneasiness grew stronger. What are you waiting for? The army had been killed. What was the kobold god planning? To the north, after the kobold's attack was sluggish, Gray summoned the gargoyles in the central area and lifted up 6 teams of brilliant level axes of the dead. He led the team personally, went deep into the kobold army, and began to hunt the enemy wantonly. This mummy hero, with extremely powerful control skills, coupled with the sharp attacking axes of the dead, the kobold army without air cover was simply meat on the chopping board. To the east, the 2 commanding players were broken into by Cena's frontal formation and forcibly killed, and the situation collapsed directly. Cena, a strong and fearless warrior, rushed into the crowd with a sword, causing the kobolds to fall into extreme fear. Soon, the remaining kobolds fled in all directions, completely losing their resistance. In the south, Gunter cast a spell alone, forcing the kobold army to not dare to approach the city wall for 100 meters, and could only shoot arrows from a distance. It did not pose any threat at all. The situation around gradually stabilized, as if the crisis had been successfully passed. The revenge of the god of kobolds this time could not impact the foundation of the City of Dusk. The situation on the west wall gradually became clear after the poisonous wasps attacked. Seeing that the battle situation was completely broken, the players had given up the idea of resistance. They were retreating with the army around them. This war seemed to be over. At this moment, Richard's eyes condensed and his face became extremely solemn. He looked up at the sky suddenly. An unspeakable threat came from above. The next second, on the battlefield, the dog-headed corpses suddenly melted into a stream of gelatinous blood. The blood seemed to be attracted by a magnet, turning into blood rays that shot straight into the sky. Not only in the west, but all the corpses outside the City of Dusk melted at the same time and shot up into the sky. This scene was inexplicably horrifying. The residents in the city suddenly discovered that outside the city wall, countless blood-colored lights surged, gathered in the air. The dim night sky emitted a scarlet light. At this moment, a horrifying picture was reflected in everyone's pupils. After the blood-colored energy gathered, the scarlet mud suddenly twisted, and a dog-headed man's face appeared on it. The other party opened his mouth, and his dull voice was filled with unspeakable rage. Humble ant. No one dares to blaspheme the majesty of God. I will burn your soul for 1,000,000 years. I will make you suffer the most extreme pain in this world, forever and ever. God of the dog-headed man. Richard saw this scene, and a little horror flashed in his eyes. Those armies that attacked the city of Dusk turned out to be consumables who came to die. The God of the dog-headed man used the corpses of his believers to come to the world. No wonder the power displayed by the dog-headed army was so weak, and the other party did not expect to break through the city of Dusk. After the face of the God of the dog-headed man was formed, an unspeakable terrifying pressure erupted unscrupulously. It was like a mountain collapsing at this moment, like thousands of rivers surging violently. The residents of the city of Dusk felt that a mountain was pressing on them at this moment, and everyone's soul was trembling. That is not an existence that ordinary people can imagine. That is God. Richard's face became extremely solemn. He could feel that the other party was devouring the corpses on the ground to gather strength. If the other party condensed into a shape and officially descended, Dusk City would be destroyed in an instant. He gritted his teeth and became ruthless at this moment. Suddenly, a 15-meter-tall mechanical puppet with a broken appearance appeared on the spot. Extraordinary Hunter. The repaired Extraordinary Hunter's aura became more and more powerful. But compared to the terrifying pressure in the sky, it still seemed so small. The gods have transcended the secular world and control the most fundamental and regular power in this world. They were so powerful that the main plane was rejecting them. Chris, who was just about to escape, saw the scene in the sky, and suddenly felt an unspeakable surprise in his heart. He wanted to laugh up to the sky. He sensed the moment the breath appeared. It was the Lord of the Dark Dungeon, the god of the kobolds, Kurtu. The gods worshipped in his territory. Thinking of the attack that he had just repelled and the army that was destroyed, his eyes became extremely crazy. Even if the opponent had several A-level heroes, even if the opponent had thousands of rare wasps, he was dead. There was no possibility of survival if the gods took action, but at the moment, this thought arose. A huge mechanical puppet appeared in front of him. He was shocked. What is this? He opened the attribute panel and took a look, and only saw a brief message. Extraordinary Hunter. Level 20. At this moment, the heart seemed to be held by a giant hand. Breathing froze directly. Level 20, Extraordinary Hunter. Who is this player? How can there be a mechanical puppet of this level? He felt a strong sense of envy and jealousy. But he watched the mechanical puppet rush directly into the sky and attack the huge face formed by nearly 10,000 dog-headed corpses. The jealousy in his heart turned into endless ecstasy. Ha ha ha! Seeking death, no matter how strong you are, can you still drive a damaged mechanical puppet to face the majestic gods? At this moment, he seemed to have seen the scene of the other party being shattered by divine power. He felt as refreshing as eating an iced watermelon on a hot summer day. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. Every cell in Richard's body was on alert at this moment. Even though he was driving the Extraordinary Hunter, every time he got closer to the scarlet face that was condensing in the sky, the horror in his heart would become stronger. He seemed to be jumping into the mouth of a giant beast in the abyss. Death was closer to him than ever before. But he had no way to retreat. Once the other party condensed into shape, Dusk City would suffer an unprecedented blow. It might even be wiped out. Never underestimate the power of the gods. It is necessary to destroy everything before the other party condenses. Ah! A low roar came from his throat, and under the terrifying pressure, the veins on his neck were exposed. On the ground, countless gravel surged, trying to isolate the corpses on the ground and prevent the other party from swallowing them. But this powerful beyond A-level skill encountered an obstacle for the first time. Those condensed gravel suddenly became like a kite with its silk thread cut, and directly lost control. His skill was interrupted by the opponent. Richard's heart skipped a beat, and he gave up the idea of destroying the corpse on the ground. He rushed to the front of the rolling scarlet face with a terrifying divine power. The Extraordinary Hunter's 2-meter-long claws, sharper than the knight's lance, swung wildly. Puff, the cold light flashed, and his attack directly pierced the scarlet bloody face. But his attack was like swinging a knife in the water. After penetrating, it immediately returned to normal. On the contrary, the claws emitted bursts of black smoke, as if they were put into sulfuric acid. The first attack was ineffective, but Richard did not give up, and forcibly withstood the divine power that almost crushed his soul, controlling the Extraordinary Hunter to attack wildly. Hoo-hoo-hoo! But the flesh and blood face that was still rapidly condensing was not damaged at all. The opponent's characteristics were no different from his sandification skills, and he had a terrifying immunity to physical attacks. Realizing this, Richard's eyes gradually became cold. Lowly human, These flesh and blood have been injected with a drop of my divine power. Your weak power cannot cause it even if you attack for 10,000 years. I am so powerful that you can't imagine it. No, you will know what is great and majestic in a while. Can't be destroyed? Divine power? Richard noticed these two keywords. Some madness flashed in his eyes. I want to try. The moment the voice fell, a dim statue appeared in front of him. The extraordinary hunter waved his hand and grabbed the statue, like an ordinary person grabbing a grain of sand. Then, under the gaze of the god of dog-headed people, the extraordinary hunter directly and forcibly stretched his arm into the scarlet flesh and blood face. Sizzle, the arm immediately made the sound of water dripping from a hot pot. The terrifying corrosiveness that could melt the thick shield in the blink of an eye began to erode the mechanical puppet crazily. But at the same time, Richard could clearly sense it. The statue of the old god was rapidly devouring the energy inside in a crazy manner. It worked. The god of the dog-headed man suddenly realized that something was wrong, and his power was disappearing rapidly. After a careful sense, he suddenly fell into madness. You lowly human, you dare to hide the things of the old god privately. You are courting death. The huge face that looked like mud twisted crazily. It continued to corrode the extraordinary hunter, trying to squeeze out the terrifying thing that devoured his power. At the same time, the corpses on the ground melted faster, floating up to the sky and merging into the face. The swallowing speed of the statue of the old god was also accelerating at this moment, and the dark light gushed out unscrupulously. Divine power is its food. If the god of the dog-headed man wants to come, he must condense a strong enough body. But the crazy swallowing of the statue of the old god made his power disappear quickly. Unable to form. The two sides suddenly stalemated. Although the plan is feasible, Richard, who faces the pressure of the gods, is not easy. The terrifying pressure almost shattered his soul. Moreover, after the extraordinary hunter reached into the opponent's body, the use time began to decrease at an exaggerated speed. Richard's pressure increased greatly. If the extraordinary hunter can't hold on before the statue of the old god swallows the opponent, everything will be emphasized. Must hold on. Gritting his teeth, a large number of rare resources appeared in front of him. Like the flesh and blood on the ground, they lost gravity and floated in the air. Afterwards, the extraordinary hunter burst into a special light in front of the dog-headed god, covering the rare resources in front of him, and began to repair himself quickly. And in this special environment, the speed of the extraordinary hunter's devouring was more than 10 times faster than usual. The dog-headed god was shocked and angry. He kept roaring and uttering hysterical curses. But he had not yet descended, so he could only limit the other party with pressure, and the curses could not cause harm. Richard was very calm. He began to frantically take out rare resources, and forced the extraordinary hunter to replenish energy. And under his cost-free replenishment, the rapid decline of the extraordinary hunter's use time finally slowed down. When he came back to his senses and checked, he found that in the short 3 or 2 minutes of contact between the two sides, the extraordinary hunter's original 7 hours of use time dropped to less than 4 hours. This is the energy that drives extraordinary combat power. And the god of dogs said that he only used a drop of divine power. It was this drop of divine power that almost pushed him to the point of desperation. For the first time, Richard had an intuitive understanding of the power of the gods. Looking at the twisted bloody face on the top of his head, he became ruthless. God of dogs, right? Sooner or later, I will tie you to the gate of the city of dusk with a dog chain. Chapter 261. Blocked, blocked. Chris looked at the deadlock in the air, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. That was a god. Even if the god of dogs only descended a little power, it was enough to suppress everything. In front of the mighty and magnificent divine power, he felt his legs trembling at such a distance, and almost turned around and ran. But the player blocked the opponent's arrival. Although the opponent was driving a mechanical puppet, wasn't the mechanical puppet the opponent's strength? At this moment, he felt incredible from the bottom of his heart. How could this player be so powerful? If there was no god of dogs, could the opponent use the mechanical puppet to slaughter them? Is this the gap between him and the top players? A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. A-level mission? Is this the difficulty of an A-level mission? That player has become the boss, and more than 10 of them cannot defeat this boss. The surrounding players are not as pessimistic as Chris, and their eyes are still full of strong confidence. President, don't worry too much. His Majesty Kurtu will win. That mechanical puppet is close to collapse. How can it stop His Majesty Kurtu from coming? That's right. It's just a level 20 mechanical puppet, and it's worthy of being compared with the gods? You still dare to resist now, You will definitely suffer a more tragic blow later. Mortals also want to try to resist the gods? What a dream! Even if the gods cannot descend to the main plane, they are not something a player can contend with. That guy must die. On the ground, the bodies of the fallen dog-headed men were still melting, turning into blood-colored energy and merging into the sky. The poisonous wasps that had just swept everything were forced to fly 300 meters away from the City of Dusk after being enveloped by the terrifying divine power. These rare soldiers barely felt that their souls were no longer under pressure at such a long distance. The moment the opponent just appeared, the divine power almost crushed the soul of the poisonous wasp. That was the pressure brought by the life level, which was unavoidable. On the city wall, all the mummy soldiers were like candles in a storm at this moment, and the fire of their souls was swaying wildly, as if they could go out at any time. The huge army directly lost its combat effectiveness. The majesty of the gods was so terrifying. After realizing that he was blocked, the face of the dog-headed god, which was formed by countless corpses, was distorted and protruded obscure syllables. In an instant, the divine power that was already like a landslide increased exponentially. The world seemed to have dimmed at this moment. The pressure was like millions of tons of lake water flying up to the sky and then crashing down. Richard was standing under the lake at this time, facing the oppression. The pressure he endured was far beyond the imagination of outsiders. His soul seemed to be shattered at this moment. What was even more exaggerated was that the arm of the extraordinary hunter also reached into the twisted bloody face of the god of dog-headed men. This was not only facing the opponent directly, but also entering the opponent's body, with negative distance contact. Sizzle, the horrible corrosiveness made the arm of the extraordinary hunter rust wildly, emitting bursts of black smoke. In this case, no matter how much the extraordinary hunter devoured rare resources to repair himself, it could not make up for the consumption. The usage time was still decreasing rapidly, and the cracks on the shell became more and more alarming due to excessive energy consumption. It seemed that it might collapse at any time. But with such a great effort, the effect was also very significant. The dark light emitted by the statue of the ancient god became more and more intense, devouring the opponent's power unscrupulously. The idea of the dog-headed god to come quickly was forcibly stopped. The face of the dog-headed god just revealed disappeared quietly without a trace. In the sky, only a twisted scarlet blood mud was left rolling. The terrifying blasphemous words, with evil breath, kept resounding around. It was like a huge hammer hitting the heart, bringing great pressure to people. People with weak wills would fall into boundless fear in an instant. The divine power rolled. The poisonous wasp retreated hundreds of meters again. The situation became more and more tense. Richard's eyes were already bloodshot at this time, and the veins on his neck were exposed. He was resisting the terrifying pressure with a strong will. If he retreated with the slightest weakness in his heart, his soul would be shattered by the divine power in the next moment. But suddenly, his face became extremely solemn. He glanced at the attribute panel, and the tens of thousands of rare resources accumulated during this period were consumed. The use time of the extraordinary hunter was only 2 hours. It was unknown when the swallowing of the ancient god statue would be completed. The situation suddenly became bad. As his mind turned, the voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Gunter, Sina Alves, join forces to attack this ball of scarlet blood mud. Gray, take the dark gargoyle to destroy the corpse on the ground and act immediately. The order was given. Several heroes, who had been ready for battle, immediately drove the dark gargoyles into the sky. Other soldiers were unable to move under the divine power, but the dark gargoyles were immune to magic, and were not affected by the divine power that could crush the soul. Gon arrived first. But he couldn't get close either. 50 meters away, the soul fire almost collapsed. Forced to do so, he could only cast spells from a distance. The corpse below suddenly condensed into a large piece of blood. The blood-colored ball, with strong corrosiveness in his hand, cut through the sky. Whoosh, the corrosive ball pulled the blood-colored flame tail, and smashed directly into the scarlet blood mud. Bang, the corrosive ball exploded inside it. The scarlet blood mud suddenly expanded, like a balloon being blown up, and then disappeared again. But Richard, who was right in front of it, clearly sensed that the energy contained in it had disappeared. It worked. The next moment, holding a long sword, standing behind the dark gargoyle, Sina approached 30 meters away with a cold look. But she had to stop again. Endless light surged on her body, and the broken steel long sword in her hand condensed a majestic and vast power. Cut, the sword light tore the sky. Directly cut into the scarlet blood mud. Another twist. Wounded again. This move seemed to completely anger the god of the dog-headed man. The evil blasphemy in the sky suddenly increased. At this moment, Richard only felt that countless abyss demons were roaring hysterically in his ears. The roar of tens of thousands of people screaming at the same time was enough to destroy the mind of the veteran. At this moment, whoosh, in the sky, Albus, emitting blood-red light, flapped his broken dragon wings and flew over. The throat of this giant dragon hero suddenly lit up with blood-red light. The next moment, whoosh, the Super A-level dragon breath pulled out a 30-meter-long scarlet flame in the air. The dragon breath, which was also highly corrosive, enveloped the other half of the scarlet blood mud. Sizzle, the collision of the two energies made a violent sound. Bubbles appeared on the scarlet blood mud, as if this strange thing condensed by divine power was burned. 2 A-level and 1 Super A-level heroes attacked continuously, and Richard's pressure suddenly decreased. On the ground, Gray led the heavy sword warriors and dark gargoyles, who were not affected by divine power, and began to destroy the bodies on the ground. But then he found that no matter whether he chopped them up or buried them in the desert, he could not stop the scarlet blood mud in the sky from swallowing them. After thinking about it, Gray directly asked the dark gargoyle to throw the bodies hundreds of meters away, completely cutting off the other party's swallowing. The statue of the old god swallowed the inside, and the 3 heroes attacked the outside. Gray destroyed the bodies below, and the 3 parties exerted their strength. The speed at which the scarlet blood mud gathered power was immediately shortened. As the target, the god of the dog-headed man felt unprecedented anger at this moment. How dare these lowly lives insult the god so wantonly? Those who attacked him at this moment were just reptiles to him on weekdays. They could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. But this happened to be the main plane. He couldn't even exert 1% or 1,000th of his strength. How aggrieved! Especially after feeling the statue in his body that devoured his power wantonly, he was even more shocked and angry. The items of the ancient god. This damn lowly life secretly hid the items of the ancient god. This body that he injected with divine power was rapidly declining. Bastard, but no matter how angry he was, he couldn't vent it at this moment. Hate, squeak, Richard felt more and more stressed at this moment. The time for using the extraordinary hunter has been reduced to half an hour. Without the backup of rare resources, the consumption of facing the gods directly is too terrible. He doesn't have much time left. He looked at the old ancient god statue in the scarlet blood mud. In the induction, the divine soul is still sleeping, with no signs of awakening, and facing the gods directly can't wake it up. His eyes gradually became firm, and he made a decision in his heart. This soul with infinite power is his last resort. If things can't be done, he will directly awaken the soul of the gods, who are still transforming. As the owner of the old ancient god statue, he can control everything about the statue, and awakening the other party is just a matter of thought. But that will have a great impact on the soul of the gods, and even affect their potential. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not use this domineering trump card. But the City of Dusk is his foundation. No matter how much he has to pay, he will never let the god of dogheads come. He cannot afford the cost of destroying his foundation. 15 minutes, 13 minutes, 12 minutes. Richard felt the energy contained in the body of the extraordinary hunter drop to the freezing point. His eyes were a little complicated. The difficulty of this battle was far beyond his expectations. The state of this mechanical puppet is now more serious than when he just got it, and it is almost collapsed. If it had not been repaired by a large amount of mithril, ore, and rare resources from the underground world, I am afraid it would have collapsed long ago. At this time, it has reached the limit without the extraordinary hunter, and the other party can immediately repel the statue of the old god. Can't wait any longer. Looking at the twisted and squirming scarlet blood mud, his eyes were cold. Although the power of this blood mud has been devoured by most of it. But the god of dog-headed men can still come. If the other party really appears, even if he only casts a divine spell, he may wipe out the City of Dusk. Perhaps this situation will not happen. But he never has a fluke mentality. He will always take the initiative in his own hands. Thinking of this, his mind moved. Wake up, soul from darkness. In the statue of the ancient god, the sleeping divine soul slowly released a breath. Dark, desolate, dead silence. It was an unspeakable breath, as if everything would disappear. In an instant. In the overwhelming divine power, there was an additional opponent. The world seemed to have a second ray of light at this moment. The blasphemous words that kept echoing in the air suddenly disappeared the next second after the breath appeared. A voice of fear and anger exploded in the sky. Old God? Those remnants still exist in the world. Damn bastard. Do you know what you did? But the moment these two sentences fell, the dark light of the statue of the old god suddenly surged, as if it had turned into a black hole. The bloody mud in the sky was swallowed up. The extremely creepy divine power disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Instead, it was replaced by the newly emerged loneliness and dark breath. It seemed to have crossed the cycle of time and experienced the collapse of the plane. Although there was no divine power like the might of a 1,000-foot wave, the fear it made people feel was even greater. Richard saw the scene. His face was still solemn. The extraordinary hunter suddenly disappeared, and his figure appeared in midair. With a wave of his hand, the statue of the old god fell into his hand. After careful sensing, the divine soul that had not yet awakened was like a volcano about to erupt. The moment she opened her eyes, it was the beginning of everything being destroyed. Richard's heart condensed. The breath on his body wrapped around the statue of the old god, soothing the soul that had not yet opened its eyes. After a moment, the power that was about to erupt dimmed again. The lonely and dark breath also gradually disappeared in the wind. The divine soul fell into a deep sleep again. Richard let out a long breath. Fortunately, he did not wake up completely, otherwise the transformation would be interrupted, and it is unknown how much negative impact would occur. Looking up at the sky, he no longer felt the threat, and his tense heart suddenly relaxed. This time facing the god of dog-headed men, the pressure he suffered was unimaginable to outsiders. The city of dusk was behind him. If he can't stop the other party, then it is very likely that he will lose everything. No one can afford this price. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! The divine soul sleeping in the statue of the ancient god swallowed 5 drops of divine power, and 1 drop of divinity, and its power has been greatly improved. It will wake up in 3 weeks. Richard was stunned. After reading it several times to make sure there were no mistakes, a bright smile appeared on his face. He was deceived by that grandson. This is only 1 drop of divine power, but this dog-headed god is really willing to invest. 5 drops of divine power, 1 drop of divinity. He doesn't know whether this power is more or less for the gods. But for the souls of the gods, it must be a huge gain. Although all the rare resources were lost in this wave, even the extraordinary hunter was about to collapse. But these efforts have greatly improved the divine soul. This time the loss is a little, but it is completely acceptable. Richard's mouth curled up. He took another look. The divine soul will wake up in 3 weeks? This long-dormant powerful fighting force is finally coming out. A strong expectation rose in his heart. How many good things did the divine soul devour? He fed the other party a drop of divine power in the middle, devoured 12 crystals containing the power of rules, and the hollow crystal ball in the broken place of the cabinet is still sleeping with it in the statue. Now he has received a big gift package from the god of dog heads. I don't know, after this series of training, what level of fighting power will be born, and the most perverted thing about the divine soul is that as long as the statue of the old god is not destroyed, it will be immortal. Thinking of this, a strong excitement rose in his eyes. This characteristic is priceless, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a miracle. After taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed his excitement. He focused on the other side. The null god repeatedly mentioned a word, ancient god items. And the awakening of the divine soul made the other party feel terrified. This made him fall into deep thought. What kind of existence is the ancient god? Is it very different from the gods of today? He looked down at the statue of the ancient god. The items left by the ancient god can arouse such a big reaction from a god. What is hidden in it? When the divine soul exudes its breath, the fear shown by the null god is definitely not fake. As a god, what is the other party afraid of? However, there is too little information, and it is impossible to judge based on just 2 words from the other party. As his mind turned, he kept this matter firmly in mind. He could send someone to find out something later. This must involve something extremely secret. After taking back the statue of the old god, Richard looked in the direction where the players were just now. And those players had disappeared from the spot without knowing when. The surrounding area was only filled with chaotic space energy. Dark dungeon. Chris looked at the familiar environment in front of him, and his expression was still extremely unwilling. He could never have imagined that this expedition with a sure victory would end in such an embarrassing posture. An army of 20,000 people. Just gone. In the end, only less than 20 people escaped. President, who is that player? Why does he have such a powerful force? A player from a secret club roared wildly with strong resentment. I admit that our army cannot defeat the other side. They are strong and have A-level heroes, but how can they compete with gods? Why? This is the point that no one can figure out. It is understandable that the army failed. After all, the other side is indeed strong enough. But the gods, that is the god of kobolds, the master of the dark dungeon. For them, it is an extremely powerful existence. They never thought that the god of kobolds would fail, or would not fail here, but was forcibly defeated by the player in front of them. How can the other side be so powerful? Even in Qingqiu, which is famous among players. The top player can't be so strong, right? Chris looked at the unwilling expressions of several people, and his face was also very wonderful. How could he be willing? This time, he thought that the A-level mission was a sure thing, and he even imagined what kind of reward the god of kobolds would give him. But in the end, the good situation developed to this extent. In order to escape, he even consumed an extremely precious 4-star treasure. How could he accept this? Remember this player's territory. I will definitely flatten it in the future. No matter who the other party is. Chapter 262. It's over. Richard looked at the scene where there was no more dog-headed man, and his mood suddenly relaxed. If it wasn't for wanting, who would be willing to face the pressure of the gods? At this moment, a pale moon that covered half of the moon just left the sky. The white moon appeared in the sky. From the city of dusk. The moon, as big as a millstone, just appeared behind Richard's head. At this moment, he had the moon on his head, and the void under his feet. The bright moonlight fell down, covering him with a layer of silver armor, making his temperament even more extraordinary. In the city of dusk, in the dark houses, a large number of residents tightly grasped the window sills and stretched their bodies out as far as possible. It seemed that only in this way could they see more clearly. At this time, they stared at the figure standing in the air. Their eyes were unprecedentedly hot. We defeated the gods. An indescribable excitement arose in their hearts. When the scarlet blood mud condensed just now, the figure sitting high on the altar appeared in everyone's mind. Kurtu, the god of the dog-headed people. The other party's god's name resounded in their minds, with evil blasphemies. It seemed to enslave and oppress them. I don't know how many people felt the irresistible fear. They were almost suffocated. But now, they have won the final victory. The hero of all this is the Lord, their ruler, and the only master of this territory. The other party shattered the picture left in their minds by the god of the dog-headed people with an absolutely strong attitude. Even if someone stood up and said that Richard was a god at this moment, a large part of the residents would believe it. His prestige rose again at this moment. Just when everyone was excited, Richard heard the system prompt again. Ding, you repelled the coming of the dog-headed god with your mortal body and gained 1 legendary degree. Ding, you forcibly defeated the gods in front of the residents, your personal charm has been greatly improved, and your leadership skills have been upgraded to intermediate level. Leadership skills, special skills, intermediate level, you have a strong personal charm, and your attraction to the opposite sex has been improved. You can easily persuade and influence your subordinates, so that your subordinates have a strong trust in you, and there is a certain probability that field soldiers and heroes will take the initiative to surrender. Richard was stunned. This is also possible. He quickly opened the prompt and read it. The first one, the legendary degree increased by 1 point. The current legendary degree is 1 point. In the underground world, it is increased to 3 points. The attributes have not changed much. Richard smiled a little. The legendary degree obtained by repelling the dog-headed god is not limited to a certain region, like the legendary degree obtained before, but is universal. What's more interesting is that when you go to the underground world, you can add 2 points of legend in the underground world. It seems that this attribute does have a lot of room for development. In the future, if it is piled up high, maybe you can wave your hand and have your younger brothers count out to you. Feeling happy, I will look at the second one. Leadership skills have been upgraded from elementary to intermediate. Although the improvement of attributes is not a qualitative change, it is not bad, especially 1 point, the attraction to the opposite sex has been improved. This seems to be very important. Richard read it several times, and was very interested. Is it possible to become a walking aphrodisiac in the future? But then again, why is leadership attractive to the opposite sex? He touched his chin. It is the nature of intelligent life to worship the strong, and those with strong leadership often have a higher status in the tribe. It seems to make sense to think so. He shook his head, and without much hesitation, he looked at another additional feature that can attract field soldiers and heroes to join him. Before, it could only attract field soldiers, and after upgrading, it has an additional feature that attracts heroes. This feature also suits his appetite. But the problem is that the effect of low-level leadership is too weak. For so long, he has not seen any soldiers actively join him. And this attribute overlaps with the legendary attribute that can attract heroes to join him. I wonder if the superposition of these two attributes can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Richard shook his head. This can only be tested by time. I will try again when the level is raised in the future. I didn't bother about anything else. After collecting my mind, I was ready to fall. When he turned his eyes, he suddenly saw countless residents in the city standing by the window, looking at him with burning eyes. The emotions in their eyes could almost like charcoal at this moment. All residents witnessed this battle. Richard saw this and his mind moved. He said loudly, "People of Twilight City. Just now, we defeated a powerful evil god, the god of dog-headed men, the advent of Kurtu. The other side wants to destroy everything we have. But I am here in Twilight City, and it is not the turn of a dog-headed man god to intervene. Tonight, victory still belongs to us, to Twilight City, and to each and every one of you. No one can harm our city, no one." The tone suddenly became high. "Long live the City of Dusk." Simple but highly inflammatory words instantly caused a huge response in such a hot atmosphere. The dry gunpowder was ignited at this moment. The residents immersed in the excitement of the victory of the war shouted hysterically at this moment. Crazy and passionate. "Long live the City of Dusk! Long live the City of Dusk!" Everyone wanted to suppress the fear in their hearts before and pour out the excitement now. The sound was like a huge wave sweeping across the world, deafening. The walls of the City of Dusk felt the vibration at this moment. Victory is always the only magic weapon to unite everyone. And the victory gained by repelling the invaders is even sweeter and refreshing. Everyone has pride in their eyes. Because their lord defeated the gods in their eyes. That is the god, the great and invincible god, and feel proud. Richard slowly landed on the city wall amidst the thunderous cheers. Turning his head, he saw several heroes who had just made great contributions landed beside him at the same time. Gunter, Gray, Cena, and the dragon hero Alves, who stood on the city wall and made the city wall look very low. After Cena approached, she saw the handsome figure in front of her, and her expression suddenly became a little subtle. At this moment, she inexplicably felt that Richard had a special aura that was hard to explain. Charming. Her eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet, and she couldn't bear to look away. Her heart beat a little faster for some reason. "My lord." Richard didn't pay attention to anything else, and looked at Gray first. "Have the casualty data been counted?" Gray nodded. "Not yet, please wait a moment," he added. "We have the geographical advantage of the city wall. If the opponent does not have heavy siege equipment, the damage to us is not that great, you don't need to worry. Although the dog-headed people can climb walls, they don't carry catapults, siege crossbows, and other powerful weapons. In regular wars, these heavy weapons often cause huge damage. It doesn't mean that they can't be used if they can climb over the city walls. However, considering that these armies are led by players, it is not surprising that they don't carry heavy weapons." Richard nodded, and his mood improved a little. Then he seemed to think of something and continued. "Have you discovered the existence of the Lord of God's Grace?" The other mummy heroes shook their heads. The battlefield was chaotic. If they didn't pay special attention, who would care whether the enemy was the Lord of God's Grace? They only cared whether they could kill him. At this time, Xena stepped forward and spoke. "I saw that the auras of the two heroes were somewhat similar to yours." Richard was a little interested. "Where are they?" "I cut off their heads, and they may have turned into blood by now." Richard's mouth twitched. "Forget it if there is none. Each of you lead a group of dark gargoyles and skeleton blood dragons to clean up the escaped dog-headed people in the surrounding desert." After the few people left, Richard looked at the surrounding troops cleaning up the damaged troops, and seemed to think of something, and light surged on his body. The gravel immediately floated up, wrapped him, and flew directly over the agricultural area. Looking down, the Saxall forest was still green after being picked. The sand wheat in the distance was now heading, and waves of wheat were raised under the breeze. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the dog-headed army was busy attacking the city, and did not harm the agricultural area. But he was still in a bad mood. The enemy did not attack the agricultural area this time. But what about next time? The next time? In the future, do we always expect the enemy to ignore the agricultural area? This is obviously nonsense. But how to protect the agricultural area? Richard couldn't help but have a headache. If there is extra quicksand, it can be sealed around it. But how can such a treasure be obtained casually? And even if it is surrounded by quicksand, what if it encounters the Air Force? What if it encounters an enemy who is not afraid of quicksand? It's still useless. Thinking of this, he felt helpless. This agricultural base, that took a lot of effort to build, has now become his heart disease. Buzz, 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 the sound of flapping wings interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw the poisonous wasps that had just slaughtered the dog-headed army were now flying back to the ancient tree from the horizon. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little pity. The dog-headed people who just besieged the Dusk City suffered heavy casualties, but those corpses were trampled by the God of Dogs. From now on, the God of Dogs will fight the Dusk City to the death. This wave has been passed, but the future is still not peaceful. Thinking of this, he became ruthless. God of dogs, wait, sooner or later, your dog brain will be broken. Anik looked at the distant Solon city, and was very excited. He turned his head, and looked at the burly Jonah Thorin beside him, and said loudly, Jonah, when we come back this time, the president will definitely reward us. Jonah Thorin turned his head, and looked at him, sighed, and said nothing. This time he went to the City of Dusk. He originally wanted to bring his daughter back, and let her break through to become a super blacksmith in Solon City. But he didn't expect so many things to happen in the middle. The territory that seemed weak to him actually had such a strong potential. Let Andal be promoted to a super blacksmith and advance. That human lord is extraordinary. Although he lost face this time, he was still quite relieved in his heart. As long as there is no accident, the activated Thorin bloodline is enough to give Andal hundreds of years of life. You go by yourself. I'm going back to forge weapons. Andal has become a top-grade blacksmith. I can't let her surpass me. I'm a genius of the Solon tribe. Anik laughed. This time, this big barbarian was restrained by Richard, which made him very happy. He waved his hand, and didn't care. He just wanted to find someone to share his joy. After entering Solon City, Anik was excited and returned to the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce at the fastest speed. He got off the carriage, and ran directly to the main hall. As soon as he approached the gate, he couldn't hold back his excitement, and shouted as he walked. President, President! I'm back from the desert. This time, I brought back 200 units of desert crown honey. And I got a special treasure, the crown robe. It can automatically adjust the temperature. Anik entered the hall with excitement. But as soon as he stepped into the threshold, the voice suddenly stopped. There was a long table in the center of the wide hall, and two beautiful figures sat opposite each other on the left and right of the table. On the left was a lady in her 20s, with a beautiful face, but a bit of majesty between her eyebrows. She was wearing a purple noble evening dress embroidered with blooming roses, which was gorgeous and outstanding. On the right was a girl in her early 20s, full of spirit, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her eyes. She wore a silver crown on her head, and her temperament was graceful and elegant, and she was indescribably noble. The two were sipping black tea under the service of the maid. At this time, they all turned their heads and looked at the door. When Anik saw the scene, he was shocked and immediately saluted with his chest. President Windsor, good day. He immediately saluted the girl wearing the crown. Your Highness Chris, Anik sends you the highest regards. The lady in the purple evening gown looked at the dusty Anik with a smile on her face. She didn't care about his impoliteness and said softly, Anik, you just said, how much desert crown honey did you bring back? 200 units. Anik smiled again and responded loudly. And there is also a treasure that can regulate body temperature, the crown robe, which is a specialty of the City of Dusk. Hearing the word desert crown honey, the eyes of the girl wearing the crown lit up. Sister Windsor, is desert crown honey the same kind of honey you gave me last time? The president of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, the lady in the purple evening gown, Windsor, nodded slowly. It's the same kind of honey last time. After answering, she seemed to have thought of something and asked Anik. The sandstorm was so violent more than half a month ago. Did the Dusk City have any problems? She would never even look at such a small territory in the desert. But the other party's desert crown honey was really outstanding, so she remembered it in her heart. The interest in the eyes of the girl wearing the crown became stronger. Sister Windsor, is that territory in the desert? Yes, and it is very weak. Windsor said thoughtfully. Desert crown honey has extremely high value, but the other party's territory is too weak to protect this rare resource. Anik, we can fund the other party to move to Solon City. In this way, the other party will be safe, and we can better guarantee the source of desert crown honey. After saying this, his tone was a bit confident and determined. I think that Desert Lord will not refuse the invitation of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. Anik heard this, and his face became serious. No, President Windsor, with the potential of Twilight City, I don't think we are qualified to relocate Twilight City. Windsor was stunned and narrowed his eyes. Are you serious? The girl wearing a crown also looked at him curiously. As the largest chamber of commerce in Solon City, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has more power than some small countries. Anik, such strength is not qualified to relocate a territory in the desert? Anik was silent for a moment, and nodded slowly. No. Chapter 263. Lord's Mansion, Front Yard. Master, the casualties this time have been counted. 5 squads of mummy guardians were killed. 3 squads of bandaged mummies were killed. 2 squads of condensed sand archers were killed. 2 squads of rare acts of the dead were killed, and 3 skeleton demons were killed. A total of 14 squads of soldiers were killed in this war. After hearing Gray's report, Richard, who was looking at the bright moon, did not change his expression much. Tens of thousands of kobolds attacked the city, and the momentum was so great. But in such a crazy attack, only hundreds of people were killed in the City of Dusk. In total, the casualty ratio reached an exaggerated 100-1. This record is brilliant. The biggest contributor, in addition to the geographical advantage of the city wall, is the powerful combat effectiveness of the A-level heroes and the desertification skills possessed by the army. There is no doubt that the A-level heroes are powerful. With the cooperation of the army, they forcibly blocked the enemy's offensive with their combat power of 1 against 1,000. The desertification skill protected a large number of soldiers, who were bound to die when the enemy did not have a spell-casting army. It became an invincible skill that the opponent could not crack. The army of Twilight City has a feature that other armies do not have. There are only deaths, no injuries. Because of the existence of desertification, even if the wounded soldiers are missing arms and legs, as long as they are not killed, they can be repaired by desertification after the war. This led to Richard sighing at his lord's domineering talent every time he counted casualties. Half of the credit for Twilight City's good development should be based on the magical skill of desertification. Retracting his scattered thoughts, he said seriously, "Gray, although the casualties were not great this time, many problems were exposed. The archer shooting coverage is not enough, the front and back of the army are not connected enough, and the cooperation of various arms in the city defense battle is rigid. All of these need you heroes to improve." Richard's tone was very serious. Although the alchemical artillery and hurricane arrow tower were not put into use this time, and our strength was not fully exerted, everyone must recognize this. Our defense methods and military deployment need to be reoptimized. It's easy to say that it's easy to defend the city wall, but it's like a precision instrument. Once there is a problem in one link, the whole will be affected. And in this war, he saw too many shortcomings. Gray immediately held his chest. "Master, we will adjust immediately, and will never let you down." Richard nodded slightly, and said no more. After Gray left in a hurry, he looked up at the bright moon in the sky again, and his thoughts were full of thoughts. The challenges facing the City of Dusk are countless. The hostility of the Kobold God, the dungeon that is about to be opened, and even the future connection between the Death Desert and the other dimension, everything is not so simple. In addition, there is a kingdom of God waiting for him to explore in the Broken Rules land, where a body of a god is hidden. Before, there was a dungeon where a powerful hero, the Dark Lord, was imprisoned at the place where the dragon hero Aldous died. As long as the dungeon is conquered, the imprisoned hero can be obtained. The underworld that he regards as a forbidden delicacy, one of the overlords, the Grey Dwarves, is also eyeing him covetously, and is trying to deal with him. In addition, he has not yet explored the ancient ruins of the Shining Mage Tower, which has 8 bronze doors left. I had planned to go to Solon City, where the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce is located, but I never found the time. Now I have to find a way to protect the agricultural area to avoid being destroyed in the future. Thinking of these scattered things, Richard couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. After taking a few deep breaths, his mind became clear. The biggest crisis now is the threat brought by the God of Dogs. It is true that the other party was repelled this time, but when they come next time, they will definitely bring an extremely powerful army and be more fully prepared. This time when you enter the dungeon, you must get enough benefits. It is best to prepare a few big killers that can counter the arrival of the gods. Richard gradually had an idea. Points can be exchanged for various rare equipment. As long as you get enough benefits in the dungeon, you may not be unable to deal with the God of Dogs. Although the other party is a god, and has a large number of believers. But the City of Dusk is not an easy opponent. Retreating would never be his choice. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, 2 maids hurried out of the hall with pale faces. "My lord, Miss Merida fainted?" Richard turned around abruptly. "What happened?" The 2 maids were about to cry and said hurriedly. Miss Merida suddenly became very weak after the evil god appeared. She couldn't hold on just now, and fainted directly. We don't know what happened." Seeing the 2 people in a panic, Richard didn't say anything more and walked quickly inside. These days, Merida, who was once a demigod, has been so well behaved and obedient that he really likes her. He really feels like treating her as his daughter. Considering the other party's memory problem, he is not in a hurry to let this little centaur upgrade the level. He plans to raise her for a while, let her establish enough emotional ties with the City of Dusk, and then improve her strength. In this way, Even if the other party recovers her memory, she will not say that she has any resentment or dissatisfaction with the City of Dusk. Amirida, a little centaur with the potential to reach the boss level, has an unlimited future. He doesn't want to make any mistakes. On the second floor, enter the room. In sight, the little centaur is lying on the carpet and sleeping. Richard felt that his life breath did not change much, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Opening the attribute panel, a special status appeared on the other party's status bar. The soul was stimulated by some kind of power, and fell into a coma. Is this caused by the god of the dog-headed man? That divine power? Richard's face looked a little ugly. That dog-headed man bullied his daughter, right? Amirida's soul was traumatized twice. The first time was caused by the gods, who suppressed the rule-broken land. The second time was caused by the collapse of the rule-broken land. Looking at its properties, it shouldn't be life-threatening. The only thing that made him hesitate was whether the other party would have any sequelae. Go and call Sina. Yes, sir. Not long after the maid left, Sina hurried into the house, with a bit of nervousness. Seeing that the sleeping Amirida was not in danger of life, she sighed softly. Since she got most of her memories, she felt particularly distressed for this miserable little guy. Zena, please take some time to look after Amirida these days. I'm worried that she might have health problems this time. Zena nodded. As it should be. As he asked, are you leaving the territory? Richard turned his head and looked out the window. Under the moonlight, the towering Hurricane Arrow Tower was covered with a layer of silver light, which was particularly conspicuous. Our enemies are very fierce, and Dusk City needs a stronger army. I want to go to the underground world again. As he said, he seemed to think of something, and turned his head to stare at Xena. Did the Krina tribe respond to you? Because of the matter of the god of the dog-headed man, Xena had asked her own people for help. However, the dog-headed army came too fast, and the Krina tribe had not received any news before the other party had appeared. Xena looked at the heroic young man in front of her, who was full of heartwarming charm, and her eyes softened. The tone was firm. At the latest tomorrow, I will definitely receive the news. Richard nodded, but didn't say anything else. He never pinned the fate of Twilight City on others, and whether the Krina tribe came or not would not affect his plan. But if they didn't come, there would be no place to kidnap the heroes of the Krina tribe, which would be a pity. While the two were talking, a sudden sound of footsteps at the door interrupted Richard's thoughts. Turning around, he looked at the person who came. Karu, have the residents been appeased? Gru, who was extremely excited, glanced at Amirida, and after confirming that she was fine, he smiled and said, those guys don't need to be appeased, they are more excited than anyone else. Their lord was blocking the arrival of the gods. The excitement of the residents can be imagined for such an unprecedented achievement. After Kalu finished speaking, he hesitated and brought up another topic. My lord, the Miss Wire you brought back last time has performed very well in handling government affairs these days. I wonder if I can ask her to be my assistant. Wire? Richard narrowed his eyes. Is she the B-level internal affairs hero, who was found among the refugees trapped in the broken temple a few days ago? When he went to bring her back, he obtained the quicksand land from the broken temple, and also found the underground prison where the Dark Lord was imprisoned. Alvis was also hunted here. He was impressed by the internal affairs hero, with an exceptional temperament. Hearing what Kalu said, this B-level hero has obviously made considerable achievements. You can arrange this matter as a confidential matter, so it cannot be handed over to her for the time being. Kalu nodded. Yes, Lord, I know what I am doing. Richard said nothing more. I'm going to the underground world again soon. Thank you for your concern. After the words fell, he suddenly felt a heat in his chest. He immediately reached out and took out the hot object, the statue of the ancient god. What is this? Richard's eyes were a little puzzled. Wasn't the divine soul awakened after 3 weeks, just when he was about to explore its properties? Suddenly, a stream of white light floated up from the statue. It surged directly into the air and began to condense quickly. After the white light dissipated, a hollow crystal ball with mysterious patterns engraved on it appeared in front of him. The moment the crystal ball appeared, the surrounding space rippled like water waves. Richard narrowed his eyes. This is the crystal ball in the Broken Land, protected by 12 crystals in the middle. Previously, it was swallowed by the statue of the old god and fell asleep with the divine soul. How did it suddenly come out? Concentrating his mind, he found that this hollow crystal ball looked full of energy, but it had become empty inside. The energy contained was no longer as hot as the sun before. And if you look closely, you can find that there are fine cracks on the surface. Although it is not obvious, it is enough to explain the changes. Open the attribute panel. Space Crystal. Level, Special. Status, severely damaged, will break after 3 hours. Features, can strengthen a space treasure below 3 stars to upgrade it to a higher level, or strengthen a 4-star space treasure. Introduction. It was originally a crystal stone containing huge energy, but now most of the energy has been swallowed. After Richard looked at it several times, there was some surprise in his eyes. It was swallowed by the statue of the old god, and it still has such a powerful feature? It is amazing that it can upgrade a treasure below 3 stars to a higher level. The use of 3 stars can directly become 4 stars. If you don't want to upgrade, you can also use it to strengthen 4-star treasures. This treasure is worth a lot of money. However, after Richard looked at the properties for a few times, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This thing can only be used on space treasures, and it will break after 3 hours. This is destined to be impossible to keep, so you can only use it as soon as possible, otherwise you will lose everything after it expires. He only has one space treasure. The 2-8 portal he got from the Scarlet Council treasury in the last copy. Thinking of this, Richard didn't hesitate and took out the treasure piled in the corner of the system space. 2-8 portal. Level, 4 stars. Features, a pair of 2-8 portals can be placed within 50 kilometers. Introduction, an extremely rare treasure. He originally planned to place one end of this treasure in Dusk City, and the other end at the entrance to the underground world. Connect Dusk City with the underground world. But later measurements found that Dusk City was more than 80 kilometers away from the passage to the underground world. The 50 kilometers of the 2-8 portal were obviously not enough. Richard had no choice but to put it aside temporarily. If it can be strengthened and the distance of the 2-8 portal can be increased, it will not be a loss. The underground world is a treasure land. This time he obtained 40 million units of resources, which made him eat a lot. It also made him more deeply aware of the huge wealth contained in it. Investing in this will definitely not lose money. Thinking of this, Richard did not hesitate. He only has this one treasure, and it will be wasted if he doesn't use it. And the space crystal will collapse in 3 hours, so it's useless to keep it. Directly choose to strengthen the 2-8 portal. Click, the hollow crystal ball shattered directly, turning into pieces of crystal the size of a fingernail and merging into the mini arch in his hand the size of half a palm. After the majestic energy poured in, a large number of inscriptions appeared on the mini arch. The aura it exuded was particularly eye-catching. After a dozen breaths, as the light faded, the system sounded a prompt. Ding, the 2-8 portal has been strengthened. Richard opened the attribute panel with some expectation. 2-8 portal. Level, 4 stars. Features, a pair of portals that can be opened in both directions can be placed within 100 kilometers. Introduction, an extremely rare treasure. Haha, it has been increased from 50 kilometers to 100 kilometers. This time, the increase has doubled. This is so comfortable. Looking at the portal with surging energy in his hand, he did not stay in the house. He went out of the city directly, and came to the land of quicksand. Not far from the ancient tree of the evil god, he placed a 2-8 portal. The mini arch in his hand turned into a stream of light, and fell to the ground. In an instant, a huge arch condensed and formed in front of him. The arch is 10 meters high, and about 6 meters wide. In the middle, it looks like a water curtain condensed, with a faint white fluorescence. Reaching out and touching it, you can feel obvious resistance. You need to place another portal to pass through here. Richard was in a good mood when he saw this. He did not hesitate. After returning to the City of Dusk, he immediately took off with the Skeleton Blood Dragon and all the Dark Gargoyle Legion and headed directly to the underground passage. Arriving at the entrance of the underground passage, he manipulated the gravel, and the buried passage was revealed again. After entering the underground passage for more than 20 kilometers, Richard found a wider area and placed another portal directly. After placing it, Richard passed through the portal directly. The next second, he appeared in the quicksand. Seeing the ancient tree in front of him, Richard laughed. After returning to the underground passage from the 2-8 portal, he felt particularly happy. He glanced at the army around him, said nothing, and returned to the exit. Then he manipulated the gravel to sweep the surrounding rocks. Rumble, the cave continued to collapse, and soon, under the chain collapse, the 20-kilometer passage outside was completely blocked. So far, he no longer had to worry about outsiders discovering this underground world. Nor did he have to worry about the life in the underground world appearing on the surface. The other exit of the 2-8 portal was guarded by the ancient tree, and it was also in the quicksand. If the life in the underground world wants to get out, it must first break through the suppression of this boss. In the land of quicksand, it is so difficult to confront the ancient tree of the evil god that even the thought of it can make people despair. From now on, this underground world has completely become Richard's private property. As long as he can develop it, everything here will belong to him. Chapter 264. Bloodhoof City, an unknown tavern. The air is filled with the smell of alcohol and sweat. Dozens of underground creatures, who are drinking and chatting, don't care about the bad air around them. Looking around, half-snakes, dungeon barbarians, halflings, lizardmen, minotaurs, and all kinds of strange races can be seen here. A minotaur with scars all over his face, and a pair of blood-red eyes picked up the bowl on the table, and drank the sour liquor in it in one gulp. Hiccup, with a little blush on his face, stimulated by alcohol, he suddenly stood up and shouted to the two companions sitting with him. Have you heard? The reward for the surface lord by the Grey Dwarves has been increased from 10 million units of food to 15 million units. His eyes became redder as he spoke. 15 million units. If we can get this, our tribe won't have to worry for 3 years, no 5 years. He slammed the table. The huge sound instantly quieted the lively tavern, and everyone looked at the Tauren, who stood up and looked particularly tall. The Tauren saw this and shouted coldly. What are you looking at? Aren't you tempted? That's 15 million units of food. What a rich fortune. A dwarf curled his lips in disdain when he heard this, and suddenly stood up and stood on the bench, wiping the food residue from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He said loudly, You buffaloes must have drunk too much and slept in the sewer for a few days, right? The news is bullshit. Looking at the funny appearance of the dwarf dancing with his hands and feet, the people around him suddenly burst into laughter. The Tauren was so annoyed that he couldn't get off his pedestal. Damn dwarf. What did you say? He then picked up the long-handled axe leaning against the wooden table. The dwarf glanced at him, and said with disdain, The reward offered by the Crucible City for the Surface Lord has been increased to 18 million units of food. Your 15 million is outdated. This immediately caused a commotion in the tavern. Yes, I just got the news that the Grey Dwarves have increased the bounty on that human. Above all gods, 18 million units of food, if you give it to me, I can't finish it in my lifetime. The Grey Dwarves are really rich. They just took out tens of millions of units of food. TSK, the price offered by the Grey Dwarves is really amazing. But what is more surprising is that the human lord from the surface has such a high bounty, and no one can do anything to him. What kind of strength is this? When the Minotaur heard this, his eyes suddenly opened, and he said in disbelief, The Grey Dwarves raised the price 2 days ago, and it has increased again in just 2 days? What did that surface human do? The dwarf picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all, then looked at the people around him with complacency. That human lord looted the Iron Fortress, 200 kilometers away from the Furnace City, this morning. God of the Dwarves. It is said that the human robbed a lot of resources from the Iron Fortress. After saying that, he looked at the audience with great interest and raised his voice. And when the Grey Dwarves sent troops to encircle and suppress the human lords on the surface, they were killed by the enemy in a counterattack, resulting in a large number of casualties. That surface lord fought against the 13th level Iron Castle Lord alone in the battle. In the one-on-one battle, the opponent killed the Iron Castle Lord. The dwarf added. By the way, the opponent did not use the powerful mechanical puppet. This immediately caused a burst of exclamations. What? Didn't use the mechanical puppet? Didn't they say that the surface lord was only level 9? The Iron Castle Lord has reached level 13, and has extremely strong combat power. How could he be killed by the opponent? Where did you get the news? It must be inaccurate. That's a bit fake. The Iron Castle Lord must have been surrounded and killed by the opponent. Hearing this noisy discussion, the dwarf became even more excited. He enjoyed being the center of attention. He said loudly, This is the information that a friend of mine in Furnace City personally sent me. He witnessed the battle with his own eyes. The Lord of Iron Castle died tragically. If it weren't for this, how could the bounty of the Grey Dwarfs be increased from 15 million to 18 million? Don't question it. If that human lord is not powerful, how can he become an ally of Bloodhoof City? The people around him immediately thought of the various legends left by the human lord during this period, and immediately started to discuss it. Indeed, if it were someone else, this might be nonsense, but that human lord is not an ordinary person. In the past 3 days, the human lord has attacked 7 cities of the Grey Dwarfs. It's incredible that he took down 7 cities in 3 days. As expected, he came from the surface. He killed a level 13 hero with a level 9 power. It's incredible. The more they talked, the more heated the atmosphere in the tavern became. Soon, someone mentioned another thing. Do you think the news that the Surface Lord recruited our Dungeon Tribe's heroes and brought them to the surface is true or false? Several people around responded immediately. Of course it's true, otherwise why would the other party ask Blood of City to help spread the news? And the notices are posted outside the city lord's mansion. Anyone who plans to surrender to that lord can get free housing provided by Blood of City. TSK TSK TSK, if that human lord didn't just want heroes, I would have wanted to go and see it. That's the surface, rich and fertile, and you can grow food by just sowing some seeds on the ground. And that lord is so powerful. Being ruled by such a being is not 10,000 times better than living a hard life underground. But why hasn't the other party come to Blood of City for so many days? It's the 8th. The lord has been gone for a week. Is he stupid? What is the other party doing these days? Conquering the city of the Grey Dwarves. How can he have time to come to Blood of City? If you want to go, wait. The big man who can't be done by the Grey Dwarves will never break his promise. In the underground world, the strong are respected. And the lord from the surface, what he did during this period was too legendary. He came from the surface, was an ally of Blood of City, and offended the underworld overlord, the Grey Dwarf, and was offered a bounty of nearly 20 million units of food by the other party. The other party was also a big local tyrant, who bought a large amount of weapons in Blood of City, and distributed millions of units of food. And the other party also had an extraordinary level of mechanical puppet, which was extremely powerful. Various legends made the halo behind the other party very dazzling. The attention it attracted was phenomenal. In the past 2 days, many underground lives who heard the relevant news have shown great interest in the recruitment order issued by Richard. A lord with no ability and no status will only be ridiculed even if he issues a recruitment order. But a powerful, wealthy, and legendary big man issues a recruitment order, which is to give them a chance. Different statuses, even if they do the same thing, the effect is completely different. Blood of City, the main hall of the city lord's mansion. More than 20 high-level officials of Blood of City are looking at the sweaty messenger with excitement at this moment. A white-haired barbarian hero stood up, his eyes as sharp as a hawk. Are you sure the news is correct? Did President Richard really attack the Iron Fortress? Not only did he plunder all the resources inside, but the Lord of the Iron Fortress was also killed in a one-on-one match by President Richard, who did not drive a mechanical puppet. The messenger took a few breaths and said loudly in an ups and downs tone. It can't be wrong. This news has been verified by many parties. Even our people have seen the body of the Lord of the Iron Fortress. He looked at Cell Bloodhoof, who was sitting in the main seat with excitement in his eyes. Lord Cell, the Grey Dwarves have raised the bounty for President Richard to 18 million units of food. And the other party has also released news that at the same price, they are offering a bounty for treasures that can kill President Richard. Even treasures with special effects can be exchanged for rewards in the Crucible City. The gray-haired barbarian hero finally smiled when he heard this. Turning around, he looked at the main seat. Lord Cell, you are worthy of being President Richard. This time, your move has shaken the foundation of the Grey Dwarves. Cell's eyebrows jumped. Although President Richard's victory this time is good, he only robbed resources and did not occupy the city. It can't be said to shake the foundation of the Grey Dwarves, right? The white-haired barbarian hero shook his head. Lord, the Grey Dwarves can maintain their position as underground overlords. In addition to their strength, there is another point that everyone respects the Grey Dwarves. This is the soft power accumulated by the Grey Dwarves for hundreds of years. Now, President Richard has broken this respect and trampled the Grey Dwarves under his feet with a strong attitude. As long as President Richard is fine, their dignity will be gone. That's why they offer such a high reward. This is not only to kill the threat of President Richard, but also to preserve the foundation of the Grey Dwarves. As he said this, his face showed some excitement. President Richard has created an unprecedented opportunity for us. Now, it's our turn to take action. Cyril looked thoughtful when he heard this. The other party continued. When a giant is injured, the surrounding beasts will never think of helping him, but will think of how to share a piece of meat after he dies. As long as we can let others see that the giant is really going to fall, a group of wild wolves will not mind sharing a prey. Cyril was enlightened when he heard this. He thought of the figure who came to Bloodhoof City alone riding the undead dragon. He felt a little relieved inexplicably. It was definitely Bloodhoof City's luck to be able to form an alliance with the other party. If the other party had chosen the Grey Dwarves, Bloodhoof City would have become history at this moment. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, he said seriously, "Then act immediately. Don't waste this opportunity. First spread the news that the Grey Dwarves are tough on the outside but weak on the inside, and at the same time provoke conflicts between the forces around the Grey Dwarves and them. Then send people to attack the other party's various mineral veins, and at the same time spread the wealth contained in them. The gray-haired barbarian hero nodded. Yes, 1 or 2 times may not be able to shake the Grey Dwarves, but if it happens many times, when their prestige is swept to the ground, that is the day when Bloodhoof City becomes the only overlord of the underground world. Cell also showed a smile on his face. Bloodhoof City has waited for this day for too long. Then he seemed to think of something and continued. In addition, we also need to continue to increase our efforts to purchase weapons and equipment from other forces. Bloodhoof City made a lot of money from the last transaction. He has tasted the sweetness of it. He almost treated the acquisition as the most important thing to handle. Another dungeon barbarian hero stood up and said hesitantly, Lord Cell, should our weapons department also increase production? Cell shook his head. You can increase production, but keep the higher level equipment first. We need more weapons to prepare for the next war. Earning food is not our goal is to unify the underground world. Yes, sir. It's not just Bloodhoof City that is talking about this. Almost all the forces in the underground world were discussing the content related to Richard. The human lord from the surface conquered 7 Grey Dwarf cities in 3 days. After plundering a large amount of wealth, he retreated calmly. The angry Furnace City offered a sky-high reward of 18 million units of food for the opponent's head, and also offered a reward of various treasures that could be used to deal with the opponent. This news swept the underground world like a whirlwind. Everyone was amazed at the human lord from the surface. This is something that has never happened in the underground world. The human from the surface is too strong. I don't know how many people were shaken by this. Worshipping the strong is the instinct of all life, and the underground world where the strong prey on the weak has deepened this worship. But just when everyone was waiting for the next move of the surface lord, the other party suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the earth. However, no one was disappointed by this, but was full of curiosity and expectation. I don't know what kind of shocking move the other party will make when they appear again next time. There are not many cities left for the Grey Dwarves. The Furnace City noticed the disappearance of the mortal enemy, and was immediately plunged into an unspeakable atmosphere. The other party has been so crazy this time, so unscrupulously invading their city. Will the next target of the other party be the Furnace City? The Grey Dwarves thought of the terrible consequences, and suddenly fell into an unprecedented panic. They had absolute confidence before, and they could not let the surface human come back. But as their cities were plundered one by one, and they were still unable to do anything to the other party, their inner confidence also quietly collapsed. The Grey Dwarves never thought that Bloodhoof City did not make them feel uneasy when it was at its strongest. Now they are threatened to this extent by a human from the surface, who has just broken through level 10. Richard's feat of conquering 7 cities in 3 days has made his reputation in the underground world soar to an unstoppable degree. There are many more people heading to Bloodhoof City silently. Some go there to seek refuge, while others want to see if they have a chance to get the 18 million units of food bounty. Underground passage. Richard stood in front of the two-way portal, watching the army entering and returning to Dusk City. He was in a better mood than ever. This expedition to the underground world. Although it was only 3 days, the rich harvest far exceeded his expectations. This time, Dusk City will definitely usher in another wave of rapid development. Thinking of this, he subconsciously opened the attribute panel. He skipped the ordinary resources, and looked at the rare resources happily. Gems, 25,329 units, mercury 54,320 units, sulfur 13,412 units, crystal 32,306 units. Before coming, he used up all the rare resources to deal with the god of the kobolds. But in just 3 days, he has more than 100,000 rare resources again. If it weren't for the quick battle, and not much time to search, this data could have doubled. It really is killing people, and letting go of the gold belt. The only pity is that this thing is a one-time deal, no several times. You can only plunder a few times at most, and there will not be a constant stream of leaks to harvest like normal trade. Chapter 265. Master, do we need to send some troops to guard the underground passage? Gray looked at the army passing through the two-way portal and hesitated. The underground passage is not secret. If the Grey Dwarves take revenge. The Dusk City has been rampant in the underground world these days. The more wealth they plundered from the Grey Dwarves, the deeper their hatred for them. Richard shook his head. Let the bloody mummies stationed here continue to be on guard. If there are enemies coming, it is enough to notify Treebeard in advance. Sending troops to guard is not very useful. If too many are sent, Dusk City will not be able to bear it. If too few are sent, the enemy will not be able to deal with it. There is an ancient tree of evil gods stationed on the other side of the two-way portal. The other party wants to go to the surface through the teleportation array, which is purely a delivery. In addition, the two-way portal is protected by space energy. Even extraordinary hunters cannot destroy it, and there is no need to worry about the other party destroying the portal. Gray said no more immediately. After a simple arrangement, Richard watched the last skeleton blood dragon leave without hesitation. He asked Albus, who was sitting on the seat, to retract his wings and crouch down to pass through the portal. After a slight obstruction was penetrated, the tall body of the ancient tree appeared in front of Richard. A smile appeared on his face. This feeling of crossing 100 miles in one step is really good. Unfortunately, the dual-line portal is a 4-star treasure, which is hard to come by. Otherwise, if he got 10 or so, it would definitely greatly expand the sphere of influence of the City of Dusk. After instructing the ancient tree to guard the dual-way portal, Richard returned to the City of Dusk with his army. The sun was about to sink into the earth, and the orange sunset shone on his body, covering him with a layer of dazzling armor. Combined with his outstanding temperament, it was eye-catching. Especially the young female residents in the city, after seeing Richard, their faces flushed and their eyes were full of light. They wanted to look at him more, but they were a little shy and didn't dare to look more. After Richard dismissed the army, he didn't return to the Lord's mansion, but went directly to the blacksmith shop. "Lord Richard, you are back." When Andal saw Richard, she immediately showed a little surprise on her face, and subconsciously touched the sweat on her forehead. She didn't notice that there was some dust on her hands, leaving a conspicuous mark on her face. But with that lovely face, it was a little more playful. "I'm back, and I got a good harvest this time." Richard looked at the girl's smile, and his mood improved. "How is the forging of the dragon hunting crossbow?" Andal said in a brisk tone. "The preliminary preparations have been completed. As long as the rare resources are in place, we can forge 5 dragon hunting crossbows within 3 days. As a 4-star treasure, the dragon hunting crossbow has always been regarded as a killer by Richard. This thing is developed for hunting dragons, and its lethality can be imagined. In the dungeon that is about to be opened, it is obvious that a powerful boss will appear. He may not be able to stop the opponent at that time, so it is necessary to build a perfect defense system for the City of Dusk. The dragon hunting crossbow exists for hunting bosses. This killer weapon is powerful, but the resources required are also exaggerated: 5,000 units of mercury, 5,000 units of sulfur, 5,000 units of crystal, 1,000 units of refined iron, fascia of dragons above level 15 or hybrid dragons, and a special blacksmith. Thinking of this, he glanced at his attribute panel, and the feeling of sudden wealth in his heart suddenly disappeared. Damn, I went to the underground world to plunder, but in the end I only had enough to forge 3 or 5 dragon hunting crossbows. I don't know if the underground world is too poor, or if this thing is really precious. However, it is a 4-star treasure, and the level is here, so there is nothing to say. I will give you 10,000 units of mercury, sulfur, and crystal first, and forge 2 for the time being. 1 hurricane arrow tower has been built, and 2 more are under construction. 3 arrow towers, at least 1 dragon hunting crossbow should be placed in each tower. Add the 1 forged before, and now there are 3. Forge 6 dragon hunting crossbows first, and give you the resources together. Dragon hunting crossbows are relatively cheaper, requiring 500 units of crystal, 500 units of sulfur, 500 units of mercury, and 100 units of refined iron. But crossbows, as consumables, are also expensive. As a result, this way directly consumed 39,000 units, and the rare resources in hand immediately dropped sharply. Gems, 12,329 units. Mercury, 41,320 units. Sulfur, 412 units. Crystal, 19,306 units. Other resources are sufficient, but sulfur is seriously insufficient and cannot be increased. Richard had a headache. The financial resources of Dusk City are not enough to use dragon hunting crossbows at will, so you need to build some ordinary heavy crossbows to use with them. Andal said with a little admiration. "It's okay, sir. You can develop Dusk City so powerful in just 3 months, which is amazing enough. These difficulties are only temporary. I believe they will be solved in the end." Looking at the trusting eyes, Richard felt warm in his heart. He stretched out his hand and pinched the girl's cheeks to wipe off the mark on her face. Seeing the other party's face turn red and shy, he laughed. "Have you found an apprentice with the potential to become a hero in the past 2 days?" Andal is busy with her current tasks and can't spare time to develop technology. It is imperative to train a second blacksmith. If Dusk City wants to upgrade from a third-level small city to a medium city, one of the conditions is that it needs to have advanced technology. But the technology of Dusk City has been stuck for a long time, and there are only 3 primary technologies until now. When Andal heard this, her eyes moved slightly, and she hesitated. Sir Richard, there is indeed one person with good potential among the last batch of residents who joined Dusk City. Richard raised his eyebrows. Why, the other party is unwilling to join the blacksmith shop? Andal shook his head. No, it's not this reason, but the other party has only one arm. Only one arm? Richard was stunned. One arm. How does he forge iron? Although he intends to train him to be a full-time hero who studies technology, forging is the root of the profession of blacksmith after all. No matter what industry, one who loses an arm will encounter more difficulties than a normal person. Not to mention the profession of blacksmith. And Richard is not the only one who has the same doubts. Everyone around Sam is puzzled by his choice. It is simply too difficult for a person with a missing arm to choose the profession of blacksmith. Sam, I heard that you were hired by the blacksmith shop? Sam, who had just returned from the blacksmith shop, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right hand, looked at the aunt in front of him with a sighing look, and nodded with a smile. Aunt Mary, that's right. Lady Andal hired me. Aunt Mary said with some distress. Silly boy, why do you have to go for blacksmithing when you can do something else? You can only sigh. If you are not used to it, go to the agricultural area and help me take care of the Saxall forest and sand wheat. Thanks to the trust of the Lord, I am responsible for managing the agricultural area, and I am recruiting people now. The round face like a red apple was particularly kind at this time. Sam was very grateful in his heart. This Lord and has helped them a lot in the past few days. Thank you, Aunt Mary, but now I am a member of the blacksmith shop, so I won't bother you. The tone became serious. I like the profession of blacksmith, and I like the feeling of forging or into farm tools and weapons. Said with tenderness in her eyes, she turned her head and looked into the house. Besides, Sanal also likes me to be a blacksmith. Hearing this, Aunt Mary sighed again. You are a good child, and Shauna is also a blessed person. Before she finished speaking, the door opened. A girl wearing a long coarse cloth skirt and with freckles on her face appeared at the door. The other person's face was thin due to long-term lack of nutrition. What was surprising was that the other person's wide-open eyes did not focus at all when facing the 2 people at the door. It was like the eyes of a mechanical puppet. The girl pushed open the door and faced the side where the 2 were not. Sam, are you back? I just heard Aunt Mary's voice. Aunt Mary, are you here too? The tone was a bit as light as a sparrow. Aunt Mary felt even more distressed when she saw this. Sana, I'm here. Hearing the voice, the girl turned around carefully, holding the wall. Aunt Mary, good afternoon. Thank you for the Saxall you sent last time. It was delicious. The eyes were still unfocused. Aunt Mary stepped forward, held the other person, and said gently, If you like it, I send more next time. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Sam. Your sweetheart Sean went to the blacksmith shop to apply for a job today and has been hired. From now on, he will work for the Lord. This is a decent job. The Lord attaches great importance to the blacksmith shop. Hearing this, the girl's face was full of surprise, and she turned her head in the direction of the voice just now, but she couldn't face Sam directly. Sam, is this true? You are hired by the blacksmith shop? Can you work for the Lord in the future? Sam's throat suddenly seemed to be blocked by something. Nodding vigorously. Sana, that's right. I've been hired by the blacksmith shop, and I get a salary every month. In the future, we don't have to accept the Lord's relief anymore. We can earn money to buy food by ourselves. The girl clapped her hands and said excitedly, Great. Sam, I know you can do it. She seemed to think of something and suddenly said cautiously, They didn't say anything to you, did they? Sam shook his head. No, Shauna, the adults in the blacksmith shop all think highly of me, and they don't have any objections to me because I'm missing an arm. Aunt Mary suddenly felt a little sad when she heard this. How could it be so easy for an ordinary person with a broken arm to join the most prestigious blacksmith shop in Twilight City? Thinking of this, I felt a little proud in my heart. This is Twilight City, not other cities. With Lord Richard here, as long as you have the ability, you will not be discriminated against. Yes, Sam is a capable child. Sana, don't worry, this is Twilight City. It is Twilight City ruled by Lord Richard. No one dares to do such a thing. And I'm here. Who dares to bully Sam, I will support him. The girl smiled instantly. Thank you, Aunt Mary. After saying that, she turned her head to Sam's direction, and this time she finally faced him directly. She said in a serious tone, "Sam, Twilight City is a territory worth protecting. The Lord's kindness to us is more precious than gold. Go to the blacksmith shop, work hard, and contribute to Twilight City and the Lord. If there is no Twilight City, perhaps we would have died when the temple was broken. We have moved to so many territories. Have you ever seen a territory like Twilight City that values us ordinary residents? Here, we are not discriminated against or oppressed, and we are also allocated warm and safe houses and get enough food. This is a great favor. Without Twilight City, perhaps we will never find a home where we can live a stable life. Sam, I know that without me, you will definitely live a better life. So I hope that even if one day I am gone, you can live a good life. Your talent is more than this. You can shine your own light in Twilight City." Sam looked at the serious girl in front of him, and his eyes turned red quietly. The other party's eyes were still lifeless at this moment, but in his eyes, they were as bright as the starry sky. That night, someone summoned him to the Lord's mansion. Then, the second blacksmith was born in Twilight City. After leaving the Lord's mansion, the young man with only one arm knelt down silently in front of the gate and kowtowed 9 times. He silently made a vow in his heart that in this life, he would only be for Shauna and Twilight City. Ding, intermediate attack of the Axe of the Dead, estimated development time, 20 days, estimated resources required, 20,000 gold coins, 20,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of iron ore, success rate, 60%. Richard looked at the system prompt and felt very happy. After more than a month, the scientific research of Twilight City was finally started again. This time, the one who took on the heavy responsibility was no longer Andal, whom he regarded as a treasure, but the blacksmith hero Sam, who was given the power of hero by him. After Richard summoned the other party, he was surprised to see 3 characteristics in him: tenacity, intelligence, and hard work. This Sam has not become a hero yet. The 2 residents who were promoted to heroes by him before only had one characteristic. No wonder Andal was so optimistic about him. Later, he learned that this blacksmith with only one arm lived alone with a blind girl, and his heart was even more touched. He found them in the desert. Before the accident, the 2 planned to cross the desert of death. The 2 people with broken bodies leaned on each other and supported each other to cross the vast desert. That feeling made him silent just thinking about it. God has deprived them of a lot, so let him give them hope again. And after becoming a hero, Sam's attributes are really good. The most outstanding one is one of the attributes that increases the success rate of research and development by 20%. Although it is not as good as Andal, it is fully capable of undertaking the important task of research and development technology. After leaving the resources needed for research and development in the blacksmith shop, Richard returned to the Lord's mansion. As soon as I entered the house, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, this week is a disaster week. The dead are resurrected, please be prepared. Ding, the army nest has been refreshed, please recruit your own lords. Chapter 266. Resurrection of the Dead? Richard looked at the system prompt with a subtle expression. Another disaster week. But unlike the last disaster week when the beasts were out of the cage, this time it is obviously the world of the undead. I wonder if there will be monsters attacking the city this time. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it anymore and just let the army stay alert. For others, disaster week is a disaster, but for Twilight City, it is a benefit. He didn't pay much attention and focused on the arm's nest. The dungeon will be opened in a week. This time, the arm's nest refresh is the last time before the dungeon is opened. But this time even Twilight City will enter the dungeon, and it should be possible to recruit arms in the dungeon. While he was thinking, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Sir Richard, Miss Amirida is awake. Richard turned his head, and saw the maid behind him full of joy, and he was relieved. Then, as if thinking of something, she asked slowly, Is there anything wrong with Amirida? The maid shook her head. Miss Amirida is fine except that she is a little weak. She is drinking desert crown honey now. Richard felt relieved. He walked into the house, and went up to the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Amirida half leaning on the couch. Her eyes, which used to be lively, were not very bright, and her face showed a weakness of long-term illness. The little guy held a wooden cup in both hands, and was drinking the honey water in the cup with a straw made of plant roots. After seeing him, Amirida immediately smiled and shouted crisply, Father! Richard relaxed when he heard this. Opening the attribute panel, the other party's state became slightly weak, no big problem. He stepped forward and rubbed the little centaur's head. Tenderly, How do you feel? Is there anything wrong? Amirida shook her head. Father, I'm fine, just, she said with a bit of pain on her face, and pulled out a hand to rub her temple. She said with a trembling tone, I had a very long nightmare. Nightmare? Richard's eyes condensed. What was that nightmare about? The little centaur put the wooden cup that had been drained of honey water aside, and then looked up pitifully. Holding his legs with both hands, she rested her chin on his thighs with dependence. With a somewhat childish tone, her organizational ability was not as good as that of an adult. Father, I dreamed that I was guarding a very powerful god. But he suddenly resurrected and wanted to kill me. I killed him later, but found that his soul had not completely dissipated. In order to prevent him from resurrecting, I could only seal his remaining soul in a special area. He frowned. And in order to suppress him again in the future, I left a special treasure in it. But I just sensed that the thing was calling me. The sealed god was resurrected. After saying that, he added another sentence. But the other party is still very weak at this time, and cannot break the seal I set up. He raised his head slightly, his chin left his knees, and his eyes were a little confused. Father, am I really just dreaming? Look! The little centaur stretched out his hand and showed his wrist. Richard looked down and found a thumb-sized light golden rune on it shining. The breath on it was particularly special. Amirida, what is this rune? Father, I dreamed that this rune can open that special area and control the treasure to reseal the god, he said with some annoyance. However, my power is too weak now, and I can't activate this rune for the time being. Richard was a little surprised. The reason for Amirida's coma is not because of the divine power emitted by the god of the dog-headed man, but the god sealed in the kingdom of God in the Broken Rule land is about to revive. Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but become solemn. Waving his hand, let the maid next to him call Xena immediately. When Xena broke the seal, she obtained most of Amirida's memory. He needs more information to prove it. Soon, Xena came in a hurry. After greeting Richard, she asked about the little centaur's physical condition. Her face relaxed when she got the answer that nothing was wrong. Richard didn't say much nonsense and asked Amirida to repeat the so-called nightmare. Xena listened carefully. After Amirida finished speaking, she immediately said seriously, Sir Richard, the memory I got from Amirida at that time was not all, and there were many vague places. But the memory of sealing the body of the god is particularly clear. Amirida used a broken stone as the cord to suppress the other party's body in the kingdom of God. But what is that broken stone? I have no memory of it. Richard nodded slowly. Unfortunately, it is not the time to explore the sealed kingdom of God yet. Xena said before that there are a large number of fallen fishmen with an average level of 15 in that kingdom of God. Now the city of Dusk cannot take on that enemy. And the dungeon is about to start. If there is profit, it will be fine. If there is no profit, it will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the next dungeon. However, he was unwilling to just watch. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at the little centaur. Amirida, do you know what the treasure that seals the gods is? Father, it is a fragment of a divine artifact. Fragment of a divine artifact? Richard immediately became interested. Do you have other treasures hidden in it? I don't know, I forgot. Amirida's eyes were a little blank. Richard didn't say much and changed the subject. Can you sense how long it will take for the god to break the seal? The little centaur hesitated. Father, I can't be sure of the exact time, but it should be able to resist for another 3 months. 3 months? Richard was sure. It was enough. With a 3-month buffer, the city of Dusk could definitely gather a strong enough army to explore. The body of the god, the fragments of the artifact, this kingdom of God, there are many good things in it. He was quite interested. Looking at the little centaur, who was still a little scared, Richard rubbed his face. Amirida, don't be afraid, I've kept this in mind. After 3 months, we will go and seal the god you sealed again. With me here, no one can hurt you. After comforting her, she gave another reminder. Tell me any unusual movements in that area in the future. Hearing this, the little centaur immediately relaxed a lot. Xena seemed to have thought of something, and said in a deep voice, Sir Richard, we'd better go and investigate in person to confirm the situation. Richard nodded. Amirida, you take a rest first. The little centaur nodded obediently. Although he was a little worried about the two of them, he didn't make a fuss to go with them. Xena didn't answer and continued. Sir, Amirida is more familiar with that area. We should take her with us. Richard thought about it and nodded. Amirida, then you go with us. Yes, father. The little centaur immediately became happy. After the three of them came out of Amirida's room, they rode Alvis together and flew away from the city of Dusk. This time Richard didn't bring an army. The main purpose was to confirm the movement of that area. If there were any accidents, it would be difficult to escape if there were too many people. Whoosh! Alvis flapped his wings and rolled up endless air waves. Flying in the night sky, the air was particularly cool. The cold moon shone on the earth, covering the rough desert with a soft silver veil. However, several people were not in the mood to watch the desert under the night sky, and flew to the place where the rules were broken at the fastest speed. "We're here." As Xena spoke, Richard waved his hand to let Alvis hover in the air. Looking out, the lake water flying upside down in the sky now condensed into a huge lake in the desert. Under the moonlight, the water ahead was shimmering. Richard had sharp eyes, and immediately saw a large area of wet gravel on the shore. This was obviously the trace left by the evaporation of the lake water and the drop in the water level. Although this lake was extremely wide, it was rapidly receding without the influx of living water. His perception was at its peak at this moment, but the surroundings were quiet, and no life was sensed in the lake. There was no trace of the breath of the kingdom of God. After Alvis rose to an altitude of 500 meters, he continued to fly to the lake. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Richard finally discovered the movement on the lake. Under the moonlight, half-fishmen with fish tails could be seen playing on the lake. These lives that had previously lived in the broken lake became residents here naturally after the collapse of the rule-broken land. However, as the lake water dried up quickly, these lives that should not have existed in the desert would not have a good life for long. "Amirida, can you sense where the kingdom of God is?" The little centaur frowned and pointed forward. In this direction. The light emitted by the pale golden rune on the wrist was obviously much more dazzling. Richard nodded, and immediately drove the dragon under his seat to fly forward. Afraid of missing the target, the flight speed this time was not fast. After about 10 minutes, Amirida suddenly called to stop Alvis. "Father, I saw it." "See it?" Richard lowered his head and looked at the lake. At this time, the lake was still a wave of light, without other patterns. Just when he was confused, Amirida slowly stretched out her hand. On the wrist, the rune-emitting golden light suddenly burst into brilliant brilliance. It seemed that a sun was born in the night sky. The lake surface, which was originally rippling with waves, became clear and transparent at this moment. The next second, Richard suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a look of shock on his face. At the bottom of the lake, a huge bubble was seen to isolate the erosion of the water flow. And in the bubble, a series of broken palaces that were shrunk dozens of times stood in it. Looking closely, you can also find that half-fish people, who are as big as tadpoles and all black, are swimming around the palace. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see that the land of this mysterious area is engraved with one inscription after another. Those inscriptions are like a spider web, covering it. In the center of the spider web, a piece of arm is placed in it. The breath it exudes makes people tremble, even through the lake water and the bubbles. The kingdom of God, the body of God. Richard's eyes flashed with disbelief. The majestic kingdom of God he imagined actually appeared in front of him in this state. Just as he was about to ask. The kingdom of God, which was originally wrapped in bubbles and quiet, suddenly changed its atmosphere. An unspeakable terrifying divine power came from the divine body that was suppressed in the central area. In an instant, in the kingdom of God, countless dark energies rolled. In the bubble, a phantom with 3 heads condensed. The world seemed to have lost its luster at this moment. Darkness descended. The 3 heads of the phantom slowly raised their heads and looked at the sky. The blurred facial features could not see the specific appearance, but the divine power it exuded gave people a strong psychological shock. As if kneeling and submitting to him was the right thing to do at this moment. A phantom can suppress the world. Just when the opponent's divine power was as mighty as a 1,000-foot wave, the statue of the old god in Richard's arms suddenly flew out. Suspended in the air. The dark light suddenly enveloped the night sky. Loneliness, darkness, vicissitudes, and an unspeakable breath swept in all directions. Forcefully suppressed the opponent's divine power. The phantom of the god who was just so arrogant, after sensing the breath of the old statue of the ancient god. Suddenly his body trembled. Like a mouse meeting a cat, the fear was almost impossible to conceal. Then in less than a breath, the phantom was like a balloon inflated to the extreme, and it burst directly with the sound of a wave. The dark energy hid in the kingdom of God again. At the bottom of the lake, the kingdom of God wrapped in bubbles was still the same as before. Only those miniature fallen fishmen were still swimming around those ruined palaces. Sensing the dissipation of the spirit's breath, the dark light emitted by the old ancient god statue gradually dimmed. Then it returned to its unremarkable state. Richard saw this scene. His expression was quite wonderful. The spirit in the mini kingdom of God at the bottom of the lake really revived. And the good news is, the other party was very afraid of the old ancient god statue. Father, that god is afraid. Amirida looked at him with some joy at this time. The other party no longer struggled to break free from the seal. Richard heard this. His expression became more subtle. Thinking of the past of this old ancient god statue, he took it in his hand and rubbed it slowly. What level of treasure is this thing? Others are afraid when they meet gods, but this statue is good. Not only is it not afraid when it senses the breath of the gods, but it wants to devour it. Today, he was planning to explore the bottom of the kingdom of the lake. Unexpectedly, he let out the statue of the old god. At this moment, he was more curious about the statue of the old god than the gods at the bottom of the lake. The old gods, what kind of gods are they? Why is the deterrence to the normal gods of glorious eras so exaggerated? The god of the dog-headed man is like this, and so is this sealed god. These days, when he has time, he has also searched for relevant information on the player forum. But there is a complete blank in this regard. Hundreds of millions of stupid players have not found any information in this regard. As for the indigenous people, there is also nothing. It seems that the term old god does not exist in this world. While thinking, looking at the lake bottom that is returned to calm, a little excitement rises in his heart. It is really a big profit to get the statue of the old god. And more importantly, he now has a clear grasp that the statue of the old god can restrain the gods. The last time he defeated the kobold god, it was not a fluke. This is extremely important to him. The gods are the ultimate power in this world. And there are means to deal with gods. Meaningless has found a way to deal with nuclear weapons. When he encounters gods again in the future, he will not just sit and wait for death like others. The statue of the ancient god will become an extremely powerful trump card. The pressure from the kobold god to him quietly dissipated. Go back first, come back next time, this god will become our food. Chapter 267. Richard took a deep look at the lake that had fallen into silence again. He did not stay any longer, and drove Alves away from this area. After confirming the power of the statue of the old god, he felt much more at ease. This weapon, that could fight against the gods, was inestimable in value. The sealed kingdom of God would be his trophy sooner or later. On the way back, Richard asked Amirida, and got confirmation that the special treasure that sealed the body of the god was no longer impacted by the god. The fear brought to her by the statue of the old god was not fake. However, the little guy was not in a good mood on the way back. The treasure kept calling her, but she had no power to use it. Hearing this, Richard touched the little centaur's head. He made a decision in his heart. He had to improve her power as soon as possible. The next day, August 9th. Richard woke up early. Standing in the front yard of the Lord's mansion, looking at a row of arms nests, he felt very happy. Today, 7 days have passed since the last upgrade of arms nests. He did not hesitate to upgrade the 3 guardian mummies, and 10 acts of the dead arms nests from rare to rare level. While upgrading the arms nests, he also upgraded all the previous rare arms to rare arms. So far, all the arms in his hands have become rare level. Then, in a high mood, he recruited all the arms that had been refreshed in the arms nests yesterday. After some operations, the resources in his hands were less than 1 million units. At the same time, the strength of the army in his hands also reached an exaggerated level. Rare arms. Mummy Guardian 300330. Axe of the Dead 270330. Bandage Mummy 4263. Scorpion Warrior 6471. Giant Axe Death Knight 156177. Sand Archer 300,350. Crazy Sand Mage 175200. Curse Pharaoh 3540. Glorious Arms. Dark Gargoyle 200220. Axe of the Dead 6065. Heavy Sword Warrior 20. Crown Arms Skeleton Blood Dragon 30. After recruiting, Richard dispersed the army and asked several heroes to lead them to level up. At the same time, Yuan Shun recruited Blood Mummy as cannon fodder. This week is the Disaster Week, the resurrection of the undead. Some wild monsters killed around the City of Dusk before, with corpses left, all transformed into the undead. And the number of undead in the refreshed wild arms this week has also increased significantly. This Disaster Week has made the newly recruited army level up very quickly. Quietly, the Disaster Week turned into a welfare week for the City of Dusk. On August 12th, the army was still leveling up, but today a good news came. The construction of 2 Hurricane Arrow towers was completed. The 2 newly built towers formed an iron triangle with the original one, relying on each other. Richard was not idle either, and directly upgraded the 3 primary arrow towers to advanced arrow towers. Not only did their attributes improve significantly, but the number of archers they could accommodate also increased significantly. Once the war started, the condensed sand archers would move in. Arrow towers with magic damage would become a powerful output point for the City of Dusk. In addition, a dragon hunting crossbow was placed in each of the 3 arrow towers. At the same time, each tower was equipped with 5 4-star dragon hunting crossbow arrows and 100 ordinary crossbow arrows. The attack capability of the Hurricane Arrow Tower has been significantly enhanced. In addition, the production of alchemical bombs is also progressing rapidly. It is expected that the newly built alchemical workshop will be able to produce 2,000 alchemical bombs before the 15th. It is much more than the 1,500 he asked Brown, the 12th level alchemist. Together with the remaining 1,700, it is enough to deal with a large-scale war. On the afternoon of August 12th, after Richard dealt with the affairs of the territory, he entered the underground world again. Today is the trading day agreed with Bloodhoof City. With the good cooperation last time, the forces around Bloodhoof City almost took out all their assets this time. A large amount of materials were transported to Bloodhoof City, and Bloodhoof City, as a middleman, comfortably made a wave of price difference. Li Ci accepted everyone who came. What made him happy about this transaction was that there were many newly made high-quality equipment in the middle. So the harvest from this sale was more abundant than last time. However, Richard did not keep all the resources. He took out half of them, and exchanged them for a large number of rare resources with Bloodhoof City. As a person with a growing reputation in the underground world, his words were of great importance. Bloodhoof City readily agreed. Richard was also unambiguous. After paying a lot of resources, he exchanged all 4 rare resources for 50,000 units. After the transaction was completed, Sel Bloodhoof, the owner of Bloodhoof City, told him another good news. Since his hero recruitment order was distributed, many heroes have come to join him during this period. This news surprised Richard greatly. Legendary degree, is it so useful? He immediately asked Sel Bloodhoof to take him to check it out. But heaven and hell are often only a thin line apart. When Richard just entered the hotel where the heroes were housed, an alchemical bomb exploded. The terrifying impact flattened half a block. Richard, who was in the center, was directly blown to pieces. Sel Bloodhoof behind him was also seriously injured and almost died. None of the dungeon heroes who came to seek refuge were alive. This scene made the high-level officials of Bloodhoof City so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. They immediately closed the city gates and conducted a large search. The spies in the dark were almost ecstatic when they saw Richard torn into pieces. They immediately passed the news. President Richard. Sel Bloodhoof, who had used a lot of extremely precious healing medicine to save his life, was lying on a stretcher at this time, looking at the ruins with a pale face. Didn't you find the body? The trembling tone made the high-level officials of Bloodhoof City around him silent. After such a powerful bomb exploded in front of him, would there still be corpses? A white-haired barbarian hero stood up inside. Lord Sel, that alchemical bomb is the most powerful bomb in the hands of the Grey Dwarves. Sigh of the God of Death. You survived because the 5-star treasure on your body blocked the damage. President Richard, there is no possibility of survival. Everyone felt particularly heavy in their hearts when they heard this. I thought I could hold the golden thigh of the Surface Lord. But I didn't expect that the other party would be killed here. Sel Bloodhoof was silent for a long time, and his inner emotions gradually dropped to the freezing point. Suddenly, a barbarian warrior exclaimed, Lord Sel. Look! After the words fell, countless gravel slowly floated up from the ruins. As they watched, a figure condensed. Seeing that familiar face, Sel was so excited that he almost cried. President Richard. After Richard regained consciousness, his face became a little ugly. He did not sense the danger before entering this area. Then, a space wave came through. The surroundings exploded. The Grey Dwarf used space teleportation to send the alchemical bomb in. This routine is simply impossible to defend against. Sel, I'm fine. After returning to normal, Richard turned his head and looked at the scene where hundreds of meters around him were razed to the ground. His eyes were a little cold. He knew that the other party would retaliate, but he did not expect that he would use such an unexpected method. Sel gritted his teeth. Those damned Grey Dwarves, sooner or later, Bloodhoof City will crush them. Sending such a terrifying alchemical bomb into Bloodhoof City, exploding right under his nose, almost made him meet the God of Death. This made him feel cold on his back. What if the City Lord's mansion exploded today? Will the high-ranking officials of Bloodhoof City be killed together? Damn the Grey Dwarves. After hearing this, Richard suppressed his anger. The voice was a little cold. Since they want to kill me so much, let them do as they wish. Cyril, you can now announce to the outside world that I have died from the Grey Dwarf's bomb. She looked at him meaningfully. Next, my territory will encounter a big trouble, which will delay it for a month or two, and I will not be able to deal with the Grey Dwarfs for the time being. Bloodhoof City, as long as we can hold off the Grey Dwarfs' offensive for a while. When I come back next time, we will join hands to wipe them out. This made Cell immediately excited. That's right, the Grey Dwarfs don't know your situation now. We can use this information to set a trap, and let those dwarves come out of the turtle shell of the Furnace City. As long as the other party leaves the Furnace City, we have a chance to wipe them out. After hearing this, Richard didn't say much nonsense. Let them go back and discuss how to arrange this matter, and how to set up the trap. After saying that, he looked around with a little regret. There are more than 10 dungeon heroes who came to join him. One of them has the potential to reach Class B. But now, they are all sent to the sky by a bomb. Calculated in this way, this wave of losses is huge. Thinking of this, Richard sentenced the Grey Dwarfs to death in his heart. Originally, he didn't plan to eliminate the Grey Dwarfs so quickly. But this scourge has now seriously threatened him. But now the dungeon is about to start, and there is not enough time. He can only deal with this matter after the dungeon is over. It is time to make the underground world completely peaceful. A stable production area is undoubtedly more valuable to the City of Dusk. Not long after, the news that the Lord from the surface was attacked and killed swept the entire underground world like a hurricane. Everyone was in disbelief when they heard the news. The Lord who offered a bounty of 18 million units of food just died like this? This is too hard for them to accept. The Grey Dwarf who accomplished this feat also released the news at this time, confirming the authenticity of this matter. Then, he immediately restored his previous domineering arrogance. He began to strike hard at the forces around him that had been robbing their mineral veins during this period. He reversed the previous decline in one fell swoop. The underground world once again formed a situation of confrontation between two heroes. In the eyes of the dungeon life, the human lord from the surface really disappeared. The previous legendary deeds also returned to silence. With the huge profits earned from the underground world, Richard quietly returned to the City of Dusk. The next time he went to the underground world, it would be the day to flatten the Grey Dwarfs. With 20 million ordinary resources and 200,000 rare resources, Richard was more confident than ever before. He immediately asked Andal to forge 3 dragon-hunting crossbows and 15 dragon-hunting crossbow arrows again. Andal did not disappoint his expectations, and completed the forging of the weapons in the early morning of the 14th. 3 hurricane arrow towers, each equipped with 2 4-star dragon-hunting crossbows. Each tower is equipped with 5 dragon-hunting crossbow arrows. This killer weapon is specially prepared to deal with high-level bosses. Richard did not rush to use the remaining resources. Now we don't know the situation of the dungeon, so we can be safe. It's not too late to use it in a targeted manner after entering the dungeon. Time flies, and it's August 15th in the blink of an eye. 11 o'clock in the morning. Richard stood on the city wall, looking at the surrounding army that was already waiting solemnly. There was a bit of expectation on his face. The entire territory will enter the dungeon and face the attack of monsters from another dimension. Tens of billions of people entering the same dungeon is definitely an unprecedented feat. The territories of these people alone can occupy an exaggerated territory. It's interesting to think about it. Of course, this is based on the premise that the copy can spend points to revive. If there is no resurrection mechanism, I'm afraid that tens of billions of players will not have such a good mentality. Sir Richard, all the work has been prepared. Kalu stood beside him and reported respectfully. Except for the personnel who are still working, other residents have returned to the room. At the same time, everyone has been incorporated into the reserve, and they can be dispatched to assist immediately if needed. In addition, we have prepared enough dry food for everyone in the territory to eat for a month. No need to spend time cooking during this period. In terms of weapons, the equipment you brought back from the underground world has been distributed to the residents. Although most people may not use it, once needed, the residents can immediately serve as temporary combat power. Although the residents cannot fight, they can be used for production, construction, and maintenance. Richard nodded with satisfaction. In order to enter the dungeon, Dusk City has made great preparations for everything, from people's livelihood, army, city defense, food, and water. He didn't know how long he would stay in the dungeon, so he could only think about it in the long run. Go down first and take another look. In an hour, we will go to other planes. Yes, sir. After Kalu left, Richard opened the player forum. As the dungeon approached, these idiots were also very excited. Ha ha ha, I have been preparing for this dungeon for a month, little guys. Last time it only took 1 million people, you were lucky. This time, tremble under my praise. The undead natural disaster is here. In terms of other things, the undead may not be the best, but in terms of defending the city, aren't we the masters? The corpses of those monsters attacking the city are the best source of soldiers. This kind of battle is simply a trivial matter for the undead. In terms of defending the city, the undead are also worthy of the fortress tribe? Trash. Brothers, remember, whoever encounters that dead pervert in Qingqiu this time, must report the coordinates in time. Big guys, how should we play this dungeon? Is there any big eagle who can give you some suggestions? The cute big eagle girl is looking for support. While Richard was watching with relish, the private message panel flashed. Your Italian cannon, brother-in-law, I got a special treasure that can be teleported in the dungeon. When the time comes, we will join forces and create glory again. Before Richard could reply, the second message came again. Brother-in-law, my sister knows the coordinates of a special boss. That boss can drop an extremely rare hero promotion scroll. Then let's hack him together. Chapter 268. Looking at the information sent by the Italian cannon, Richard was very interested. Hero promotion scroll? There is such a good thing? I wonder if the godly ancient tree, which is a boss unit, can use it. If Xena, who has super A level potential, uses it, what level can she be promoted to? After coming back to his senses, Richard was a little amused. The other party just mentioned it, and the real thing has not even been seen yet. Where did you get the news? Is it reliable? Your Italian cannon was immediately unhappy. Brother-in-law, you are a little contemptuous. Pure internal information, purer than pure water, definitely reliable. It's because you are my brother-in-law, otherwise this news will not be revealed. Richard became more interested. How strong is that boss? Can we take it? That boss is naturally very strong, otherwise there wouldn't be such a good thing. As for the specific situation, you still have to enter the dungeon to know. Richard understood, and after a moment of communication, he had a rough idea in his mind. This news was obtained by Italy Cannon's sister after completing a special mission. As for whether the special mission was learned by the other party, when she worked in the Glorious Era Company before, it is not clear. As an insider, it is not surprising that the other party has some inside information. Any other news? No, we have told you everything we know. After Italy Cannon replied, he continued to speak with interest. Brother-in-law, after entering the dungeon, except for the trading forum, private messages can be used normally. Just contact directly when the time comes. This time, we will combine our two swords. Not to mention the top 10, even the first or second place will be guaranteed. Don't worry, I won't despise you for being useless. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is exactly what I am saying. With me here, how many people in the world can defeat me? If there were no me in this world, I don't know how many people would be kings and emperors. Richard's mouth twitched, and he was too lazy to reply to this superb person. After closing the private message, he read the comments of the stupid players on the forum. After confirming that there was not much useful information, he closed the forum directly. Just wanted to go down to inspect the preparations. A voice from the side interrupted his steps. Lord Richard turned around and looked at the person who came. Xena, is the army ready? This fearless warrior has the unique fierceness of a veteran who has fought hundreds of battles, and his eyes are filled with piercing murderousness. The powerful momentum will only soften when he sees Richard. Xena nodded gently. Everything is ready. After saying that, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed like a burnt candle. My lord, my tribe has not responded to me yet. After the seal in her body was broken, Xena passed the relevant information back to the Krina tribe. She did not hide the threat of the dog-headed man to the City of Dusk. I thought that her tribe would immediately send troops to rescue after receiving the news. But unexpectedly, more than half a month has passed. Not only did she not wait for the reinforcements of the Krina tribe, she did not even receive any information. This dealt a huge blow to her, who was originally full of confidence. Why did the Krina tribe become so cowardly? Where did the race that could make the whole desert tremble go? There were countless questions in her mind. Richard's face did not change when he heard this. He was not disappointed. He had no hope for this request for help. After all, the Krina tribe is not a person, but a race and a force. A single individual can be selfless, and can sacrifice for others. But a force composed of countless people must be selfish. This is the rule of social operation. Between forces and forces, interests are eternal. Friendship is just a derivative of interests. Therefore, he never pinned his hopes on other people. He only believed in the sword in his hand. The only regret is that he could not recruit the heroes of the Krina tribe. Xena came back to her senses and slowly lowered her head, with a bit of suppressed anger in her tone. Sir Richard, after this crisis, I would like to apply to you to return to the Krina tribe. Looking at the serious eyes, Richard smiled. Go back if you want. Joining Twilight City doesn't mean you have to forget your home, he said in a soft voice to comfort her. No matter why the Krina tribe doesn't send troops to help Twilight City, you don't have to be sad. After all, this is related to the fate of everyone. And Twilight City's greatest reliance has always been ourselves. Xena raised her head and looked at the handsome face with encouraging eyes, and her heart warmed. She immediately cheered up. My lord, I remember. Our greatest reliance has always been ourselves. The fierce momentum on his body emerged again. This experienced hero is worthy of any trust. Time passed by little. Amid the anticipation of countless players, the time finally came to 12 o'clock. The system prompt arrived as scheduled. Ding, the large-scale special copy, the Battle of Defense, is officially started. Please note that in 5 minutes, all the Lord's territories will be transferred to the same copy space. Your territories will face endless attacks from monsters from other dimensions. Please defend your territory from the monsters' attacks. The longer you hold on, the richer the reward you will get. At the same time, every time you kill a life from another dimension, you will get points equal to its strength. Ordinary soldiers, 1 point. Elite soldiers, 5 points. Rare, 10 points. Rare, 20 points. Brilliant, 50 points. Crown, 100 points. Every time you capture a player's territory, you will get 5,000 points. All lords will participate in this large-scale copy. After the death of the lords and soldiers in this copy, you can spend points to revive in the copy. Please be prepared, lords. Richard was immediately refreshed when he heard the prompt. The copy that has been waiting for a month is finally about to begin. Hundreds of millions of players fighting on the same stage, just thinking about it made him excited. He came back to his senses and read the system prompt several times, selecting the key points. The longer you hold on to the territory, the richer the reward you will get. You can get points by killing monsters and occupying players' territories. These 3 points mean the most critical way to gain points. His morale was high. The sword of Dusk City has long been sharpened, and now it is waiting for the enemy to come to the door. He opened the forum with excitement, and found that the players were also very noisy at this moment. Brothers, charge! I am invincible today to capture the flag. Capture Shabak today. I'm sorry, Brother Meng, I take the first place. I'm a scumbag, come and get me, brother. In the excitement, 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The moment the countdown on the system returned to 0. A dark light suddenly appeared in Richard's sight. The light that appeared out of thin air directly enveloped the city of Dusk, and then it was like red ink dripping into clear water, spreading out rapidly. He only felt that his eyes gradually dimmed. After a few breaths, he could see the front again. The scene reflected in the pupils changed quietly. The sky, which was just under the scorching sun, was now covered with thick dark clouds. The dark clouds pressed down on the city, as if a heavy rain was about to fall. The rolling black clouds gave people an unspeakable sense of depression. Looking into the distance, the yellow sand was still there, but at the end of the sight, a large area of black land appeared. The wind blew, and a smell of a bit of stench filled the nose. The air seemed to have been closed in a closed space for a long time without circulation. It made people feel a bit stuffy. Ding, your territory has entered the collapsed land. This is a dangerous and crazy world. Please pay attention to protect your territory. Ding, the guard battle has been opened, and the trading forum cannot be used in the copy. Ding, the score ranking list and the guard time ranking list have been opened. Please check it yourself. A few system prompts brought Richard back to his senses. This copy is called The Collapsed Land? How is it collapsed? After turning off the prompt, he seemed to have thought of something. He directly controlled the gravel to fly into the air and looked around. What surprised him was that the agricultural area was also brought in. The verdant Saxall forest and sand wheat were swaying in the breeze. Seeing this scene, his interest was high. If so, then wouldn't the quicksand land also come in? He turned his head and glanced at the ancient tree of the evil god that dared not move in the square in the city. If the quicksand land was brought in, with this boss who could fish, wouldn't the monsters from other dimensions attacking the city be delivering food? Without hesitation, he flew directly outside. After passing the agricultural area, the soft quicksand land came into view. Richard laughed. It was indeed so. But unfortunately, The two-way portal in the quicksand land could not be used. After leaving the quicksand land, he flew around the city of dusk. At this time, he realized that it was not only the quicksand land that was brought in. With Twilight City as the center, an area of about 20 kilometers was brought in. This made him feel relieved immediately. The desert is crucial to Twilight City. With the yellow sand, the army is fighting on its home turf. No fear of being targeted by the enemy. Then, as if thinking of something, Richard waved his hand and called Alves. He asked his army to be on guard, and he drove the dragon hero straight out. At high speed, it flew over the yellow sand in the blink of an eye and flew into this strange world. Looking down from the dragon's back, the ground was pure black, emitting an unpleasant sulfur smell, and no plants grew. If you feel it carefully, you can also find an evil energy that makes your back cold. Richard saw the scene. His expression was a little solemn. He actually felt the breath of danger on the ground. Alvis land. The dragon hero, with a wingspan of more than 30 meters, immediately flapped his broken dragon wings and landed on the ground. Richard turned over and got down. When his legs touched the ground, his eyes condensed. The evil energy that was integrated into the soil and rock surged up from his feet after he appeared, like a shark smelling blood. It began to devour and assimilate his power frantically. Richard could clearly sense that if he stood still on this black land, he would be assimilated by the evil energy in the land in a short time. Is this the land of collapse? He took a deep look at the black land, his expression solemn. Such a land, I don't know what kind of horrible monster will be born. Floated up, and sat on Alvis's back again. The dragon hero also sensed something was wrong with the earth. After Richard got on it, he immediately spread his wings and took off without staying for half a second. Seeing this, Richard couldn't help but fall into thought. This copy didn't seem as simple as he thought. About 10 kilometers across the Black Silk land, Richard saw a different scene in his sight, a lush forest. The vitality it exuded was completely opposite to the dead land around it. He immediately became interested. He drove Alvis closer. But just after entering 200 meters, chirp, suddenly a bird chirped. The next moment, 300 or 400 strange creatures with a pair of gray wings on their backs and falcon heads on their necks flew out of the forest. They held bows and arrows, looking at Alvis flying in fear. The huge body of the undead dragon gave them a great sense of oppression. Harpy, level 5, rare soldier. Richard looked at the other party's attributes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Good guy, after more than 3 months in Glorious Era, I finally saw the first player territory. Harpy, the reputation on the forum is not small. These soldiers are born to fly and have strong mobility. Richard looked at the other party's vigilant appearance, did not approach again, and drove Alvis to fly in another direction. The copy has just begun, it is too boring to start so quickly. After flying another 10 kilometers, he saw the second player territory. A city that looks like a machine. Fortress Tribe. Alchemical artillery, muskets, mechanical puppets, these iconic powers of the Fortress Tribe are all available. Outside this territory is low grass, and the appearance of the city can be seen in the distance. Similarly, Richard only roughly judged the opponent's strength and did not continue to move. The evil energy emitted by the Black Earth made him a little alert. There were so many players, so he was not in a hurry. He would wait and see the changes in the dungeon. Next, he explored and patrolled the surrounding areas with Twilight City as the center. In the end, a total of 10 player territories were found. 2 in the natural camp, 3 human city-states, 1 undead, 2 fortresses, 1 church, and 1 demon castle. The distance between the territories was about 10 kilometers. It would take an hour to march from the ground. Flying troops could fight back and forth in 10 minutes. This was only the territory of Twilight City. If you cross these territories, there must be a lot of territories outside. Thinking of this, Richard's mind appeared a picture of densely packed territories spread out on the ground. After returning to the territory, Gray immediately stepped forward to report. When he left, the dark gargoyles on guard outside encountered a group of harpies, who retreated after seeing the Twilight City army from afar. Richard was a little amused. He was exploring other territories, and other territories naturally had ways to explore Twilight City. But, was this guy trying to deliver food? Chapter 269. Fuck, this dungeon is poisonous. Half of the spies I sent out were infected by the virus and turned into monsters. It's so fucking pitfalls. There are 4 human territories around me. Ha ha, humans are just food for my undead race. Where are the monsters you promised? Why haven't they appeared yet? My eagle has been thirsty for a long time. Fuck, why does entering that land have a negative impact? How can we send troops to attack other people's territories? While Richard was thinking about how to deal with other players in dungeons, the players were quite excited. Everyone was excitedly waiting for the arrival of monsters. Some players were even thinking of ways to attack other lords. Capturing a territory can get 5,000 points. Everyone was very interested in the dungeon world. Richard, who was thinking, suddenly changed his face and looked up at the sky. The black cloud pressing down on the city was surging like waves in the sea. It seemed that there was a giant beast that could devour the world hiding in it. Along with this, a strong and evil breath rose from the earth. The black land began to roll like boiling water. This scene lasted for less than a minute. The situation changed again. On the black earth, the originally stable space began to distort. It was as if an invisible big hand was stirring the space. The distorted form made people feel cold. I'm afraid that steel placed in it would be crushed in an instant. As time passed, the distortion of space became more and more exaggerated, and at the moment when it reached a certain limit, crack, on the black earth, a space gap appeared every 200 meters. Roar, accompanied by the appearance of the space gap. A creepy low roar came from it. In the blink of an eye, a head of black monsters with twisted faces stepped out of the broken space. Appeared on the black land with a fierce and domineering attitude. These monsters formed a gathering point every 200 meters with the space gap as the center. The closer the gathering point is to the player's territory, the fewer the number of monsters, and the farther away from the player's territory, the more the number. Looking down from the sky, countless monster gathering points appeared on the periphery of countless players' territories. After the space gap lasted for 3 minutes, it lost energy support and collapsed directly. The space returned to calm again. The only difference is that in the place where the original space gap appeared, piles of black crystals emitting rich magic fluctuations appeared. The moment those crystals appeared, the monsters crawling out of the space gap immediately scanned the surroundings ferociously. Securely guard the pile of black crystals behind him. This sudden change shocked Richard. Is the siege of the other dimensional monsters in the copy finally about to begin? But after waiting for a while, he found that the monsters were still motionless. He couldn't help but frown. Why don't these monsters look like they are attacking the city? He turned his head and looked at the heroes around him. Gray, Gunter, Cena, guard the city wall. Alvis, take all the skeleton blood dragons, follow me. After the order was issued, Richard turned over and sat on Alvis, and flew away with 30 skeleton blood dragons. Passing through the sand, the black monster guarding the black crystal appeared in front of him. There are different numbers of monsters in the stronghold. The fewer the number, the fewer black crystals behind, and the more the number, the richer the corresponding dark crystals. Those monsters walk upright, and are more than 3 meters tall. The limbs have long claws as sharp as daggers, and the cold light they emit can easily tear armor. There are 4 barbs like swords growing on the back, and the tail swings like a steel whip, making a whirring sound through the air. Its terrifying strength shows that this is definitely not a decoration. The head has no eyes, only a nose and a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The breath on the body is like crawling out of a rotten corpse in a mass grave, full of creepy horror. Richard took a deep breath and slowly opened the attribute panel. Void Hunter, level 14, brilliant potential 3 stars. The rest of the attributes are all question marks, and the introduction only has one explanation. The breath is covered by dark energy and cannot be detected. Seeing this scene, his eyes could not help but become solemn. My goodness, these monsters are so powerful. Level 14, and a brilliant 3-star unit. The highest level in the Dusk City army is now only level 14, hiding in the void sandworms in the quicksand. What are those black crystals, and can they be guarded by an army of this level? With strong curiosity, he opened the attribute panel of those black crystals. After taking a look, he felt dry in the mouth. Dark crystal. Level, special. Features, can enhance the potential of life. Introduction, treasures that can only be born in special environments, extremely precious. There are treasures like this. Looking at the piles of dark crystals, Richard's eyes were red. These are not just 1 or 2, but piles of them. And not just one pile, but countless piles. In Glorious Era, what does life potential represent? The answer is that it represents everything. Potential is the foundation of everything. The higher the potential, the more significant the growth. A potential A-level hero is compared with a potential D-level hero. At the same level, the A-level hero can beat 10 D-level heroes without blushing or panting. If all these black crystals are brought back to Dusk City, it is not a dream to cultivate a few super A-level heroes. And with so many, it is not difficult to cultivate heroes in batches. Dusk City is extremely short of talents. Good stuff, good treasure. In his excitement, he suddenly saw a void hunter with a faint golden light all over his body next to the dark crystal. The momentum is terrifying. He opened the other party's attributes and took a look, and his brows were immediately frowned. Level 16, Hero Unit, Potential B level. Fuck, a level 16 hero. Is that unreasonable? These monsters guarding a small pile of dark crystals are so powerful. What about those gathering points of monsters with a large number of dark crystals? Looking far away, I saw the gathering point guarding the largest pile of dark crystals in my sight. At a glance, the number of level 14 Void Hunters exceeded 5 squadrons. And the number of level 16 Void Hunter heroes, with pale golden light flashing on their bodies, was as high as 10. The leader had only a few parts of his body black, and the rest were all gold. Void Slayer, level 19, potential A level, the rest of the attributes are too different in level to be checked. Seeing the scene, Richard's eyelids jumped. Level 19, potential A level hero unit, hack me. This kind of boss, even if he drives the extraordinary hunter, it's useless. In my heart, I decisively gave up the idea of robbing a lot of dark crystals. This level of boss, at this time point, is invincible. Unless the extraordinary hunter is completely repaired, there is no chance at all. Take a deep breath and forcefully suppress the throbbing in my heart. Turning to look at the target closest to the sand. This pile of dark crystals is guarded by only one squadron of void hunters. A little excitement flashed in my eyes. These suddenly appearing dark crystals are definitely benefits issued by the dungeon. As for how much players can get from it, it depends on their own abilities. Then it seemed that I thought of something and opened the forum to take a look. Sure enough, these excited idiots were discussing dark crystals. Fuck, have dark crystals appeared near your territory? Treasures that can increase potential. It's amazing. Fuck, those void hunters are as high as level 14. What the hell, let's play a few games. If you want to capture the monster stronghold guarding the dark crystal, you have to sacrifice at least half of the army. Damn, I can't make a decision. This is definitely a conspiracy of the dungeon. If we use all the troops to capture the dark crystal, what can we do when the real monsters attack the city? I'm not afraid of a hammer. Today, I don't want anything but the dark crystal. It's against the law of nature not to accept such a treasure. Brothers, I just used cooked meat to lure those void hunters, but I didn't expect them to be fooled. I also exchanged rare resources and corpses, but it didn't work. Next, I'm going to use the beauty trap. I report the progress to you later. The void hunter's level of 14 is too exaggerated. For most lords at this stage, it is unsolvable. To obtain the dark crystal, most of the army can only be staked. But if the army is wiped out, what should the monsters do next? Now they still have 0 points, and they can't revive the army. In the eyes of most players, this is a dilemma. But this choice does not exist for Richard at all. Choice? Hasn't he developed for so long just for this moment? Richard floated in the air, and his voice resounded through the sky. Alvis, attack! As the voice fell, the undead dragon with a wingspan of more than 30 meters swooped down from the sky. The skeleton blood dragon behind him immediately followed. Under the thick black clouds, dozens of undead dragons burning with blood energy attacked at the same time. This scene is quite visually impactful. On the ground, the void hunters, who had sensed something strange, had already raised their heads. Although these monsters had no eyes, they seemed to be staring at the skeleton blood dragon. Their perception was extremely sharp. Alves, who swooped down with a majestic momentum, emitted an extremely dazzling light from his throat. Puff, a long blood-colored energy spewed out from his mouth. It drew an arc of dozens of meters in the air. Super A-level dragon breath. The dragon breath swept across everything, and the black earth made a sizzling sound, and large areas of land were corroded into a solution. But the next second, Richard, who was supervising the battle in the back, condensed his eyes, and became extremely serious. In his sight, the ground was originally motionless, and the void hunter who seemed to be waiting for death suddenly became illusory, and disappeared from the spot. The next second, the opponent's 3-meter-tall hideous body appeared in midair. The sharp claws attacked Alvis's bones frantically. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. These monsters actually possessed the characteristics of the Great Demon, the top troop of the Abyss, and moved in the void. Several teams of void hunters on the ground appeared out of thin air, brazenly hunting Alvis, the 13th level dragon hero, in midair. The intensive attack was like a pack of wolves hunting. Alvis's body with a wingspan of more than 30 meters was the best target at this moment. But the void hunter's unscrupulous attack immediately angered the dragon hero. The blood-colored light on his body burned like gasoline. It spread out more than 10 meters. A-level skill, blood power. It can corrode everything around it, and turn it into energy to repair itself. A powerful skill. But facing such fierce skills, the Void Hunters were not affected. A layer of dark energy emerged on their bodies, forcibly resisting the corrosion of the blood energy. These monsters attacked more fiercely in the blood energy. This series of collisions between the two sides lasted only a few breaths. At this time, 30 skeleton blood dragons came brazenly. These level 12 crown 1-star soldiers spewed dragon breath at the same time, pulling out one tongue of fire after another in the air. The scene was extremely spectacular. Some Void Hunters could not dodge in time, and were enveloped by the fierce dragon breath. Sizzle, most of the dark energy on their bodies was immediately melted, and a large area of festering appeared on their bodies. Although the root was not injured, it was impossible to be immune to the impact of resisting the dragon breath. 90% of the dragon's strength lies in its dragon breath. But after being prepared, the Void Hunter immediately took countermeasures. The dense numbers dispersed. Like ghosts, they roamed in the air. They forcefully approached the skeleton blood dragon to attack. Their claws seemed to be forged with the best steel, and every attack could cause large cracks in the blood-colored skeleton of the skeleton blood dragon. This scene was completely opposite to what Richard had imagined. If he did not provide support, the situation would collapse directly. But just when he wanted to make a move, Alvis, who was constantly attacked, counterattacked. This dragon hero, who was completely enraged by the Void Hunter, fell into madness at this moment. He raised his head and roared. The hysterical roar resounded through the sky. The next second, the breath of the 30 skeleton blood dragons around him suddenly dropped a lot. Instead, the blood energy on Alvis was so dense that it seemed like water could drip out. Heroic features. When commanding the undead dragon army, you can use the blood power to bless your subordinates, increase the dragon breath damage by 40%, and draw the power of the commanded army to bless yourself, up to 3 squadrons, and the upper limit of a single draw is 30%. This undead hero activated the skill that was hidden in the bottom of the box. 30% of the power of 30 skeleton blood dragons was added to himself. Instantly, Alvis's power soared. The most intuitive scene was that the blood power burning on his body was several times stronger. The dark energy condensed on the Void Hunter was like ice and snow meeting flames. It melted directly. After losing the protection of the dark energy, the tough skin of the Void Hunter was instantly covered by the blood energy. Sizzle, the horrible corrosiveness directly devoured these monsters. Their bodies were like foam being burned by the fire, melting in large chunks. Their throats let out the most shrill screams. The pain devoured their hearts crazily. More than 2 teams of Void Hunters fell directly from midair, banging and hitting the ground hard, with a dull sound. Those Void Hunters, who escaped from the blood-colored power, did not give up. They immediately aimed their spears at the skeleton blood dragon, whose power had dropped a lot. Whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared. Dozens of Void Hunters attacked a skeleton blood dragon at the same time. The terrible damage immediately caused the skeleton blood dragon's blood-colored skeleton to explode and be torn into pieces. In a dozen breaths, 5 skeleton blood dragons were killed. This was the first loss of personnel since the birth of this crown unit. Richard's eyes showed a bit of solemnity. The strength of these level 14 units far exceeded his expectations. Those dark crystals that can enhance life potential are not so easy to get. At this moment, the level 16 Void Hunter hero he had been staring at suddenly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 270. Richard raised his eyebrows when he saw the scene. He looked around, and his vigilance was raised to the extreme. The 14th Void Hunter is already so powerful. That 16th level hero is definitely not a weakling. The moment this thought just emerged, suddenly, a fierce figure appeared above Alvis's head. The terrifying murderous intent surged down, like the collapse of heaven and earth. Alvis raised his head suddenly, and saw that the 16th level small boss was standing above his head. The dark energy on his body blocked the bloody power outside. The body with a faint golden light seemed like a bronze statue poured at this moment, full of power. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The claws waved. Whoosh, the terrifying power was enough to crack the city wall. Crack, a crisp sound exploded, and the claws pierced the bone armor directly. Large cracks appeared on Alvis's head, spreading out like a spider web. Roar, the dragon hero roared from his throat, and scarlet energy suddenly spurted out. A long tongue of fire came out of his mouth. But at this moment, the 16th level Void Hunter had already appeared behind Alvis. Bang, the claws became fists, and they swung down fiercely. The huge force was like a battering ram hitting the city wall. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body with a wingspan of 30 meters fell directly down several meters. Horrible and unparalleled. The boss's posture was extremely strong. Alvis's anger instantly rose, but at this moment, he had already realized that he could not deal with the flexible Void Hunter hero. He turned around suddenly, dived directly towards the dark crystal on the ground. This time, not only the level 16 boss, but also the Void Hunter that was attacking the skeleton blood dragon disappeared at the same time, rushing madly to the dark crystal. Seeing this scene, Richard was refreshed. The biggest flaw of the Void Hunter was finally exposed. The distance of each flash of these monsters was about 50 meters, and there was a full 3 seconds interval. Although the opponent could swim in the void, this ability was not unlimited. He took out the Whisper Crystal at the moment. He used an epic move that made people's heart and gallbladder split. Gray, Cena, immediately let the Axe of the Dead come to support on the Dark Gargoyle. As the master of the City of Dusk, he did not need to go down in person, and there were many ways to win. At this time, Alvis touched the reverse scale of the Void Hunter because of his attack on the Dark Crystal. These monsters that can hide in the void rushed up and launched a desperate attack. That posture was like a wild wolf that had been hungry for a month and saw fresh flesh and blood. The Void Hunter was fearless and left cracks on Alvis despite the corrosion of the blood power. Among them, the level 16 small boss was the craziest. Every time it attacked, it would blast large cracks on Alvis. It was like hitting glass with a sledgehammer. The scene was heart-shaking. But fortunately, Alvis was an undead dragon, which combined two extremely durable races. Even if he was besieged by the Void Hunter with 7 or 8 teams, he was still fierce. His Super A-level dragon breath showed a powerful lethality at this moment. Being sprayed directly, even with the protection of dark energy, it will be corroded directly. Large patches of skin were ulcerated, and some even turned half of the body into blood. Ding! Your subordinate Alvis killed a Void Hunter, glorious, and you got 50 points. Ding! As the number of Void Hunters killed increased, the prompts in Richard's ears became more frequent. Every time you kill an enemy, you will gain something. This feeling is not bad. When Alvis was besieged, the remaining 25 skeleton blood dragons also joined the battlefield at this moment. These Crown 1-star soldiers with a wingspan of more than 20 meters did not know what fear was at this moment. A stream of dragon breath sprayed directly at Alvis, not caring at all that their boss was also covered. Those Void Hunters were immediately suppressed by the blood power and dragon breath. Roar, unable to dodge in time, a series of shrill screams resounded through the sky. Several Void Hunters were directly corroded into blood, and some fell directly and hit the ground. Richard looked at the many dying Void Hunters on the ground and frowned slightly. At this time, the black earth surged with a majestic evil energy, madly drilling into the body. Let the scars on their bodies recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if the body is broken in half, as long as it is not dead on the spot, it can be recovered. This scene is quite strange. Fighting at home. This Black Land is really not that simple. He did not delve into this matter, and his focus was put back on the battlefield. Roar, Alvis was killing madly at this moment, and the blood-colored power exploded more than 20 meters high like gasoline. If the Void Hunter wants to attack, it must pass through this layer of powerful corrosive energy. This is the most powerful armor. Dragon breath is even more fierce. Once it is sprayed, even the most powerful Void Hunter will be severely damaged, corroded into blood, and there are many corpses left. It's a pity that the enemy is outnumbered, and we are outnumbered, under the crazy attack of the 16th level Void Hunter. The trauma suffered by Alvis is also exaggerated. The bones that are harder than steel are almost cracked. At this moment, he is like a glass cup that has been thrown to the ground. Although it has not broken, countless cracks have appeared and it may break at any time. Whoosh! When the situation gradually got out of control, there was a sound of flapping wings behind him. Richard turned his head and looked, and his mood immediately improved. The people who were shaking have arrived. The army coming to support more than 500 people. The number of dark gargoyles is 220. The Axe of the Dead of the brilliant 3-star level is 65, and the rare level is 330. At this moment, all of them are riding on the back of the dark gargoyles. The brilliant level is 1 person riding one, the rare level is 2 people riding one, and a few people are squeezed together with 3 people. However, because the body of the dark gargoyle is not strong, it seems a bit crowded for 2 people to ride, not to mention 3 people. However, this does not affect their combat effectiveness. The Axe of the Dead does not require close combat. The 2 leaders, Gray and Cena, each riding a dark gargoyle, quickly approached Richard. Master, My lord. Richard looked at the two generals he had trained with his own hands and nodded slightly. Indicated to Alvis, who was fighting in front. Those monsters are called Void Hunters. They can teleport in the void. Their weakness is that the maximum teleportation distance is 50 meters, and the interval is 3 seconds. Gray, you are in charge of the command. Don't leave any alive. As you wish. The order was given. Gray and Cena immediately flew forward with the axe of the dead riding on the dark gargoyle. The large number of troops approached, immediately angering the Void Hunters, who were frantically attacking Alvis. More than half of these monsters disappeared on the spot, and suddenly attacked the axe of the dead army. Gray saw them emerge from the void, and gave a decisive order. Axe break. Whoosh, hundreds of battle axes broke through the air. Crack, a crisp sound exploded. The battle axes exploded instantly. The metal storm swept around. The road ahead was completely blocked. The Void Hunter, who had just teleported, was immediately enveloped. Puff, the battle axe fragments penetrated the bodies of these monsters with violent force. The thick blood plasma exploded. The flowers of death bloomed brilliantly. Ding, your subordinate, the axe of the dead, killed a Void Hunter, glorious, and you got 50 points. Ding. The dense system prompts instantly rang in my ears.